My apologies, Nelly. Just having one of those. Hello. My apologies there, Nelly, because I had one of those sneezing fits directly before we went on air. It necessitated a snot rag that all of these heathens in here have used. You have to run outside, to wipe my nose with a paper towel. What am I, some sort of surf? So anyway, ready to go now. Good morning, everyone. I hope that your sneezes treat you well this morning. In fact, let's all get them out together, shall we? I've got mine out on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, achoo. Okay, and here we go. See, now we're ready to attack the day. So, wait a minute. Yawning, if I remember this correctly from school, yawning is a way for your brain to get more oxygen, correct?
Yes, exactly. That's how I understand it.
Is a sneeze a way to get oxygen out so you aren't as dumb? Maybe you're overdoing it. You can't have too much that would offset the sort of vibe that you want, I think. So perhaps I'm onto something. Scientists, get on it. Look it up. I could be. Regardless of all of that, was thinking about something. Avs play another preseason game last night. Did not go well. They lose 6-1. That game you could actually watch on TNT. You had Georgiev between the pipes. You had McKinnon playing in that game. You had a few names on the ice. No concerns. Don't text in about Georgie and what he gave up and blah, blah, blah. Like, who cares? Okay? It's preseason. Just about getting your feet under you. Do you believe the Avs are a contender or not? I do. I don't care what happens in the preseason. Preseason is the same as every other sport in the preseason. It's all about, can young people on the team maybe surprise you to the point where if they had to play this year, would you believe that they can contribute? That's it. And, you've gotten some good stuff from some young guys. Malinsky, I think, has looked good again this preseason. You have Cal Ritchie, who scored a few goals. That's the stuff that you're looking for. Don't care about a 6-1 loss to Vegas in the preseason. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So we can break down more of that game as we go along today. But something hit me as I was preparing for the show last night. And it's this. What a magical sort of elixir winning can be. And I am as guilty as anybody else on this subject. No, I've said before, winning matters. It really does. When you win, it hides a whole bunch of other issues that otherwise would be very much in the spotlight. It's like if you have a gambling problem and you make $40,000 a year, it's a lot different than you have a gambling problem and you're Charles Barkley or Bruno Mars. You're able to get away with a little bit more, aren't you? That's what I think the Broncos and specifically Bo Nix have been through 4 weeks. I am blown away that this team is 2-2. Didn't think there'd be any shot at it. And yet, here we sit a month in with I think maybe the toughest part of their schedule as far as 4-game samples could be these first 4. Those are 4 really good football teams that you played. Seahawks are 3-1. Steelers are 3-1. Bucks are 3-1. Jets, who might be the best team of all of them, are 2-2. Those are good teams. And you're able to be 500 against that group. Not to mention, 3 of those 4 on the road. You get the next 3 of 4 at home with, at least record-wise, a lot easier opponents. But when it comes to specifically Bo Nix, Like, this hasn't been great so far. Through 4 games, he's thrown for 165 yards a game. He's only got 1 touchdown. He's got 4 picks. He's averaging less than 5 yards a throw. And he's got a quarterback rating of 62.5. All of those numbers say yuck. So here's what I'm getting at. Had the Broncos not pulled that out because their defense was incredible on Sunday, yes, the tune would be a lot different. But winning does matter. Like, that whole able to do enough, especially early, makes a difference. Like, you know who else would be dealing with this exact same problem is the guy who was drafted number 1 overall, and Caleb Williams. If his team wasn't bailed out, at least in game 1, by a pretty stellar defensive performance where the special teams unit and defensive unit gave you 2 touchdowns, well, they aren't 2-2 right now. Like, all of that stuff is part of the evaluation. But it's amazing what winning can do. You know, after the game on Sunday, Bo Nix is being interviewed on the field, and he's got a giant smile on his face despite throwing for 60 yards in that game. Why? You won. But it also does something that's really important for a young QB. It buys you time. Everybody is going to be compared against each other. And the big one here, Caleb Williams is going to be compared against Jayden Daniels. And the way that Jayden Daniels has played, his team is not only winning, they're winning because of Jayden Daniels' level of play. And that's a big detail. Now imagine that Caleb Williams wasn't bailed out by his defense for a couple of games, much like Bo Nix. You start to get into weird Bryce Young territory already, where nobody's going to go over the top and say his career is over or anything like that. That'd be stupid. But there would certainly be more of a sense of urgency. And the same thing applies to Bo Nix. Had it not been for a couple of stellar defensive performances, and let's be fair, he was really good against Tampa. Like, that game was one that you could say he directly had a hand in winning, and a large piece of that pie was because Bo Nix played well. But as far as last week goes, he had, I would say, virtually nothing to do with it. Had 1 big throw to Sutton over the middle. Did have the touchdown pass in which Sutton was wide open, but almost overthrew him. That game was from running the football in the second half, and defensively, you were amazing. So with all that, it's pretty incredible what winning can do to help state your case. If the Broncos are 1-3 right now, and 3 of the 4 performances were all those games outside of Tampa, like, I don't think we're feeling maybe as easy and calm at the moment as we are. And I'm talking about myself. It's bought you some time to start to figure things out. Winning helps.
They're very different situations, but another case where winning has absolutely helped. When was the last time in the past, I'll say 2 weeks, that anybody talked about the CU Fight song or Shador's mixtape or anything about the Sanders Family Circus? When has that come up since about 2 weeks ago?
It's a great point that I was just going to get to. I love you for setting up the segue. How many negative stories have we heard from CU lately? That many. Why? They're winning. And we said it after the Nebraska game. It's like all these stories disappear if you win. Remember, after the Nebraska game, there was the still, I guess, a little bit of that Sean Keeler thing hanging over. There was still, because here's what happens. You lose, then they mention all the bad things, right? Then they go back to, well, this happened in the offseason. And look at the way that Deion's getting into it with reporters. And the fight song isn't played after a touchdown because they're so selfish. Which I said from the beginning felt like a silly story that I did not care about, but it became some sort of national deal. Look at you now. You're 4-1. How did they get to 4-1, by the way? Really lucky play at the end of the game. But hey, you got it. it's a pretty magical cure. In fact, if I were a doctor, I get these allergies twice a year. I get them now and I get them in the spring. If I could find some way to bottle a medicine called winning and just give it to everybody around allergy season, nobody would have the sniffles. Like, not a single person in the world. It would be the penicillin of every single ailment in your life. It really is. Like, it's a cure-all. Why can't we find a cure for the common cold? It's called winning, okay? That's what it is. Just win. Win at whatever you're doing, and you'll be fine. But you're exactly right, Nelly. Like, CU has gone from, did you hear about the fight song? Look at what Deion said. Are they really doing this in the locker room? Are they out of control in Colorado? To, hey, man, there's a real chance that there's a pathway that they win the Big 12 and make the college football playoff. I heard that on a national podcast yesterday. And they did it almost begrudgingly. They're like, I think I got to say it, dude. I think they got a path to the playoff. It's like the second you get in that conversation, you do what the hell you want.
And I'm not going to play the clip because I'm sick of hearing his voice, but you know who also has been eating crow on national TV?
Suck it, Feinbaum, you suckhole.
What's he been saying? I haven't seen a lot from Feinbaum.
He's just been dialing it back and going, wow, maybe Deion knew what he was talking about. I'm happy to be proven wrong. You know, that whole shtick.
Well, I think, again, there was a healthy skepticism that you should have gone into this season with CU. Like, they had more to prove to you than you had to prove to them. Like, I know that Deion wanted immediately everybody to jump on board and just be a believer that this thing was going to be like the biggest sort of rocket ship that's ever existed. But there's a lot of reasons to doubt if this team could get to where they wanted to go. And look, you still can have a lot of skepticism and doubt. They're 4-1. It's a good start to the year. But it was around this point last year where everything fell off. There is a giant chasm between the feelings that you get when your team wins and loses and how harshly of a grade that you give them. It applies to kind of everything. You could even be successful, but you're in a super successful conference or division in college football or the NFL, and you grade it differently. The Broncos were 8-9 last year. All in all, is an 8-9 record terrible? No. But it's not good enough when you got Patrick Mahomes here. A texter says, or are they winning because they stopped all the dumb bleep? I don't think they stopped doing anything. Are you telling me Deion changed his ways in 2 weeks? No. They are who they are. And when you win, it works. When you don't, it looks stupid. Some of it, anyway. If the Miami Hurricanes from the early 2000s did all the same things they did, but their record was 6-6, it would look pretty dumb. But guess what? They were like undefeated and going to national titles. So then it looked pretty cool. They're widely seen as one of the coolest teams to ever exist in the last 30 years. But that's the winning. And God, it's a magic tonic. Like if I existed in the 1850s or 1880s and we're in old Western times and I'm walking out of the saloon and there's some guy with some slick back hair, which we like to call snake oil salesman. He goes, I got this magic tonic. It's called winning, and you can buy it for 5 shekels. I'd say, you know what? That sounds like a great deal. Throw some of that my way.
Isn't that
Sold.
Isn't that what Charlie Sheen was on? Winning.
Yeah, he was. And you know what? At that time, Charlie got to do what he wanted to do.
He wasn't bipolar. He was by winning.
Had a great TV show. Put out a couple of bangers of movies, maybe a lot earlier in his career, but still was riding that wave. And then a couple of hookers and drug addictions later, he lost his TV show, and now it's not as cool.
You got to look at the credits for Ferris Bueller's Day Off, because you remember that was I think his first film role or one of his first roles. He's just an extra in the police station,
Yeah.
and his credit, if you look at the credits, it's like strung out man at police station, Charlie Sheen.
Well, yeah, man. Like,
That's what he was credited in the movie. That was his role. So I'm just saying, whoever that casting director was, ask them for the winning lottery numbers.
the old adage is sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Now, I say that, you think of who? You think of Tommy Lee? You think of all those rock bands from the 80s? You think of Ozzy Osbourne? Now take the rock and roll out of the mix. Now, that's just a sad story, isn't it? That's just a guy who doesn't have his life together. Well, the music is the winning part. And if you do that, people are like, whatever, he's a rock star. That's what the rock stars do. If I do it, I have to go to therapy. 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to. Stick around. Texture says, what are we expecting from Nix? He's a rookie. It's clear he needs to adjust to the NFL. The coaches clearly didn't have him do much the first couple of games. They opened it up for the third game. The fourth game was in a monsoon. Relax. He's progressing just fine. It takes time. I don't disagree with you. I don't. I'm just telling you, had the Broncos not won the game over the weekend, then we're probably discussing something different here. That's all. The tone's going to be different. You would be an idiot to try and make a overall lasting judgment on Bo Nix at this point in the season. Like, I think it would be really silly. But at the same time, we are kind of week to week with a lot of things. Like, the NFL is very much, I hate the cliche, but what have you done for me lately? It's that. Like, you need to show something every single week. And if not, it's got to be more weeks than not. And so far, through 4 weeks of this season, Bo Nix has been bad to awful for 3 of them and pretty good in 1 of them. And that's totally fine. Like, they're 2-2. You can pull this off. You can make it work. All I'm saying is you're getting into an easier part of your schedule coming up. You got 3 the next 4 at home. It's coming against the Raiders, who are okay to bad. You got against the Chargers, who are just okay, the Saints on the road, who are just okay, and the Panthers, who are terrible. Like, I think this is a real opportunity for Bo Nix to plant his flag in the middle of Mile High Stadium and say, I've arrived. Like, in the next 4 weeks, weather's still in damn near perfect-like conditions for the month of October. Like, you should be in a place where we get into that game at Baltimore in week 9 and go, you know what? Feeling pretty, it shouldn't feel like an impossibility whether you win or lose, because I think Nick should be progressed enough to be like, okay, I think he can keep you in this game. If the defense plays well enough, you can win. Like, that should be the standard of the next 4 weeks. I'm not expecting him to throw for, 12 touchdowns in the next 4 games. All I'm telling you is there has to be progression. And I wasn't expecting that 4 weeks into the season. But you know what? All in all, handled the first quarter-ish of this season well, and you're a 500 football team. I literally don't think you could ask for more. The question's going to be, when the defense has an off game, which will happen, can you make the adjustments? That's the next step. Can you make up a game for maybe what your defense has lacked in one of these? So 303-504-0925, Shump Mazda text line. Let's get to one of my favorite things of the week. It is NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. Hit me that music. We do it every week following the NFL weekend, and we always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. It's going to be really hard to top a quarterback who was perfect. So I'm going to give it to Jared Goff. He was 18 of 18 for 292 yards, 2 passing touchdowns. He also caught a touchdown pass in that game. Ironically, the guy who threw him the touchdown pass also had a receiving touchdown. It's the first time in NFL history that 2 players from the same team in the same game had a passing and receiving touchdown together. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jared Goff. Goff has been, I'll be the first to admit it, pretty underwhelming so far this year. He gets the big fat contract in the offseason. Hasn't been terrible, but he was pretty efficient last year. I think he went the first 10 or 11 games with no turnovers. And he's turned the ball over quite a bit, actually, early in this season. But having a game like that maybe gets him back on track. Detroit's got one of those weird early buys where they're off this week. But come off a game like that, where Detroit's offense was waiting to kind of find their rhythm, and boy, did they find it on Monday night against the Seahawks to the tune of 42 points. Had 6 touchdowns and 8 drives in the middle of that game. And Goff was a big part of it. When the ball does not hit the turf on offense, like, literally think about that. Not a fumble or an incompletion the entire game from an offense. It never touched the ground until the whistle was blown. Pretty wild. And Jared Goff, he gets to stock up because this offense, when they're operating at their peak, they might be the best offense in the NFL as far as just on paper talent and the efficiency in which they operate on both the ground and the air. Like, just for context, I don't know the last time a football team's done this and scored 42 points. Listen to this, Nelly. The Lions put up 42 points, and they had 19 passing attempts and 28 rushing attempts. How is that possible? 18 passes, and you put up 42 points in an NFL game? That's a really difficult mark to hit. But when their offense is rolling like that, they're really good. So Goff gets a stock up. Let's go with quarterback stock down. So through 4 weeks, this team is 2-2, but it's an ugly 2-2. And this guy was mentioned in some MVP conversations the last couple of years, and something doesn't look right. It hasn't looked right for a while. It's Jalen Hurts. He's got 930 yards for 4 games, 4 touchdowns, 4 picks. I think missing Jason Kelce really hurts, even with the addition of a guy like Saquon Barkley, where the rushing game has gotten better for their offense. Jalen Hurts just doesn't look the same. Remember, he had that pretty remarkable season not too long ago where he was throwing the ball all over the yard and tush pushing his way to, like 15 touchdowns. But the turnover numbers are what's concerning for him. So 2 years ago, when they were in the Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts had 22 touchdown passes, which doesn't blow anybody away, but the bigger number was only 6 interceptions. He had 15 last year, and he's already got 4 through 4 weeks this season, including a lost fumble. When he's turning the ball over, that Philly offense, with all the weapons that they possess, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, like, it renders them a notch below what they should be. And that's how you get games like you've seen so far from them this season, where it's, they're playing the Bucs, and the Bucs, midway through that game, have 255 total yards of offense, and the Eagles have none. 0. Now, I think coaching has a lot to do with that, too. I don't think that Sirianni's a good coach. I think his mouth is far bigger than his actual acumen. But you got to find a way, if he's not operating at a high level right now, then help him. Put him in positions to succeed. And maybe that means running the football with him a little more, maybe going a little more read option. He's got 42 carries to 4 games, so he's getting some of that. But you just got to make the game simpler for him, maybe, because he's struggling right now to not throw the ball to the other team. And it's affecting their offense. So Jalen Hurts gets a stock down. Let's go non-quarterback stock up. I don't know how to say this, but that gigantic human being in Baltimore, Derrick Henry, is 30 years old, and he looks like he's 23, rejuvenated within that Baltimore offense. He just ran for 199 yards and 24 carries with a touchdown and a receiving touchdown. Over the last 2 weeks, he's got 350 yards. He's got 480 on the year through 4 games and 5 touchdowns. He's found some sort of fountain of youth playing within the system in Baltimore under John Harbaugh and in the same backfield as Lamar Jackson. Now, as far as results, Baltimore's been very, very up and down. Like, they're capable of waxing a Bills team 35-10 and going on the road at Dallas and beating them 28-25, which the score was closer than it should have been. But they're also capable of losing a game at home to Vegas inexplicably. So their season so far has been a toenail away from potentially winning the game against Kansas City, to a terrible home loss against the Raiders, to a pretty dominant victory at Dallas, to a totally dominant victory at home against the Bills. So they're hard to judge. And in that, because the Ravens have been good, they're going to get the worst of schedules. Like, they have at Cincinnati this week. A game that maybe beginning of the season looked easy, which was a home game against Washington, now becomes difficult. You got a game at Tampa Bay. Like, they got a lot of tough games coming up on their schedule. If they can weather that storm, they're going to be really good. But, I mean, what an addition that Derrick Henry's been. I had some reservations for a 30-year-old running back and relying on him to be a 25-year-old running back. But you know what? Derrick Henry is such a genetic freak, I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe he's going to be one of these Frank Gore guys who plays until he's 38 years old and still gets 4 yards per carry. I don't know. But he's found a way to keep it going. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. Yeah, I think it's Breece Hall. So I'm not judging just off of what happened this past weekend against the Broncos, which was 10 carries for 4 yards. Looks bad. But he was a focal point of that offense, and he's in the same position as Javonte Williams, actually, where he's coming off the knee injury still. I know it happened a while ago, but these take time. He doesn't look quite the same explosive level. So on the year, he's got 174 yards, but he's only getting 3.1 yards per carry, which is awful. The biggest problem he might have right now is he's being outplayed by Braylon Allen, that 20-year-old rookie. And I think as the year goes on, if his season continues to stay at this kind of level, you're going to see that uptick from Braylon Allen just go up, 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 where he's getting maybe now it's 8 carries a game. That'll turn into 12 and then maybe turn into 15 if Breece Hall can't find that gear that he had pre-knee injury. I think he's a great running back. Like, he's got all the different tools that you wanted. Shifty, he's got power, he's got a whole bunch of that stuff. But if he can't figure this out, just by the nature of have somebody else in the backfield who's capable, I think it's going to be pretty difficult for him to keep that same level of production pre-Braylon Allen. NFL teams stock up. I think it's Detroit. That was a win against an undefeated Seahawks team on Monday night in which they scored 42 points and made it look really easy. Their passing offense was perfect. They ran the football with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. For my money, the best two-headed monster of a backfield that the NFL has right now. And just the amount of weapons at their disposal. Now, their defense was terrible, but on the year, they were really good. So maybe that's the outlier game. Maybe that's more accurate to what the defense is. I don't know. But I think their defense has certainly improved from last year and good enough that if their offense even operates at 80% capacity, there's not a lot of teams in the league that's going to beat them. And the Lions haven't lost back-to-back games in 2 years, I believe. So they're able to bounce back even when they play poorly like they did the week prior or 2 weeks prior. They're a really good team. It's them and the Niners and the Vikings, I think, in the NFC for who's the best right now. I know the Vikings are the Niners are 2-2, but just talent-wise, I don't think it's disputable. They're going to be up there. They have a really good shot to come out of the NFC and win the Super Bowl, and they needed a game like that from their offense to prove they're the same level still as they were last year, and I think Monday night did a lot for them. Let's go NFL team stock down. Yeah, I think I'm out. I'm out on the Browns. They just lost on the road in Las Vegas. The team was better with Joe Flacco at quarterback last year. And I don't know what you do with Deshaun Watson. Like, Deshaun Watson seems like a broken shell of himself. I can't think of a single game or moment since going over to Cleveland, which has been hard in the first place because he's barely been on the field. By the way, that was his 16th game in his third year that he's played for the Cleveland Browns. He's got 4 touchdowns, 3 picks on the year. In 3 years with Cleveland, in those 16 games, he has 18 touchdowns in 12 picks. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, Bo Nix, I gave you his numbers to start the show this morning, that he's averaging 4.8 yards per attempt. And he did that with a game in which he only had 60 yards. Deshaun Watson's getting 4.9 yards per attempt. Like, this offense feels impotent. And maybe, with Nick Chubb, they've opened up his 24-day or 21-day practice window. Perhaps getting him back in the backfield is going to help. I would assume that it would, but I don't know if it's going to help enough because that offense is a mess. So the Browns get the stock down. Let's go MVP stock up. Baker's having a hell of a start to the year. The worst game that he had by far was the game that was against the Broncos, and He's still got 984 yards, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks on the year. He's got a couple of rushing touchdowns. He's completing over 70% of his passes. The Bucks, they're a monster. And credit the Broncos defense. They held that in check, but that's the only time this year that they've been held in check. Between Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin's having this good year. The running game's pretty good. Like, Baker's having a hell of a start. And they're trusting him to throw the ball 47 times in a game like they did last week. 347 yards, 2 TDs, a rushing TD. When he's on his game, they're a very difficult team. And I think pretty clearly so far the best team in the NFC South, especially if he's playing at that level. But Baker's having a great start, and he's going to, if he continues this way, going to be in the conversation towards the end of the year. Let's go MVP stock down. I knew things would change when Harbaugh got to L.A., that they'd run the football more, but Justin Herbert has been miserable to start this season. I know he's still kind of dealing with an injury from the offseason, but guys, he hasn't had a 200-yard game yet. He's thrown for 179, 125, 130, and 144. 5 touchdowns and 1 pick on the year, but they can't get into a rhythm. Now, skill position talent seems to be just poof, gone from that team. The team that had Austin Eckler and Keenan Allen and Mike Williams for all those years now has Quentin Johnston and Josh Palmer. Like, not the same. But I think we all would have still expected more out of Justin Herbert. The question is he fully healthy, 1? And number 2, if he is fully healthy, does he have enough help around him? Who knows? But obviously, every year you go into it, you feel like Justin Herbert's going to be a big part of that offense and putting up a whole bunch of statistical numbers. Not happening this year. Best game of the week.
Get your damn act together.
I think I'm going to go with the Vikings and the Packers. Packers just with a late comeback. Most of that game was terrible. You could point to like Steelers-Colts as one of those. You know, Joe Flacco comes in, makes a couple of throws late. But for the most part, it was kind of an ugly weekend in the NFL. Even if the game was close, it wasn't that entertaining. But I have a whole bunch of options for the next one, which is worst game of the weekend.
Settle down just a little bit.
As many options as there are, like you could point to the Ravens and the Bills on Sunday night. You could point to Titans-Dolphins. I think Titans-Dolphins was probably the worst. I was going to say Broncos and Jets just because the offense was so damn bad in that game. It made it unbearable to watch. But at least it was close at the end. I'll go Titans-Dolphins because their offense was just as bad, and it was a blowout. So, there you go. NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. We do it every week following the NFL weekend as we are broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. So I'm generally not a huge fan of big-time college football coaches complaining about rule changes and stuff like that, even if I agree that the rule changes are silly and make the life difficult. You're paid a whole lot of money. Figure it out, okay? Like, I don't need to hear, it's like when Coach K was complaining about one-and-dones. It's like you're paid $15 million a year. I think you'll be fine. Figure it the hell out. So when I saw Lincoln Riley was complaining about something, I kind of rolled my eyes. And then I read the quote. You need to dig deeper. So Lincoln Riley, this from On3 Sports. Here's the headline. Calls for changes to the redshirt rule. And before I saw the quote, my first thought was, okay, so you're sick and tired of guys playing for the first portion of the season being upset with either playing time or maybe not getting NIL money and then redshirting and transferring. You don't like that. Fine. But here's what he said. I think guys should have 5 years. Do whatever you want, play as much or as little as you want, and the only way you get an extra one is if you have 2 season-ending injuries and miss the whole season. I actually kind of like this. I don't think that there needs to be a rule on, well, you only played 4 games, so you're now allowed to be granted an extra season. Like, what they should do, and I actually agree with this, just tell them you got 5. You got 5 years. And you can have one more. I don't know if I totally agree with the 2 season-ending injury things and you miss the whole season. I think if you have one, maybe you can argue. But fine, let's just go with his rule. I think it would eliminate a lot of this stuff. Because, Matt Sluka wouldn't be able to redshirt and leave in the middle of the year and leave his team in the lurch, which, by the way, if you watched UNLV over the last weekend, which I don't know if you would care or not about UNLV and the Runnin' Rebels, but their backup quarterback looked as good, maybe better than Matt Sluka. But we saw this happen a lot before last week's games, which is guys are redshirting because that was going to be the barometer that pushed them over the edge to lose a year of eligibility. I kind of like this. Tell everybody you got 5 years. The standard is not 4 anymore. It's 5. If you start every game for 5 years, then you could be one of these Bo Nix guys that plays 60-some games in your career. If you don't, if you feel like your situation, your sophomore year at whatever school you're at is not ideal for money purposes or for playing time purposes, then stay on the roster, play out the season, and at the end of the year transfer, and it has no bearing on your status as far as how many years you can play or not. I actually think it's a good idea and can curb some of the headaches because this does feel a little bit distasteful that you get midway through a season, you got guys that you think you can rely upon, and then all of a sudden, boom, they're just out. Very odd. But I kind of like this. It can eliminate a lot of the nonsense. Like, if Matt Sluka knew he had 1 year left and no matter what, does he stay with UNLV? Maybe he does. Maybe he continues to play. I guess you could throw him the double birds and be like, I'm out of here regardless. Okay, fine. But I'm just saying, I think it could eliminate a lot of the, it's like being a teammate of LeBron near the trade deadline. You're on a plane back from, a road game in New York, and the trade deadline's the next day, and you're just walking on eggshells on the plane, not knowing if you're going to be part of LeBron's plans or not moving forward. It's a little bit like that, I think, for college coaches when they head into week 5. It's like, am I going to be able to trust that this guy's still on the roster or not? By the way, a couple other things just around college football and the NFL. Going back to the NFL, the NFL is suspending Von Miller for 4 games for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. Now, this stems back from his incident that took place in Texas over the offseason. And I don't have the story pulled up in front of me, but it alleges some domestic abuse, and cops were called, and they found bruises on the neck of a girl he was seeing. Vaughn was not there when the police arrived, but this is another tick in a long, extended box of Von Miller just not being mature. Like, again,
The incident was November 2023, by the way.
Okay, so
was when the
late
incident
last
happened.
season.
Yes,
late
last season.
Not the offseason. Now, I am one of these guys where I'm like, okay, let me wait until a court kind of decides this before you go full bore into something. But Von Miller's had a lot of these instances. It's like you get hit with something and then you just don't care to show up to court, or you have a run-in with the police in another sort of instance, or there's always something going on with Vaughn where he's got to get it together, man. So he's suspended for 4 games. He should come back in early November for their return back to the season, because I think their bye week is smashed in the middle of this, so it's technically 5 weeks is what he's going to be out. He's shown, as much as everybody likes Vaughn around here, I think we can all agree, he's shown in a lot of instances poor decision-making pretty often. And if he could just eliminate that, first of all, his own life would be a lot easier. Second of all, he'd be a lot easier to deal with as far as team functions goes. But it's just another case in which something like this is happening within his life, which stinks. And you wish he just makes better decisions in his life. One guy who does regret decisions that he's made is Davante Adams, obviously, because Davante went to the Las Vegas Raiders in large part because he wanted to play with Derek Carr, and immediately Josh McDaniels said, yeah, that's not going to happen. So Antonio Pierce said something about, and I don't know exactly what this was, Nelly, maybe you can help me, but Pierce floated some sort of vague idea that maybe Davante Adams could be on the trade market.
He liked an Instagram post
That's
where
it.
So one of these NFL insiders said, reportedly Davante Adams wants out of Vegas, and then Antonio Pierce liked that on Instagram.
By the way, Pierce, you're a coach now. Stop doing that. Don't be liking things on Instagram about your team, okay? Don't be doing that. But now Davante Adams informed the team, this from Mike Garafolo. Is it Garafolo or Garofalo? I always forget which way to pronounce it. Garafolo is what we'll go with.
Garofalo is what you can call him.
And Ian Rappaport, they said Davante Adams informed the team that he preferred to be traded. There is nothing imminent, but a situation to watch for sure. And all I can think of, Nelly, is if you trade him to the damn Chiefs, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm literally going to lose it.
I mean, they just lost Rice for the season, most likely. They need a wide receiver.
That's what's scaring the hell out of me, is that the Chiefs always feel like they have no money, but they always have money. Does that make sense? They have no money to pay anybody, and then they have the money. So please don't let that happen. We'll talk more about this as we go along. Jared Bednar makes his first appearance of the year at 8 o'clock this morning. No Mosier today, so it will be myself, Vic Lombardi, and Mike Sanford joining the show. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane next. No Mosher today, so it's myself, Vic, and the coach, Mike Sanford. What's up, Coach?
Good morning. Vic, how you doing this morning?
You heard the intro. Don't look at me with your face at this time of day.
Yeah, you're a little just tired, I'll say. A little tired, a little sleepy-eyed.
You know what time I woke up this morning? 3:37 a.m.
Just on your own?
Just randomly.
Do you want to know a dead giveaway for that? If Vic is sitting in that room before the show starts, he woke up early.
Yeah.
If he wakes up at the time he wants to wake up, he walks in at 6:59 a.m.
Yeah, pretty much. 3:37, and I'd done everything. In fact, you talk about prep work. Read both papers, read everything online.
Vic came in and he told me, I got a top 5 Raiders-Broncos game. And I go, what you been doing this morning? Because you don't come in here with things.
At 7:45 a.m., I will give you a gift this morning.
Oh, my gosh.
I will give you a gift. The top 5 games in the history of the Broncos-Raiders rivalry. And I think I've seen, since 1976, I think I've seen every single one of them.
Well, here's the other thing, Coach. You are, to quote Deion Sanders, you're going to be blessed this morning because it is going to be our first chat of the year with the head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar. He will chat with
is he
us
on today?
8 o'clock this morning.
Oh.
So we'll talk to the coach at 8. You were at the preseason game last night. How was
I
that?
I got to hang out with all the minions of Altitude because
Oh,
I am
yeah.
also a minion of Altitude.
Saw that was an ugly game last night. What was it, 6-1?
6-1, and
Yeah.
I'd say that the product on the preseason ice was about as ugly as the males that were up in the the KSC Altitude Suite.
What's worse? Preseason football or preseason hockey in terms of, in preseason hockey, you don't play your entire team. You play parts of your team. And it just feels like, all right, let's go. Let's get on with it.
Preseason football for me, because the rosters are so big, is
Yeah.
more interesting because like the Tyler Bidet situation
Right.
is going to come about even in the third or fourth quarter of that game. And if you've been going like we all did, going to all the practices, there are some interesting developments in a third, fourth quarter of
Sure.
an NFL preseason game. What I was surprised with, and I've never been to a preseason NHL game. I was sitting next to our guy Raj and asking him like, "What is preseason hockey?
Yeah, what am I
What is
watching?
what are we doing?"
Yeah.
What is it? And his answer was what?
I was no more intelligent for
He
whatever
didn't
his answer
he
was.
didn't give you a. I think it's just basically to get your legs.
Yeah, it seems like working on like
Find
the
your
power
legs.
play, getting the right touches. The thing that really shocked me, there was a period of time, the score was 6-1, and I look out there and I'm like, why is Cale Makar out there right now?
Yeah.
Like, why? In the third period.
Find your legs. They're
Yeah.
just finding their legs.
Just don't
Well,
lose your
That's what
leg.
they're doing.
I think to your point, when Victor asked about preseason football and preseason hockey, I would think preseason football is the better option because there's actual like position battles in preseason football. Like guys can win jobs there. It feels like the NHL is just, we know what we're gonna do. This is just whatever preamble that needs to happen before the season starts, sort of thing. But we'll talk more about that with the coach at 8 o'clock this morning. There's something that hit me yesterday, and we've mentioned this multiple times, Vic. It's an old adage, but it applies on 2 fronts here in town, but I'll start with the Broncos first. God, winning helps a lot, doesn't it? Like
Covers a multitude of sins.
it really does. I told Nelly in the appetizer, I was like, yeah, it's like if you have a gambling problem and you make $40,000 a year, that's a big deal. You have a gambling problem and you're Bruno Mars, you can still go to Vegas and nobody's going to bat an eyelash at you. You don't have to, if you're a rock and roll star, you do some drugs and you go out there, you're just having a good time. You're being a rock star.
Winning
I do
changes
it-
everything. Winning changes perceptions of people. It changes perceptions of teams. I mean, look at it this way. What was our mindset going into this season? We scrutinized a lot of what Deion Sanders had to say, right?
Hold on to that, because I want to get to the Buffs part in a
I'm
second.
comparing that to the Broncos. We scrutinized it. He's 4-1 now.
Yeah.
There's nothing to scrutinize at this point. He's 4-1. Sean Payton, you could be very critical of some of the things he does. D-Mac brings up, why go to the Greenbrier? He's 2-2.
Mm-hmm.
3 of those 4 are at home. On the road. There's not much left there. If you win, that takes care of everything. Every critic is muted. It doesn't matter what you say. If you win everything.
And, Coach, I'm as guilty as anybody. Like, my tone surrounding Knicks, and I can understand that it's the monsoon conditions and blah, 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 but my tone would be a lot different had they lost 10-9 and not won 10-9.
Well, you have to think about just that winning. It's the miracle cure for everything situation. Think about this. If Greg Zuerlein hits that field goal,
Oh, yeah.
do you think that any of us are talking about the 60 yards of passing that Bo Nix had?
I think that's a big
That's
subject.
number one on the topic.
Yeah.
But, I guess on the other side, if Will Lutz hits his field goal from 50 yards, I mean, those sort of canceled each other out. I thought the biggest thing to emerge in the first 4 weeks has been the identity of what the Broncos really are, and that is a defensive monster. And you wrote, I thought, a wonderful piece, Coach, that ran in the Gazette yesterday. In case you have missed it, Coach Sanford writes a weekly column. Is that what it is?
It's called the Coach's Corner.
All right. Do
I like it.
Do you do it all on ChatGPT, or how does it work?
No, I actually, believe it or not, my first scholarship offer was
Yeah.
from Harvard as a football player.
Really?
Yes.
Harvard?
Yes.
I'm having a hard time judging your face. I'm
No,
going to
I-
accept this as the truth.
I'm
I
going to
can
revise
believe
now. I'm going to revise.
Okay.
I wanted to throw the shock jock value out there.
Okay.
They saw my SAT score.
All right.
And they liked me.
Okay.
Then they saw my class rank, and I never heard from them again.
Oh,
So-
gotcha.
So I'm intelligent with terrible work ethic
Okay.
as a student.
Those are the best.
Yeah,
Those
really
are the best.
good. That's
Those
why
are
I'm
actually-
in radio.
Those are great people, actually.
Yeah.
Smart guys who just don't care all
Yeah,
that much.
yeah,
I like
yeah.
those people.
Well, anyway, reading your columns over the last 3 weeks, I've enjoyed them. And this one I thought was your best because the crux of your column was simple. The patience displayed by one Sean Payton after last year's atrocity in Miami, where they gave up 70. When the easy move would have been, and a lot of people thought it was going to happen, the easy move would have been to fire his defensive coordinator and say, we're going to blame him. He's the scapegoat. Let's start over. He didn't do that. He kept Vance Joseph around. How close do you think he came from doing that?
I have my suspicions with absolutely zero foundation of truth that it was very close. Because now it was only three games into your first year. So if you're a head coach, that is your hire.
yeah.
And that is showing weakness, that there's a chink in the armor.
It's also a reflection on your decision making.
Yes, it is. I believe that my guess would be conversations were had at a higher level with Sean Payton and ownership group, general manager, and cooler heads prevailed. And it saved the 2024 season.
Yeah.
I can tell you this. I know for a fact, and I've told these boys, Vance Joseph thought he was getting fired. Vance Joseph was prepping his resume after that game. Just, hey, here it is. Here's what happened. I'm going to catch the blame for this. He kept his job. They fixed the defense. They played much better at the end of that season. And this year, whatever he's dialing up seems to be working. So I want to ask you as a coach now, when you dial up those blitzes, is a lot of that skill or just luck? And when I say luck, the timing of the blitzes.
I love the very first play of the game. I wrote about it in the column. Defensive play of the game was the Justin Strnad sack, 8-yard sack.
Yeah.
And that set the tone. That was cover zero, meaning there was zero safety help. So it's all man-to-man press coverage.
Yeah.
And there were only 4 in coverage. They brought 7. Like
Jeez.
that
That's against Rodgers, too.
Yeah.
that
Or
is
if you
a
miss.
kitchen sinker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what I love about it is it was a tone setter, and it also was taking into account the conditions, knowing that first play of the game, you're probably not going to have a great feel for the football if you're Aaron Rodgers. You're not going to be spinning the football all over with ease. And it also, it was the variety of looks, the different front and pressure combinations, and then the disguises from there on after. Then they play coverage showing the same look. And it's just, Aaron Rodgers was slightly confused. His offensive line was absolutely miserable that day.
All right, follow me on this one, guys. Brett, now I'll bring this up with you before we go to Coach and get his expert opinion. I think one of the reasons why Vance Joseph's blitz scheme is working this year so effectively, number one, they're stout up front. Number two, their pass rushers have the ability and the athleticism to drop back in coverage and mask a lot of those blitzes.
Sure.
So if you're going to bring P.J. Locke, if you're going to bring somebody, they got guys who can backpedal and make things tough for the quarterback. Whereas in years past, perhaps those guys didn't exist.
You're talking about Benito's guys are a little more athletic, can drop back and do that.
They can run.
Jonah Ellis.
They can run.
Jonah Ellis can cover.
They
Yeah.
can run.
That's one of the things, like, especially at the end of the game, I think it messed up Aaron Rodgers. And again, you're the expert on this, Coach. They need to make some passes. And when you bring a blitz, maybe Rodgers sees it, maybe the wide receivers don't. That's where you see some miscommunications. Like when you bring P.J. Locke from the blind side, I think the guys that he were throwing to, one was, I believe, Garrett Wilson, who was on the opposite side of P.J. Locke. I think on that play, if I remember right.
Are you talking about the one late in the game?
Yeah, late in the game.
That it felt like it sealed it, even though it didn't seal it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Felt like it sealed it, and then they had one more shot at it. But that one is just, it takes some balls to dial up a pressure like that. So you see so many DCs in those situations, especially with the way that game was being played. It would have been very easy just to say, hey, man, they had trouble moving the football. We played prevent defense, made sure that they didn't get anything over the top easy. But Vance was like, nope, just keep the heat. Keep putting the pressure on.
Let's go.
I loved it. I think those are decisions that maybe he goes a little bit more outside the box with that stuff, and it works.
I pay attention to the post-game, locker room interviews of the players. And to a man, every defender talked about the plan of Vance Joseph. Mm-hmm. They believe in him.
Yeah.
And they're playing like a group of crazed individuals that are so bought into what their defensive coordinator has been through. Like Zach Allen was there a year ago when his defensive coordinator was on posters at Broncos games about being fired.
Did we really?
Yeah.
They believe. And when you believe as a player and you believe in your scheme, the buy-in factor and the speed at which you execute, it goes through the roof. And the best thing that's happened for this Broncos team is the development of Riley Moss.
Oh, my God.
Because Riley Moss, he affords you the opportunity to play all-out pressure coverage looks. If Riley Moss couldn't play man-to-man coverage and was not a competitor, then Vance Joseph wouldn't be so throwing caution to the wind and just saying, you know what, I'm just going to bring 6 now, or I'm going to bring 7. He trusts Riley Moss. And Riley Moss, you can say the 2 pass interference penalties. Oh, wow. I love that as a coach.
I don't mind it either.
You know what? He didn't give up any big plays against.
I don't mind it either.
With all-out pressure looks.
Yeah, hand fighting in the end zone that leads to a PI, fine. And the difference between this year and last, you remember last year we were wondering, when are these rookies going to get some PT? Riley Moss played primarily special teams. Marvin Mims didn't get on the field. Well, this year, a year later, Riley Moss is making an imprint, and Mims still having trouble getting on the field. Riley Moss, you're so right. Even Ryan Clark on a national level couldn't stop gushing and praising Riley Moss. But I want to say one more thing about this defense. And the reason why it's a story here as we get ready for Raider Week. It's a story because nobody expected this. There's one Pro Bowler on this defense. One. They got rid of the other. All right, Justin Simmons is gone. And they came into the season with a lot of dudes, guys. Nobody looks at the Broncos defense back in August and says, oh, that defense is loaded with talent. Look at all those names. They're not, the names aren't there outside of Surtain. And they're doing it with a nameless, faceless defense, which makes it even better, in my opinion.
That's what's crazy. When they let go of Simmons, you're like, wow, they're going to take a step back at safety. And then we didn't see Brandon Jones the entire training camp.
Who are you?
The only time I saw Brandon Jones, 6:30 every morning as I'm doing the appetizer out there, he's walking on his heels around the field trying to get his hamstring back to strength. And then he jumps on the field. He looks like Simmons. Like, he ball hawks. He hits. He does all of it. He's great.
He's even arguably more physical than Simmons. Yeah. And I love the range of Simmons. I loved, you felt like he was so in command as a communicator in the back end. And that was what my biggest question was. How can you replace a leader, a vocal leader, and somebody who's very football intelligent, has that FBI on a different level, with somebody that didn't even go through training camp?
Right.
Like, this is going to be a disaster.
Like,
Wrong.
he was the calming presence of the defense.
And Brandon Jones is like, his ability to impact the game from a physical perspective, a blitzing perspective, a coverage perspective, he's got more agility. He's more short area quickness than Justin Simmons is. Justin Simmons was a long, rangy, traditional safety. Yep. And I thought with P.J. Locke being a little bit of a shorter guy, Brandon Jones being a little bit shorter of a guy, this was going to be a problem. But it's actually it's allowed for Vance Joseph to use those guys in man-to-man coverage as safeties and play no deep at times. They're leading the NFL right now in cover 0 snaps.
Wow.
meaning that means that 6 or more are blitzing,
Yep.
depending on the formation.
Before we hit the break, can I make a fashion note? Normally, don't like to talk fashion on the show because you and Mosier don't possess much of it.
Uh-huh.
But our friend, Mike Sanford, is there anybody with a deeper closet of assorted sweatshirts and hats representing teams nationwide? I mean, every day you walk in here, it's another team. You got a BYU sweatshirt and a Rockies hat. Why BYU?
Well, first of all, I am representing Float Nation in BYU, the floaters. And my brother-in-law, my wife's brother,
Okay.
is a quarterback coach for the Cougars.
All coaching's in the family on both sides.
Yeah,
for
and then
your
my
wife.
my cousin, my wife's
Okay.
cousin, is a O-line coach for the
See,
Cincinnati
that's a
Bengals.
good coach's wife. No wonder your wife never complains about the time spent away from home. She's a coach's wife.
She,
Yep.
might want to check my text message history.
303-504-0925. Jared Bednar joins us at 8 o'clock this morning. Stick around. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, and you can find Tulatero. It's the favorite lottery app of many. Just download it right now, and you can participate in games such as Mega Millions, Powerball, and Lucky for Life. And if you register with the code MAGIC when you do that, you get a free credit to play in the lottery. And the Powerball is tonight, $275 million. Think of all the things you can do with $275 million. Why not use it with a free credit on Tulatero? So download the app, use the code MAGIC, and you get that free credit to try your hand at the $275 million up for grabs in the Powerball today. That's the Tulatero app, Tulotero, and register with that code MAGIC and try your luck. Tulatero, your lottery app. All right, Coach Mike Sanford in with us today, and we'll talk to another coach, Jared Bednar. And
He's a real
40
coach.
minutes.
He's actually an employed coach.
He's a current coach.
Okay.
A current coach, yes. He's a championship coach.
He is that.
He's got great hair. He's got a whole bunch of things going for him,
Yep.
including a good team that has expectations this year, and we'll talk about those in 40 minutes.
My favorite thing personally about Jared Bednar is his flat bill hat game.
Oh, he rocks
Yeah.
that well.
It looks good.
Like you do.
yeah,
Same
and I
deal.
think Vic
Yeah.
would look really good with a flat
Well, you know,
bill.
this hat that I just got here, thank you, Edel, it usually comes flat bill, but I curved it. I purposely curved it.
Are you like a double rubber band guy? You know, you,
No, I
you
just-
rubber band the
I
bill
I
and
just went like this.
If
I just put it-
if
my
I
thumb.
say coach that rocks the best flat bill
Yeah.
in all of sports, and I say Kyle Shanahan, is that correct?
strong.
Yeah, that's a
Strong.
strong game.
I mean, Kyle's got a good one.
Yeah,
Good
he's got
flat bill game.
He's got pretty good sideline swag.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. I like I think Kevin O'Connell has modified a slight bend.
Does he?
You know
He's
who
almost
else?
the law of averages between me and Vic Lombardi.
You know who else has a really good one?
Mhm.
Prime. He's got a pretty
He
good
does.
flat bill
Prime.
game
Now,
too.
Good.
there's a level of curvature you should have. I just slightly curve, right? Just to give myself a little bit of a curve. Those who curve too much, that go through like a saddle, like take it easy.
Yeah.
You're not riding a horse on Yellowstone. Take it easy.
Does that make you more like? Is it the more bent the bill is, the more redneck you
Yes,
are?
that's exactly.
I
the-
think
Yeah,
so.
you
Yeah.
go from hip. The meter's this hip redneck. That's the meter, and you're either ultra hip like Coach Sanford or ultra redneck. Who's a major bill curvature guy?
Yeah, your guy Dan Campbell.
He's got a lot of curve to it.
It's a
Yeah.
big curve.
But you know, he's got I don't know if it's redneck, but he's from Texas, isn't
No,
he?
he's got some red.
He's got some redneck to him.
The back of that neck has some
Take a
sunburn.
look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah,
neck,
it's been
dude.
burnt before.
I was trying to think like a super bendy curve bill. Was Gruden one of those guys?
He was a
He had the visor that was tucked in pretty good.
yeah, he was a visor guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody who I know off the top of my head, and our texters and our twitchers can help us out. But
Yeah.
that takes the curve of the bill to almost an uncomfortable level on the
Yeah,
sideline.
take it easy.
Yeah.
So we were discussing the idea of winning is this magic elixir that I wish you could bottle it, and I think it could cure anything. I think it could cure. You know, I get allergies right now. If you gave me a bottle of winning, I think that I wouldn't have allergies
Mhm.
the second that I took it.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned earlier though, Vic. We were talking about this in the context of like how you're discussing Bo Nix's start to the year, and being 2-2 certainly helps these things because you're able to work through some of the bad without it really in the spotlight because you're a 500 football team. Have you guys noticed something? All of the hey, they aren't playing the fight song after touchdowns at
Nobody
CU.
cares anymore.
And he's being really prickly with some of the media
Nobody
members.
cares if you win.
They're 4-1 now,
Yeah.
and those stories have disappeared.
You can do
because
whatever
the
the
CU
hell
Buffs
you
are
want
winning.
if you win. You can
Yep.
do whatever the hell you want if you win. If you win, you're exactly right. Do as you please. When you lose, those little things tend to bubble up. And that's the culture we live in. That's just how it works. Losing leads to criticism. And that criticism may or may not be fair, but that's just what happens.
Like I remember after the Baylor game, Coach, I was before the game ended. You know, I'm kind of taking notes during it, and I have things that I put in bold, which are these are my biggest takeaways from the game and things what we're going to discuss when the show starts on Monday.
Oh, you actually prepare for this?
I try.
I didn't know
tried
that.
to. So
I couldn't tell.
the thing that was in bold that I like put 50 exclamation points behind because I thought it was going to be the thing that really lost them the game, the Baylor game, before the magic happened. Special teams was so bad. They give up a kick return touchdown, a 50-yard punt return. Like, they were a mess special teams-wise, and I think it cost them big time. And then we got to the show on Monday, and we barely talked about the special teams because Shador made a cool throw, and what a play in the end zone, and all that stuff just kind of erased it. But that's what it does. Like, all that stuff goes by the wayside, and I wonder what that press conference after the game would have sounded like had that ball not landed in the hands of, I'm forgetting who caught it now. No, Shepard dropped it the pass before.
Oh, LeJontay Wester.
Wester. If Wester didn't catch the football, what does that sound like?
Fine young man, too, by the way. Had a chance to interview him after the
Doesn't he
CSU
have a
game.
twin brother on the
He
team?
does.
Yeah.
He does. They're an awesome family. But yeah, it's interesting. Coach Prime went to the page of the playbook that I think all good coaches go to. When you have a special teams issue, you don't fire your special teams coordinator, because what does that really fix? You don't have anybody else in the staff that's an expert in a very, very niche type of a realm.
Mm-hmm.
You put more starters on his special teams in the UCF game.
Yeah.
And even if you have 2 or 3 starters as opposed to it being a group of walk-ons and third-string players, you know that you have some guys that are in the flow of the game already.
Hell, Patrick Surtain's on the Broncos punt unit.
What are your thoughts on that, by the way? Because I know there's one team, and I just know this from growing up and watching it. My parents both went to Kansas State, and I watched Bill Snyder's special teams, which are always some of the best in the country. He would have Darren Sproles taking kick and punt returns because he's like, he's my best player. Why would I not have him on the field to have the football in his hands? What's your thoughts on like the risk of injury compared to the benefit that you get out of that stuff?
The college game is so different than the NFL game because college kickers, there's 130 some odd Division I college kickers. They're so much more inconsistent. And as a result of their ball placement, their lack of hang time at times, it might be your best opportunity to create space and put your best playmaker in a position to go score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Especially if you're playing against a defense that's really, really good, or they play a ton of tight man coverage.
Mm-hmm.
If in the NFL, these kickers and these punters, they're so good and it's so formulaic, it's almost watching the same thing every week. There are very few plays that are made on special teams in the National Football League because these kickers are the best in the world. Yeah. So I think it's ridiculous.
Well, and then
to play PS2 on punt coverage units.
Well, let's say that you have, I don't know, let's say Jamar Chase, right? And you're like, let's put him back to take punts. And then he gets Marvin Mimsed from last week, which was, oh my God.
Oh, by the way, speaking of that hit on Marvin Mims, that should be an automatic ejection in football.
I agree with that.
I really believe that because you could say, and that dude went and apologized to Marvin, sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it.
Yeah.
You're a punt returner, completely defenseless. They talk about defenseless positions all the time. Listen, when you're a receiver and they call you defenseless, you know contact is coming. You just know it's coming. So, yeah, you're defenseless, but you understand that physicality is coming your way at some point. When you throw your hand up for a fair catch, all bets are off. You're not supposed to get hit. I don't care the reason you got hit. That dude who hit you should be ejected from the game.
Whether it's a fair catch or not, Vic, he didn't even have the football in his hands yet. You know what I mean? Like, he hit him before the football got there.
I would argue that is the most vulnerable position, the fair catch signal, 100%. And being in all of sports.
100%.
Yep.
And if there are times, Vic, where you have a punt coverage player that is blocked into the returner, that to me should be like, it's a reviewable play. And if the coverage player is engaged at all with a punt return unit player, then it shouldn't be an automatic ejection.
Sure.
But if it is just a full shot, you see it and you seek it, because you can eliminate a player in one snap.
Yep.
Let's say it is Jamar Chase.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you do it? Is it because of the $50,000 fine? Maybe the franchise will pay for it with the 53rd best player on the roster that's making NFL minimum.
You know, the league does whatever it can to minimize health risks, right? We've seen so many rules changes. That one seems obvious to me. You hit a dude applying for a fair catch out there, you're gone. And no questions asked. I'd love to know what excuse that guy had. Like, it was wet. I didn't see you. Or what do you think it was?
Have you ever thought about, Vic, you played football. Canner, did you play? Mm-hmm. When you're running full speed in a helmet, like how much your vision
you can
is
actually see, yeah.
But there's some vision altering stuff going on,
sure.
and as you're avoiding, blocks in your full speed, there are times where I wonder if, like, even the guy from the Jets, I don't remember who it was, if he even really saw the fair catch, because all you need to do is one. It's like a split second.
Well, I think he actually hit him as Mims just put his arm up. Because he hit him and Mims' arm was up like this and caught him in this shoulder. Now, thankfully, Mims was back in the game later, but goodness, it just looked brutal.
God, you bring up such a good point about vision, because if you've never worn a helmet and you're watching a game and you're like, how did that guy not see that? It does mess with your vision. The helmet extends beyond the vision, the eye plane. And to turn left or right, you have to make an extra turn. It's not as easy as it looks. And the face mask can screw with you too.
When I was training quarterbacks and coaching the quarterback position, one of the things that I always talked about was that bouncing quarterbacks in the pocket, guys that just jump up and down, Like you are actually altering your ability to see
Yeah.
clearly. And so I was talking about like being thick in the grass, your cleats in the grass and more in these types of movements of subtleties. And I think about somebody running full speed down the field. Not only like you mentioned that helmet, the face mask is out in front.
Yeah.
So it like your eyes can focus on the face mask as you're trying to like
Sure.
there are some weird vision things that do happen on a football field. And that's what makes what Travis Hunter does as a football player even more ridiculously impressive.
Yeah.
The ball skills that he has and thinking that he is constantly moving and he can still adjust his body and see the football. It is absolutely not human.
It's the same concept in the sport that I played too, which guys with big leg kicks, sometimes they would get up on their tippy toe when they went back like this. And hitting coaches will tell you, when you do that, the ball is changing from here to here to here, all in one step. And it's like you're doing yourself no favors. You're hitting a ball that's already moving and now moving more.
Did you guys by chance listen to Brock Heward, who called that CU game? He was on with PHE
I
yesterday.
did.
And he was talking about
Brock's good, by the way.
Brock's great. He was talking about Travis Hunter. And he had an idea that they did not execute, but somebody should. It's a great idea. They need to put one of those step counters or whatever they call those things on Travis
GPS,
Hunter.
they call them
Yeah.
catapults.
Okay. I want to know how much that guy runs during the course of a game.
So
Because they do
CU
it on
has that-
soccer players all the time.
Well,
Wait,
CU
is that the
has
sports bra looking thing?
CU has that technology. It's all intermixed with the video, believe it or not. So the Catapult is a GPS tracking system that bought the film technology called Exos. And so you can actually, as you're watching the film, you can see how much a player has run on that particular
I'd love
play.
to see that.
So CU has that data.
I'd
For
love to see
every
it in
game-
real time during a game.
For every game that Travis Hunter has played, they have every bit of data on it.
A lot of people chiming in. Did you guys happen to see Feinbaum on First Take recount some of the stuff he said? And now he's on the bandwagon. A lot of people are texting the show saying you guys are on the bandwagon again, and I that makes me laugh. What does that even mean? They're winning. They're 4-1. What do you expect? When you win, you get praise. That's how it works. That's
So-
how sports works.
The first 2 weeks of the season, they had a 5-point win over an FCS. Now, good FCS school, but an FCS school nonetheless. And then they got smoked by Nebraska the following week.
Who's proven to not be very good. I don't think.
I mean,
Who's
Nebraska.
That? Yeah, Nebraska's got some flaws. to them. Yeah.
They're probably a 6 to 8 win team.
Yeah, I think
I
it
mean,
sounds
now
about
they
right.
are in one of the Power Two, the two big conferences, but they have problems.
But the point is, like, they had 2 okay to bad weeks to start the year, and now they've played better and they've improved. And now I'm hearing, there's national. I just listened to a national podcast yesterday that said, you know what's crazy? I see a total pathway for CU to make the college football playoff. And it's like, well, yeah,
well, they got to win the conference.
sure. But it's like, I asked the question yesterday to Vic and Moj. I'll ask you, Coach. Can you tell me right now, is any team in the Big 12 definitively better than CU right now?
There is so much parity in this Big 12, and
Yeah.
that's a statement I made in the offseason that CU is going to be in a completely different landscape than they were a year ago. Because at the point last year where CU was 3-0,
Yep.
you know what still lied ahead?
Oregon,
USC.
yeah.
Washington State.
Some really good
Arizona.
Uh-huh.
You know, and right now you don't have those teams at the level they were playing at last year in the Pac-12.
Right.
Last year might have been one of the best years of the Pac-12 in its conference's
You're right.
history. And this Big 12, it is I hate to say it because it sounds like I'm throwing shade at CU and the Big 12, but the Big 12 conference is the upper middle class of college football.
Yeah. Yep.
It is what it is.
And guess what? I think at the end of the season, barring something crazy, it will have one representative in the CFP. One.
Well, you might very well be right. Because here's the thing. Like, SEC and Big Ten, we all know those are the 2 best conferences in college football. They're buoyed very much at the top by like 2 or 3 teams apiece. And if you remove those 2 or 3 teams, then they're the same conference as the Big 12 is.
And
but they have the 2 or 3.
And they got a bunch of teams that will make that at-large seed
Sure.
in the CFP, right? What, you don't think, come on, if Georgia finishes the way you don't think Georgia's going to the CFP?
Yeah, of course they are. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, there are teams that are just able to clear those hurdles because of the conferences they play in. So as much as they've changed things and added a 12-team thing, it's still the same.
Yep.
It's still
More
the same.
SEC teams,
It's the
more
same
Big Ten
thing.
teams are going to
Nothing's
make it.
changed.
They're absolutely
I mean-
going to make it.
That's just the only change is now you're required to carry some of these other conferences in this thing, but it still favors the SEC. It still favors the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing changes there.
Well, they have so much of that top level representative sort of stuff that the Big 12 just doesn't have. Like, I don't know who the best team in the Big 12 is right now. Like, sometimes it looks like
The
Kansas
best team,
State.
the best team in the Big 12 is the one that just lost to a bad Big 12 team, Arizona, and it's Utah. Utah's the best team. They have not played with their quarterback
Yeah,
since
that's a good
week
point.
one. And
They got
when
Zach's
Utah,
brother.
yeah, and he's a good player, but they're treating him like Bo Nix right now.
Yeah.
They're treating him like they don't trust him to throw the football, and everybody's playing crazy heavy box defense against Utah, and they can't score points. Utah with Cam Rising is the best team in the Big 12 and will be a competitor if they can survive
What's
this.
his deal?
I don't know. Like, I feel like he hasn't played like every single week. Utah says
Something.
he is a game time decision, and every single week he does not play.
They said that week one last
Yes.
year, and then he didn't play at all. And
The
you're
whole
like,
year.
What's going on here?
It's
Yeah, I
that's
don't get it.
ridiculous. The college football needs to have the NFL equivalent
you
of
gotta
an
fix
injury
that.
report, and the Big Ten Conference does have it.
Yeah.
It's mandated by conference. The Big 12 needs to do it because
You would think with all the money burned in sports wagering this time of year, that's funny to me that they don't hold that down.
and even being a coach, like preparing for a team that
Yeah.
you just know that other head coach is lying. So, what am I going to do? Just tell the truth?
Exactly. We'll jump back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Vic's got his top 5 list that he wants to get to in a moment as well. Stick around.
Oh, God.
Hey,
Oh, God, that's so good.
Before you start on this, Vic's going
Oh.
to give you his top 5 Raiders-Broncos games ever. Is this your way of trying to curry up some interest again in this game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before you do that, I was just given some information that needs to be shared. Coach Mike Sanford is sitting in the Mosier role today.
Yeah.
He has lived up to his Mosier role to a T. He is like, this is Daniel Day-Lewis like method acting.
Okay.
Stopped at the gas station this morning, got himself a coffee. You know what else? Tell him what you ate this morning.
Had a Hatch Green chili breakfast burrito from Maverick gas station.
Yeah, you're turning into
He ate a gas station burrito. That's
Yeah.
how in character
Yeah.
he is.
But
You-
I didn't let it stay.
My man.
I didn't let it stay in the car overnight.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Yes. But the other difference is, did you notice that if indeed I did have some type of body reaction
Yes.
that could have affected my co-host,
Sure.
I didn't bring it into the studio.
Good.
Yes.
I took a walk 15 feet opposite direction and then did like the circle
Yep.
to make sure I'm looking out for you
Appreciate it.
guys.
Good.
Do you know what he said to me yesterday, by the way? Mosier, after the show, we're standing out here in this little kitchen area. And he goes, should I eat my pizza that's still in the fridge? You know, Mosier, it's like a week old. Don't eat the pizza that was in your car and then you left in the fridge for 5
I've got
days.
another
What are you
Mosier.
talking
I got
about?
another Mosier story later, but you guys are ruining my moment.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We came back from break with the autumn wind.
Autumn
This
wind
was
is a
supposed
We should
to
probably
be a
start
thing.
over. We should
Stop.
we need
Oh, I can't take the
No.
narration again,
No,
can
we're
I?
not-
Oh,
do the
John
whole
Facenda?
narration.
This
No.
is John Facenda.
Well, we just
man.
heard it.
Get to
I
the
know,
last
but
line.
it's the best.
No, we're doing this again. Listen, I prepped for this. All right? And part of this prep was the autumn wind, which is one of the great poems ever. NFL Films. Steve and Ed Sable. John frickin' Facenda, dude. You don't disrespect John Facenda.
The voice of my childhood, Cater.
Kid,
I was giving him credit for method acting.
now go. Give me the last part of it. Mustache. And now, the top 5 games in the Broncos-Raiders rivalry. Nothing like the autumn wind to introduce that. This rivalry goes deep, back to 1960, the Broncos' first season. Did you know that the Broncos won the very first game of this rivalry? 1960, Frank Filchak's Broncos beat the Raiders 31-14. They won that first game. Overall, they've met 129 times. The Raiders hold the edge. They're 73-54-2. There's 2 ties in there. Very un-American, but there are 2 of them. Let me give you, ladies and gentlemen, in descending order, or ascending order, I should say, the top 5 games of the Broncos-Raiders rivalry. November 26, 2017. You may remember this game, a game in which the Raiders won 21-14 in Oakland. Why is a 21-14 Raiders win memorable? Because that's the Michael Crabtree, Aqib Talib chain snatch game. Does that stir a memory?
I do like that.
He'd been wearing chain all year. I wanted that chain, so I snatched it. That's what Aqib Talib said before the game and after the game. In the first quarter of that game, Aqib Talib and Michael Crabtree start hand fighting out of bounds, down the sideline. They get into a brawl on the sideline in the middle of the game. Just a full-out brawl. Stopped everything. They were both suspended a game afterwards.
Worth it?
Yes. And in that game, people forget this. But I always talk to Chris Harris about it. You guys remember Michael Crabtree punched Chris Harris in the stomach in that game?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Punched him right in the stomach.
The man, he wanted to keep his chain.
Well, I don't blame him. There was thievery on the field. By the way, Crabtree, how much longer did he play after that?
I don't
Not
know,
too
but he
long,
wasn't
right?
the same after that. Aqib Talib snatched his chain and his soul. He did.
He played essentially one more year.
Were the words of John Facenda the motivator for Aqib Talib? Because he wanted to be the
He
pillager.
pillaged him.
Yeah.
Snatched his soul. November 22, 1999. Fourth best game of the Bronco-Raider rivalry. Monday Night Football. If you attended that game as a Bronco fan, you will never forget it. The snow was falling and the snowballs were flying. Broncos won at 27-21 in overtime, but afterwards, fans started pelting the Raiders from the stands with snowballs. I mean, just one snowball after another. Charles Woodson grabbed a snowball, made a snowball on the field, threw one, and hit a lady in the face. It was back and forth. Lincoln Kennedy, we've heard this story many times before, he jumped into the stands and went after fans. He had to be pulled off fans in the stands. That is Raiders Broncos at its highest. That is lore.
By the way, I think Lincoln Kennedy was justified in that. If I'm
Hell yeah.
if I'm a much larger man than
Yes.
you and you're trying to mess with me like that, then I think if I can grab a couple of you, drag you by the shirt collar down to my level, I can teach you a lesson.
Kaner, it's a
In the eye.
snowball. It's a snowball.
He got hit in the eye.
Who, Lincoln did?
Yes.
Yeah,
By
He
a
got-
snowball?
Yeah, he could
Yeah.
have lost his eye. I'd have been in the stands too.
I would have done
Could
it.
you imagine if that had been in the fight Twitter edition
know.
that we're in
I
right
know.
now?
Yeah.
Have you guys watched some of these fights that happen at NFL stadiums every weekend?
Dude, I can't watch them. I actually like
It's uncomfortable.
all the fight stuff that they show on Twitter now.
Yeah.
I like scroll past it. I'm like, I can't
it
watch
gets
this stuff.
uncomfortable when
Yeah.
guys go unconscious.
I don't
like
want to
that.
bring my kids to games anymore.
I know. Me neither.
Number 3, October 16. I don't know if you boys were born at this date. October 16, 1977.
I was -5.
-12.
The defending Super Bowl champion, Oakland Raiders. 17-game win streak. Red hot. Hosting the upstart 4-0 Denver Broncos under head coach Red Miller. The Orange Crush defense. They go into Oakland in that game, staring at the Super Bowl champs and that 17-game win streak, and you know what they do to them? They intercept Ken Stabler 7 times. 7 interceptions by Ken Stabler in that game. They threw a fake kick touchdown to their kicker, Jim Turner, the guy who wore high-top shoes. He caught a touchdown pass in that game. The Denver Broncos arrived, and they win 30-7 in Oaktown. That was the arrival game. Number 2, October 24th, 2010. And I bring this up because it was one of the low points in Broncos history. You'll never forget this one because of what happened on the field and what happened on the scoreboard. The Denver Broncos gave up 59 points to the likes of Jason freaking Campbell. He was the Raiders quarterback at Mile High. Jason Campbell.
An
put
Auburn Tiger.
59 on you. Darren McFadden had 4 touchdowns and nearly 200 yards rushing.
Oh, McFadden was a good player, though.
That game, that horrible game, 59-14, would prove to be the beginning of the end for head coach Josh McDaniels here in Denver. Now, number 1 rivalry game, Broncos-Raiders. I don't need to explain this one. This one opened the floodgates. January 1st, 1978, fresh off the 77 season, the AFC Championship game at Mile High. Fans could not wait. The Raiders had destroyed hopes and dreams for years. Think Lakers and Nuggets. Think that. Think of what the Lakers had done to the Nuggets before the Nuggets pulled through. That's what the Raiders had done to the Broncos for so many years. Just dashed all hopes. Well, they come in here. Jim Turner, that same kicker who caught a pass earlier in that season, he missed 3 field goals in that game. And he had an extra point blocked. And if I tell you they win the game with 3 missed field goals and an extra point blocked, you say, how? Crazy things happen. Rob Lytle, early in the game, goes in for a touchdown. He's hit by Jack Tatum, fumbles the ball. They called forward progress, no fumble. Broncos retain possession. They score a touchdown thereafter, and they go on to win by the hair of their chinny chin chin, 20-17. They go on to the Super Bowl, the very first Super Bowl, the greatest win, in my opinion, non-Super Bowl win in Broncos history. They carried the field goal posts down Federal Boulevard after that win. They took him out of the stadium and carried him down the street.
Is that from the story Mosier always tells, that bar that used to be off, is it Colorado Boulevard, wherever that was at, that bar that had the piece of that goalpost?
Yes.
That's the game?
They emerged all over town. People have pieces of the stadium after that game. It was such a breakthrough victory, and it really thrust the Broncos into the national scene after that game. The Orange Crush defense, 77, will always live in the bottom of my heart and top of my mind. That was the game of all games.
Way to go, Vic. Nice work. Nice work. There's the top 5 that you'll hear from Broncos Raiders. This is what happens when Vic gets up at 3:37 in the morning.
Yeah, this segment was brought to you in part by Old Man Lack of Sleep.
Won't be doing that too often.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Vic. Granddad Happy Hour hits a lot harder with that music, though. The NFL Films music. I mean,
Makes it work,
it
doesn't it?
smacks. Texter says this. Can we get into last night's Avs game and Kovalenko's game this throughout the preseason? We absolutely can. With the man who coaches him, Jared Bednar, who joins us for the first time this year next.
.24, and it's time to get serious about your body and about your own health, mentally and physically. You know, I've been with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for some time, and of course, I've dealt with low testosterone, and they're really helping me. But there are a lot of guys who go there because of erectile dysfunction, and you need the right treatment specifically for your situation because every case is different, and I've learned about this. If you're dealing with some form of ED, don't be embarrassed about it. Seriously, don't put off any treatment any longer. Get back in the game, be physically better, but be mentally better because it's going to change everything. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatment success over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men are living better lives, and you can do that as well. Their staff are total experts. Your initial visit's just $99, and you'll get a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then the entire blood work and the appointment is totally free, but I'm telling you, it's going to work. So call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations in Colorado. Take care of it. Do something about it. Do not be embarrassed. Be bold and say, I'm going to fix my life. I'm going to fix my erectile dysfunction. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, yes. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And it's our first chat of the year with the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Coach, you'll be happy to know that, first of all, Mosier is not here this morning. But second of all, filling in for him is Mike Sanford, and he had a gas station burrito to truly fill the Mosier role. Are you happy with this?
Yeah. What's wrong with Moj? He's already taken days off. We are just getting started.
Well, you know what? He's got some sort of reunion thing that he's doing in California and Nevada, and I don't know. I thought the same thing. I'm like, it's too close. We're a week away from the opener, Moj. But
Yeah.
few games in the preseason, Coach. How are we feeling so far about the squad, and how's the team looking?
Well, camp's gone good. The practices, I think there's been an intensity to them, a really good compete level. Guys are getting up to speed. Lots of new faces around and some familiar faces, like with guys coming back that had played for us and the Eagles in the past for some depth. But some of the games have not gone well. I would say my favorite game so far is game 2 in Dallas. Like game 1, probably kind of as expected, two young teams going at it. It was scrambly and, a little bit back and forth, both teams kicking the puck around a little bit. And then we went into Dallas and played a veteran lineup. And we had a bunch of young guys competing, and I thought we did a great job in Dallas. It was the structural play of our game in Dallas was really good, especially what I wanted to see in the D zone was good. We had a couple breakdowns, but for the most part, we were really competitive and played hard and sort of dialed in on our systems. And from there, it's been like 2 disappointing games for me. So we made a bunch of cuts a couple nights ago and cut our roster way down last night, let another 10 guys go. And still got a little bit of a large group here, but we're taking off to go play 2 more exhibition games. And we're going to dress more of our lineup here in the next couple of games. So I'm excited to see, just how the next couple of games go. So far to this point, we've only kind of played 1 NHL line and a bunch of guys that are competing to try to make our roster, and hasn't gone that well for us so far, but there are some bright spots in camps, no doubt.
Coach, how many roster spots are you looking to fill? Do you have a number in mind?
Yeah, there's really 3 openings, which could, be filled with some familiar faces or some new guys. And it's basically the 3 spots from Landy, Val, and Lehkonen. So it's some very good players. Obviously, we're likely not to get a player of that caliber in the lineup. So we may have to move some things around. We may have to move some guys up our lineup that have been with us before and fill some spots further down the lineup. But if we can, get some players, at least 1 up there on the second line, that would really help us kind of keep some things together and start as strong as we possibly can for opening a regular season.
Coach Bednar, this is the gas station burrito fill-in guy. And last night was my first time at an NHL preseason game. I've been on the football side of things as a coach for a long time. What is the intent going into a preseason NHL game? What do you want to get out of a game? Because obviously the result doesn't fully matter. But what were you looking for in particular from a game like last night or, just any of these preseason games?
Well, I think it's 2 things. Like much like football, you want to get some of your starting guys some reps in game action, both 5-on-5 and then also on some special teams. We did that last night with Kale, Mac, and Nico. They were the 3 sort of big guys that played last night for the first time. As you can expect, it's, they're kind of out there feeling it out a little bit too, and especially early on in preseason, we got more games to come. We had Gerard in the other night, Colton and OC, Woods played a couple, and I'm watching to just see if those guys like details or where they are. Usually it's not as high a compete level from those guys as regular season. You're checking to make sure those guys are getting ready and will be at the top of their game come opening night. And then number two, like for us, still with all the decisions that we have to make, and as you can expect with young players, it's a little bit up and down throughout the course of camp. Like one day you'll be feeling really good about a player if he's played, a really good practice, a really good game, and then the next time it dips. Like consistency is often an issue, but last night we dressed, a lot of guys that were fighting to stay. It was a big night for a lot of them. And they ended up letting a lot of them go just because we're just not seeing enough of what we feel like can help us to start a regular season.
Coach Bednar, to follow up on a player that you mentioned there, Nikolai Kovalenko, the 24-year-old Russian, preseason being very important for him. He's a late call up to this team in the postseason a year ago. What have you seen from Kovalenko, and how do you see him slating into your plans for this season?
Yeah, so he's a bright spot of camp. Really good training camp, practice-wise, asking the right questions. We've had a couple like one-on-ones going over some of the mistakes he's made in some exhibition games, trying to get him really clear on, what his role would be, what expectations are. There's certainly major differences from the KHL to our league and what works and what doesn't. But consistently good to very good in practice. And then I would say his first exhibition game was not very good. It's a really quiet game from him. And then he went into Dallas against a veteran team and really dominated the game in a lot of areas and ended up making two great passes for 2 goals. Last night I played him up with Mac and Nico because I think like with the holes in the second line, like without Landy, Val, and Lecky, we could really use someone to play up there without moving like our bottom 6 guys and third and fourth line guys up the roster. Like to give some guys the skill, the ability to play up there with some veteran guys, and he's one guy that I see that should be able to do that, especially if he continues to grow over the next week or so before regular season starts. So, that's some of the things we've been doing, just putting them in the spots that may or may not work for them. And, he had another great game last night. He was noticeable playing with Mac and Nico, both 5-on-5, and the strength of his, is starting to show its power play, being able to make plays, find the middleman in the slot, making plays around the net. He's got really good hands around the net. He scored a bunch of goals there in the KHL. So trying to use him in a similar situation that he was in the last couple of years, and he's looked really good. He's a bright spot on the front end for us for sure.
How about the 19-year-old, Cal Ritchie? What are the plans with him? Because he looks good, but he's 19, and you got a veteran sort of group out there. I mean, what's the plan with Cal Ritchie?
Yeah, he's elite talent. Like his vision, playmaking ability, power play especially, you just see the raw talent, and 5-on-5 at times too. And then you've seen the shootout move. Like offensively, he's ready to play on our team and help us. Has a lot, it's a different game in junior. You're playing against a bunch of young kids. When you're a top end guy like him and a top point producer, it's about that more than checking, and you got to be able to do both in our league. So he's got a little bit to learn, and we're working with him too. I've sat down with him multiple times. So is our management team. Andrew Cogliano has been a huge add to our management team because he can give the players, like he obviously played a long time, was very successful, changed his role multiple times, had to adapt to stay in the league and continue to contribute to a winning team. And so he has a lot of knowledge that he can pass on to guys like Ritchie. And now he's kind of put in that role. He's doing some coaching, some management work, and is able to relay a lot of information to a guy like Ritchie. And we're watching him grow here, and we're, as far as the plan for him, it's flexible right now. We're open to any one of, 2 or 3 options, and we have some time with him. So he's going to get more looks here yet as preseason goes on, and we're also going to try and play him with middle Middlestat. We'll play him with Colton. He'll probably play like wing a little bit in the last couple of games to lighten the load. Like one of the most difficult positions to come into our league as a young guy is center, because it's just such a big responsibility where you got to arrive in D zone coverage and help your D a lot on the breakouts, and the coverage down low is obviously super important, and it can happen fast for a young guy. We want to see how much of this information he can absorb and how tight he can make his checking game and continue to do the things that we know he's going to be able to do on the offensive side of it. But I would say, like, as a young guy coming in, he's had a good camp and a good showing. He put a lot of work in the summer to be ready, adding some size and strength. And, we'll just see where it takes us.
Visiting with the Avs head coach, Jared Bednar. Coach, which player can you identify that came back from the offseason, perhaps bigger, faster, stronger, surprised you most?
I think there's a couple guys here, and it's not necessarily guys that were on our team. I touched on Richie.
Mm-hmm.
He gained a bunch of weight and size and strength, which I think is really good for him. I think he's probably still getting used to that, like carrying that weight around the ice. Sam Malinsky is probably my number one elite skater. We saw him a bunch last year. And, we've got 8 NHLD here right now, which is deeper than we've ever been, along with some really good call-up options like Jacob McDonald, Callie Rosen, who have played for us in the past. But Malinsky has come in, no question, stronger, more confident. Hasn't affected his skating at all. He's a really good puck mover. Like, came out of college, played for the Eagles, played for us last year, and he's had a fantastic camp. And then another one of our prospects, Steinberg. He's a straight line, heavy, fourth line kind of role, physical, penalty killer, and in the last year, the consistency in his game and the growth in his game. Like, he played, I think, already 4 exhibition games for us. He's the one guy that played all 4 games. And, that was by design. He wasn't penciled in for anything more than 1, maybe 2, and he earned himself 4 games. We assigned him last night to the Eagles. Still has a little bit of growing to do, but I think there's a very good possibility that over the course of the season that he plays games for us after just coming out and going to the Eagles for a year. He's been really good for us in training camp and can fill a role. It's a role that translates from the American League to the NHL. If we need a fourth line penalty killing winger, I think he can come up and give us games.
Coach Bednar, with apologies to our listeners and watchers, I'm going to get in the weeds here schematically about something that I think
football coach talking hockey.
Oh yeah, it's going to get a little deep here, Coach Bed. But how long have you been a flat bill guy? Because your hat game is on point.
Probably my whole life.
It's my guy right there.
A long time. Yeah.
Why? I'm just curious. Why the flat bill?
Yeah, I don't know. I like the fitted hats over. And I have some snapback ones too, but I don't know. That's just how I like to wear them. I like to wear them low, and I like to wear them pretty straight. Just you see, I never could understand guys that wear a hat and it's like sitting up on top of their head. But I like to, I don't know, keeps the sun out of my eyes. But that's just how I wear them. I don't know. It's my style.
So wait, when you're on the boat in the off season, or maybe it's the night that you guys won the cup a couple of years ago, you popped a few open. Does that flat bill go backwards at the end of the night, or does that always stay forward?
When I was younger, it wore backwards a lot, but I keep it forward now. I'm too old to be wearing the hat backwards.
Well, I mean, we were talking about this earlier. There's only a few coaches in this league that can pull that off, and you're one of them. So congratulations to you. It's a good start to the year hearing that, I'm sure. Yeah,
you're top 2, Coach Bednar, in the power rankings of the flat bill coaches.
How about that?
I'm a wannabe. I look to guys like you for motivation, inspiration as a flat bill guy myself. Kyle Shanahan up there as well.
Yes, yeah.
Coach,
Kyle Shanahan's another.
I will pay you $17 if you wear a fedora for game 1.
I listen. I'm a throwback when it comes to that stuff. I love hats.
Yeah.
I've recently purchased another like sick cowboy hat,
Okay.
but I don't bust them out all the time.
Oh,
but I
that'd be
wear those
nice.
low too. I like wearing those low and and then I have a certain style with it. So pretty happy with some of the ones I've got now.
Well, it seems like, what's the head size? It feels like you're wearing a big noggin hat, like a big size hat.
I'm 7.5.
Oh, that's actually not bad at all.
I don't even know my head size. Do you know your head size?
I'm between an 1/8 and a 1/4. I got a tiny head.
It's because, Vic, you have a belt on the back of every one of your hats.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean,
imagine-
Coach, can you believe? Like,
Good
can you
point.
imagine being the guy that's doing the Velcro backs or the thing that's got the belt? I mean, how old do you have to be?
I've never understood the.
No.
Whatever. I don't even know my size.
The one with the belt and the buckle, like it's like when I like to wear it low and tight. So I mean that one will dig into your head a little bit. Like it's got to be fitted or snap back at worst.
Exactly right. Well, Coach, always happy to talk to you. Glad we're getting this going again, and we'll talk to you next week before Game 1.
All right, appreciate it, fellas.
See you,
Thank
Coach.
you.
Appreciate you.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joining the show for the first time this year.
So I'm just curious, how many people out there know their exact head size? Because mark me down for I have no clue.
7 3/8.
No clue.
between 7 and 8 and 7 and a quarter.
Nelly, do you know your head size?
Not off the top of my head, if you'll pardon the pun, but I can look at some of my hats at home. I read the label.
Like, put my hat on. See if this fits you. This is my size. What would that make me? Brett's trying my hat on with the belt buckle on it.
Okay, we're about the same.
Same size?
Yeah, it actually fits
So
pretty good.
you both are on, generally speaking, on the smaller side, not tiny, smaller side of head size.
You think
Yes.
you're better than me?
I didn't say that, but I'm 7 3/8. But I think in my 40s, I've had a little bit of the Barry Bonds effect,
Oh.
where my head has gotten bigger.
Roy's
Yeah,
getting
a
to you a
little
little
bit.
bit.
or it could be the gas station breakfast burritos, and it's just
going
making my
straight
whole
up here.
body fat.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you're like me, Coach, because I've switched the snapbacks because they're easier, because I can't buy a fitted hat online because I don't know if the 4th or the 8th is better.
It's
and
a-
I can't
it's a
have
real
it-
problem.
I can't have it
You
not
have
fit
to-
right. I have to wear it and then buy it.
Yep, I've had to send back hats 7 3/8 that were too tight, and then I've had 7 3/8 that were too big.
Yeah.
You just never know.
That's why I don't buy shoes online anymore.
Shoes is the
Same
same
thing.
Like those On Clouds, Vic, that you're wearing. I think you have
Yeah,
On Clouds.
yeah.
Those things, you just never know.
I ordered a pair of Adidas off of Instagram once, and they came back size 14, and they were cardboard.
That is true, actually.
and they had 2
He got
stripes
duped.
instead of 3.
He got duped.
Where'd you get it from? Did it say like
Some-
.ru on,
It's
on the
funny.
web address?
It took like 8 months to arrive. I was like, what is taking so long?
Well, before they got there, Vic was just like, I told him, I was like, they just took your money. You're not getting
They did.
anything now. But he actually got the package.
Were they
and it was
actually
worse.
cardboard?
I'm not joking. They were made, they were like paper thin.
Oh
And-
my God.
And they were
Yeah.
like 8 sizes too big, even though I ordered my size.
Just quickly, I think is really interesting. He was talking about 19-year-old Cal Ritchie has a few different options of what they're going to do. And one of those options sounds like it could be that he'd be on the roster.
No, they
Now-
got 3 spots open.
19-year-old with this veteran group fighting for a championship. Again, elite offensive player. He said he's got to work on some things defensively, checking all that stuff, but he came into camp bigger. Something to keep an eye on as we head into the first game of the regular season a week from tonight. 303-504-0925. You can catch Bednar every Wednesday at 8 o'clock right here on this program. When we return, I want to play a game of true or false with you guys.
A lot of games today.
A lot of games.
lot of
Can I get
organized
a very
segments.
quick true or false?
Sure.
Did I fulfill Mosier's duty as the cosplay of Mosier today?
No.
No,
you're
because
so-
you asked,
no,
you
not-
asked questions.
Not only did you ask a question that ended with a question mark,
Yes.
but you weren't long-winded enough.
Yes.
Usually he goes on for a minute and a half and never asks the question, just makes a comment.
Like his question is, he speaks for a minute and then he just goes, right? And that's the question.
True or false? Did I get the last goodbye in to Coach Bedsy?
You may have.
Oh, did you?
I did, which is a Mosier special.
Fill in the role. See,
Yeah,
this
good
guy
job.
knows where he's at. All right, back after this. So, Circus Sportsbook is open in Colorado right now, and let's just play a game of what are the odds for the Broncos to win the division? They're 2-2 right now, which I don't think anybody expected a month into the year. But if you want to bet on the Broncos to win the AFC West, it's plus 2,500, and you can find that in so much more on the Circus Sportsbook. Listen, guys, not only is football right in the thick of things right now. We got the MLB playoffs going on, and you can find a ton of prop bets for all of these wild card games happening tonight. So download the Circus Sportsbook, and you will find the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com, and always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Did you just admit to me that you slapped the box?
I do slap the box. I was telling Vic, it's a very uncultured take, but I started buying something called Black Box at King Soopers, which is boxed wine
Yeah.
that has, I guess, 4 750 bottles in it. and it's actually decent.
You guys drink
And
wine?
it's $18.
Isn't it called slap the bag?
Slap the bag, yes.
I didn't know you guys drank wine. I thought this was a sports
It's a
station.
rare occasion.
I thought
That's all I drink.
all we drink is cold beer.
No. And that's Mosher. You're Mosher's.
Oh,
okay.
it's
All
beers.
right.
Yeah. Me, it's beers, whiskeys, and tequilas somehow, and gin, all mixed in different
Yin?
ways.
Little yin.
But I've occasionally become, you know what, tonight, a few glasses of wine sort of thing.
The
And I tell
older-
Vic, my glasses aren't restaurant glasses. It's I take a glass and it's full. Those are my glasses.
The older and more refined you get, you go to the wine.
I suppose that's it. You don't got to cut the music.
You
Sorry,
go to the
Nelly. We'll
grape.
get to it. Yes. Start up that cheesy game show music again because I want to play the role of host and have you guys answer a few true or false questions in the
Please.
NFL so far. So, first question I have, I'm going to start with some Broncos and then get more around the league sort of questions. So, starting with the Broncos. Right now, according to the ESPN FPI, they have a 39% chance of making the postseason. Do you just think that number's true or false? Does 39 sound right?
I think it sounds about right. That's where I would have put him, somewhere in the 30s. Yeah.
I would go with false. I think it's higher because of this division. I don't think this division's particularly good right now.
We'll find out in the next 2 weeks.
We're going to know. And I've always said that the Broncos, if they can start this season with the 3 out of 4 on the road in a fairly decent spot, it's going to come down to how they perform against the Chargers and Raiders.
You know, when you put it that way, these next 2 weeks, because they're home games against the teams you're tied with right now, this might be the most important 2-week home stretch of the season.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
And even more, maybe of the last decade.
All right, calm down.
Well, no, no postseason.
No, you're right.
9 years? Is it 9 years? 10 years?
Yeah.
And you haven't beaten the Raiders since I think you were a coach.
Or since that poem was read. our now very famous segment.
By the way, if they beat the Raiders this weekend, they give them a straight up 50-50 shot to make the postseason with a win this weekend. Second question. I think you answered this earlier, but I'll ask it again. Riley Moss is the long-term answer to be opposite PS2.
True.
True, and true.
Love his game.
Ultimate competitor. If you're not going to be the number one corner in the NFL like a PS2 is, be feisty.
He's physical,
100%.
man.
Be the guy that's
He might be their best tackler.
he's a guy that he's like a chihuahua biting at your kneecaps.
How do you like the way his form tackles?
He looks-
just tackles well.
He tackles well. He competes. He's all over the place. Great player.
True or false? Vance Joseph is the best defensive coordinator in the NFL.
I think what he's dialing up is working now. That is a very tough question to answer. There are great defensive coordinators that perhaps aren't bringing their A game. He's got his A game. Right now he is.
If I
way
amend the
he's
question
performing.
to right now, 4 weeks into the NFL season, has he been the best?
Through 4 weeks, true.
Okay.
Would this exact model hold up in the postseason?
We'll see.
I don't know because you're playing against the best quarterbacks in sometimes inclement weather, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's going to be like it was against the Jets, but these elite quarterbacks, the Witch in Kansas City, they will exploit that. Those cover zero pressures, they'll have answers for.
Again, these are very early questions. I understand a lot of things can change, just how you feel at the moment. Jaden Daniels is the only all-pro caliber quarterback of the rookie bunch.
Long-term all-pro quarterback?
Yep.
Again, given
I know
the
it's
moment,
early.
he's the best of the bunch. I'll say that. He's the best of the bunch.
Okay.
You haven't even watched the best of the bunch play in an NFL regular season game
Oh,
this
we
year.
haven't seen
Big Penix
Penix's
energy.
guy.
Oh, wait till you see that Penix.
Yeah.
It's gonna be something else. Jaden Daniels was my QB1 in all seriousness after my evaluation process. Dude is an absolute stud. Not only is he the best rookie quarterback, he's a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League in how he's played through his first 4 games. And his arrow is trending up.
Bro,
Yeah.
82% completion rate his last 2 games. That's unheard of.
No, I think it's 82 on the year.
On the year?
I think it's on the year. He's 89 over
Check
the last
that.
2.
If it's 82 on a year, I'm ready to take a step outside.
82.1.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
On the season.
Yep.
Through 4 games.
Yep.
82%
He's
completion rate.
87 of 106 on
And
the
I,
year.
and I love all these old hot take artists from back in April talking about Jaden Daniels. All he can do is run. Really, he's in the highest level of football and completing over 80% of his passes.
And he can do that.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, he hovers at 80 or more yards almost every game,
Yep.
rushing the football.
The Minnesota, true or false? The Minnesota Vikings are the best team in the NFC.
False.
False, too. I'll go false.
Sam Darnold will reveal the fact that once the picture starts changing defensively for him, he cannot see it consistently.
Yeah.
The Vikings, their shine is starting to fade, and it started in that second half against the
I'll
Packers.
make you feel good. I think the best team in the NFC are your Detroit
I
Lions.
agree.
See?
True.
I
True.
think I'd still lean Niners. I know they're 2-2. I'm still going to lean that way for now.
Yeah, but double Achilles tendonitis. I don't
Yeah, I
like the
know.
sound of that.
Mhm.
But Mason's running for $120 a game.
Yeah, but he doesn't do all the other
No,
things
he
that Christian
That
McCaffrey does.
offense that you have in Detroit with all those weapons,
It's crazy.
Just the backfield alone, my God.
Yep. True or false? Devontae Adams, who has now requested a trade from the Raiders, will be a Chief.
False.
Oh, God, I don't know how they make room for him.
Power
I don't
ranking,
know how they do
Power
that.
rankings are Jets 1, Aaron Rodgers. They're gonna the reunion, and then 2 would be Saints because that's who Devontae Adams thought he was going to pair up with was Derek Carr.
If he's a Chief, I will throw everything in this studio.
Why? You see this happen in baseball all the time.
I can't stand how the Chiefs always have no money and then always have all the money.
This would be the most Dodgerish thing of all time.
Yeah.
If Devontae
But think
Adams
about it.
ends up a Chief.
If the Chiefs did lose Rasheed Rice for the year, they got some issues at wideout. They're probably shopping. Like, maybe.
Yeah, but they're not shopping shopping the discount aisle. I don't think they can afford to go with the elite.
The
at
Chiefs
that
are
price
more in
tag.
the Nuggets situation.
Yeah.
Where they're right at
They're on the
cap.
apron.
True or false? Doug Peterson will be the first coach fired this year.
Either him or Sirianni.
The post-game presser from Doug Peterson
It's weird.
was very weird, and that is typically a sign that it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
The henchman is coming.
When they ask you, because your team's 0-4 and your quarterback you paid a bunch of money to looks terrible, are you worried about your job? And he basically goes, why? Because your team stinks. That's why. And they've been bad for a little bit now.
And you have a knee-jerk reaction owner as well, not to mention.
Yeah.
Plus, you're going backwards. His first season in Jacksonville, remember, they surprised everybody. And the expectations went through the roof, and they're not meeting it closely at all.
And that season got Trevor Lawrence that deal because last season wasn't great. And now that franchise is tied to Trevor Lawrence, who through 4 games does not look good.
The Washington Commanders will win the NFC East.
True.
God, isn't that crazy?
Why not?
Cowboys and Eagles there, and I think that they will too.
No dysfunction in Washington right now.
How is that possible?
All the dysfunction. They hired a basketball guy, right, Vic?
They sold the team.
Yeah. He hired a basketball to run the football operations, and guess what? He's doing pretty well.
And it starts at the top. They sold the team.
They did. I really like what they're doing. I like the fact that they're playing like a team that enjoys playing football together, unlike the Eagles, unlike the Cowboys.
What if,
And you know
what
what?
if Devontae goes there?
They're fun to watch. That's a fun product.
Yeah,
It
they are.
really is a fun product to watch.
I'm actually, you know what? I would kind of love to see that. Devontae traded to Washington, give Daniels another weapon. Ooh. 2 more. True or false? The Jets will miss the postseason.
True.
I'll say true.
Dysfunction.
Yeah,
They
you've
do.
already seen cracks, right? When the coach and the quarterback do not see eye to eye. It's
They
pretty
don't.
obvious.
And I think that Robert Saleh and Nathaniel Hackett have not seen eye to eye since Hackett's been there.
Did you guys hear Garrett Wilson?
Oh, I did. I did
Didn't hear
see
about
that
this
quote.
one?
Yep.
The quote was, "They're having me run one route on the route tree. They're not letting me be creative. They're not doing anything offensively that is outside the norm. It's the same offense, same plain Jane all the time."
He went to the place that all coaches hate hearing one of their players say and said, well, when I watch all these other games on Sundays,
Oh, yeah.
I see all this creative stuff. And we just pretty much run what we run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
You know, for all the stuff that Aaron Rodgers hates about, like, Robert Saleh, do you think he ever looks at Hackett, who's calling the plays and running the offense for him, or not? Or is Aaron Rodgers just running the offense so we can't blame Hackett?
That's part of what makes Nathaniel Hackett Aaron Rodgers' perfect companion because he allows him.
Yeah.
He gives him the keys to the Ferrari.
Last one here. True or false? The Chiefs will win a 3rd straight Super Bowl.
False.
Who you
Someone's
got?
going to knock him off.
Who you got, Vic?
I don't know, but I think
You're just going field.
I'm just going. I'll take the field in this one.
So it probably would be the current form at the end of the season of the Ravens or the Bills.
I just think they'll
right?
get knocked off.
Would you say that's maybe
Yeah.
Lions?
I smell an upset.
Maybe Lions.
Maybe Detroit. maybe San Fran.
I hate to say this, but I'm going Chiefs are going to three-peat. True. And the reason, because of number 15 and Spags in the postseason is always phenomenal.
So unconcerned about some offensive struggles so far. You know what's weird about Mahomes' season? He's turned the ball over quite a bit.
Yeah. But didn't Mahomes do this last regular season as well? Last regular season didn't look great. Do you remember the game
He waited
against the
through the
Broncos?
regular season, and then once things got tight, he finished games.
Mahomes is playing chess, fellas, and he treats the preseason, or he treats the regular season like most NFL starting quarterbacks treat the preseason. He just experiments. I'm just going to throw to this guy, see if he's any good. I'm going to work on this ball placement on this particular concept. He's just prepping for the postseason run during the regular season.
He's got 6 touchdowns and 5 picks so far through the first 4 games last year. He had 8 touchdowns and 3 picks. So slower pace than last year, but I'm with you. It just feels like there's going to be something that flips midway
They're
through the year.
4-0 though.
I know.
By the way, you did the whole true or false thing wrong. You don't know how to ask a true or false question. True or false? What time is it right now?
What do you mean?
That's how you
Which
ask
one
a question.
did I mess up?
It's never true or false. You have to ask a question after asking true or false.
But true or false, what time is it? That's not a true or false answer.
Oh, I see.
Gosh,
I'm sorry.
dang.
I
How
thought you were
long does
actually
it take for you to get the joke?
Sorry. Vic asks true or false all the time, and he does it incorrectly.
I asked true or false, then asked
Yes.
a follow-up question. Is
True or false? Who's your favorite quarterback?
Yes.
Like, he does that. I didn't know I thought he was saying that I was doing what he usually does.
I'll
I
tell
got
you what,
now.
True Truerson, hell of a player. True Truerson, love that guy. Great arm talent.
Shortly, I'm going to tell you how you can win a pair of tickets to tonight's Rapids game. Is they're back in action. They're playoff bound today, or this season, and the game is what time tonight? We got it at 7 o'clock against the LA Galaxy, and you can hear it right here
Great
on
weather.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tell you how you can win some tickets next.
Who won this trade between the Timberwolves and the Knicks? The Nuggets did. You just got smaller, okay? First off, you're putting 6'8" Julius Randle onto the floor. Jokic could be bothered by Cat sometimes. Not terribly, but he could be. Jokic doesn't even get to see Julius Randle.
Dude.
He's going to shoot right over him. So that's no problem. Secondly, any lineup that you want to have now with Gobert and Julius Randle on the floor together, that is two dudes that are not floor spacers right there. So number one, all you've done is limit how dynamic you can be offensively, and number two, you've clogged the floor. And who's that guy on the perimeter? Oh yeah, Anthony Edwards. Why are you making it harder for him to get to the rim? Oh, if I was Chris Finch, I'd be beside myself that my organization just made that trade. Yet they did it. This is a win for Jokic and the Nuggets that Cat is out of here.
That is Kreckman yesterday talking about this Wolves and Knicks trade that I think shocked us all over the weekend, that Karl Anthony Towns just out of nowhere gets traded to the Knicks. I tend to agree with him, Vic. I think that what Minnesota did is they ate being a little bit worse this year for the longer-term prospect of extending a championship window with Anthony Edwards. I think that's what they did.
I'm in wait-and-see mode on this. My initial reaction was, oh, great, Cat is out of the West. That's awesome. But you got to understand why Minnesota made the move. Minnesota made the move for two reasons. Financials, primarily. And number two, they wouldn't do this if they weren't sure that they have somebody in mind to pick up a lot of those minutes. And that somebody's Naz Reid, guys. This is more of a pat on the back to Naz Reid, who they are sure can do offensively a lot of what Cat did.
Naz Reid as a sixth man, right?
He was sixth man of the year.
Really good. But we've seen this time and time again in the NBA when a sixth man all of a sudden becomes a regular starter.
Well, he may not start. He'll still be sixth man.
Who will be their fifth?
Oh, they'll go with Julius Randle and Rudy, and then Jalen, what's his name? The guy who dunked late or tried to dunk late. McDaniels.
Oh, Jaden McDaniels.
Jaden McDaniels, Anthony Edwards, and Mike Conley. That's your starting five.
I just think the Twin Towers, like having two very established present bigs, their look and feel changes.
But they can do that if they want to. If they want to bring against the Nuggets, if they want to bring Naz Reid off the bench,
here's
they
the thing,
put
though.
that big body in there.
To what Kreckman said, Naz Reid did not affect Jokic on the offensive side of the floor. When Jokic was on offense, had no effect on him. Like, couldn't defend. The only guy that was decent at defending Jokic in that series against Minnesota last year was Cat. Because Cat was big enough to be able to hang with him.
Cat did play well defensively.
They don't have one of those guys anymore. So maybe they're just relying. I mean, Cat scored the ball too. I mean, I don't know. He had a good series against him. But I want to transition that into something else, Vic. And just to let you guys know, the Rapids are officially bound for the 2024 Audi MLS Cup playoffs. But the fight is far from over. There are 2 home games remaining in the regular season. And the Rapids will be taking on 2 Western Conference powerhouses with LA Galaxy tonight and the Seattle Sounders on the 5th. So be there to support the Rapids as they push for a higher seed in the coveted home field advantage in the postseason. Tickets are on sale now at ColoradoRapids.com. And we have tickets to give away. Do we got a keyword here, Nelly, that you want to roll with?
Playoffs.
The keyword is playoffs?
Don't talk about playoffs. But yeah, all you got to do to enter the running for a pair of tickets to tonight's game, is text the word playoffs and your first and last name, playoffs plural, and your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you'll be entered.
You'll be entered for a chance to win those tickets to tonight's game against the Galaxy. Now, Vic, you were looking at something on ESPN?
Yeah, before I get to this, I want to remind tomorrow at this time, or slightly before this time, Katie Wingy will join us live from Abu Dhabi.
From the Dhabi.
Yeah. She told me that she's out with the players right now. They're riding camels in the desert as a team.
As you would.
I wouldn't do that.
Why?
You ain't getting me on one of those things.
Why?
Ain't happening. Don't trust them.
Not all camel humps are created equally either.
I don't trust them. And
That
what's
is
the
true.
point? What are we doing here? They go slow. They're not fast. What are we doing here?
To say you rode a camel,
I ain't
I
into
think
it.
that's pretty cool.
You can go down to Cabo San Lucas and do the same thing. They have them on the beach in Mexico.
Camels?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Cabo camels.
Yeah.
Big time Cabo camels.
We'll go anywhere. Camel. I'll get you a camel. You want a camel? I'll get you a camel.
We have Colorado camels
We'll
as
have to
well.
go all the way to Abu
Oh, do
Dhabi
ya?
to ride a camel.
There's Colorado
ain't
camels.
doing
I think those are called alpacas.
I think there's actually camel
Anyway,
ranches.
Kevin Pelton of ESPN, he does these projections, and it's all based on math projections.
Okay.
Roster, what you've done last year, over, under, win totals, all this stuff. He has the projections for the number of wins, average number of wins, he calls it. Where do you think he has the Denver Nuggets average number of wins this upcoming season? How many wins do you think he's got that number at?
Let me just kind of base it off last year. I forget they had 58 last year? Do you remember, Vic?
I think they finished with a franchise record. They
57.
tied the franchise record. Yeah, they tied it.
57. I'll say he has them at 55.
What do you think, Coach?
I want 53.
47.4.
Really?
He's got him fifth in the Western Conference in average wins. And the teams in front of the Nuggets, a couple of these teams, I'm like, what? Like, one of those teams I get. He's got Oklahoma City as the most wins in all of the NBA. Oklahoma City at 53.7, more than the defending champion Boston Celtics.
47 wins, by the way, would be an 8 seed last year in the Western
Yeah.
Conference.
That's where he's got him at. Number 2 in the Western Conference, the Memphis Grizzlies at 51.1. And that's when I walked away from this and said, all right, let's just go ahead and throw this away. Now, I get it. Ja's coming back. All right, a full season of
John
Ja.
makes a difference.
I don't think he makes that kind of a difference. Number 2 record in the West. No. That ship has sailed. Do I think they're going to be better? Yes. Do I think they're the second best team? Average win? No, I don't. I just find that hard to believe.
The thing that I hate about these basement-dwelling Cheeto finger nerds that prognosticate all these types of things, first of all, he's going with the assumption that there's going to be an incredible amount of parity. If the what was it, number 5 team in the West would have 47 wins,
Yeah.
like you said, that would have been 8th place a year ago.
Yep.
So that's assuming that this is going to be a very tightly contested Western Conference throughout the year. Number 2, Ja Morant's going to Ja Morant, and the computers don't account for Ja Morant's off the court behavior.
Yeah. Was hurt last year, too. You know, I was just looking this up. So Memphis won 27 games last year. They were 6-3 in games that Ja Morant played.
Yeah, whatever. I don't see them jumping to number 2 in the West. Okay. Number 3, he's got Dallas. Number 4, he's got Sacramento at 49.4.
Yeah.
Ahead of the Nuggets.
I actually like Sacramento. Their athleticism.
They added DeMar DeRozan, if you remember.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes was traded. DeMar DeRozan shows up. So they've got more offense. They've got a lot of options.
I'm not buying the Memphis hype at all. I am a little bit more buying the hype of Sacramento being more in the picture this year if they stay healthy.
Back to that Minnesota thing. Who won the Minnesota trade? He's got Minnesota 8th in the West, 42.7.
No.
I'm reading this because this just doesn't make sense to me.
If I had some sort of math,
I don't like math.
some sort of calculator that he's using to divvy out all these different stats and data and whatever, and this is the output that I got, I go,
Yeah.
I think I have it flawed somewhere.
I think math lies here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not into this. And it's not just because he's got the Nuggets at 5th. I mean, I'm not playing Homer. Oh, I'm so offended. It's just some of
Minnesota
these
8 is
some of
pretty
these
crazy.
other teams where he's got them. I ain't buying it.
What place in the Western Conference for the Nuggets at the end of this year would you be satisfied with going into the postseason?
4.
I would like 4. Yeah, a top 4 where you get first round.
We don't want top 2.
You know, I
you
just
agree with
think
that?
I just think at the end of the day, having home court in that first round sort of gets the wheels in motion. All right,
I
let's
do
get
too.
going. I think it's proven now that you can win on the road. If you're a top team, you could and should win on the road. Look at the Nuggets T-Wolves series. Look at what the Nuggets did in that series. They won 2 on the road in that series, and they lost 3 at home.
Yeah, I just think there's something to, you know, you start the first playoff series at home, but they can get a 1 or 2 seed. Like, I wouldn't mind that, but I'm on this train, Sanford, is if it means you lose a few more games than you otherwise would have by giving Jokic some rest, by giving guys outside the starting 5 more minutes,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
It's
And I think
also-
it's necessary this
It's
year.
also luck of the draw. Who do you draw?
Sure.
If the Nuggets had taken care of business and beaten San Antonio in that penultimate game, they would not have drawn the Minnesota Timberwolves in round 2,
Yep, they would have been the 1 seed.
right?
Yep.
If you don't draw the Minnesota Timberwolves in round 2, perhaps that track to the finals is easier. I don't know. We'll never know.
Mhm.
But I think who you draw means more than anything.
You get to the midpoint of this season for the Nuggets. What players do you believe that are not a part of the Big Four, AG, MPJ, and Jokic and Jamal, are going to emerge as guys, like guys?
I think Julian Strawther's going to surprise some people.
And I really
I
hope
hope
so.
he does. I hope he does. And more than just shooting, because everybody pictures him as, he's a quick release shooter. I've been watching a little bit of practice and training camp. He can finish at the rim. And he's long. He's 6'7". He defends better than people assume he can defend. I think if Julian Strawther can be a bona fide, off the bench, reliable scorer, not just a shooter, a scorer. You got to score in different ways. Can't just be threes. They want more threes, but I think this kid can score.
Vic, based off what you've seen at the midpoint of this coming season, where are we going to be with Christian Brown as a starter? If indeed he is a starter.
Well, he's going to lock you up defensively. I'm not worried about his defense whatsoever. I'm not.
Calvin Booth told us something interesting about him because I asked him about that in the few minutes that we had at Nuggets Media Day. He said, here's your data points, by the way, Vic. In minutes in which Christian Brown played on the floor with Nikola Jokic, he was number 3 in the NBA in net rating. He was the 3rd highest player in net rating in the league when he was on with Jokic.
Sure.
That's why he's not concerned about
Well,
losing
but
KCP.
here's what's going to happen, and it's going to happen early and often. They're going to start to shrink off of Christian Brown when he has the ball at the three-point line.
Yep.
And he's got to prove early in the season, you can't do that. I will beat you. And teams are going to do, just like they did to AG various times, they're going to do that until he proves he can beat them from the three-point line.
Can I ask you one thing real quick? I'm going to throw out a name that nobody's discussed. I've actually heard Hunter Tyson's name talked about more than this.
Yeah.
Are we just done with Zeke?
Good question.
Are we like not even expecting him to play a minute this year? Or what's going on?
I would not be surprised if he's involved in a trade deadline deal.
That was quick.
There was
it was
a
like
little-
he got a
there was
contract
a-
extension and then he didn't
Yeah.
play.
But there was some buzz coming out of media day about him swinging more in the 4 space than being a 5, which I think he's played out of position. I think his skill set is not a true big. He's not.
Well, if you want to play the 4, you got to shoot. You got to shoot.
And it just, his minutes a year ago, when he wasn't having success, he was camped out in the paint.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
But
when
you
he
gotta
was
shoot.
having success, I felt like he was hovering a little bit more in that 18-foot range.
I think Peyton Watson being injured in training camp and he's got a hamstring.
Yeah.
He's the reason why Tyson Hunter is getting a little
Hunter
more play.
Tyson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hunter Tyson is getting a little more play
Yep.
and why he's getting some props from his coach.
303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch. That's twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR on the search bar. It's the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com and order to cart. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
Let's get something out of the way.
Yep.
Hour 3 with Coach Sanford, who's filling in for Mark Mosier.
He'll be
Yesterday,
here tomorrow as well.
yesterday about this time, Mark Mosier tried to get one on me. Remember how I bemoaned the fact that husbands will quickly head to the hills to go watch the leaves turn with their mates?
Yep.
By the way, do you do that?
I never have.
Old fall foliage.
I take my wife to preseason hockey games. That's where we watch
So we-
the turning of the weather.
And there's nothing wrong with I don't want to paint the picture that there's anything wrong with it. I just express that that's something I would never do, nor my wife. We're just not leaf peepers. I don't care about leaves.
Leaf peepers.
That's what they call them. I don't care about the damn leaves.
What kind of peeper are you, though?
I'm something else, but not that. Anyway, so yesterday, as I called out Mosier, because he is a serial leaf peeper. He and his wife have made many trips.
Yep.
And they go look at leaves. So he texts my wife, and I've never been more proud of her, during the show and says, hey, send me some photos of you and Vic in the mountains. I'm sure you've been there. My wife goes, I got nothing for you. We don't do that crap. She basically said that, right?
Yeah.
We don't do that. That's something we don't do.
in different language.
Yeah, and he had nothing to say. He had nowhere to go.
He thought he
tried
was
to
gonna
get me.
get you.
He thought he was trying to get me.
Vic, you want to know what they call that nowadays?
What? Gotcha?
They call that you have a ride or die. Your wife is your ride or die. She is riding for the brand, which is a great thing to have.
That is. My wife is not a leaf peeper either.
So
My-
if you ask
My
your
wife is. My wife is a leaf
She
peeper.
is.
Yeah, she's had a couple of subtle comments to me about, sick of this extreme summer. It just never ends.
Yep.
Can we just go up, honey? Can we go up to like Estes Park this weekend? I go and miss the college football slate?
ain't gonna happen.
No.
And and then she's like, "You're right."
Mm-hmm.
In fact, a couple of my wife's childhood friends
I thought you were saying
flew
a couple
in
of your wives. I was like, who?
Well, I do have the
for another
BYU
show.
shirt on today.
Yeah. They flew in to go peep the leaves because I ain't doing it. So she's going with her friends to peep.
Yep.
It's a group peep.
Speaking of Mosier, I don't know about you guys. So since I've been in this media type space, and you call me a media whore, Vic, I know I do all the.
I say that affectionately.
Okay, good. Usually the word whore does bring about positive connotations.
Yes,
Certainly,
of course.
Certainly. The sign of a good radio show is when it flies by, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe that we are already at 9:04?
Oh, I know.
Well,
We're
I mean,
rolling
my,
today.
my
Is this
my segment on Broncos Raiders lore took 47 minutes. That ate up the first hour.
Would you guys say that this has been one of the fastest flying Wednesday programs?
It's been rolling. It's been rolling.
Do you think is anything different about this radio program than normal?
Well, you've tried your damnedest to like fill the Mosier roll to a T. Had the gas station burrito this morning. Still, you had to work a little bit more on not
enough
asking
ramblings.
questions.
We need more ramblings. And
to
just,
Jared Bednar.
yeah, off
just
topic
giving him
ramblings.
statements, not questions. But you're doing a good job. Like you're filling in perfectly.
Well, I've heard that when you're on air with Mark Mosier, an hour feels like a day.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's mean.
And Coach, if you really want to feel the Moj role, I came back with some newfound glory. I know you know that band, so you needed to start playing air instruments, singing along, and then just start naming members. You got to go.
Have I waited too long?
That Jordan Pundick on the vocals, he really hits those high notes, doesn't he, Nelly?
You also haven't shown me enough videos from Twitter during breaks. That too.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys something? You guys were just talking about something else. Got to bring it up, but you guys were talking about during the break, playing hard even when things aren't going well. Not making excuses, that sort of thing. And we kind of opened the show with winning is the magical cure that fixes all ills. And there's some parts of when guys face those adverse situations, they can let you know about it. I see this a lot with like
Receivers,
I'll say
receivers do it a lot.
I'll say LeBron. LeBron's having a game in which he's 3 for 12, and you see some of this.
Oh, yeah.
Little
limp.
limp over to the sideline,
Yeah,
just
I'm
to
not
let you know,
100%,
like,
yeah.
hey, man, the reason I'm not elite tonight is because
Yeah.
this is hurting me.
Sure.
They'll let you know. So I just saw this from Lincoln Riley, and I apologize. You're a former coach, but whenever I see big-time, highly paid, especially college coaches complaining about rules, Mike Sanford, my general reaction is this. Shut up. You're paid a lot of money. Deal with it. You might not like it. I might not like it, but you're in position that you need to be able to adapt to the new rules. You're being paid millions of dollars. Fix it. Fix whatever problem it is. So when I saw this headline, USC coach Lincoln Riley calls for changes to the redshirt rule, I rolled my eyes. And then I read the quote. And I kind of agree with him because the problem they're facing now is whether it's Matt Sluka or that Bear whatever kid from USC.
Bear Alexander.
They're using their red shirt right at the last second, and it is changing the way that coaches are dealing with roster construction in the middle of a season, which is difficult.
Yeah.
So here is Lincoln Riley's suggestion for a rule change. He said, I think guys should have 5 years. Do whatever you want. Play as much or as little as you want. And the only way you get an extra season is if you have 2 season-ending injuries and miss the whole year. I don't know about the last part, but the first part, changing just the eligibility rules to 4 to 5, I think that could fix a lot of this stuff because there'd be no reason for you to just leave mid-season and try and save a year.
Yeah. But some of those elite players, though, are in a hurry because they want to get to the NFL.
Well, that doesn't change
they're
anything.
They're not looking for the 5 years. They're looking to get to the league.
That's fine, though. That doesn't change, like, your 3 years in college, and then you can go pro.
By the way, somebody help me on this. You talk about redshirting. Did I miss this, or did Prime, after that win in Florida, say that he has a couple players that have opted to redshirt?
Yeah, Trevor Woods, the hero of last year's TCU game.
No,
And
he's
he
a
said-
CSU.
Yeah, and he said it pretty.
CSU game.
He said it pretty matter-of-factly.
Mhm.
He didn't say it with disdain. He didn't rip the kids. He just said, "Yeah, they're looking to redshirt."
Yeah.
Is that due to injury or because they're not happy with their playing time?
It must be. It didn't become the national narrative that Matthew Sluka did, but it must be that they're not going to be a CU Buff next year.
Yeah. That's how I read it.
And if you do that, I'm guessing that you also are no longer playing on the team, practicing at all.
I would assume so. Yeah. And you're right, because it was sort of a footnote
Under the radar, right?
all the stuff that happened last weekend. But as far as this rule, would you guys be cool if they did exactly what Lincoln Riley suggested?
I liked it. I heard you talking about it, Kaner, on the appetizer hour, and I think it makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. I don't love the fact that this, in the changing world of NIL and transfer portal and unlimited transfers, this whole 4 games you can play and then redshirt deal, it just doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Like the carpet does not match the drapes.
Sure.
And so this is very commonsensical. 5 years to do whatever you need to do, and then let's get away from this 7th year Cam Rising, who still is he's still a game time decision every week for 2 years in a row.
It's going to be like a decade from now, and Utah's going to be listing him as game time decision.
He'll be 47 years old.
He'll be a card carrying member of AARP, and we'll be like, questionable.
Oh, he's got a hammy.
Do you have one?
Oh, yeah.
How much of a discount do you get at
Sure. You wanna see it?
AMC theaters?
I got it on my wallet, on my Apple Wallet. I could tell you what
My
kind.
dad has one, and he is so proud of it.
Is he?
He has both
I just got
military
it.
discount
Ooh.
because my dad coached at West Point, and he was an active duty coach. There was that was the
that's pretty
graduate
sick.
assistant.
I like that.
And so he is a vet.
I like that.
It says here this card's expired. I'm not dead.
Is your AARP card
It says
really
it's
expired?
No way.
Are we in geezer happy hour right now?
Wait a minute. AAR, that's like a.
This is a granddad's
There it is.
happy hour.
Look at that. When do you
Proud
get
to
that?
say.
When's the AARP
Mix a
card?
little
When does that come in?
medication with my
What age?
I don't know.
What
When
does
I-
the AA stand for?
Does that
Is it American Association?
fiber in it?
adult activity?
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know what it
Is it Association for the Advancement of Retired People? As
it
in
might be.
advancing toward the grave?
It is the American Association
read
of
right,
Retired
read right below the
Persons.
bar. Read what it says out loud on my AARP card. What? Read it out loud. What does it say?
Member name, Vic Lombardi. I will not reveal the member number.
No, please
because who
don't.
knows what could happen
Uh-huh.
there. It does say it is valid through,
Excuse me.
I'm going to put it just August of 2024.
And now expired. I should, according to them, I'm dead.
I mean, what
I
is
am
that? I'm doing a show with a cadaver? A sentient cadaver.
Someday I'll be in a hockey player's knee.
I mean, goodness. Somebody says you get one at 50. Okay, 50.
50?
That feels
I'm
low.
close.
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm close.
50's the new 30, dude. Trust me. I was at my athletic peak at 46.
There's a clip that is played a lot on this show where he said, "What did you do with that athletic prime?" And Vic said, "Lots."
All I know is that I saw him sink an absolutely beautiful putt.
That is true. He did do that.
That's not. You don't need athletics. For
By the
that.
way, you were talking earlier. Brock Heward was on with was it? No,
he was
who was
on
it?
PhD.
Yeah.
He was brilliant, but he called that CU game over the weekend.
So he had this to say about Travis Hunter and what he wanted to see from CU.
He told us and told me that, there were times during training camp he was up to 12,000 yards. I think I shared that on the air. That's almost 7 miles.
Damn.
And I would love to, in a game, and nothing, and I guess he wore an Apple Watch at the CSU game, so that would have been easy. I'm not going to ask him to do that. But just put a little tracker inside his shoulder pads that, weighs nothing, and just show the national audience how unique this is. Because to try to say that, Scott, to say, wow, he's playing 120, that sounds amazing, but what does that really mean?
Right.
If you show him running 7-8 miles on a field, and who knows, put one of those trackers on Tyler Columbus at left tackle running, 800 meters, you kind of get the picture.
Brock, you can't measure a wrestling match, Brock. You can't do that.
I know, but it shows the unique nature of what he's doing.
By the way, Brock and Tyler were teammates in Seattle for a couple of years, so
That would be intriguing to see how much he moves, how much he runs, because a lot is made in soccer circles. Those soccer players, they'll run 10 miles a game. They'll run forever.
They actually keep those in the World Cup. They show those stats in real time.
But this dude he's not just running. He is flat out sprinting. He's a receiver. He's sprinting.
So the wild thing about this tracking GPS system that every college football team, certainly at the high level, at the Power 5, Group of 5 level, do use, is that there's a data scientist who's a part of your strength staff he is on the field with a laptop and getting real-time information during the game.
That's crazy.
And what does he do to that information? Does he give it to coach, say, hey, this guy's probably about to expire?
Well, they make sure that the system is constantly uploading, that there's not a lag in, the Wi-Fi connectivity or the Bluetooth technology that connects to the GPS trackers. But after the game, I've had that guy, that data scientist, the one that we had at CU was the guy I actually had been with at Utah State. He's now doing it for the Baltimore Ravens.
Huh.
And he would give me, even at halftime, he'd be like, dude, and he'd Jordan Tyson, the receiver that transferred, he was a freshman. His numbers are, he would say he's redlining, which means he is now exposed to injury. And sure enough, he ended up tearing his ACL.
I was going to say, the way you asked the question, Vic, is this player expired, was a weird way to ask
I
that.
understood. But I often wonder this too. If the communication stuff, and this happens, it seems often, fails to work at the stadium, right? I'm sure you've had that happen to you, right? It just stops working. So the other team's supposed to stop using it. How do you enforce that?
They actually cut off the connectivity to the press box.
Who?
They.
They?
The they.
I mean, do you ever wonder that, you're a road team, you're playing somewhere, your stuff's not working. Okay, that's not fair. Make sure their stuff stops working.
So the ref,
how are you sure?
I've actually been a part of a game where the ref did announce it over the PA.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Minnesota, their headset communication is not properly working.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan has agreed to disconnect their system as well. Well, little did we know is they had Connor Stallions.
All right, 303-504-0925.
High school head coach Connor Stallions.
Right now?
Who is a high school head coach in your favorite place on earth, Michigan, in Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
And he is 0-4 since he's taken over as the head coach and has been outscored 181-0.
Good Lord.
That's stealing enough signals, apparently.
It's not effective at the high school level.
You can listen to us anywhere. Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Talk about the NFL, maybe some of the best teams in both conference. And I asked you guys earlier in our little true or false game, the best team in the NFC. And look, the Niners are still unbelievably talented, but for what Christian McCaffrey brings to the table for them, and not just the run game, but the pass game, it's hard to replicate. And it's hard for them to hit that peak again if he's going to be missing long term. So he went to Germany to get another opinion on his Achilles, which I guess is both Achilles tendons now have tendonitis. But Ed McCaffrey was on the Ross Tucker podcast talking about that. Here's what he said.
But also, he's such a perfectionist. Like, he wants everybody's opinion. Is there anyone on the planet that can help me get back on the field quicker? And so when the prescription was you just have to rest and not do anything, he sought out other opinions. Yeah, he went and said, look, who else has anything going on anywhere in the world that can help me get back on the field quicker? And one of the problems is you have a million. Ross, my phone blew up. Hey, here's stuff you can eat to help with your tendonitis. Here's treatments you can get. Here's a place you can go. And if my phone blew up, I know his phone was blown up. So he has to decipher between all the information he's getting, which is what he did, right? He trusts his 49ers training staff. But when the prescription is to rest, he's going to go out and get other professional opinions from people around the world. And then most of it he doesn't follow up on. He's like, I got to pick between all this stuff I'm being told.
I praise a guy like that because he's a self-starter, a self-motivator. And I can guarantee you Christian McCaffrey feels a ton of pressure, not within himself, but also for his teammates, right?
Yeah.
I'm getting paid a lot of money. We're in that window. I want to be ready to play, not just for myself. There are dudes who don't play, and they know that if they push themselves, they could play. This guy sounds like he's going to do everything he possibly can.
Yeah, he's the guy that was raised in a family that sports and how to take care of your body, it was at a different level. And he himself was that type of individual above and beyond even his mom and dad, who are elite athletes. I mean, I got to know Lisa very well in the recruiting process of, I was coaching at Stanford at the time. I was the running back coach. I got to know Lisa, and I learned very quickly, Lisa might be where the genes come from. Speed.
Yeah. So did you recruit Christian?
I did.
How'd that go?
Well,
he went to Stanford, so you won.
Yeah, it was good.
It worked out. Let me ask you, how'd you do it?
Well, that was his dream school, and I think of any of the McCaffrey boys, he was the one that didn't really care about trying to be living up to the legacy of his dad. He's just like, I'm myself, and I'm going to go to the school that I want to go to, which is the greatest academic football playing institution. And at the time, it was a top 5 program in college football. So
was Harbaugh the coach then?
No, it was David Shaw.
Okay.
And so I go to 2012, I believe was the year. Christian McCaffrey was an underclassman, and I go to a Valor Christian game the night before Stanford played CU in Boulder. And we hadn't offered him a scholarship yet. Based off his film, is like, hey, I don't know how big he is. I don't know what position he's going to play, because he played corner, he played safety, he played slot receiver, he played Wildcat quarterback. And I go to the game, and he scored a touchdown every single which way a touchdown can be scored. Interception for a touchdown, kickoff return for a touchdown, punt return for a touchdown, threw for one on a trick play, ran for one. Like, it was absolutely insane. I'm sitting in the breakfast line the next day at pregame meal, because we played CU at like 11 a.m. or noon. And David Shaw comes up to me. He's like, so how was he? I go, he's going to be a Heisman Trophy candidate. And he would start for our football team at 3 positions today.
Wow.
And I believe he was a sophomore or junior in high school at the time.
Like the kid for the Ryan for Alabama? 17
Ryan Williams?
Ryan Williams?
My gosh. That dude.
17 years old?
That was
how is that
incredible.
possible?
How does he get in at 17, by the way? Someone said he completed his requirements early. And
after the COVID year, everybody started going to this accelerated high school model, like finish high school in 3 years. And not everybody, but a lot of players.
I did the extended model.
I definitely did that in college.
Bryce Harper did this years ago. Like, I think he graduated at 16 and enrolled in JUCO at either 16 or 17. Yeah.
You can expedite the process with all the online courses that are available. You can take, even IB courses online, and you can do joint courses with a local junior college. There's plenty of ways to do it. But Yeah, that watching what he did with that big of a moment in that game, which is the biggest game in college football of all year long.
All right, so
Alabama.
let me ask Coach this question. 'Cause you just said something that triggered. You said that Christian McCaffrey in high school could have played for you in Stanford right away.
Yep.
I said something after the Broncos game that was not intended to be a knock on Bo Nix. It was more praising Shedeur Sanders. I said that Shedeur Sanders could play for the Broncos right now and would be a better option for the Broncos right now. And I took a ton of heat for that. Do I deserve that heat?
I would look at just last year, what Jaden Daniels was doing at LSU versus SEC defenses, putting up the numbers through the air and on the ground. Mm-hmm. You could have said the same thing a year ago.
Sure.
And it's proving to be true.
Mm-hmm. For Jaden Daniels last
right
year,
now.
Yeah.
Would he have been better than Sam Howell?
So,
yeah.
So if I said, and again, I'm not off on the Bo Nix bandwagon. I'm not saying he's not the right fit. I think he is. I think Shedeur Sanders would be better.
Shedeur Sanders has insane amounts of arm talent. He is the elite second play eyes downfield quarterback in college football. He can throw the football accurately down the field from about every position you can imagine.
And they both played in rainy conditions. One thrived. The other one did not.
I didn't see Shedeur Sanders looking for his hand warmer and his towels and freaking out on the sideline. He looked like he was, hey, cool. I'm just going to go win this football game against all odds down 14.
Threw a ball 50 yards to win the game.
Yeah. Rolling to his left. Like he was throwing opposite of his dominant throwing hand.
We talked to Jake Plummer about that yesterday. He's like, it's weird. It's some guys can do it and some guys can't. Like some guys can just grip the football in any sort of condition, and some I don't know if that has to do with hand size or whatever. I know that's a big deal at the combine every single year, but there's just something about it. I don't get it.
I ran into an old coaching buddy from the state of Colorado. He coached at the college ranks last night at Ball Arena for the Avs preseason game, and he's heard some of my takes, and he said, How do you talk so positively about Shedeur Sanders and CU after you got fired? I said, I want to do this media thing for real. And I want to evaluate what I see and call it for what I see. Period. There's no agenda.
Right.
Like if anything, I should be bitter.
Sure.
I should be anti-Shedeur. I should be anti-CU. But I see what I see.
But the talent doesn't lie.
I see what I see,
the
and I talk
talent
about
doesn't
it.
lie. The talent's in front of you. You see the way he manipulates defenses and the way he gets away from would-be sackers. I mean, it's a special talent.
It's unlike anything I've ever seen because he's not relying on his 4.37 40-yard dash. He's relying on keeping his eyes downfield and making explosive plays through the air.
Here's the argument I got thrown back in my face. Yeah, but Bo played against Shedeur last year. Bo ate him up. Bo didn't eat any. Bo ate up the CU defense. Bo played in a better system
with a lot of future NFL starters. There's one guaranteed future NFL starter on the CU offense today, and that's Travis Hunter. I love the other receivers. I would have died to have those receivers at any point in my career. I don't know if any of them are bona fide top 2 or 3 round draft picks. Last year, the only player that did make the NFL from that receiving crew is Xavier Weaver. He wasn't drafted.
Well,
he made a roster.
Vic was out a couple days during camp, and we had super agent Peter Schaefer on with us for a couple days. And I asked him a little bit about Shedeur and Travis Hunter and what he sees as the agent part, because they have to evaluate talent. I mean, they have to do it too. And he had a sheet that a lot of agents have, which has projected draft status and stuff like that. And I go, how many draftable players are on CU? And he said 2. It's the 2 that you'd think of. And he showed me the list, and it's like everybody had an undrafted grade outside of Shedeur and Travis Hunter. Doesn't mean that players aren't good. There's plenty.
Going into the season, I would 100% agree with that. That was my take as well.
Yeah, it might have changed. That was
but
training camp.
You can play yourself.
Yeah,
into,
guys emerge.
Like this linebacker, Lavelle Bailey. Is that his name? Lavelle
Bentley.
Bentley.
Bailey's the guy for the Broncos.
For the Broncos. Is it Lavelle Bentley?
It's Bentley. I can't remember the last name.
That dude
Or
is
first name, sorry.
That guy's going to be an NFL player. 100%. That line, like
he looks like
I
that, too.
watched him against
Levante
CSU.
Bentley.
Levante, excuse me. Levante Bentley. That guy is a absolute football
Looks
player.
like their tackle's going to be an NFL player
He
too.
will. Jordan
True
Seaton
freshman.
will.
Yeah, he's stud.
And he's grown every week. Like every week he's looked a little bit more confident. I watched him in the spring game, and he looked like a true freshman left tackle.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other thing, man. Like, I do want to give some credence to this. You know, between the Bo Nix thing and just to clarify again what Vic's talking about, it's not denigrating Bo Nix. It's talking about how good Shedeur is. And when we look at Jaden Daniels has some weapons up there in Washington. Like Terry McLaurin's, he's a really, really good wideout. And I was saying this on yesterday's show because we're coming off a Monday Night Football game that featured one game was terrible offensively in the Dolphins and the Titans. The other one was just offensive craziness.
Firepower. Seahawks,
And I'm like,
Seahawks.
You
Lions.
take Seahawks Lions. I go, how many players between both of those teams would be the best offensive player on the Broncos right now if you plucked them out? And I think we got to about 8 names, right? Like Montgomery, Gibbs, Walker, DK, St. Brown, Laporta, Jamison Williams, Tyler Lockett. Like, you could go through
Jackson Smith,
Nukajuba. I mean, you went through a lot of names before you got there. And so it's not like Bo Nix has a full cupboard he's working with either. One thing I was encouraged by, though, Coach, was, and I honestly think outside the defense, the biggest factor outside of amazing defense on Sunday, second half Javonte Williams, I think won them the football game.
Big time.
Like, he looked like Javonte again.
Javonte Williams not only made some adjustments to his tracks, like his actual run tracks to get to the correct entry point in the run
He looked
schemes.
more decisive, too.
He was decisive, and he looked explosive.
Yeah.
One of the things that I will rain on the parade, figuratively and literally, is tackling is more challenging in the soaking rain as well.
Oh, yeah.
And that did play a factor, in my opinion, in even that Baylor game, because there were about 5 sacks that should have happened, and that 5 additional sacks that should have happened on Shedeur, and he was rolling and pulling right out of those sacks.
Well, if tackling is so hard, why was the Jets-Broncos game such a low-scoring game?
It's one of those. It's a great neutralizer of a lot of things. The passing game is affected. We all know that. And if you have one-on-one tackling situations, challenging. If you're gang tackling like the Broncos were, and you have so many bodies in the right position, and you're leveraging ball carriers, that's not as challenging. But
So you've been a head coach, you've been an offensive coordinator, you've coached all this offensive stuff.
everything except for O-line.
Everything except for O-line. Okay. So let's say I put you back as the OC for Minnesota. You're calling plays, okay?
I just got PTSD.
Sorry.
You mean Vikings, though, not Gophers, because he
Yeah,
did do that
let's
for
do
the
the
Gophers.
Vikings. Let's do the Vikings.
Oh, Vikings.
Yeah. Let's do the Vikings
thank you.
offense.
I started seeing, I actually saw your bald head under your hat, and I'm like, that's PJ Fleck.
Uh-huh. Okay. So we're going to say the Vikings for the sake of this argument. You have to choose between these conditions. It's snowing, it's raining, or it's super windy. Which one's like the worst of all of those?
The absolute worst is 50-plus mile-an-hour winds.
Okay.
Can't throw anything. Number 2 would be soaking wet rain. Number 3 would be snow.
Okay.
Yeah, with rain.
Yeah, rain.
What about bitter cold?
Fine.
Really?
Fine.
Some players adjust to it better than others, though.
They do. It's warm-ups is what's brutal. Once the game starts, you're in the flow of it. You're warmed up. You're lathered up.
I've always said the worst thing for the bitter cold, the fans have it worse than anybody.
You're exactly right.
And I was at that Baltimore-Denver game in the playoffs. I don't know how some of you fans withstood 4 hours. It went to double overtime. It was unbelievably cold. Players are moving.
Vic, those heated benches are glorious on the sideline. They are glorious. Like, you feel like you are in Miami.
Bro, remember when we called that Columbine Ralston Valley game last year?
That was freezing because it was the combination. It was the wind. It's the wind.
Oh,
the
my
wind,
God.
The wind is always the issue, which
so-
is why Josh Allen, there should have been a major asterisk by his evaluation up in Laramie, because that is the windiest stadium I have ever coached in.
Well, I always wondered.
Allen?
And I've coached in it. I've been at Wyoming 5 times.
Dude, I still remember this. I think it was his freshman year, maybe his sophomore year at Wyoming. But he had a non-conference game in Lincoln. So I was doing pre- and post-game stuff for a Husker station at the time. And he threw, I think it was 5 picks in the game. And I still came out of it. I remember doing the post-game show, and I go, that's an NFL quarterback. I don't care about these interceptions. Just the arm talent alone, this guy is crazy. But when it got to actual draft day for him, the thing that he was knocked for was that he was a 50% completion guy. Pretty much everywhere. His high school, 50% completion. All these years at Wyoming, 50%. And you kind of forget, yeah, you play in Wyoming, that's pretty damn difficult, dude.
Especially with extremely run-heavy offense. A lot of times you don't get into that rhythm as a
Yeah.
passer as well. I want to go back to Shedeur Sanders, and I think one of the most insane situations that he could end up in. Can you imagine him in Miami?
Miami. I knew you were going to say that.
I called that like
Yeah,
a
he
week and a
said
half
it.
ago.
We talked
I was
about
like, if he, and I don't know what the Tua thing is.
Yeah.
It looks like he's coming back, but if they're really bad this year,
With
which-
McDaniel?
if Tua,
Oh, my.
if-
What I love about McDaniel is he lets his players be themselves, and he customizes his offense around the skill sets. Whereas I do believe if Shedeur Sanders, and this is not going to happen, were to be the Broncos quarterback, it would be square peg round hole, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because his greatest attributes are similar to that of, I'm not comparing the two players, but the second play.
Yeah.
It's what Sean Payton got out of this town.
imagine being a
And
top
Russell
5
Wilson.
pick, and you get to be in Miami, and you get McDaniel as your offensive coordinator, and you have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle as your weapons. I mean,
And
what a
Devon
coup.
Achane.
Oh, my God.
Can I confide something?
Please.
You guys just.
I know it's been a hard day because you just realized that your AAP card, AARP card did expire.
I'm not much of a uniform guy. I appreciate good uniforms, but the Broncos keep unveiling just pictures of what they're going to wear this weekend. And they're going back to the throwbacks this weekend.
Yeah.
And I'd be lying to you if I didn't say I was a bit aroused by every single one of these tweets that they're sending about the new, not the new uniforms, the old uniforms that they're rebirthing. These things, I'm looking at a photo right now. I don't understand why this is just not the uniform. I need somebody to explain to me why this is not the full-time uniform.
How
about that D, baby?
I don't
Explain
get
it to me.
It's the easiest slam dunk you can get. It's just we're
Are
going
you
back to
looking at
these.
what I'm looking at right
Yeah,
now?
The Broncos as an organization should make the right choice. They should give us the D every week.
Yep.
Every single week.
Yep.
I'm looking
I
at
explain
this,
my
and,
D now?
and I know it's my childhood that all this yesteryear stuff, but how do you not like this? How can you not like this? How can you not like the D here?
I don't
It's
think
the
there's anybody who
socks,
doesn't.
too. The socks are
The
glorious.
socks are sick. Yeah.
Oh, PS2.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, gosh, and those socks. His calves, Vic, in those socks.
The snot-nosed horse.
I was scrolling through trying to find a picture of the uniforms, and I came across Vic, I think, if he was an
6 to midnight. 6 to midnight island right there.
fact checker next. Once again, the Rapids are officially bound for the 2024 Audi MLS Cup playoffs, and the fight is far from over. 2 home games remaining in the regular season, and the Rapids take on 2 Western Conference powerhouses tonight. The LA Galaxy with coverage right here, Altitude Sports Radio at 7 o'clock, as the game is at 7:30, and then the Sounders on the 5th, and you can be there to support the Rapids for that push for a higher seed and the coveted home field advantage in the postseason. Tickets on sale now. ColoradoRapids.com. We're giving away a pair of tickets, and the winner of those tickets is Dominic Calvetti. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Vic, is that one of your cousins?
Got a vowel at the end of his name? First name Dominic?
Hey, Dominique. Hey, Calvetti.
He's not French. Dominique. What are you doing?
He has a French mother. French mother.
So, Dominic, congratulations. You're the winner of the tickets for tonight. Way to go, buddy. So, if you missed any of the show today, we talked to Jared Bednar for the first time of the year. You can check that on the podcast shortly.
We established with Jared Bednar that he is a lifelong flat bill wearer, which gives him even more credibility in my eyes.
Yep.
Because I, too.
Well, you can tell. That's not that guy wasn't new to the flat bill game.
Yeah.
Like, that's a
I
seasoned
thought that was
vet.
more of a SoCal bro vibe, like me.
He's Canadian.
I know.
I also gave you my top 5 games in Broncos-Raiders history. I don't know if you remember that segment.
Hey, Nelly, can we replay that segment?
Well, we don't want to go into the PhD 12-3 show, but the number 1 game in Bronco Raider lore is 1978, January 1st, AFC Championship, for those who missed it.
And that's when
It was a good list.
Was that the year that you signed up for the AARP card that is now expired?
That was the year that Denver went from cowtown to an official sports town. I tell people this is the most important team in the history of Denver sports. Not the teams that win championships first. That team was the most important team.
Vic, I have traversed this country as a coach and have picked up allegiances to different pro sports franchises. I've lived in Los Angeles, the Bay Area, Minneapolis, Chicagoland when I was coaching at Notre Dame. This has been my favorite pro sports town by a mile. It's like the accessibility of the venues. The fan base is a solid, educated fan base.
You also got here at a good time. You got here, like Brett, you got here when championships were had. You got here when the Avs were at their...
Yeah, it was nice.
I'm also father of 3 children that are in that age group where there's been, like, the Bay Area, you take your kid to at the time, Oakland Raiders game or an Oakland A's game, or even sometimes a San Francisco Giants game. You don't feel comfortable and safe because there's fights in the stadium. I have never felt that personally here in Denver.
I wish you were here 17 years ago to the week, 17 years ago, when I think it was yesterday to the day, where the Rockies gave us the most memorable run in Rockies baseball history.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm watching some of those playoff games yesterday, and I have some serious FOMO.
Really,
I want
outside
that
of
feeling.
postseason baseball, which is must-watch baseball, which last night there were a lot of fun games to watch.
Doesn't it look fun in San Diego? How fun does it look?
Very fun.
Like, to be a fan of the Padres in that environment. By the way, they sang all the small things. Come on, dude. It's a ripoff. You can't do that.
Yeah,
that belongs to the Avs.
You got to look to Big Brother for some inspiration.
That's fine. But
Denver.
that looks like a fun venue.
It does.
Yeah.
But baseball is one of those sports where during the regular season, it's more about the vibes of the ballpark. And this is a fantastic one.
Yes.
As bad as the on-field product has been, 101 losses, 103 losses in back-to-back years, it's still a blast to go to a Rockies game, which is, I think, the big problem for why the franchise is not getting to where it needs to get because people keep going.
I can't believe that was 17 years ago. And I say that number, that was Ryan Williams ago.
Yeah.
That was Ryan Williams ago. And it feels like yesterday when I was at the Green Monster for the World Series and we were doing our shows live from there. And it felt like yesterday. It's 17 years.
You know what's crazy about baseball, though, is seeing this is the thing I love about especially the postseason. There is truly, you have no idea who's going to win this thing. None.
Isn't it great, though?
It could be anybody.
Isn't that great?
Think about last year what the World Series was. Rangers, D-backs. Neither made the postseason this year. Neither of them. And now this year, you got, I mean, dude, could you see the Tigers with how hot they are winning it? Maybe.
They won
Could you
yesterday.
see the Orioles do it? Could you see, I mean, like, who knows? You enter an NBA postseason, you're like, all right, it's between like these three teams. One of these three is going to win it. You enter a football postseason, a little bit more parity, but still, it's kind of like, all right, Chiefs, Niners, same old, same old. Hockey's got a little bit of that anybody can sort of win it, hot goaltender thing to them, but I don't think there's anything like baseball. As far as predicting it, you have no shot. No idea.
Why is that? Because it's got no salary cap. You would think, I mean, look at the Mets. Everybody, you're a Mets guy. The Mets, our darling Mets. You mean the Mets with a $306 million payroll? Those Mets? How do you go wrong with a $306 million payroll?
Here's why. If the Tigers beat the Dodgers, swept them in a series in the regular season, are you surprised at all?
No.
Then why would you be surprised in the postseason?
I am. Yeah.
I think the disparity of being able to predict baseball is because the arms.
Yeah.
The health of the arms, and the arms is what wins postseason baseball. I am a San Francisco Giants fan. That's the team. In 2010, 12, and 14, the arms aligned. And outside of that, there wasn't much happening on the
you had
offensive
one arm
side.
who pitched every other day. So
Madison Bumgarner.
Yes. So
and hit bombs, too.
He was the arm.
Was Mad Bum your favorite Giants pitcher?
Favorite Giant of all time.
How close was Lincecum?
I was at his debut game.
Yeah.
His first start against the Phillies.
How skinny is that dude?
Tiny. He is tiny.
Timmy was fun to watch, though.
He's not tall.
I know.
He's like short and skinny.
I don't know where
and
he got
a
the
freak
juice.
of nature. He's like a yogi. Just does yoga because he was so flexible.
Postseason hero of the Giants, Connor Gillespie, went to my high school.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, how about that? Not me. Wish it was me, not
Was
me.
he older?
4 years older.
He played
Or
at
3 years older.
Played at Creighton or Wichita State.
Wichita State.
There you go.
The thing I loved about him, he's one of the rare guys in the league. No batting gloves, baby. Spit on your hands, grab the ball or grab the bat, let it rip.
Yeah, you learned that from Hunter Pence.
Oh,
Hunter
yeah.
Pence.
Hunter Pence.
Yeah.
Another great one.
Yep.
Weirdest looking baseball player I've ever seen, but totally effective. He did nothing that looked smooth.
Coolest dude ever, too.
Yeah.
Got a chance to meet him a couple times.
Wasn't it Moisey Alou who went a step further without
urinated.
batting gloves?
Peed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he peed on himself.
There's a thing that actually happened.
Which
the guy would
we
pee
can all
on his
make
hands.
we can all make a big deal of. But if we're being honest, there's times where we get dribble on our own hands.
But I think putting it in the middle of the stream's a little insane.
It's your own product.
Let me ask you something.
It is your own product.
If you truly felt as if it would, for whatever your goal is, and you're setting a high goal for yourself, if you thought when you're at Western Kentucky, if you truly thought peeing on your hands would help you guys win a football game, would you do it every single game?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Of course he would.
Oh, you bet.
But how do you get to the point where you actually think that helps, I guess? How do you push yourself into
Superstition.
that realm?
You do it once and it works.
Yep.
You do it again and again.
Nelly, would you pee on your hands every morning if this made the show better?
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me? If it got Mosier to stay on track, I would urinate on my hands every segment.
Well, I was with Nelly in his former life on 10 to noon, Dempsey and Company guy.
Yeah.
And there were times where I could smell a hint of
Listen,
urine.
listen,
There's a tinge of urine.
Jock Rock there on Twitch makes a good point. I did something during the Avs championship run that normal humans don't do, but it was necessary to do before every series.
You did.
Tell him what I did.
He iced his ass.
How do you do that?
Put my ass on the ice.
Oh,
Literally.
on the actual floor.
On the actual
Okay,
ice.
I thought you put like a bag of ice
No.
in your cheeks.
No, he's done that with back
Have you
problems.
ever- Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
To the tune of a Stanley Cup championship.
Hey, with all the stuff that's going on right now with Devontae Adams and Antonio Pierce and this trade and the drama, how much is that going to negatively impact the Raiders for this game?
It's a good question.
Well, I don't think he's going to play. Nobody expects Devontae Adams to play. First of all, he's still lingering hurt, right? So
Air quotes hurt.
exactly. Yeah. So he ain't playing. And advantage Broncos what's Crosby's status?
Up in the
Sunday.
air?
Yeah. Still up the that guy, by the way. I don't care if you hate the Raiders or not. You,
I love
you
that dude.
better love Max
He's
Crosby.
a motor.
Because that guy
He is a
rules.
football guy.
Yeah.
But is there some type of turmoil, or is this one of those deals where you actually get a better version of the Raiders if the Raiders are moving on from Devontae
We've
Adams?
seen a little bit of both. We've seen, teams come together when star player decides he's better than everybody else and wants to leave.
Yeah, but sometimes that guy is better than everybody else.
Yeah,
and
in this
it
case,
still
he
hurts.
is.
Yeah.
Who's better today, Gardner Minshew or Bo Nix? Today.
Like life on the line, I need a quarterback to win me a football game.
Yes.
Gardner.
He's got much more experience.
Yeah. Just for now. In 6 weeks, maybe it's a different answer. But for now, I think it's Gardner. But I don't think it's by much.
See, when I see Bo Nix, it's hard for me to say this, but he is a function of the Peyton system. That's what he is. He is, and I'm not going to call him a puppet by any means. He's a talented player, but he's as good as Sean Payton is going to make him look.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
It feels that way to me.
Yeah.
Until I see other. The biggest plus trait that he has physically is his ability to run the football. And that's something that I don't think Drew Brees
Hey,
had.
are you surprised we didn't see more RPO in the Meadowlands?
I was surprised. I thought that the plan worked. They won.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that getting another number in the quarterback-driven run game would have been something that could have sprung the offensive attack.
Little read option. Something.
Read option.
Give it to me. Got about a minute left. Go ahead, Nelly. What's a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, I got a few today. First things first, Brett, I'm going to fact check myself. I fed you some bad intel. Tyler Columbus and Brock Heward were not teammates at any point in Seattle. Brock Heward was actually out of the NFL before Columbus even made the league.
I thought so.
So I completely led you astray, but they both played for the Hawks at different times in their career. Maybe that's how they cross paths. Also,
and Brock does radio stuff up there. Maybe that's how they met. Could be.
Also, AARP stands for the American Association of Retired Persons. Vic, hope you get that card back.
I'm expired. I don't need it anymore.
But you want retired.
I know. That's why they expired me. They must know I'm working still.
Still getting fed that cash. Gotta wait till afterwards.
Nelly, you didn't get me on anything, huh?
No,
You still got a day.
Yeah, exactly. We got tomorrow.
All right. Mike Sanford in with us tomorrow as well. I hope you guys have a wonderful Wednesday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
What up, Denver? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company's the program. I'm your host, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj with KJ Granderson behind the glass as we wave a fond farewell to Vic, Brett, and Coach Sanford sitting in for Moj this morning. That was a nice little treat to wake up to, having the coach on with Jared Benner. I watched the Avs preseason game last night with him up in the suite with KJ as well. It was a lot of fun to see them get pounded and Georgie struggle, but the Avs only played one legit line of NHL players. It's not like Vegas trotted out a whole NHL lineup either, so I'm not gonna
doesn't matter. Right?
I'm not gonna overreact
preseason, yeah?
to preseason
Yeah.
at all.
No.
Although it was a very timely day for Georgie to struggle in that after I asked the question, would you trade for Jeremy Swayman? Maybe we'll get into that a little bit later. So much to get into today. NFL notes are coming up at 11:15 with KJ. We're going to talk a whole bunch about Broncos Raiders, the Davante Adams situation, and how that affects Raiders week when you've lost 11 of 13 and 8 straight. There's nothing like some good old-fashioned Raider drama to give you a little bit of an edge. And that's what you need here, Demps, is you need to find something. Your edge right now is the fact that you have a bona fide top 3 defense in the NFL. Like, you can make the argument that they might be the best defensive unit in the league right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're middle of the pack in rushing, but at 4.1 yards per carry compared to last year, they're nearly a full yard per touch better in the rush game. Middle of the pack, everywhere else,
Yep.
elite.
Yep.
Top 3, top 5, everywhere else, if not like one of the best secondary units in the league. And if you remove Davante Adams from that situation, I wonder what Vegas can actually do to you offensively.
So it would start with the tight ends, right? So you have to get Brock Bowers under control. And if you can't do that, then quite honestly, if you can't, he is a very talented player. So let me just start there. But it's not like the Raiders are putting multitudes of weapons out there on the offensive side of the football. So you can devote extra resources to slowing it down, a player like that down, because you're not going to get hurt anywhere else. Basically, the Raiders aren't really running the football as well as they wanted to. They thought they might. You're losing Davante Adams. Theoretically,
when you move on from Jacobs being your bell cow, and I get it, they really liked Zamir
White, yeah.
But he ain't Josh Jacobs when Josh Jacobs was at the height of his powers, and Alexander Mattison has never really turned into the running back that we once thought he could be in Minnesota. That was going to be a step back. And I think it's very clear, like the Raiders knew this was a rebuilding year. They knew that this was just a waited out, we'll get our quarterback next year, we'll take the best player available to us in the draft. That happened to be Bowers. There's a subset of Broncos fans that are still upset about that draft pick for the Broncos because they thought that, like, hey, the Broncos haven't had a tight end here that it's worth his weight since, what, Owen Daniels? Julius Thomas? I think Owen Daniels is pretty damn good. He was very effective in 2015. But they haven't had that position, and that seemed like it's become a marquee position in the NFL. Do you have a legit pass-catching tight end that can demand defensive presence and coverage in between the hash marks and not just 5 yards from the line of scrimmage? Like, you got to worry about that dude 15 to 20 yards down. They haven't had that guy.
Yeah.
So there's a group that's still upset about that pick.
Yeah. Look, I think the Broncos will. There's no think they will address this in the draft next year. There's no doubt about that. Because Greg Dulcich just is not coming along in the way that you would have hoped this year. You feel like he should have been a player to. And maybe he will be. We're still early in the season.
It's been bad.
But correct. It doesn't look promising. Let's put it that way.
No, there's drops, and there hasn't been a single situation where I've looked at Dulcich and I've gone, oh yeah, he's an issue. He's causing issues for the defense. Yes, It's early, but he's had drops, and I have not seen the wow factor.
No,
that has always been talked about. That player is, hey, if he's healthy, he's going to be one of those guys. He's going to be one of those top 10, 12 pass catching tight ends. Like, no, I don't see that at all.
Raj, it's one of the more disappointing portions of this early season for the Broncos because, look, last year when Sean Payton got here, I mean, he openly talked about having a full package for Greg Dulcich, this dynamic kind of pass catching, tight end in the mold that what you just talked about. The players at this position on the really good offenses, it's a weapon, and it just hasn't been that way. It doesn't even look like they have a package of plays for him this year at all. So it's not even so much that one part it's the drops and it's just not being very impactful in the offense, but part two is it looks like that they are not very interested in scheming things up for him as well, which to me is the more damning part of this because you came from a space where the coach was very interested in doing that a year ago, and he is seeing something that is saying to him, you know what, I'm going to devote my offensive mind space to other players, to getting other players involved. And so I think the two of those combined is a very sobering reality for Greg.
The Davante Adams situation that is unfolding this morning, like very much live. He's looking for a trade. Is it New Orleans? Is it Green Bay? Or sorry, is it New York with the Jets? Does he want to be with Rodgers? Does he want to be with Carr? Is there a possibility he could even team up with Dak Prescott? With the Cowboys? There's obviously people who've thrown out the Chiefs, but I don't know if they could really fit him in. But the Chiefs are certainly looking for a number one wideout. I look at this. Obviously, it's not a great thing for the Raiders to have their most marquee player causing a stink in the room ahead of a rivalry game when you're 2-2. And whether or not you think you can compete for the playoffs, you're in the thick of it right now. Just under a quarter of the way into the season, you are in it. And if you rattle off a couple of wins, then your expectations change. I don't anticipate either one of these teams is going to be there at the end of the season, but as the NFL goes, who knows year to year. I've got an issue with the Davante thing. I think it's great for the Broncos that it's happening right now, but I think it would be the worst possible thing for the National Football League if he gets his way.
Why?
If he is able to force his way exactly to where he wants to go. Force his way to New York to be with Aaron Rodgers, because then I think it opens up the floodgates for the NFL to become the NBA, where players are demanding trades and they're getting exactly what they want to go play with who they want, where they want. And it doesn't matter whether or not you're under contract or you're a free agent. It's, listen, I just signed a 4-year deal. I'm 1 year in. I'm unhappy. My quarterback's gone. My coach is gone. Now I have to force my foot to another organization, and it's here or nowhere else. And I think that's a slippery slope that you do not want the NFL to fall down. And it's a league that is held, for better or worse, ownership and management has held the power over that players' union more than the NBA. Maybe not as much as the NHL, because I really don't think that the players in the NHL have all that much power at all.
Yeah.
But granted, it's a league that is way less profitable than the NBA and the NFL are.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a situation that as a fan, you do not want this to happen. You want the Raiders to take the highest bidder for the services of Davante Adams, whether it's Dallas, Kansas City, the Jets, the Saints, or the Jacksonville Jaguars. If someone offers you a first pick, send him there. Screw what he wants.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. Look, there's two active situations right now that I can think of. There's probably more. So you have Hassan Reddick in New York with the Jets, and he has not played a single snap for them yet this year. He wants a new contract, or he wants to be traded. And they have just said to him, well, we're not doing that, so you can just sit right there.
Status quo for the NFL.
Yeah, that's usually the way it goes down. I just think that there's more to the story here in Las Vegas. So, and I just think that when you go back just even a couple of weeks to when Antonio Pierce, gave the press conference in which he said, I thought I had players out there making business decisions, so we are going to make business decisions. And so I just wonder what the relationship there is with Davante Adams and the head coach, because they seem more than willing just to say sayonara to a really, really good wide receiver still. And usually in these circumstances, to your point, in the NFL, they are not just about to let you just do what you want. It's going to take a long time before the organization gets around to saying, all right, we'll get you. We'll do what you want. We'll trade you wherever. Like so, to me, there's something that's been brewing under the scenes, behind the scenes, I should say, for a while for the Raiders just to immediately just say, okay, we're going to do this. And look, the Jets have exactly the amount of cap space you need to fit in Davante Adams. So if they are not calling the Raiders, I don't know what they're thinking, because they could just immediately be one of the more dynamic offenses as you put those two guys, him and Garrett Wilson, on the field at the same time. So I don't know if this is the start of things. I think the NFL players in general are more bold than they have been in the past. I think in the past they just would never even ask for to be traded, or if they did, it was a little bit behind the scenes. It certainly wasn't in the middle of a season, all that kind of stuff. But I think they've seen what has happened in the NBA and how those players get exactly what they want the vast majority of the time, and they just go, well, why not us? How come we can't do that same thing too? And so you get these instances where these players are, testing the system. Davante Adams is going to win because he's going to get probably where he wants to get.
He's going to get traded. Don't get me wrong. He will be moved. And I'm not saying that like players don't have the right to demand trades and get out of a spot. But again, I think it's a very slippery slope that the NFL and ownership does not want to see Vegas knuckle under and send him to one of the two locations that he wants to go. I'm seeing a 3rd round pick is the value for Davante Adams, which seems insane to me. You don't think there's a team out there that would spend a 2nd and a middle round pick? Or
that team might be the Jets, though.
Right, and it might be. I mean, it's fine. If they're the highest bidder, I suppose I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so much more I don't think this will ever become a real thing in the NFL. I just don't. I think contextually each situation is going to demand a different response from the organization.
This is how this stuff happens, though. One guy gets his way, and then the next guy gets his way, and before you know it, LeBron James is running the NBA and every single roster in and out of that league. Before you know it, that's what happens.
Yeah, I see.
And it's something as popular as the NBA is, and as exciting as it is right now, it is one of the black marks on that league of it's the players running this thing. It's a boys club. The ownership doesn't have if a player wants to go to a spot and doesn't want to play, he's going to get his way. And I just don't think that's a healthy thing for the National Football League.
Yeah. I think we're a ways away from that. I really think we're a ways away from that. And it's
not me. This is not me trying to protect ownership. Don't get me wrong. This is not me saying that I'm trying to protect the billionaire owners. No. That's not it. I'm trying to protect the product that I'm watching. I'm trying to make sure that it doesn't become a social club like the NBA is starting to become. I don't want that. I don't give a damn about the ownership situation. I don't. They don't need my defending. They don't need to be protected by me from their players. This is simply my eyes. I want to save my eyes. My entertainment is what I'm trying to save here. So don't get me wrong, Neil, on the text line.
Well, the Jets will be very entertaining if they had Davante Adams and Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall and Braylon Allen and Aaron Rodgers. That would be...
You saw it, yeah, or you think it would be good, but then Garrett Wilson comes out and says, I'm running a route. A route.
Well, that's
so you think they would be really fun?
That's a Nathaniel Hackett problem.
He's not going anywhere. He's Aaron Rodgers' buddy.
Well,
not going anywhere.
He should get fired. He's got to go.
Not going anywhere. That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryanemi. KJ is behind the glass. 10:45. We'll be joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas. You guys can win a pair of tickets to tonight's LA Galaxy game during that interview. Also, if you want to have a chance to go on social and win that, hop on X, Twitter, whatever you call it, search @AltitudeSR. You'll see a tweet on there. All you got to do is tag a friend in the comments, and you can win a pair of tickets on social media as well. Armas coming up at 10:45. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryanemi alongside Chris Dempsey, Rajan Demps. Chris Armas is going to join us in about 20 minutes to preview Rapids and LA Galaxy. The Rapids are officially bound for the 2024 Audi MLS Cup playoffs, but the fight is far from over. There's 2 home games remaining in the regular season, and the Pids are now taking on 2 of the Western Conference's powerhouses with the LA Galaxy on October 2nd. That is tonight, and the Seattle Sounders 3 days later on October 5th. You can be there to support as the Rapids push for a higher seed and coveted home field advantage in the postseason. Tickets are on sale right now at ColoradoRapids.com. We are going to have a chance for you to win tickets starting at 10:45 when Chris Armas joins the program for his weekly coaches show. We'll keep the text line because that's how you're going to enter coming up in 20 minutes from right now. We'll keep that open for an hour, and we will announce a winner at 11:45. Listen, I see the text line right now. Raj, why are you defending the owners? They don't need defending. They milk the players for all they're worth. I get it. I'm not defending ownership. And also, if the ownership doesn't need my defense, you know who doesn't also need my defense are the players who are making millions of dollars. Like, they don't need my defense whatsoever.
You don't want them to be happy? You don't want happy players?
I'm sure Devontae Adams is plenty happy. I'm sure he's disgruntled.
He's not
I'm
happy.
sure he's plenty happy.
He's not happy.
You know what? I want to piggyback off of what you guys were talking about in that first
What's up?
segment there. Let's go back to 2019 here in Denver.
Okay.
There was a wide receiver by the name of Emmanuel Sanders. If you guys remember, he absolutely, around week 6, he just went off the rails after that Chiefs loss on Thursday night, 30-6. Him and Joe Flacco, they were going tit for tat. And Emmanuel Sanders talked about the Broncos being in a world of suck. And not long after that, he was traded to the San Francisco 49ers. And that same season, they went on to the Super Bowl.
So see, this is not new.
No, I'm not saying it's new, but there's nuance there. I get it. I understand it. The Devontae Adams situation is not, it's not the first we've ever seen of this. You brought up Hassan Reddick, who's been holding out for a new contract, and the status quo is, well, you're going to sit out, we're going to fine you, and eventually when you get sick of it, we'll come to an agreement on a deal, and you'll be back on the field. That's just kind of how this works. Sometimes it goes the other way where a guy gets traded and then he signs a deal. But like most of the time, it's sit out, because we're the team, we can do this without you, and eventually you'll come back to us. Emmanuel Sanders is a different situation than Devontae Adams is, though. Devontae already forced his way to Green Bay to play with Derek Carr via trade. Emmanuel Sanders played the better part of 6 seasons in Denver, including a dominant 2014 run when he had 1,400 yards, a Super Bowl championship in 2015, and then stayed on in 2016 for another 1,000-yard season when it was very clear that the ship was starting to sink. And he was still a good soldier, although you started to see some of those outbursts, mainly the one after the Chiefs game that KJ was talking about. I think it's different for Emmanuel Sanders because of what he gave to the Broncos. I could see, and honestly, when Devontae wanted to leave Green Bay, I understood it because they were moving on from Aaron Rodgers because he was no longer going to be the quarterback there.
And he was a free agent, right?
I thought he was traded. Was he a pending free agent? I'm almost positive he was traded. That was via trade. And I could understand the Green Bay situation. Be like, oh yeah, thanks for your service. We appreciate you. It was a great run. We'll see you later. That's what happened with Emmanuel Sanders. Now I don't understand why like Vegas would knuckle under and be like, oh yeah, Devontae, thank you for so many great years in Las Vegas when it's just been meh.
Yeah,
that's a different situation to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it plays out in my mind.
But okay, but then and that's why I think these things are all contextual, and that's why I think this is not a normal. Okay, if you're gonna draw a parallel to things that happened in the NBA, then I have 2 overarching examples of that, and that is obviously Anthony Davis for going from New Orleans to the Lakers. Really just stopped playing. He just stopped playing for the Pelicans. And
he threw a fit. Like a child.
and then you have James Harden, who's kind of forced his way out of a few
Multiple
situations.
fits, like children.
Yeah, those are the two really, really bad situations that have happened in the NBA. I don't see this as necessarily that, because we don't know what's happening behind the scenes with Devontae and the organization. He has been asked this on a few occasions in the past, and in fact, prior to the season, they asked him, well, why would you want to stay here? Just before the season's even started, why would you want to stay here? And why don't you just try to force your way out to go play alongside Aaron Rodgers? And he said, look, I am here, and I actually did believe him. I didn't think he was lying in it or kind of masking what his true intentions were. But I do believe there are things that have just gone wrong in that situation early in this season so badly that now he's like, you know what? I actually do want out of here. And I think so. This situation, to me, it doesn't have all the earmarkers of, okay, now this is about to this might open Pandora's box. Almost like the who's the kid, the UNLV kid who is now not playing because of the NIL stuff.
Oh, it starts with an S.
I think yes, Sluka or something. Whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that situation is opening a Pandora's box, because what he is just showing everybody is like, oh, I can just stop playing in the middle of the season. And then get paid, or just move on to another school and then get paid by that new school. I think you're going to see so many more copycat situations there. This one here, I just want to know more about why, because the Raiders obviously aren't world beaters, but they weren't last year either. He could have forced his way out last year. It's the same quarterback situation. It's bad.
What does that change if they select a quarterback in the first round? If they move up and grab Penix?
Yeah, maybe.
If they move up and they grab Knicks before the Broncos, do you think we're having the same conversation?
It's a good question, Raj. I think it's a really good question. That's where the reporter in me, like my spidey sense, is up here, because it just seems that something has changed like that. And then you have this. Is he actually even injured? I don't know. Or is he injured so badly that, he wasn't going to play this week against the Broncos anyway, according to Adam Schefter's report a couple of weeks back that said he's going to miss the next two games. Well, the second game of those two was the Broncos game. So he wasn't going to play against the Broncos regardless, but now it kind of seems like maybe it's less about the injury and more about what he wants, that he doesn't want to be there anymore.
Man, if he's not playing, I look at this game, it's almost, for me, I know it's a team you haven't beaten in 8 straight tries, and you've lost 11 of 13, and the 2 wins that you have in those 13 games are 1-point wins. You haven't beaten them by more than a score since 2017. That gets lost in the 8-game losing streak, is that the only 2 times that you beat Vegas or Oakland back then were by a point. You have not had a dominant victory against them in...
Are the Broncos favored in this game?
I'd be shocked if they weren't. I haven't. They opened up. Actually, give me a second. I've got my notes somewhere here.
Because they should be, right? I know at the beginning of this season they weren't favored.
They opened up as 3-point favorites at home.
Yeah.
Over under set at 36.5. It's moved a half point up and down over the last 18 hours. -3 home favorites, as they should be. They're a better team with a better defense. They don't have the same tight end attack that Vegas does.
Right. Michael Mayer is the other one. We were talking about this in the break.
You should win this game. With how dominant that your secondary has been and how competent that the run defense has been.
Yeah.
If you can get out to a lead and force them to pass the ball, I think you're looking at a couple of forced interceptions this year.
I do too.
Or this weekend from Gardner Minshew.
Yeah. No, I'm with you 1,000% on that. It's funny how things change. Prior to the season, I believe when we went through the odds for every single game, the Broncos weren't favored. The only game they were favored in was the Carolina game. And now, turns out, defense is really good. Offense is, I don't know what we're going to term the Broncos offense, but
it's a work in progress.
Yeah, they do just enough to be able to help the defense pull a couple of these games out. Meanwhile, the Raiders have quarterback issues. They obviously don't have Devontae Adams anymore.
You could argue that the Broncos have quarterback issues as well.
The Raiders have different quarterback issues.
What do you mean?
Because they don't actually have a quarterback that they want to go forward with for the future. Whereas the Broncos are just trying to groom a guy, or not groom a guy. They're trying to develop a guy. So I think those two situations are a little bit different. I think that, so in other words, the Raiders are going to draft a quarterback next year in the draft, but the Broncos probably won't unless Bo Nix just falls completely apart.
And it doesn't feel like it's going that. It certainly doesn't feel like it's going that way for Nix.
No.
Things would have to. They'd have to go bad in a hurry.
Yeah.
Like if they started to go bad in week 12 or 13, you're not even looking at drafting a guy next year in the first round.
Right.
It would have to go bad starting as soon as like the New Orleans game.
And it would have to persist week over week over week. See, I think they are very well settled in on Bo Nix is going to you hope that he makes a ton of improvement this season and then he can hit the ground running next season. But let's say he doesn't. I still think the Broncos, what they will do in the draft with their highest draft picks is draft skill position players, because that would be their answer to a subpar showing from Bo Nix over an entire season. Is what they'll just say is, you know what? We need to put better skill position players around him, which they do anyway, but that would be to me how they double down on Bo Nix. Just say, don't worry about that. He just needs better help around him. We will get that in the draft and maybe through free agency to whatever degree. And that's how they'll double down. And so the Broncos are the quarterback situation for them. If this Bo Nix thing doesn't work out, that's like 2 years down the road, I think, before they're starting to go, maybe we are getting the draft to get another quarterback. They need to collect skill position players because offensively it's tough.
Speaking of one of those skill positions, at this point last week, we were talking about Javonte Williams like not needing to see the rock.
Yeah.
And obviously Tyler Bidet goes out with the injury, scary back injury last week. And then you see flashes of what Javonte used to be. 16 attempts, 77 yards, dragging guys down the field, which is something that we were used to back in 2021 when he burst onto the scene as a 900-yard rookie.
I wonder if the weight loss was a problem.
What do you doesn't know how to carry it and play with it?
From the standpoint of just that thing that you just said right there, the running back that can run through tackles, arm tackles especially, drag defenders that are kind of draped all over him. When you are lighter, you're less able to do some of those things, like run as physically as you ran before. It's interesting, right? Because he comes in as a very physical running back. We love him for that. All right. Then he gets injured. He comes back last year. He's maybe a little heavy on the heavy side, but also maybe and just not quite as quick as you want him to be. So then Sean Payton says to him, need you to lose some weight, bro. So then he loses 11, 12 pounds, whatever it was. And now we have a guy who, if you yank him, if you grab him by the leg, you can get him down in a way that you couldn't get him down before. And so it's just interesting, the evolution and what he is, how he has run this year, and can he get back to that player that you were talking about when he was a rookie.
Without the Bidet injury last week, would you still be saying the same thing that we did 7 days ago? Of like, I'd rather see Bidet have more run this game, and he and Javonte split the carries.
After seeing what Javonte has done?
Yes. Because it's only one game. But it was one game against a damn good defense.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think... Well, you know what? I think this is a fluid situation. Javonte, show it to me again. That's what I would say. Show it to me again. And if you do, then cool. Raj, I think for me, it was... We were actively watching a running back that we know has this in him, not be able to tote the rock in the way that we had been expecting coming into the season, and that we had seen from him in the past. And then we watched a guy in Tyler Bidet walk right in and look super explosive. And yeah, I want to see more of that, especially if the incumbent is not getting the job done. But okay, if he's going to get the job done, then yeah. He should get the rock a little bit more. And I don't know if Bidet's, I don't know what his, if he's going to play this week or not. But certainly Javonte has earned the right to be the bell cow running back in this game coming up against the Raiders.
Coming up on Friday, you guys can join Demps and Coach Sanford from 10 a.m. to noon for the grand opening of Desert Donuts, cooked order donuts. They've got everything from plain to ridiculous. We had them in the studio a couple days ago.
They're awesome.
They were phenomenal. Like you know when you go to a fancy donut shop and there's too much going on. Like there's too many cereals on the donuts
Right.
and it's too large and you can't eat it without looking like a kid at a Renaissance fair having his first cotton candy
Yeah.
stick.
Yep.
It's not like that.
Nope.
It's a fantastic donut. So
And they
you
make
guys-
them right in front of you.
right in front of you. You guys can go out to Desert Donuts on Friday, 10 a.m. to noon, hang out with Dempsey, hang out with Coach Sanford, 8501 East Arapahoe Road in Greenwood Village. Get ready to meet your new favorite meal at Desert Donuts. Chris Armas, Rapids head coach, joins us next. Every single week here on Dempsey & Company, we bring you the Chris Armas Show. It's sponsored by Intermountain Health. Visit intermountainhealthcare.org. Intermountain Health, helping people live the healthiest lives possible. And right here on Dempsey & Company, we're giving away a pair of tickets to tonight's Rapids and LA Galaxy game. All you have to do is text the word CUP, C-U-P, to 303-504-0925. That's CUP and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner at 11:45. Good luck and hello, Rapids head coach Chris Armas. What's up?
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
I appreciate it. Let me get through my reads before we get you on here. Coach, you guys have you've clinched a playoff spot. You don't have to worry about playing in a wild card game. That's got to be relaxing for you as a head coach. But now pushing to stay into the top four. You guys have been red hot, obviously, for the majority of like 2.5, 3 months. How hard is it to keep that hot streak going? Because like there's always that thought process of like peaking too early. That hasn't crept into your mind ever, has it?
No, we I think we're a pretty realistic group. We are a humble group. We work hard. We don't get too high or low. And along the way, we get humbled all the time. So we win, we can lose a few, but the fire inside the locker room, that's steady. That's pretty consistent. So, we lost this last one on the road in Minnesota, but we have to ramp it up and be ready for a really good LA Galaxy team tonight. But I don't have to get these guys that motivated. I try to inspire these guys, keep them steady, and prepare them tactically for what's ahead.
Yeah, in fact, an LA Galaxy team that's leading the Western Conference, 58 points for that team. That you guys played an interesting game against them earlier this season, back in July. You lose 3-2. All the scoring happens in the first half, and then the second half kind of settles in both. Each team kind of gets their chances, but nobody else can kind of break through. Just kind of go back over that game for us, and then what needs to change for you in this win here tonight.
Well, we want to continue to where we left off. So the first half in their building was a tough game. You can talk about their quality. You can talk about how good they are in possession. You can talk about how good they are at home. And then you got to go and deal with it. And they moved us around. They scored some goals. We got punched in the faces by a really good team. We play in a nice tight defensive structure. They were able to play through us, and even though we had a few more numbers around the ball than them, they were able to use their quality to do that. In the second half, we really ran at them. We had a different pressing scheme. We disrupted their attack. We made them uncomfortable. And although we scored 2 goals in the first half to come back to 3-2, in the second half we didn't score. We scored 6 big chances. I think we had 1 big chance in the first half, 6 big chances in the second half, statistically. And the way that came from was our good defending. So when I say pick up where we left off, it's pressing out of a certain way that takes away their key players, that disrupts their attacks, that takes away one of their strengths, possession, key players, and then hurts where they're, addresses where they're a little bit vulnerable, which is in transition and in counterattacks.
Chris Armas, Rapids head coach, is our guest here on the Ramos Law Hotline. Coach, you were at the head of a really successful New York team back in 2018 that finished top of table but got knocked out in the conference final, if my research is correct there. You guys are 20-some-odd days out from starting your best-of-3 playoff series with whoever you get matched up with. What's the main difference in playoff soccer as compared to regular season stuff?
Well, I mean, it's a new season, right? Whether you finish first or 8th, it's a chance to reset. And in football, our sport, every play matters. Goals change games. So it's just that, live and, win and move on type of mentality. But so the difference is there's more at stake, right? You don't always have, we'll get it back next week. We'll get it back. So that's the difference. We all know it. Everything that's being done, it's amplified. The energy in the stadiums, the pressure on referees, the game plans. The key, though, knowing that, yes, there's pressure and more on it, that you keep doing the same things that got you there. And I've learned that as a player. I've learned it as a coach, that it's some teams are scrambling going to the playoffs and have to come up with new schemes, push the magic buttons. And I think the key is in all sports is just to rely on your reliables, the guys that got you there, and to stick to your identity.
One of the guys that helped get you to this point is Cole Bassett. He's not playing tonight, right? What's his status?
Yeah, he had a quad strain, which is lingering. So we have to be careful with him. He's just a soft tissue little nick that he picked up in the last week or so, and now it's tricky because those things, if you rush them, it can be a repeat injury. We've seen it in all sports. Even the Broncos, someone has a calf injury, it came back, and now it's a week to 10 days, could become 2-3 weeks. So just have to be smart with Cole. He's a guy that covers a lot of ground, the most in Major League Soccer. So when we set him free, we got to set him free for the big physical demands that he's used to. So we're gonna have our sights set on the Austin game.
Okay, good. Yeah, all right. So that's the final game of the season there for you. How do you make up? I mean, you're right. He covers so much ground. He does so much for you guys. How do you make up for that when he's out of the lineup?
Well, look, you don't make up for it really. You know what you lose in Cole, the guy that covers ground and covers ground with high speed running, accelerations, decelerations. He has an interesting profile physically. You don't really make up for it. I think one of the things you lose when you don't have Cole Bassett is, in all my years of coaching, you've not met a ton of guys that have the level of desire to win. To win at home, to win for the fans, I see it in training every day. I see it in the games. That's also hard when you don't have that, you miss that. So, but when you don't have a player, you don't focus on that. Guys, listen, how are we going to next guy up, Omir Fernandez will get a start tonight at left midfield in that spot. We have other guys in the center of midfield. We know Connor Ronan, player of the year last year, is having a tremendous season. Ali Larraz, a homegrown kid that, like I say, these Colorado boys can run. Well, Ali Larraz can step in and cover similar type of ground as Cole. So we focus on what we have. That's what's important. We missed Cole. We'll get him back soon, but we're going to be ready to ramp this up tonight and run at LA Galaxy.
You can hear that call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 7 p.m. Rapids hosting LA Galaxy. Coach, I asked this to Coach Malone when we have him on during the season. Obviously, you guys you're not there at playoffs yet, but a message to your fans if you have one.
Listen, my message to the fans is consistent. I'll say it again. They are the best in the league. We need them to show up midweek, weekend, as many as possible. I'm hoping that we're gaining a few along the way even. But when we're at home, it's why we have one of the best records in the league. Altitude is part of it, but more so, it's our fans that get behind us. They're knowledgeable and passionate, and they make the difference. So I say, hey, if you come to our stadium, you can be the difference. I said, no chance. You have to come because you are the difference. Come support us, please. Bring a friend or so. Bring the noise. Bring what you got. We got that goal song every time we score goals. People are dancing in the crowd. We have an amazing environment. Just we appreciate you. We don't take it lightly. We're going to throw everything at the Galaxy tonight. Please come out and support.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you. The Chris Armas Show, sponsored by Intermountain Health. Visit intermountainhealthcare.org. Intermountain Health, helping people live the healthiest lives possible. Coach, thank you and best of luck this evening.
Thanks, Coach.
I'm grateful. Thanks for having me on.
There's Rapids head coach Chris Armas as they prepare to take on the LA Galaxy this evening, 7 p.m. You can hear the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, you guys can win a pair of tickets, not only right now on air by texting the word CUP to 303-504-0925. Again, CUP to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. We'll announce that winner coming up at 11:45. And also, if you don't win that one right now, head on over to Twitter, find the @AltitudeSR page, and you'll see a pinned tweet of Coach Armas promoting the Chris Armas Show.
Mm-hmm.
And all you got to do is tag a friend there. You don't have to do anything else. Just find a buddy, your wife, your kid, tag someone, and you're automatically entered, and we'll give away a pair right there. You can join the Centennial 38 down there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park.
Yeah, it's been a really remarkable season for the Rapids this year. So much has gone right for this team. I can't wait to see what happens with them when they get into the playoffs. And now we're 3 games to the end of the season here. This is 2 games left after this. And it's one thing. They have evolved from a team that was picked to finish last to a team pushing for a top 4 spot. Could probably get as high as 2 if they finish the season with wins. And then how does that then translate into the playoffs? I think they profile pretty good. They're going to be a tough team to have to play in the postseason.
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. We'll have KJ's NFL notes coming up at 11:15. Shout-outs at 11:45, so text those in. Again, on the Schott Mazda text line at 303-504-0925. One price, one person, 1 hour. Shout-outs at 11:45. Second hour coming up next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 rolling into the second hour of Dempsey and Company. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Chris Dempsey. Special thanks to Chris Armas, who joined us in the last segment to preview the Rapids and their game this evening at 7 p.m. at Dick's Sporting Goods Park against LA Galaxy, top of the table in MLS Western Conference. Rapids are they're slotted in there. They're guaranteed a best of 3 series, but just looking to lock up home field advantage throughout at least the first round of the playoffs. Again, you guys can get to that game tonight by texting the word CUP to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. We'll give away a winner coming up at 11:45 when we do shout-outs. Demps, I was at the Avs preseason game last night and got a good look at Nikolai Kovalenko, who's playing up on the first line with Nathan McKinnon and Mikko Rantanen, and got a good look at Cale Makar and Eric Brandstrom, who is getting some spots on power play too. Most of yesterday was like, get Nate and Mikko and Cale out on the power play to touch the puck, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, it's preseason hockey. It's just about as worthless as NFL preseason is. It's like you're going to get some touches out there. You're not playing the vast majority of your stars, but for what it's worth, Nate looks just fine after he admittedly told TNT before the game, I didn't do much this offseason.
Right.
Literally told TNT. I was like, I was
out.
in the gym, but I wasn't. I'm taking miles off my body at this point rather than putting them on, which
it makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
And he looks just as dominant. Is he going to take a step back from a 140-point pace? Probably. But I don't think it's going to be much. You can expect another monster season out of that player. And I wonder if we're looking at another season where he'll be in that conversation for MVP, because I think the expectations for the Avs this year are so much lower than they have been in the past. Let's call it. They're probably lower this year than they have been in 4 seasons because of all of the uncertainty around the team, because of the lack of depth on the forward group.
Yeah.
Again, because of uncertainty at left wing.
Yep.
And the question marks at goaltending, which maybe they're not there anymore.
Yeah.
Because of what you saw out of Georgie in the first 2 series. After that first game against Winnipeg, he was excellent against Winnipeg and Dallas, and certainly not the reason why. Same as the year prior to the Cup, the year that they won the Cup, and then the last 2 seasons combined. I think because on the outside looking in, there's a lot of people that go, well, we think the Avs have a better chance of missing the playoffs than winning the division. I've had a lot of those conversations with a lot of Avs fans that are that go, I think there's a good chance that the Avs could miss the playoffs this year rather than win the division. I go,
it's too much talent for that.
Too much talent.
Still.
You have the best defenseman in the world.
Yep.
You have arguably the best player in the world. You've got a top 10 player in Mikko Rantanen, at least top 10 goal scorer without a doubt in Mikko Rantanen in the league. You have a top 10 defenseman in Devon Taves in terms of overall D. There's no way outside of multiple catastrophic injuries and both Landeskog and Nichushkin not coming back and staying back and getting to form. Notice I say both.
Yep.
One of the two you can do just fine, but both would have to go by the wayside for you to not make the playoffs. The team's too deep. So I want you to put that out of your head. Despite a 6-1 loss last night, they're going to be just fine.
Did you hear what Bednar had to say about Malinsky?
He really likes Sam.
He, on the morning show today.
Loves him. Put on a lot of weight.
Raved about him.
Raved about that player. And this team needs right-handed shot defensemen.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, it's a team that needs to move money off of the back end, and they're not moving Cale, and they're not moving Devon Taves. And I'm telling you, if they love Eric Brandstrom, and they like him right now, and I saw a few things. I'm not going to write the book on what I saw out of Eric Brandstrom, the young defenseman who came over from Ottawa. He's a former first-round pick of the Vegas Golden Knights. Famously, did not play for them. I think Vegas shipped off the first 8 of their first-round picks. Never played for the organization.
Yep.
Brandstrom's got silky hands, and I think they're going to like that. Malinsky can rush the puck just as well as anyone. He put on weight. And I think that makes a guy like Sam Girard expendable. And I love Sam. I'm a Sam Girard guy. And I think he is underrated because of his size. You look at him and you go, well, how can he be a good defenseman in the National Hockey League? And then you see his feet, you see how he snaps pucks, and he's just damn good. What he's not good is net front defending because he's like smaller than I am, shorter than I am. He's not small. His legs are the size of my chest. I think that the comments from Bednar this morning about Sam Malinsky are truly eye-opening. Because
I thought so too.
You're going to have to move a player, and I go, there's your fix. There's your cheap fix.
Yeah, and we talked about that. And when I asked you, well, who would you put in? How would you replace that player? And Malinsky's name came up, but I was I was driving around. I was driving here, and when Bednar was on, and he gave a good update on a couple of the young players, got me to thinking, if some of those young players slot in and start to play significant roles, how much does that enhance the entire pack? I mean, it's kind of similar to what the Nuggets are looking for, but if guys like Malinsky can come in and just immediately play a really big role, now you're talking about a team that looks really robust in a way that's, okay, now we might be able to do some things in the playoffs.
And that's the one thing that the Avs, this front office has been, it has been the envy of 98% of teams in the National Hockey League, of like what they've been able to do in terms of hitting on their top prospects and then bringing in other diamonds in the rough that just like didn't work out somewhere, but found a way to mesh in Colorado. Those are the hallmarks of Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland. The one detracting part of that front office is, well, what have you done with your other young guys? Like your non-top 10 draft picks, the guys who aren't Nate McKinnon or Cale Makar or Mikko Rantanen or Gabe Landeskog when he was healthy. Where have been the players that you've brought up and developed on your own? Honestly, they haven't really existed outside of Logan O'Connor, question mark. And that's probably it. You could make the argument that Sam Girard was one of those players, but he was a relatively high pick by Nashville when he came over in that that Matt Duchene trade. But Malinsky would be one of those guys.
Yeah.
Malinsky would be one of those guys. I don't think he has a shot at making this team or playing. He doesn't really have a shot at really playing for this team this year. Sean Barron's the former DU Pioneer defenseman, but he would be one of those guys. And then the other one that you have to look at is Callum Ritchie.
Yep.
And he was another player that Coach Bednar, who again, every Wednesday, 8 a.m. on 92.5 with Moshe Lombardi and Kane, you can listen to the exclusive Jared Bednar Coaches Show. That started today. It will be every Wednesday at 8 a.m. throughout the rest of the season. Travel schedules notwithstanding. Sometimes there's things that happen, but 8 a.m. Put it in your alarm. Callum Ritchie's the other one that he raved about.
Yep.
And he's this weird situation that he can't be sent back to the American Hockey League. So he can't go to the Colorado Eagles and play at the Budweiser Event Center. He either has to go back to junior hockey for the entire season because of his age. It's this it's essentially this bargaining agreement between the CHL, which is the conglomeration of the Ontario Hockey League, the Western Hockey League, and the Quebec Major Junior League, which is essentially a professional league, and the NHL/AHL, which says if you've got these younger players, you can take them and they can play up to 9 games for you. And then they either have to stay with you the whole year or you send them back to us. If they're too old, like Callum Ritchie is 19 right now, they either have to go to the National Hockey League and be a player for you, rostered player, can't be sent down to the American Hockey League, or they have to go back to the CHL and play the entire year. It's essentially protecting the CHL from no longer being a feeder system into the NHL. Because if you're directly affiliated with an American Hockey League team, you wouldn't send your player to Rimouski Oceanic in the Quebec League. You want him to play down the road in Broomfield, right? It's a protection act is what it is. Ritchie's one of those players that he either makes the team or he goes back to a league that he's too good for.
He's going to make the team.
He is every piece the part of an NHL player right now.
Yeah.
And if you're going to take a pick or a piece out of a rival's book, look at what the Dallas Stars did. Look at Wyatt Johnston. Look at those young players. Who's the little dude on Dallas? I forget his name. Is it Delandria? I don't think it's Delandria.
His name is Little Dude.
His name is Little Dude. That is right. He's just the little guy. Wyatt Johnston and Logan Stankoven is the other young guy. Look at what they did with their 19 and 20-year-olds. Play them.
Just play them.
Just play them.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't work out. Callum Ritchie's a hit.
Yeah.
He's going to be a center for you in the future. He'll be your third-line center as early as not this year, but likely next year.
Mm-hmm.
He'll play wing this year, and I think he should be in the lineup every day. He's got the size. He's got the offensive capabilities. You saw that beautiful breakaway move that he had the other day, that little fake zonk
Yeah.
that he pulled.
And there's not a ton of pressure on him. You know what I'm saying? Like it's because you have stars, like legit Hall of Fame level stars on this hockey club, you can slot in a guy like that, and he can be, and I'm going to put this in air quote, he can be eased into the situation. You know, I mean, it's, you're not counting on him for massive production,
nope,
massive leadership. Like, you just come on in and play next to these superstars and learn how to be one yourself. And I just think that is such a good formula for young, talented, very promising players to be able to play on teams like this with players that are already assuming the pressurized load of production and leadership and all that kind of stuff, while you learn and get better, and then you can take over some of that stuff in subsequent years. So I hope he stays. I really do, and I hope they play him because he can help, and he's going to be a part. Feels like he's going to be a big part of your future.
He is a big part of the future.
Yeah, so you might as well get that rolling.
And right, the issue that you run into is, right, the Avs they're so hurt right now that you have two of your top 5 players, 3 of your top 6 players that are out and not available to you in Landeskog, Nichushkin, and Arturi Lehkonen, who's out after having shoulder surgery in the offseason, right? All of those guys are going to come back. So you go, well, what if Callum just plays like 15 games for the Avs this year, and then everyone comes back and they're healthy? Where does he fit in? Like that's a problem you want to have.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have the issue of like, well, do we take Parker Kelly or Joel Kiviranta or Chris Wagner out of the lineup? You want that problem.
That's a good problem.
You want the problem that Michael Malone had 2 years ago in the playoffs when Christian Brown showed up to play, where you have to sit other veteran players that are on your roster, where you look at Reggie Jackson, you go, dude, I don't need you to play right now. I have him.
Yep.
You want that issue.
Yep.
And I believe that Callum Ritchie can be that guy for the Avs this year. And if again, it's a slippery slope. If like Ritchie and Malinsky don't hit, this is a team that I don't think can win the division. But you have to have one of these 2 young guys hit, and then have Lehkonen come back to form, and at least one of Nichushkin and Landeskog be a legit top 6 performer and contributor to this team. And then you can compete with Nashville for a division title. I think Dallas takes a step back this year. I think Winnipeg takes a step back this year. And I think it's going to be a true horse race between Nashville and Colorado, if everything goes their way, to walk away with the Central.
Mm-hmm.
That's my expectation.
Yeah. I think when you're talking about the outlook of this after, I mean, it's if it isn't, hey, we're in it to win all these things, then what are we here for? I mean, and I know they're financially, they're challenged a little bit to be able to fill out a roster, and that's why you have to have young players hit. But we saw a little bit of Malinsky last year.
Dude, he's good.
Yeah,
he can play.
Correct.
And again, he makes a guy who I am a staunch supporter of expendable.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're talking about $5 million on a team that is up against the cap every single year and has to worry about re-signing Mikko Rantanen to a long-term extension and then getting the best defenseman in the world 2 years from now to a long-term extension, and then finding your goaltender of the future, because the goalie of the future likely is not on the roster right now. I think your goaltender of the future is in the system, but he's playing in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
You have all those things coming up, and freeing up $5 million is everything.
Yep.
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryanemi. On the other side, we'll bring you through the biggest news in the National Football League ahead of Raiders Week. It's NFL Notes with KJ.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Every single day here we go through the biggest stories around the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what is up first?
Well, let's start with the obvious story of the day, and that's Davante Adams. I need to give all of our listeners a full rundown of what is taking place. So on Monday, all of a sudden, there was a reporter for Sports Illustrated who just posted that, hey, the Raiders appear to be open to trading Davante Adams. And somehow, some way, Antonio Pierce liked the post. They get a screenshot of it, and of course, it goes viral. So Davante Adams gets asked about it on his usual appearance on the Kay Adams Show yesterday, and here was his response.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him. I haven't talked to him. So I haven't, I don't know. I don't really know exactly what that was about. Obviously, I got, social media is a beast. So it's a lot of people out there that saw it and, wondering what's going on and people reaching out. And yeah, I haven't spoke to him.
So we'll call it 2.5 hours later. We get reports from Adam Schefter and all of the other big insiders that Davante Adams is requesting a trade from the Las Vegas Raiders. And Adam Schefter went on to report that the Raiders are looking for a package in return built around a second-round pick at least. Josina Anderson goes on to report that several teams have already inquired. The Jets, the Cowboys have been the top 2 teams that have inquired. None of them are looking to give up a second-round pick. She has reported that. So fast forward to where we are today with Davante Adams. We don't know if he's going to play or not in regards to the Raiders game on Sunday versus the Broncos, but it's likely that he won't because last week he had all of a sudden hamstring injury that was, I'm hurt, guys, I have to sit this one out.
It's funny about, go ahead.
No, you're good, go ahead.
At the time that it was reported that he had the hamstring injury, this was kind of like, it preceded a lot of this stuff. So it's kind of like, oh, man, he's got a hamstring injury. And then Adam Schefter reported that he would miss at least 2 weeks with the hamstring injury. Okay, cool. And then you have all the rest of this business start trickling out, days after that. And you just wonder how much of a hamstring injury he really does have versus there are actual, problems behind the scenes there in Las Vegas. And this really does, it just appears, Raj, it's a situation where these two, they have to part ways. It feels like Davante is over it. It feels like Antonio Pierce is over it. And, so there's going to be a team that benefits. If you're the Dallas Cowboys, if they say second round pick, give them a second round pick.
Yeah, if you can fit him in, you're in that window.
Yeah, and they can.
It only makes sense for teams that are in win now windows, which is why New Orleans doesn't feel like a fit to me. So when he was talking about going back to play with Derek Carr, is it about winning for you, or is it about being comfortable with one of your buddies? Because you're in your age 32 season and you have a massive contract. That's not an easy contract to fit in.
So
a $44 million cap hit in 2025, 44.1 in 2026. You can't get out of that contract until 2025 when it's a 3-year, $67.75 million contract with a $15.7 million dead cap hit. It's a miserable contract. New Orleans wants to take that on. They're in the spot where they can take that contract on.
How good is New Orleans?
I don't think they're a competitor in the NFC. I thought they looked really good in the first 2 weeks, but you asked me about the rest of the... Are they going to beat Detroit? Hell no. Are they going to beat the 49ers if they get healthy? Hell no.
Are they a Davante Adams away from being a contender?
No.
Okay.
They're a Davante Adams away from, being the best team in their division without a doubt, but I don't think it makes them a contender.
Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of a wild card to me. That certainly is Devontae Adams wanting to play with his friend Derek Carr for sure. And then, it's a team that was on fire for the first 2 weeks, but then has come right on back down to earth since then. So I just think this is an interesting situation. I want to know more. As a reporter, I want to know more.
Well, let me spin a question to you guys like this. Bill Barnwell came out with his top teams that should be targeting Devontae Adams. There were 2 teams in the AFC West, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers, that were on his list. How far away are the Broncos from being in conversations to where they can start acquiring talent of that magnitude?
They are, until Bo Nix shows he can take over a game with his arm. Until Bo Nix goes out and wins you a game because of Bo Nix and not the defense, and does it a couple of times to prove it's like, oh yeah, this ain't a fluke. That's the barometer.
Like if Devontae Adams was 3 years younger, the Broncos would be in this mix, I think.
Probably, because then you marry him up with
Correct.
the timeline of Bo.
Yeah.
But that's
Right.
the reason why he doesn't work in Las Vegas right now, is because there's the timeline for Vegas to get back to the playoffs is 3 years away.
Seems a little more steep than right now than what it did at the beginning of the season, no doubt. But that's why it makes sense for the Chargers, because all right, you already have a quarterback, and you clearly your run game is there. You do need some extra skill at the wide receiver position. Actually, Lad McConkey and Quentin, forget his last name. But if you add a player like that, so I get it. But yeah, the Broncos I think are only hindered in a situation like this. But well, first of all, they have a dead cap situation. But
well, yeah, that's the other thing. Like Russ's dead cap money needs to go away. Then they can do this.
Right.
So I suppose they're still more than a year out.
Exactly.
Which kind of sucks, but that's the price of business. KJ, what's next?
It's kind of a strange question, but okay.
Garrett Wilson went on ESPN's Barton Hahn out in New York yesterday, as he has his usual Garrett Wilson show every Tuesday on Barton Hahn. And he talked about the identity of the New York Jets offense. And here is the quote that is absolutely burning social media on fire.
I don't think we do a lot of different stuff, to be honest. When I watch football on Sundays, I see a lot of teams mix it up and stuff like that. I don't feel like we do that. So I think we know our identity is just about going out and executing it or figuring out whether or not it's going to work. I truly think that we are not trying. I don't think we're trying a lot of different things. I know personally I haven't, my route tree hasn't been what it's been on the last 2 years as far as the stuff I've been running and stuff. So yeah, it's just about figuring out whether or not it's the right identity, and if it's going to win games this year, if it's going to do what we need it to do, give the defense the run support they need to be the best defense in the league.
So it's still a work in progress, is what you're saying. You're still trying to figure stuff out.
Just be detailed, be good, and we are having an identity. I think we know what it is. It's just let's go be good at it.
Who's going to be more responsible for getting Robert Saleh fired? Coach Nathaniel Hackett, Aaron Rodgers, or Garrett Wilson?
It's going to be Hackett, man.
Does Hackett... Hold on. Are you telling me that Saleh goes before Hackett?
Oh, he definitely goes before Aaron Rodgers holds the keys.
All right, that's what I was saying about 20 minutes ago. I was like, I don't think he's going anywhere because of Aaron Rodgers, but I feel as though it's easier to part ways with Hackett because you have Rodgers and keep Saleh to see... to give the head coach one last chance, or does he not deserve it? Because I mean, the media out there in New York is ripping him to shreds, and not only in New York, but national media based in New York. Like if you heard Mike Greenberg went in on the guy,
Yep.
Fonseca went in on the guy.
Yep.
Is he really? He's the issue. It feels like it's like Hackett had a good year with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, and then that was about it.
Yeah, it feels like Hackett's the issue to me. I mean, Garrett Wilson, but he basically just said he's not even running the same.
It's a cupcake offense.
His route tree is worse this year than it was last year. And then look, Hackett was the offensive coordinator last year too. But I I don't know, man. It feels like you have to get rid of Hackett, but the problem is he's boys with Aaron Rodgers, so Aaron Rodgers would revolt, and you don't want Aaron Rodgers revolting. I mean, it's a very, very, very bad situation. I just think if you're Garrett Wilson, you got to beat down Hackett's door and go, give me all the routes. Like, what are we doing? And because that's really the only thing nobody's going anywhere. Nobody's going anywhere. Who's going anywhere?
No, it's a one. You get one season to figure this out, maybe two.
Because if you fire Saleh and hire anybody else,
I don't want to be saddled with the Rodgers contract,
Right.
a 40-year-old quarterback who's pissed off, and an offensive coordinator who had one good season, was a nightmare in Denver, had a decent year last year without Rodgers, but hasn't had a good I wouldn't want that as a head coach. I bring in my own band.
Right. But Aaron Rodgers
burn
is
it
running
down to
the
the
show.
ground. I keep a good defense. I draft a quarterback in the first round the following year. I get rid of Aaron Rodgers or have him sit behind Rodgers for the final year at age 41 and move on. That's what I do.
Well, it's not ideal for the Jets, man. They want to be winning the Super Bowl.
The Jets are the Jets. It's just it makes sense why. So those of you who don't know this, on the East Coast, most Mets fans are Jets fans because they're glutton for punishment, and most Yankees fans are Giants fans because, well, they're smart and they like winning most of the time. It's the most Jets-Mets thing ever to have like world championship expectations, then lose to a Broncos team that's not going to make the playoffs.
Right. It is.
It's the most Jets thing ever. I love it. One more.
It's kind of a strange question, but okay.
Yeah, for those who don't know, I am 26 years old, and one thing that I am learning in life, it is hard to find quality service. When me and my wife stopped by Mountain High Appliance, that has never been an issue, ever, ever, ever. Everything we've needed, every question we've had, they've been able to answer. And I am confident in saying that will be the same case for you. Shout out to Mountain High Appliance for being the sponsor of KJ's NFL Notes. They have multiple locations. One in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs. You can go anywhere. It will be consistent. They offer every major appliance you can think of. I'm talking everything from refrigerators to washers to dryers. If you want a teleportation device that'll send you into the future, I can't promise they can give you that, but they can at least inquire. That's Mountain High Appliance. You can check everything that they have out on mountainhighappliance.com.
I do want a teleportation machine.
Well, listen, I can make that phone call for you, Dimps. I sure can, and we can get some things course corrected before they happen, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, in this last story here, we all know that with the Kansas City Chiefs, they're down a wide receiver. That's why everybody's been linking Devontae Adams to Kansas City. But there was a hot take that came out of the hot take machine himself, Stephen A. Smith. And he has this to say about Tyreek Hill in regards to his career now compared to what it would have been had he stayed with Kansas City.
You're Tyreek Hill. You walked away from Patrick Mahomes. You walked away from Andy Reid. And now the Miami Dolphins look like hot garbage because they don't have their quarterback, Tua, who you cannot rely upon because his durability due to the concussions is simply not something that you can rely on. It's that simple. I think this could end up going down as one of the greatest mistakes an NFL football player has ever made in terms of their on-field decisions, departing from Kansas City to go to Miami. Because obviously without Tua, where the hell are we going to see from Tyreek Hill? He ain't got anybody to throw him the damn football.
Agree or disagree?
Completely agree. If they don't turn it around, without a doubt. I mean, it's a great decision for him to walk and get his money.
Yeah, I was going to say so.
If that was his goal, is to go get paid and make generational wealth, which he did, then mission accomplished. But if Tyreek turns back around and has a sob story about, the good old days and back when he was winning and having multiple championships and going down as, one of the better wide receivers to ever play, if he stays in Miami, that's not going to happen as it stands right now, unless McDaniel can get another quarterback in there or miraculously Tua comes back and stays healthy for the rest of his career, which I think is a pipe dream. Yeah, it would have been a mistake in terms of legacy, in like stats and wins legacy. Personal, no, that was a win. You got what you wanted. The Athletic came out with a player poll that they released earlier this morning, and Tyreek Hill was the overwhelming favorite of any non-quarterback that a player would start a team with. He had 10% more of the vote than the next player, which was Justin Jefferson. Like, he's the guy that everyone looks at and goes, you're the unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
I can see why Stephen A goes, yeah, it's a waste of space down there. That's a Ferrari sitting and collecting dust. It sucks.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with Stephen A. Smith. I think that what was left for him to do in Kansas City, he won the Super Bowl. So
what's left to do is win more.
No. Yeah, that's nice, except for Kansas City wasn't paying him these kinds of numbers. So he leaves and signs a 4-year, $120 million contract with the Dolphins. He signed a 3-year, $90 million extension with the Dolphins. It's like, I mean, it's Kansas City wasn't shelling out that kind of money to Tyreek Hill. That's why they let him go. That's why they're going with like the wide receivers who are cheap. And so if you're Tyreek Hill,
Casey just continues to win.
That's great. He won the Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs. So he's got a ring. He doesn't need another one of those rings. He's cashing in. And you're doing it with a football team that, look, the issue with the Dolphins is their quarterback cannot stay healthy. He didn't go to, pick out the worst team in the NFL. He didn't go there. The Dolphins.
I mean, he did go to a perennial loser. Miami's done nothing since.
Okay.
They didn't even do anything with Dan Marino.
The team,
that's one of the best quarterbacks ever to lace him up.
Yeah, the team that he joined was they were putting talent together in Miami. It is a talented team, minus the offensive line, but their quarterback can't stay healthy. And because the quarterback can't stay healthy, they can't achieve what it is that they want to ultimately achieve. I mean, he's done the winning. He's gotten the money. I think he's made. I don't see this as any. What's the downside? What's the downside for Tyreek Hill?
No, again, from a Tyreek perspective, he wanted to get paid, therefore he got paid. Mission accomplished for Tyreek.
Plus, he's already won.
But if you're talking about bringing him into the conversation of best wide receivers at the end of his career, he'll never be in that conversation.
I don't think he cares.
Ever.
That's okay.
He doesn't, but
yeah, a lot of people just
the conversation from Stephen A was that's the reason why we'll never talk about Tyreek in that fashion. He decided to leave for the money.
We will.
No, you won't.
Of course we will.
No, you won't.
Yes.
No, you won't. He'll just be another super fast guy.
No, he won't.
That won a title.
No.
You will never talk about Tyreek Hill in the same vein that you talked about any of the other greatest wide receivers of all time. You won't. He won't compile the stats, and he won't compile the wins, and he won't have another ring if he stays down there in Miami. With the current situation, won't happen. Therefore, you don't get to be in the conversation.
You will. Just for the very reason that you just started with that list that you started this whole segment with, which was who are you going to start a team with? And it's Tyreek Hill, because we know how great he is, and we forever will look back at him and go, remember that guy Tyreek Hill? Like it won't be folklore. He'll be a legend.
We'll get to our shout-outs on the other side, 303-504-0925. If you have any of those shout-outs and want them read, get them in on the Shop Mazda text line. We'll hand things off to PhD after that. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Dempsey and Company wrapping things up here on a Wednesday morning. Rapids and LA Galaxy tonight, 92.5, 7 p.m. Couple of games left in the regular season. Pids have locked up a best of 3 series. They're hoping to hang on to home field advantage in the top 4 there. So congratulations to Nathan Shashore, who won a pair of tickets. Yes, congratulations. An early shout out to Nathan. Won a pair of tickets after we had Coach Chris Armas on for his weekly show. If you guys tried to win with us, don't worry. PhD will have another opportunity for you guys to win a little bit later. Also, you can go to Twitter, go to the @AltitudeSR page, find the pinned tweet. It'll have Coach Armas's face up there and say the Coach Armas Rapids Coaches Show. And all you got to do, go into the comments, tag a friend, and you can win a pair of tickets there. So you have an extra mode of entry over on Twitter. So make sure you guys get going there. Been talking a whole bunch about Devontae Adams, and tomorrow we'll have a far more deeper dive into Raiders and Broncos, and we'll get back into head-to-head against the spread.
Yes.
Talked about some Avs roster spots, like who's going to make this thing? Like, is it going to be Sam Malinsky? Is he going to pop up and be one of your top 6 defensemen? Is the young kid Callum Ritchie going to find a way to make this team? They've got to cut 4 players from their current roster today. They made some different reassignings to the Eagles, and then a couple of guys who have to clear waivers, who I would expect clear waivers at this point, just not many marquee names there. So a little bit more to go. I think Pierre-Edouard Bellemare probably makes this team as a depth forward, a 4th line wing/center. He's a guy who kills penalties. You know him, you like him, and he's looked good enough. I was upset that Jean-Luc Foudy didn't look good enough this year. I've been getting a lot of questions, Demps, about the former first-round pick, the Swede Oscar Olausson.
Yeah.
Is he ever going to be a player?
I know, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
And there's your answer.
Okay.
There's who's the comedian? There's your sign. There's your sign. Yeah, I think he's one of those first rounders that he's going to go the way of Connor Bleakley. Remember him? No, you don't.
No, you don't.
There you go. He'll be an Emmanuel Mudiay, but at least Emmanuel Mudiay played in the league.
Oh wow, Emmanuel Mudiay.
Yeah, it's a shame. Remember how
pull.
exciting Emmanuel Mudiay was when you got that. When you got that draft pick, you were like, "Oh man,
yeah,
a little a Euro trained guard."
Yeah,
I was so excited about Emmanuel Mudiay.
I know, and the Nuggets went all in on it. It was
all in on Emmanuel Mudiay.
Yep, he made Ty. Gosh, he made Ty Lawson expendable, right? I mean,
he did.
They traded Ty to. They trade Ty to the Houston Rockets. I think it was Michael Malone's actual first game as head coach of the Nuggets. Emmanuel Mudiay was his point guard going to Houston to play against Ty Lawson in the Houston Rockets. If I remember that correctly. What a pull.
The first season of Emmanuel Mudiay was also the first season of Nikola Jokic. Is that true?
So they
2015, 2016.
Was he on the court?
66 games started, 55 for Nikola. The rookie season for Emmanuel Mudiay was the rookie season for Nikola Jokic.
There you go.
Those are 2 eras I didn't think were going to be like heavily overlapped when I thought back at it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see some.
Imagine how far we've come.
Yeah.
How far we've come from in the Nikola Jokic era that it started with Emmanuel Mudiay.
Seriously.
And has gotten all the way to championship and odds-on betting favorite last year to get back there and face off against the Celtics. And then it all falls apart in Game 7.
Raj, wait, what, 2015?
2015, 2016.
Okay, so let's just do this. Think about this roster of players, all right? On that team, you had Emmanuel Mudiay, Darrell Arthur, who's now an assistant coach on the team, Gary Harris, J.J. Hickson. Is that a guy you remember, J.J. Hickson? No. Nope. Cool. Yusuf Nurkic on that team, Jameer Nelson, Joffrey Laverne, which is a name I'd forgotten, Kenneth Freed. And that's where actually what jogged my memory was if you see early highlights of Nikola Jokic, he's like throwing lobs to the manimal, and it's hilarious to think all the teammates that he has had. Mike Miller was on the team. Randy Foye was on the team. Danilo Gallinari was on the team. DJ Augustin.
Mike Miller was on the team.
Correct. And now
Mike Miller's a great name to throw out. Like it's the baseball game that Brett plays that we all love at the bar. Just like name a random mid-2000s baseball player like Marco Scutero, Ken Giles.
Right.
It's the best game ever. Mike Miller's one of those dudes in the NBA.
Yep.
He is one of those dudes.
Yeah. Will Barton was on the team as well.
I mean, it is amazing to see over the course of about a decade now, where the Nikola Jokic experiment had started and where it's come to now. Unbelievable. Before we get out of here, let's jump into shout-outs.
Who's killing it? Who's crushing it?
I love you, man. You're my boy, Blue.
Who's absolutely ballin'?
We just become best friends. Yep. Baby, you are so money and you don't even know it.
Dempsey and Company present.
You want to go do karate in the garage?
Shout-outs.
Years ago today, the CU football buffs dismissed Carl Durrell as head coach, and therefore, who took over as interim head coach for the rest of the season but our very own Mike Sanford. So shout out to Mike Sanford for your interim head coaching job. That admittedly didn't go all that well, but then
got that dub against Cal.
Got that dub, and then was let go.
No more dubs.
And then he came to us. So this is the start of the Mike Sanford experiment, essentially at altitude.
Right.
That's when all of this started.
Right. The wheels were set in
Shout out
motion.
to CU for firing Carl Durrell because it gave us Mike Sanford. And we, and therefore you listening and watching, are all better off for it.
That's awesome.
Shout out.
That's awesome.
In all seriousness, shout out to all the kids playing in the 1 through 5A golf regional championships. The boys are going out right now. Shout out to Jesse Hand, Campbell McFadden, Sam Walker, who walked away with regional titles at 5A, Kai Corte, Kellen Ball, Billy Verstrati, Braden DeFastano at 4A, Houston Benvenuto, Nick Brooks, Tyler Long, Vince Lopez at 3A, Damian Baca, David Thompson, Isaiah Fowler, and Sam Casey are your regional champions for boys golf. Shout out and congratulations, fellas.
We had a lot of Rapids in this show today, so I'm going to keep with the Rapids theme. I'm going to say shout out to goalkeeper Zach Steffen. He was called up to the U.S. men's national team for their friendlies. They're going to play Panama on October 12th and Mexico on October 15th. He is up, and it's well-deserved. And he's had a great season for the Rapids. Congratulations to Zach Steffen.
I want to give a quick shout out to the Colorado School of Mine, who are currently 4-0, and they won this past weekend 52-24.
So good.
But I need to give a special shout out to starting wide receiver Flynn Sheely. 13 receptions, 297 yards, 3 touchdowns. Just unbelievable. And then here's my favorite shout out of the day right here. So on Media Day, Damian Lillard was asked, hey, you know, Glorilla shot her shot at you. Glorilla is a super popular rapper.
Sure, did she?
She shot her shot at Dame, and so he was asked about it during the press conference, and Damian Lillard said, respectfully, there's nothing there. So shout out to him because he stood his ground. He knows his worth. He's not going out here getting himself trapped again. He's like, dude, I'm free, baby. I'm out here. I'm walking on sunshine. Don't bother me with this nonsense.
Oh, my God. The 989, congratulations on your birthday, and happy birthday to Joe. Unbelievable.
Happy birthday,
I don't know
Joe.
how old you are. Hopefully you're not as old as Jimmy Carter, who looks like he's dying right now, but happy 100th to former President Jimmy Carter. It's going to do it for us, for Debs, for KJ. I'm Raj. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
We're here to fork you up today and lift you to higher levels of enjoyment as you just drive around trying to figure out, do I really got to go back to work or not? I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
Only if you want to keep your job.
How long does this lunch go for? How can I get away with it? How can I make this
You always
delivery?
got the choice not to go back.
You have choices in life, don't you? I was, thank you to AAA Home Improvements. They're the best. We love them. AAAHomeImprovements.com. I'm going to check in on the Nuggets in Abu Dhabi. Got some crazy video coming out.
We got rookies singing.
We got rookies singing. We got basketball playing. We got all sorts of stuff like that. We got the Avalanche. We'll do big deal or no big deal for the Avalanche. That'll be kind of interesting after last night. We had Dan as an eyewitness. You know the boss loves you when he takes you to those preseason games. I mean, that is like, you are special in our heart when you get...
in lieu of a raise, Dan, what we'd like to do is take you to a preseason...
definitely not a
NHL
regular
game.
season.
Yeah.
We don't have room for you in the box of the regular season.
No, but I'm going to tell you,
Preseason.
the chicken fingers are on us a preseason style. Dan, were there chicken fingers?
There were chicken fingers, and they were delicious.
They are good. Those chicken fingers in the bottom. Hey.
I mixed the ranch and the barbecue together and dipped the chicken fingers in that.
I call that wisdom.
Yeah, it was
a
good call.
You made fun of Nate Kreckman yesterday, and then you called...
I just said his ill.
I know. And then you called him a dum-dum.
Yeah.
And I take the collateral damage as soon as he gets in here.
Oh.
Yeah, he says you stink.
Yeah, it goes, who stinks in here? As he's standing right in the same spot we both occupy.
Well, I think he's on the spectrum.
Whoa. That was the most personal one yet.
But you know what? I got to tell Nate something. I did stink.
Did you?
I did. In fact, I noticed it like when I walked in. I'm like, when I can notice it, like I'm like, ooh, this might be a bad day.
So I noticed you showered today.
Yeah, well, D-Mac said to him yesterday that he's like, don't worry, it'll be different tomorrow. I'm like, what, are you not going to ride your bike tomorrow? Because what exactly is going to be different?
And I did not ride my bike today.
You did not ride your bike.
But not because of Nate Kreckman.
You got things to do.
The Denver Broncos have changed their practice schedules. Kind of out of the blue.
Well, they're on East Coast time.
Well, I guess they're trying to be on Mountain Time, though, because the game's at like 2 o'clock this Sunday. So now everything is like that now. So this is the first time. So they've backed everything up. So
this is a like right. So what time do you know what time practice starts?
It's like 1:30.
Okay, that's pretty normal, man. That's a normal football schedule. Because what you do is you come in the mornings, you do your team meeting, right? Then you go to your offense or defensive meetings. Now you go to positional meetings. Then you walk out, you do your walkthrough. You come back in, you get a quick lunch in, shower, whatever you want to do.
Are you football splaining to us right now?
I am.
Is this what you're doing?
Well, I'm football splaining to people who might not understand the schedule, but it's actually unusual what was going on before. Now you do your practice after lunch, and this to me is the 100% normal time that 9 out of 10 teams would practice.
Now, some coaches do their little media stuff before, and some do them after. But Sean's doing it after. So guess what? I can just, I got to split right, slightly behind you guys, but I'll just leave right behind you guys. And
well, what are you going to do for your kiss up session?
I can't do it today.
That's kind of stinky.
A little bit. I have to figure if I can come back. But I'm going to go bolt over there and just be right there with Slim Shawnee and the rest of them. Go in the locker room.
Get the Muggles.
It's going to be a big reunion. I haven't been over there since training camp, basically.
Are you going to stand tall knowing that you curled 40 pounds twice with your right hand?
I'm going to have that in my back pocket.
Right.
If I need it. If I get challenged by a Muggle.
Right.
Kind of curious to talk to Jeff Legwold today.
Well, we do got him today, don't we?
We do got Jeff. That was an interesting interaction with him and Sean Payton.
I'm not good at reading between lines, but I don't think they like each other.
Okay, well, Leggy's right at 2 o'clock today because things change, right? So we're going to get Leggy right off the top at 2 o'clock. Okay, sounds good. So we'll get to go over there and see the Broncos
So
today,
you got man shame because you stunk
Because I
yesterday.
stunk, yeah.
Did
We'll
you
start
not?
with that.
Did you just forget the deodorant? Get up. You got
Yeah,
mesmerized
just,
by
you
the
know.
70-incher for a little bit.
I mean, I can go a couple days without, really. That's a bad habit. I should really shower up every day, no
Swimming.
doubt.
You ride your bike every day, but
I
you forget
know.
to shower.
I know. It's terrible, right?
I tell myself
It's
I
terrible.
don't do much. I'm not going to shower tomorrow, and then I get up in the morning. I go, you know, just
No,
rinse off.
I
do
got
every
you.
day.
I got you.
Pit,
but
pit, ball, crack. Just keep
That's
that in
all it
mind.
is. 3 minutes, in and out.
You know what it
Pit, ball,
is?
crack.
It's you get up, you get going, do this, do that, and then you get on the bike, and then you just, I'm going to get on the bike again. I'm get on the bike a couple times a day. Then I just get down to dinner, and then I have that little vino, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I just, nice, So.
On the couch in front of the 70.
Then I look at the stairs to my left, and I'm like, oh my Lord, how am I going to climb up those? That's when the bottles are rattling around a little bit.
Yeah, right. When you take the trash can out on Tuesdays and you hear clank, 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 clank.
You just look at those stairs, and you're like, give me a second on this one. And then you hit the and you just go down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Maybe
And sometimes
you ought to get your band started, redo that Aerosmith instead of the big 10-inch, do the big 70-inch, and just talk about your TV.
Listen, Scott, I don't mean to be the correction police.
Leader of the band.
It's 75-inch.
Oh, 75-inch.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Breaking news.
75-inch.
75-inch. And let me tell you, I've been told by my wife,
Yep.
she has said those extra 5 inches matter.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't think so, but she said they did.
I told you Costco had one on sale last weekend for it was 100-inch.
Ooh. Who's got
Too
room
big.
for 100-inch?
Sometimes.
Honestly, the wall in his house could accommodate 100.
But sometimes, Scott, as awesome as it is to be that huge, sometimes it's just a little too big. Sometimes just a little too big. And sometimes the right size is just a little bit smaller. In my case, a lot smaller. But it all is just fantastic.
Well, but could you imagine now with that 75-inch up there if you had it replaced with a 30-inch?
You want me to just jump in front of a bus? I guess. You want me to? Okay. That would just be the end of it. And let me tell you, I know.
Back to loose mics again.
You know what I realized too? And as long as we're talking like TV stuff, which we weren't, but we are now. The TNT, I'll give everybody a plug nickel if they know this. Are all these TNT hockey games also going to be on HBO Max? Are they a partner? So that's going to work somehow? Because, TNT ain't on the Fubo. So I did cut the cord going into this new place. I was like, what am I going to do with these TNT games, right? But I do have HBO Max, and that game was on HBO Max last night, which was kind of sweet.
I had no idea.
Me neither. But I don't know if that's the case the whole year.
Yeah, I don't know. But that is the one bad part about Fubo. You don't get TNT.
You do not get TNT. You don't get Channel 20 on Fubo. But you do. I got it on HBO Max, and I do have Altitude. So that, to me, is the most important part. But that was kind of cool just to be like, oh, okay, this game's on. So this was the first time we had the hockey game on the old 75-inch.
Oh, was Mama? Where was she at that?
And she loves the hockey.
Right.
She doesn't like it. She loves it.
Right.
And even Mama wasn't interested in that game last
She
night.
could hang out with, Andy's got a band of ladies. They call them the hockey chicks.
You got to be kidding me.
That all they do is watch. I mean, they
She
are
would love that.
Abs fanatics. She had to hook up with that girl.
Oh, those are the Twitchers?
I think so.
Yeah. There's a little Twitch group of them.
Yeah.
There's like hockey. There's a group of women who love the Avs. They're all on social media together. She's
in that.
She's kind of like a stalker on that one. She doesn't really, but she knows everything they're talking about. They were going crazy about, and they really do first of all, they love hockey. That's start there. But they do get into, Cale Makar's wedding was like a national holiday. I mean, it was something else. And they were looking at the fashion and the videos and look at Eric Johnson. Isn't he great? And he's back here. Cale Makar's wedding was quite the banger. I don't know if you saw any of the videos.
I don't
see him like doing karaoke to "You Shook Me All Night Long." And
I don't go to a guy's last reading of Will and Testament either.
Well said. Anyways, hockey was back, and Dan was there in person, and the Avs lost. I mean, I could do this right now, I guess. We're just rolling into it. We'll get to the Raiders in a
Did they play anybody last night? They still
played the
still
Golden
doing the B
Knights.
squad.
Well, they played the B squad of the Golden Knights.
Do you know?
McKinnon, McCarr, Miko all played.
And they got beat.
And Georgie was starting in net.
And they
He
got
gave
beat.
up 6 goals.
How many goals?
6.
All
Six
right,
goals.
Quick addition, big deal or no big deal?
Oh,
Georgie
man.
looked like crap in a preseason game, and they got schooled by the Knights.
If it weren't for the fact that you already had doubts about the guy coming off of last season, it would absolutely be a no big deal, right? But there are a lot of folks out there that think that Georgie doesn't have what it takes. And
You had doubts on him from last season? He's more wins than any goalie in the NHL last year.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he left a lot to be desired last year.
They cut like 10 guys after the game, including Jean-Luc Foudy and Barons. What's Barons' first name? DU guy.
Sean Barons.
Sean Barons. So, see ya. Go to Loveland,
I
Broomfield.
thought it was Vaughn.
Huh? Von Barons?
Just to be clear, the Knights were not playing their A-listers like we were, right?
Everybody plays everybody cut 10 guys last night. You know, this is the way it goes. You got like 100 guys and you got a minor league. And see, this is the problem I have with preseason basketball and hockey. You do have a minor league. Like, why are we playing any of these games? You can move guys up and down however you want. Like, the roster's not like a finalized thing, man. It's fluid throughout the whole year.
Except for on Christmas.
Well, okay. But, I mean, what are we doing here with these? Whatever, man. How was the crowd there, Dan? Were they into it? I mean, were there human beings there?
It was it was pretty full, but it was a preseason vibe. It wasn't too rowdy.
I know why the producers were there, because they were mandated to hang out together.
Oh, you were made to go to the game. It wasn't like you wanted to go together.
They were mandated to go hang out together.
It was their night. What are you talking about? It was their night.
But our guy, coach, Mike Sanford.
Yeah, what was he doing there?
This
I think
dude,
he took his kid, right?
When was the last?
Yeah,
when
but
was the last Denver, Colorado sporting event that Mike Sanford was not at?
I gotta say, I think he should not have crashed that particular party.
That was a little bit weird. They had the box going
Well, but
on.
he's-
Mike
you know,
Sanford took his wife. He crashed it. He
Yeah,
was in
because
the
that was
box.
just supposed to be for the producers. Now, if Mike wants to go,
Can I say something first of all?
Mike-
This is the first time I'm even hearing of this.
Well, that's
clear,
about right.
Just
That
to be
that
clear,
makes sense.
The producers make more money than Mike.
Oh, well, we can play that silly game. But I'm just saying, Dan, if Mike wants to sit in your chair and figure out all the buttons and stuff, I mean, we can figure it out. I mean, there's probably a Rapids game to work this weekend.
Yes.
The high school football tonight or Friday night?
Yeah.
In fact, I know it's Arapahoe,
Well, he's
Arapahoe
working.
at Grandview.
He's working Friday night. He and Andy got the call.
Oh, Andy's doing a little play-by-play, huh?
Well, he does play for Mammoth. You knew that, right?
I didn't think Arapahoe and Grandview was lacrosse.
Well, but I mean, you
although
understand-
they have good lacrosse teams.
You may or may not, but I will say this: if you can do play-by-play, guys that are good at play-by-play know how to do play. There's a certain
Can I tell you
rhythm.
Can I tell you a secret? I really do think any human being on earth could do baseball play-by-play.
Oh my
Baseball,
gosh.
I don't disagree.
If you know how to tell a story,
I think
if you
do
listen to
baseball.
Jack call games, come on.
I think if you know how to talk, you can do baseball play-by-play. I mean, seriously, who couldn't? Now,
We just saw Drew yesterday. I mean, come on.
Drew does an extraordinary job with it. I'm not saying you could be as good as Drew, Second Decker.
Although I did call a football game with Drew one time.
I bet he was good at that.
A little bit on baseball pace. Well,
Drew also did the NBA for like forever too. So
No, Drew's phenomenal. He can
Drew's-
do absolutely anything he wants.
Drew's the pro. Drew is, the top
He'll
of the
do
mountain.
college basketball, and I bet he does a couple football games coming up.
But you don't have to be as good as Drew just to say, ball one. Strike.
Rockies lose.
Thank you. Talk to you tomorrow. I mean,
We'll do it again tomorrow.
How hard could it be? I think it's
Second dick shot.
Well,
I'm sorry?
I mean, when you come up with classes like that, that's something special. So, yeah, that's Arapahoe at Grandview on Friday night, Andy and Sanford. But I think he crashed. How did you feel about Sanford being in there, Dan? I mean,
he's awesome. He bought an Avs jersey. You guys want to take a stab at what player he selected?
Nichushkin.
Nope.
Cale McCarr.
Nope. Well, a little off the cuff.
Ray Bork.
No, it's a current player.
Cal Ritchie.
Taves.
Do they have Cal Ritchie Avs jerseys for sale? I don't even know. Nope, no Taves.
Kiverlanko. Should I just keep going through it? Olafson. Middleton.
Close.
What's our guy?
Lehkonen.
No, you were close in Middleton.
Middlestad. Forgot his name.
Casey
Middlestad. I got his name wrong. What's
Well,
that?
there is a
Scott?
Middleton also.
Me going to get on people for getting names wrong? I know my lane.
Let's get to where Devontae Adams.
Or a break, either one.
I gotcha. I know.
You know, you put a clock up there.
Hey,
the
no.
DMAC clock
It
right
apparently
there.
does not make a damn difference.
How's D-Mac's whiteboard going over there?
Did you not just
everybody
hear?
utilizing the
Oh,
whiteboard?
Did you not hear me mention Arapahoe?
Oh,
at
I'm
Grandview?
sure you're going to use your
Did you not
whiteboard.
hear? Well, who
I
else
am
needs to use
positive
it?
that you will use your whiteboard.
Do you need a whiteboard?
I do not need a whiteboard.
Then what are you bitching about?
I don't need a whiteboard.
Well,
I'm
then
just
what are you
saying
talking?
D-Mac asks and he receives.
I'm using it. What do you need?
All I know is that every other person walks in here just sees a whole lot of words up
After
there.
Kreckman and Lindahl tonight, you can catch the Galaxy and the Rapids playing.
The way to go, Scott.
Thank you, Scotty. We'll get to where
Who
Devontae.
wrote that, though? That is the worst.
Who do you think
handwriting.
wrote it?
A doctor?
The guy that works for D-Mac.
Dr. Shockey?
Yes, the guy that works for D-Mac.
We'll get to Devontae Adams and where he wants to go. What a shock where Devontae Adams wants to go. Details on that next. Hey, it's D-Mac, and if you're ready to rock those mountains, you know who has your back. It's Mike Maroney, Chevy GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. So get those bike racks together, get the ski racks going. Let's go, man. It's Colorado, and you're going to look splendid in a brand new Chevy Silverado or GMC Sierra from Mike Maroney Chevy GMC. It's two dealerships, one big truck month. Maroney means more with their 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in our gorgeous state. From Denver to Durango, they'll bring the truck of your dreams or any vehicle you purchase right to you. Get the truck month savings right now at Mike Maroney Chevy GMC in Longmont and Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder.
That new GMC Sierra is
Dude.
B.A.
Are you kidding me?
B.A.
Reserve your truck now. I'm not sure what BA means, but I'm pretending that I'm. It's at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive GMC. BA. We are professional grade.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him. I haven't talked to him. So I haven't. I don't know. I don't really know exactly what that was about. Obviously, I got, social media is a beast. So it's a lot of people out there that saw it and wondering what's going on and people reaching out. And I haven't spoke to him.
The wind rustles through Vegas like a pissed off Raider. And where Davante Adams wants to blow his sail next is far, far away from Antonio Pierce. Welcome to Raider Week.
Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Dude.
How about that one right there?
The dysfunction going on out there in Vegas right now.
Do you love it?
This could not come at a better time. I'm starting to buy into your hype from yesterday. I mean, there are no excuses to not beat the Raiders right now.
You know what I'm
Zero excuses. I think we know, by the way, after the game when Antonio Pierce was talking about we had guys that were making business decisions and we're going to make business decisions as well.
Yeah.
I think we know who he was talking about right now.
Yeah.
And then I do look back at Davante Adams and that appearance that he had with Kay Adams yesterday, which happened like an hour, maybe 2 hours before he demanded his trade. And he's acting all aloof about Antonio Pierce's tweets, trying to make him look like the bad guy.
Yeah.
Like, hey, dude, why'd you go on Kay Adams trying to make him look like the bad guy? And at the end of it, he said there's a lot of trade speculation going on, but none of that's coming from 1-7. Oh, okay.
Then you asked for a trade.
There's probably a little bit of blame to go all over the place.
I'm fearful playing with
But who
teams
cares?
with strife.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm telling you.
You think they're bonded together right now?
And I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the teams I've been on. We look, they got 2 guys hurt. This guy's not doing that. Then all of a sudden you come out that week and go, we got this. We'll just show up. Then you get your ass whooped.
Well,
I got you.
The Broncos ain't taking these guys lightly. They've lost to them 4 years in a row, man.
It's not their hump, though.
Well, he says something now. He's got a 2-game
Well, it's not
hump.
Bolock's hump or Bolock.
Whoa, that's a new one right there.
Sure is a
That's
Bolock's
new
hump.
one.
That's
Heck
true.
yeah.
Good point. Not
Wow,
Bolock's
we got another one, huh?
Yeah, that was accidental.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Good old Bolock.
Hey, the longer the trade takes with Davante, there's already rumors out there that the Jets have already agreed to a trade with the Raiders to go get him.
Oh, that's not what I heard. Okay, I hadn't
Here,
heard that. I heard the Steelers were hot to trot for
I'll read
Davante.
the text I sent you guys a little bit earlier. This has come from a dude inside the Athletic, Timothy Cook. It says a source within the Raiders organization has told me that the Raiders and Jets have agreed on a trade for Davante Adams.
Oh, wow.
Hassan Reddick, who, by the way, thank you, Jets, for being a bunch of dumb you-know-whats. The Jets, you realize how the Broncos benefited from what the Jets did in the offseason? They made a trade for Hassan Reddick, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. It gave up a conditional 3rd-round pick to go get him, and then they're unwilling to give the guy a new contract. So where is he, Hassan Reddick? He's at home. And how did the Broncos benefit? Well, they traded Jonathan Franklin Myers on the cheap, who's been a absolute baller to the Broncos. Anyways, I digressed right there. But now the Jets are looking to move on from the guy they just traded for, Hassan Reddick, and a package for Davante Adams.
That would be a good deal for the Raiders, depending on how bad the high ankle sprain is for Max Crosby.
Well, shoot, you pair up Hassan Reddick with Max Crosby, that's pretty terrifying.
Well, financially, that's kind of a push, probably. I'm going to guess Reddick is in that $17 million ballpark, and that's where Davante is.
Davante's contract is pretty enormous, though.
Oh, I thought it was like 17 this year. Is it something
Let me look
more absorbing? And that being said, the rumor came out that he was interested in 2 places. New York, Rodgers, WT, and New Orleans, Derek Carr.
Which what we said yesterday, having no information.
They were teammates at Fresno State and with the Raiders.
Yeah.
So, that makes sense.
And actually, he had that first year of Carr, if you go back and look at the numbers, he had a hell of a year.
They're boys, no doubt about it. Yeah, they're tight. And I don't know, man. To me, I just put that. You want to talk about a culture? That Raiders culture is something else. Listen, I know they've gotten over on the Broncos for the past 4 years, which sucks. Do you remember, even the win against the Raiders was kind of weird. Do you remember the last win the Broncos got against the Raiders? Do you remember the circumstances?
No.
Okay. Tyler, do you?
No.
Gruden went for it.
Oh, yeah,
for a
I do.
2-point
I do now.
conversion.
Yep.
Last game of the season.
Yep.
And Shelby Harris got his ass kicked, but he stuck up his big paw and the ball bounced off of it. And it got knocked down on a 2-point conversion. And John Gruden was smiling as he left the field.
Right, because he wanted to lose the game.
Correct. Because at that point, you wanted to say you could have won the game without really winning the game. Do you know what the Broncos did against the Raiders the 2 previous times to that game? They lost. So they've kind of lost, not just 8 times in a row.
Yeah.
They kind
10
of lost.
11.
10 of 11, but they've kind of lost 11 in a row.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, the Raiders could have.
They got what they wanted.
Correct.
They played us. By the way, Devontae Adams, you are correct about this year. It's $17 million, but the next 2 years it bumps up to 35.
All right. Well, you do what you do. You got to pay. This is what you pay top receivers. This is the money they get. So do you want to make your, whiny?
Right, but I'm just saying from the Raiders' point of view, that would be a huge win because then Hassan Reddick, you're paying him about half of what you would be paying him.
Cool, and you don't have an explosive receiver like Devontae Adams, and maybe you don't need it anymore.
They kind of do.
What they're doing.
They're just not utilizing.
Dude, they don't even have a quarterback over there.
To say the Jets. No, I'm saying the Jets. I thought you were saying the Jets don't have an explosive receiver.
The Jets have their problems with Garrett Wilson right now, and they just got, Weasel Turd Rodgers, he's going to be his own case of drama.
See what Wilson was saying out in the media yesterday? I mean, just full on exposing Hackett.
Wilson.
Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson out there with the Jets.
What's he saying?
Oh, he said, man, my route tree this year is simple. I don't get to run the same routes that I've been running over the course of my career.
That's the problem?
Well, that's what he's claiming.
That's
he said we're not doing enough on offense. We're running the same routes over and over. I don't get to run the best routes that I get to run.
That is a spoiled brat pro athlete right there.
I don't know about that.
That is a spoiled
But he's also
brat.
talking about Hackett.
You're throwing your coach under the bus after 4 games.
Well.
You are a diva. Shut up.
He's wide receiver. What do you expect?
Exactly. Low expectations, and he's coming through like a champ on that one. You're 2-2, bro. Ease up. You want to be throwing? Hey, I love it. More dysfunction, the better. Guess where we're not hearing crap like that? Denver Broncos. That is not happening with the Broncos.
You have no talented wide receivers and a rookie
we
quarterback.
don't have a wide receiver worthy of being a diva, so we don't have any divas.
We don't have that problem.
Yeah.
But you know the issue. Sean Payton just has a little personal issue because his offense sucks right now, and the numbers are embarrassing.
Yeah,
they are. And after 4 games, I think 4 games is a good sample. But you want to hear some of the numbers? They are really bad. And by the way, I've got a good story after the bad story because the defense is like, whoa.
It's unbelievable.
Okay. 27th net yards per game. Yards per play, 29th. Points per game, 28th. Passing yards, 27th. Giveaways, 28th. Their giveaway takeaway is -2. That's tied for 24th. 31st red zone, 31st third down. But you're not going to believe this. They are number 1 in sacks. They've given up the least amount of sacks any team in the NFL. So with all those other garbage offensive numbers, they're keeping the pocket clean. The offensive line is doing all right.
But is it the offensive line or is it Bo Nix 7 completions -7 yards at the first half because everything's out quick into dump-offs?
Well, it's always correlated. There's no question. And Sean Payton is one of the first head coaches I've ever actually heard admit the fact that he thinks that the sacks are 90% on quarterbacks the majority of the time. And it's true. So as a play caller, you got to make sure you're putting your quarterback in a position to not take sacks. And yes, I do think that the play calling is affecting the sacks. But a huge credit, man, Alex Palczewski, this dude.
Hey, we'll take it.
I'm telling you, I highlighted him a couple days ago. He is flat out balling out there.
Let me give you the Raiders real quick. Their offense ain't nothing special, and they've allowed 14 sacks. That's 26th in the league, so they suck there. 26th on third down. Pretty good in the red zone. 31st in rushing, although they've got some good running backs there. They play a good power game. I'm surprised their rushing numbers are so bad. They're just kind of middle of the road. However, the Raiders are also middle of the road in almost every defensive category. Just name it. They more or less suck at that too. The Broncos? Net yards, 2nd. Yards per play, 1st. Defense. Points per game, 3rd. Passing yards, 3rd. Rushing yards, 12. Fumble recoveries, 4th. 2nd in sacks. 2nd in sacks in the league.
Yeah. They're
3rd on third down. 2nd in red zone. Dude.
The Broncos are blitzing.
That's why you're 2-2.
Wow.
Yeah. The Broncos are blitzing the house right now. They've got the highest blitz percentage in the NFL. Vance Joseph is insanely aggressive. You know what? Honestly, at the end of the game, Vance took some insane risks in what he was doing, bringing the house, going single coverage. It works, right? So when it works, and it's awesome, right?
Let me ask this. Does it work because it works, but also because you got a little trust on your dudes on the outside?
Exactly.
In Moss and Surtain, that they're doing a pretty good job in one-on-one.
That's 100% what it comes down to. You cannot blitz the way you are unless you have 100% faith in those guys.
And are you playing just lousy teams? Not really. You're playing pretty good teams, top to bottom.
No, but the good thing is, and we can talk about this later as the show goes, but the first 4 teams you play defensively pretty good. The next 4 teams you play are, as you said, at least the Raiders, middle of the pack. So you may have a chance to kind of upgrade your rankings offensively over these next 4 weeks.
Totally agree. And if you're getting after and getting the ball back, even if the offense kind of stinks, first of all, you're going to win close games. You are, which is awesome. And you're going to give a younger quarterback time to just sort of, figure things out. You're going to give him time, which is really important for a young guy. It's not going to be like Fields was in Chicago where his defense was terrible and the offense was, just under fire all the time. Something about the NFL,
well, listen,
too.
Let me just back what you just set up in Fields, and I don't think Fields can play. But
you're wrong.
When you're down 14 or 17 points a game, now you're telling a guy whose strength is to kind of move the pocket, run when he can, use your arm once in a while. He's got to pass it every time. And now if you got a bad offensive line, you're in trouble. Yeah, when he's in Chicago. No defense, below average offensive line. You're always trailing in every game, and what do you got to do? Throw the ball around.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the Steelers-Colts game today. Condensed version.
Why?
I'm fascinated with Justin Fields.
I mean, seriously.
Fields is my boo.
You're spending your downtime watching Steelers?
Yeah, man, because I want to see Justin Fields. He's my guy. I got a soft spot for him. Ran for 2 touchdowns.
Who would you rather have, Bo Nix or Justin Fields?
Oh, I'd way rather have Fields, but that ship done sailed. We had that chance, Tyler. We had that chance.
Knowing what you know now, you'd still rather have Fields?
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, the dude can throw. The dude can make plays happen. The dude can move. He's 3-1. The Steelers' defense was terrible in that game. And it was crazy watching Joe Flacco. The NFL is weird, man. If you're just fine to dink and dunk, and you're tall, and you can throw the ball
and you're accurate.
Yeah. You really could play forever. I mean, you're not going to get touched. The only time he got touched was when he tried to push the ball down the field. That entire game for the Colts, the reason why they won that game. And by the way, what's-his-face looked pretty good until he got hurt. Anthony Richardson. They did something really stupid.
Anthony Richardson is garbage.
Well, he looked pretty good until he got hurt, actually. He was making some good throws, and he was running their offense all right. But he gets hit in the back and fumbles, but they get the ball back. They put Flacco in for like 2 plays. They put Richardson back in the game, and he gets hit again. It's like, how dumb are you? But that being said, Flacco was just throwing these little lasers.
Yeah.
And it was working.
Well, when you've got a quarterback,
on their heads.
That's what defenses are doing nowadays. They're banking on the fact that these quarterbacks can't consistently throw the 4 to 5 yard routes, do it to 8 to 10 times in a row, and march down the field. But when you got a smart quarterback that can,
it's wild.
You can 100% dice this up.
But there's a difference between dink and dunk at 4 yards, 5 yards, 3 yards, 6 yards, than behind the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, you're right. But you do have to have home run plays also. You got to have the big plays. And I'm just going to translate back to CU real quick. That what Colorado is doing and Shedeur Sanders, hey, they're getting the cover 2 stuff. They're getting all the same looks that you're getting in the NFL, and Colorado has been dinking and dunking. And then Shedeur hits the seam routes. What according to Mel Kiper, you can't do, that 53 bomb to Will Shepard, that was cover 2. That's just a seam route right down the middle. That's where the deficiencies are. Now, I don't know if Joe Flacco can do that anymore, but if you get a quarterback that's got enough arm strength and he can consistently dink and dunk, dude, you can rip up a cover 2.
There's no doubt about it. He was doing it. And by the way, Fields was doing it too. Pickens fumbled at the 4 yard line, and they score there. The center snapped. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Justin Fields. The center's snapping the ball to Fields. Fields wasn't ready. Don't rush Fields. Take your time.
Don't stick baby in the corner.
Don't stick baby in the corner. I'll snap the ball when I tell you to snap the ball. Don't snap it in my face mask, dude, when I'm not ready. I'm just not ready. I'm going to go at my own pace. Okay. Let's get it on. They fell apart. The defense for the Steelers had a bad game too, but Flacco really, okay, thank you, Dan. Flacco could play in this league till I think he's 50 years old. Like that. Because seriously, he's just tall and he knows what he's doing. It's just quick. I don't think it's sustainable to like win championships, but that is an amazing backup quarterback.
Well, you get Joe Flacco on the right team, and he could pull a Nick Foles. You know,
there's no doubt about it.
He's the type of dude that with all the talent around him, something happens to your starting quarterback, he could save a season.
Yeah, and his heartbeat is like nothing. It's just like flatline.
Because
nothing.
When you're a good backup, you finally realize it ain't on you, boo. It ain't on you.
It ain't on you.
I wasn't good enough to be your starter. Oh, then there must be a reason why I couldn't get the job done here late in the last 2 minutes. And I think Flacco realized, man,
it shows you, too, about this NFL, too. You really don't have to be a gargantuan superstar doing heroic things. However, there is a high price about great athletes who do handle the ball to make things happen after they get the ball. That is more evident than ever. So you probably could, if you really could trust your instincts on this, get away with like a 4th-round quarterback. If he had the right mental capacity, the right physical presence, and lean more on your offensive line than your superstars.
And
you
the
may
right
be
play caller. You got to have the right play caller.
Yeah, but I don't know who's going to be brave enough to sort of do that. But it does give me
San Francisco.
Well, they're doing it, kind of. Yeah, they're doing it. Although, did you see Brock Purdy was bragging how he had a faster 10-second split than Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel?
Is that a pre or post Achilles tendonitis?
And that was the combine. And Brock Purdy's 10-second was faster than Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey.
There you go.
So if you're good for 10 seconds.
33.
Okay, we'll get to the Sean Mazza text line and your thoughts about everything going on. Nuggets in Abu Dhabi. You know, this trip looks pretty awesome. It does. And we'll share some details about that coming up next.
Hey, if you start losing your hair, it sucks. I know the feeling. You just dread it every day looking up there, seeing hair falling out, and you're looking for answers, right? So you start searching the internet. Maybe you spend a lot of money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, and the potions, and you get frustrated because they are not working. It's important to figure out what is really going to grow your hair back. And this is Tyler Plums here, my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They are going to help you. They're going to do it permanently, and they guarantee that your hair will regrow. They've got the groundbreaking Advanced FUE. Guys, whether you've got a receding hairline, thinning hair, or bald spot, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment is going to have your own natural hair growing back the very next day. I met with Dr. Tanya Pauls. I worked with Dr. Tanya Pauls, and the entire Advanced Hair team is the best of the best. Matter of fact, they are winner of Westward's Best of Denver. Advanced Hair worked for me, guys, so I promise it's going to work for you as well. Matter of fact, they guarantee your own natural hair will regrow. So go get a free consultation today. You can get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. Refine your hairline with a team that has redefined hair restoration at Advanced Hair. That's 720-459-HAIR or visit advancedhair.com.
Nicola, up here. Sorry. You say that, hey, this is the same sort of routine. Preseason's the same. Regular season's the same. I am curious, when do things get interesting for you in an NBA season?
But it's interesting. That's why it's the same. But every year you're trying to be better, and every year all 30 teams wants to get better, and some of them do, some they don't get better. So just because I don't smile or don't laugh and don't whatever doesn't mean that I'm not excited. I'm excited to see what we can do. So I'm excited. I just don't show it.
That's your boy talking to Nikola Jokic there, Tyler. Me and Jokic, we go back.
Go back.
Stay on parade, baby.
Are you allowed to pinch his rear end like Scott does to Aaron Gordon?
Not. By the way, I don't know if we even mentioned it, but Yoke did come out of the elevator when we were broadcasting there and kind of dapped us up a little bit. And, he's a cool dude. I think he's pretty aware of more things than he may get credit for. I think Yoke has a pretty good grasp as to what's
I think
what.
there's nothing he's not aware of.
Yeah.
You know who was amazing to me was just seeing your relationship with Aaron, of course. I've got no relationship with Aaron. I don't know if he thought he knew me or something, but he comes up and he talks to me just on his own, like comes up on a beeline and he spends a few minutes chatting with me when we were off air.
Really? AG
did? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's cool.
And it was awesome. I don't know if he was just being the nicest dude on planet Earth or if he thought he knew me or something.
He listens to the show and he's a big fan of PH.
There you go. Hell yeah.
I think I got a pretty good relationship with AG. I think so. He's one of my favorite guys I've ever covered. He's my man. I mean, and he's kind of soft spoken, but his whole just recently, his whole Team USA, and I saw my teammate wash those cats. But America. I mean, come on, man. How's that not
That's
funny?
a great line, wasn't it?
But America. Now, AG is so cool. I feel so bad for what he's gone. I mean, we can all identify because we've had tragedies with our brothers. So, there he is up on a camel, man. That's awesome. This trip is, and he's going to be, his brother's going to have a place in his heart, literally, because he's changing his number from 50 to 32. And I did see, who was talking about, having to do a new deal? Shams was talking, oh, by the way, who's going to be the next Woj? Is it going to be Shams? Is it going to be Schefter? We're going to have a little
Good Lord, if Schefter takes on all that, when is this dude ever going to sleep?
Well, there was
you spend most of your life
about
on the phone, though. I mean, your life is the phone.
Yeah, but you're on your phone at 2 a.m, man. I mean, you're on the phone all day long.
I think Adam would actually love it. He's a huge. We'll have him on tomorrow at 1:40. He loves covering the NBA. He doesn't like it. He loves it. And he's an animal with this stuff, anyways.
He did sideline last year for a couple of games, and it's in his contract that they let him do that.
Oh,
he was already supposed to cover the NBA, but he wasn't necessarily like the featured insider.
All right, well, here is Shams, who's another, we'll see sort of guy for that spot, and he's talking about AG, what the Nuggets got to do.
Denver Nuggets. This is a costly franchise. They just gave Jamal Murray a massive $209 million extension. He is part of the long-term future. We know Nikola Jokic is part of the long-term future. But they're at somewhat of a crossroads. They've got so much money invested in this team. One guy that needs an extension as well right now, Aaron Gordon. He's eligible for a 4-year, $150+ million extension. They need to pay him. They know it. But there are some salary restrictions moving forward in the years to come. And if they can't get there with an extension with him, you look into free agency next year with a player option, he's going to be coveted by any team with cap space. So that is a worry for Denver right now before the start of the regular season.
How worried are you about that, Scott?
You don't have to worry about it for a year.
So not very.
No.
We'll figure it out. I think AG is going to be here for a long time. I just sometimes think, hey, they'll figure it out.
Gosh, it seems so simplistic, and I tend to agree because they do usually seem to figure things out. But, man, that is a lot of expensive players, paying them all at the same time.
Well, if you got to make a choice between AG and Michael Porter Jr.,
bye-bye.
It's not hard.
Well,
it's not a difficult decision.
Eligible things. Now, let's say Christian Brown starts this year and goes off, averages 14, 8, and 3.
That'd be awesome.
Right? Guess what he's eligible for? I mean,
oh my God!
I mean, this year will be his 4th year, right? And he's a first-round pick, so he's going to be right there for an extension too, right?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not trying to get him out of here or anything, but I think we can figure that one out. I do not think you can just figure out Aaron Gordon.
Is there any way that you could have Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter going forward? Because that's the next biggest
Probably
biggest contract.
Probably not. Probably not. And I never thought Michael Porter Jr. was going to be here forever. I didn't. I think he's going to play in the NBA a long time. I just don't think it's going to be with the Nuggets. I want to see AG retire or play it out to where he's, kind of just bopping around one year to another because he loves ball too. He'll probably play forever too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not that concerned about MPJ. I got nothing against MPJ. No big deal. Great. Happy he's here. But I don't think you need to do anything extraordinary to keep MPJ.
But it goes back to what I said. I said it either on a podcast or I said it here or said it on my...
Maybe in the shower.
Well, no, I go with my guys.
Probably on the throne.
I got these guys in
Not
Huntsville.
the shower.
In Huntsville, Alabama, that called me up one time. We got this great relationship, so I'm like their...
Your guy?
National guy, right?
I gotcha.
Yeah, I'm their national insider. They have to hit this year. If Denver wants to have a legitimate chance to win another championship, they have to hit on their draft from the last 2 years. Maybe you can go 3 if you want to count Peyton Watson. But they've got to hit on one of these young guys because it's a little bit like the Chiefs. You got to have – they're winning Super Bowls early on because Mahomes is on a rookie deal. Seattle, rookie deal quarterback wins a Super Bowl. All of a sudden he gets paid, and all of a sudden it's a little struggle to keep people around him.
Sure.
They got to start hitting, and I don't just mean good. I mean real good on, and it really comes down to.
That's tricky, dude, because you are drafting late every single year, man.
I
You're
understand
drafting
that.
late. It's not easy.
I understand that.
But listen,
Ginobili
Scott.
was
I
Joker
got you.
was 41. Ginobili was 60.
We know what's going to happen in 5 years. Okay, it's going to suck. It's going to suck.
But not if you hit the draft.
It's going to suck. I hope it doesn't. But the day that Nikola hangs it up, and I saw that he has 6 new horses. He couldn't name them.
There you go.
I'm getting the important stuff on social media.
What's he up to? 12?
I have no idea the total, but he acquired 6 new ones.
So that's good for us. That means he wants that next contract.
Horses are expensive.
Yeah, here's what, having owned a horse once in my life.
Yeah. Well, he picked up 6 of them.
Here's what I've learned.
Yeah.
Horses are eating while you're asleep.
And pooping. I mean, they do everything, man. Those horses, they keep you busy.
Yeah. Nah, listen, I'm talking about championships, and yeah, we can worry about when Nikola goes away. Nikola goes away.
Okay, let me back
another
up.
5, as you said, 5, 6 years.
Do you think there's any way to avoid what the Spurs have gone through since they had a rebuild? Do you think there's a way after a dynasty to avoid rebuilding?
Do you get that longevity of that kind of dynasty? Because who cares if you get that?
Well, that's what the Nuggets are in right now.
But think about this.
Whether they win or not, who knows? But they're in that right now.
But think about this. One, you got 18 years, I think, out of your center.
Mm-hmm.
Hall of Famer Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
I think you got 18 or 19 years from Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
You get 18, 19 of years, you push the suck down the road.
Exactly.
And let's be honest, this was self-inflicted by Greg Popovich that no one wants to talk about. And in his handling of Kawhi Leonard. Because your Knicks big superstar was with you,
Mm-hmm.
and you basically called him out when he was going through, and it's been injury since, right?
You think if they keep Kawhi, they keep winning?
They don't have the 17-game win seasons. They don't have the 20-game win seasons. I think you are more legit, and you're able to build a guy around a guy. But they didn't have a guy once they got rid of Kawhi, and then all of a sudden they trade Kawhi because they stepped in it with him, saying, I don't know why he's not playing. He's cleared.
We will get
don't
back
say
to
that.
the Nuggets there in Abu Dhabi. The game is Friday at 10 a.m. against the Celtics on 950.
Cuz and I with the call.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
At 10 a.m.?
Well, we're taking the red eye tomorrow night.
Okay. It's PHC on 92.5. What's going on? It's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. You want something cute? Get a puppy. You want something tough and ready to rock those mountains? It's Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont at 3rd and Alpine. They've got your back, and they've got brand new Ford F-150s being sold with their lowest prices of the year. Truck month is back and bigger than ever, so slap on those bike racks. Get the ski racks ready to rock and roll and put them on a new Ford F-150 with payments lower than you can even imagine. And get this, Maroney means more. Get more with their 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in the state of Colorado. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter when, they'll bring that truck or any vehicle you purchase right to you. So start planning that endless Colorado vacation. Truck month savings are only for a limited time. Reserve your truck now at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Then hurry in to 3rd and Alpine and see my friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont.
Antonio, obviously some developments over the last 24 hours. I'm curious where things stand with the organization and Davante Adams. And there was also a report about a social media post involving Davante's status with the team that you'd liked. I was wondering if you could address that.
Yeah, Davante's dealing with a hamstring. He's rehabbing, and the rest of us are focused on Denver.
You're going to be here in the building today? Or?
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
So yesterday, Davante went on the Up and Adams show and discussed, there was a social media post earlier this week. Was that something that was accidental on your part in terms of liking the post? Or?
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
Yeah. Hey, man, gold star for that muggle right there. That is, I would love to, by name, give that guy props.
You know what?
That is awesome.
That muggle ain't in Denver, is he?
Oh, man.
They ain't in Denver, muggle.
Hey, dude, if you could figure out who asked that question, I would love to have that guy on the radio. That's what
He did give him the free out, though. Was it accidental? It was a great question. Don't get me wrong.
That
But
guy,
he did give him a free out.
That guy had some cojones, man, because you could tell Pierce was not happy with that line of questioning, but he asked the right question.
And I hope Davante Adams is in the building. I do. I hope he's in there on that rehab table, getting his hamstring worked on. I hope he's causing chaos. I hope that the locker room's talking to him. I hope he's hanging out with the fellas. I hope all that stuff's going on because whatever chaos we can get this week, it's good for the Broncos.
I love it, man. Oh, that is bad. What is the genesis of their hatred?
It's a good question.
Like, why do they hate each other? Because they clearly do. I don't think it's even.
Well, I wonder if it's Pierce and him because, again, going back to that documentary, everything was sunshine. It seemed like they had a good relationship last year.
Sure did.
But who's the quarterback?
Yeah.
Last year.
It was Derek Carr.
Until he got hurt.
Well, it was in the receiver thing.
Derek Carr was in New Orleans last year.
Was he there last year?
Oh, was receiver 2 years ago? You asked who
now
was
he's got
receiver.
Minshew now, but they had that one guy came in.
Oh,
second or third round guy.
sorry, Kevin O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Not O'Connell. Is it O'Donnell? I get him confused. There's the O'Connell who's up. O'Connell's a coach.
And there was an O'Connell who was Robin.
Okay. Is it O'Donnell? It's something like O'Connell. And he's still there.
But they went with Minshew.
It was Aiden O'Connell.
Okay, so who's the coach in Minnesota?
Kevin O'Connell.
Okay, there are two O'Connells.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but
then the O'Connell that was Robin in the Batman movie.
If you were to put me on the spot and ask me what is Davante Adams bad about, it's got to be the fact that the Raiders did not address the quarterback in the offseason. So he went there for Derek Carr.
Yeah.
He got happy because they fired Josh for a quick minute. Davante Adams got happy for a quick minute when they fired Josh. And then they go into the offseason, and the Raiders by far were the most talked about team in terms of they were going to move up to go get a quarterback. And then they don't do it. They ended up drafting Brock Bowers. And I don't know if you've ever heard Davante Adams talk about his relationship with Brock Bowers, but that seems like an interesting relationship. Davante, he calls him out all the time, says the dude doesn't talk, says I don't know my own teammate. And it does appear that Brock Bowers doesn't just like speaking to anybody. But there's drama going on between teammates. And I think the origin for Davante is simply the fact you didn't give me a quarterback.
Well, whatever. Love it. And obviously that's theirs.
By the way, didn't Jimmy G start the season last year for the Raiders?
And that's when Davante in that documentary goes, he's going to kill me.
Wait a
that
second.
guy's going to get me killed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm getting my documentaries mixed up because Jimmy G was also on that quarterback documentary. But that was when he was with another team. Not Jimmy G. It was not Jimmy G. No, it wasn't Jimmy G. It was the dude with Atlanta. It was what's his face?
Marcus Mariota.
Mariota. Oh man,
they are very similar. Yeah, I could see the confusion there.
They're both handsome fellas. Listen, they're a mess with the Raiders, and I love it. I do want to point something out. We went back and looked at a bit of a comparison with the defense the Broncos have right now. These are a couple of numbers.
I'm going to really screw your mind up.
Okay, go ahead.
It was Chris O'Donnell.
Huh?
Who what?
That was Robin. It wasn't even O'Connell. That was the O'Donnell.
I'm sorry I didn't hop in my DeLorean to 5 minutes ago so I would understand that reference, but I get it now, yeah.
Well, no, I'm here for the past.
Clearly. Father Time thanks you. You're welcome. We went back and looked at the numbers. So here are some of the numbers that the Broncos defense did. 4 games in 2015. One of the best defenses of all time, right?
Don't give you more than 5 numbers because
No,
I
I
won't
won't.
figure it out.
I will. That is like my brain's gonna explode.
Where's the scores? You don't have.
The scoring average
Oh,
through
there it is.
4 games, was 17.25 for the 2015 Broncos defense.
Okay.
It is 13.7 for this Broncos defense right here
Yeah.
through 4 games.
Yeah.
When you go back to your team there, Tyler, and then you joined the team right around
I
week
got
3, 4,
there
5, something
for
like that,
the Minnesota game, I think.
which was the 4th game.
Yeah.
Okay, so right around this time. Did the defense get better as the year went on, or were they pretty consistent the entire time? Your recollection when you were there with the team that year?
Well, I feel like you're setting me up to say they got worse.
Oh, no, I don't know.
and-
I'm just asking.
I mean, in my mind, they were consistent the entire year. The only game I can think of, that Cleveland game, what was the score of that game? Do you guys remember?
I mean, wouldn't it be up there somewhere?
26-23.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was one game that I remember us giving up a lot of points, and then I remember the Chiefs game we gave up a lot of points. But other than that, I think the defense was pretty damn steady.
Well, at Pittsburgh late in the season, you gave up 34.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Is it if this can't be though. Is it possible? I'll just throw it out there, but the answer is probably no. That this defense is better than that defense.
Well, you don't have as much talent on this defense, and that's what's so amazing about it. I think the no-fly zone, what made them so amazing is you had the full package, right? You had 2 corners, you had 2 safeties. We've got 2 corners on this team. Do we have 2 safeties?
I don't know, man.
I don't
Maybe.
know. The kid they brought in.
Brandon
and then-
Jones has been playing pretty good.
He's been playing pretty good.
PJ Locke's
right?
been playing pretty
Jones-
good.
I think they do.
They might.
And you know what? It is set up very, very similar. I'm not going to lie, because you had outside edge rushers, you had interior edge rushers. The Broncos this year, you've got outside rushers. You got Zach Allen, you got Jonathan Franklin Myers on the interior. You got 2 great corners in the Super Bowl year.
Are you guys surprised to learn that the Broncos lead the league in sacks?
Not really, because of how much we've been blitzing.
I
but-
am. Lead the league? Though I get it. It's been good, but we lead the league in sacks.
Well, I'll tell you this: you do not continue to blitz unless it's working, right? So when you are leading the league in blitz percentage,
Second. I'm sorry. We're second in sacks.
Who's
Sorry,
one?
my bad. I don't know, but we're second.
Okay.
My bad. Second.
whatever, you're at the top of the league.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty impressed by all of it.
Well,
I'm
Scott
just
was
curious how sustainable it is.
Well, Scott was talking about it yesterday. People are saying you can't keep it up, and why not? Why not? Let's look at the upcoming 4 games. Is there an opponent in the next 4 games that you don't see they can keep it up with? Raiders, they should be able to keep it up.
Yep.
Chargers run the hell out of the football. Justin Herbert is banged up.
Yep.
You got the Panthers. Why am I drawing a blank on the third game?
New
The
Orleans
New
on
Orleans.
Thursday. I
New
think
Orleans.
that might not be good. Short week in New Orleans.
All right,
I don't
well,
know.
at least 3 out of the 4 seems like you should have a pretty damn good defensive performance.
I totally agree.
And New Orleans is they've been up and down.
They have been up and down. You just don't know. I mean, that's a weird one. I don't know if you can predict anything. I don't know why a lot would change for this defense through the next 4 games. I don't. I think they're going to be pretty consistent. I think teams are going to have a hard time putting 20 points up on the Broncos, and that gives the Broncos a shot in every game.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think you go 2-2 the next 4 games. I think you probably beat the Raiders. I think you probably beat the Panthers. I think you probably lose to the Chargers. You probably lose to the Saints. But if you go 2-2, brother, we are sitting there at the halfway mark of the season, at the 500 mark, and you've got an opportunity to actually make some noise this year. If we are in a position in the final 4 games to even entertain the thought of playoffs, first off, before the season ever began, everybody counted this season off as a wash. It doesn't matter what happens this year. And then the way the season actually began, you're 0-2. Well, now it's definitely a wash. We're not doing anything. So just find a way to go 500 in the next 4 games, and you get to the halfway mark, and you've got everything in front of you.
Could the Broncos possibly be buyers at the trade deadline? When was the last time that happened?
Only at one position.
When's the last time that's really happened in football? I mean, that doesn't happen a lot in football.
There's only one position you would buy at, right? Wide receiver.
I'd buy a wide receiver.
Other than that, you're not buying anything.
I'm not buying anything on defense.
Maybe a tight end. But
I don't know. I think they got to start playing Lucas Kroll. I know that sounds crazy, but he's
not the answer.
Well, you got to try something.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Because it ain't working with whatever you got, and he's sitting there, and you got to give it a shot.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Put him on the field, try him. There's no reason not to. But he's not solving your problems.
Real fast. The Broncos. Just want to bring this little stat up on it because I was thinking about it. 13-3 in 2005. AFC Championship. They got beat by Pittsburgh. Got hammered actually.
Yeah.
They allowed 16.1 points per game. 13-3.
You know what John Lynch told me about that team? He told me they were smoke and mirrors, that team, which was 2005.
And this is why I bring it up, because of what Tyler said just a while ago. That's what they did that season was they blitzed the snot out of teams.
Yeah.
I think they had 6 dudes with at least 4 sacks or something like that, including John Lynch. And also they got to the AFC Championship game at home against Pittsburgh.
Got owned.
And Pittsburgh covered the blitzes, and they got smoked.
Well, that's right. And you know what? I promise you this. At some point, Vance Joseph's aggressiveness is going to bite him. It will. When you live by the sword, you die by the sword. When you blitz as often as he is, eventually you're going to get a quarterback that catches you. You're going to get a quarterback that identifies it pre-snap. He knows exactly what the blitz is. He's going to know what his hot route is, and he's going to crush you. But at that point, okay, you find a quarterback that is keying on, he's find his cues. Well, now you dial it back, and now you go to more simplistic.
How about this? So they gave up 16.1 points per game, 34 in the AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
But 16.1 points a game they allowed all year, a 13-3 record, and you fired the defensive coordinator at the end of the year.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. They replaced defensive coordinator.
Who's the DC?
The old guy that smoked the pipe all
Was
the
it
time.
Coyer?
Coyer.
Yeah.
Larry Coyer?
Larry Coyer. Good dude. Good dude.
I did not remember that. That's pretty funny. Well, I mean, our boy Foxy.
Shanahan was going through defensive coordinators about every other year.
Dude, Foxy almost got blown out after Super Bowl 48. It was like right there because that was so bad. And you know what? That was probably a smoke and mirrors team as well, which it pains me to say it, but they just were not in total the team they were 2 years. I do think that 2012 team, though, if they got past the Ravens, I really do believe that 2012 team would have won the whole thing, and the Ravens did. Stupid Joe Flacco.
And lights going out in New Orleans.
Lights going out in New Orleans. That was crazy being there for that one, man.
Yeah, because they were losing.
And Jimmy Smith getting away with but whatever. It all worked out. Super Bowl champion Jimmy Smith. That sucked, man. That was crazy to be in New Orleans and doing media for the stupid Ravens. Just sitting there. Usually when you go to the Super Bowl and cover the Super Bowl, you always think, these teams are better than my team. I'm sitting there, I'm like, this is crap. These guys are not better than the Broncos. They really weren't. They just
had one game with the perfect elements.
If you just want to talk about the most painful games in Denver sports history, that Raheem Moore, Ravens, Manning having the ball 3 times, Fox sitting on the ball with 30 seconds to go, and not that game in 0-degree temperature, Flacco not wearing any gloves. How about that? Peyton Manning had 9 gloves on. Flacco had no gloves on. Nothing. Because you know what? He's big, he's tall, and he's got huge hands.
And he didn't have a nerve that was frozen and could feel his hands.
That's right. And it's just really? That day, huh? Stupid. I don't know why that game bugs me. The Nuggets, that game won't bug me. It'll sort of bug me last year. It'll sort of bug me. That game's sticking with me forever, that Ravens game.
Well, 2 different things. You can actually look at the Nuggets and go, dude, they were worn out.
They were worn. Yeah, they would have been.
But that 2005, I agree with you. They somehow find a way to. Raheem Moore knocks that pass down. I think they go to the Super Bowl and win it.
In basketball, when you drop a 20-point lead, it's not as tangible as a singular play. When you've got a singular play, it's always going to be more painful.
But the crazy thing about that game, of course, is that it went to double overtime. It wasn't over at that play, and they had.
But you had a quarterback that couldn't feel his hand.
You did. All right. Moving forward, let's just beat the snot out of the Raiders. Listen, Gabe Landeskog, there was some interesting little news on Gabe last night from that game, and maybe we should be looking at another athlete to really gauge what's going to happen with Gabe. That's next.
Hey guys, Tyler here. And listen, I know how it goes. When you start to get older, you just feel like things aren't going as well. Your energy isn't high, your workouts don't go as far, and you don't feel inspired to go into the weight room and take care of yourself because you don't feel like you're getting the results. Well, you can do something about it. 9 out of 10 of us suffer from testosterone and a lack of testosterone, and that's why I need you to go see my friends over at Revitalized Health. They can help you out with testosterone, of course, but they're going to come up with an entire holistic game plan for you that's going to include peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots if you need a shot of energy. Whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a game plan. You're going to feel so much better. I've been going over there for 7 years because they've made me feel so much better. And I promise you, I wouldn't keep going back for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in my life. So why don't you do the same? Call Revitalize Health today and take charge of your health. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. I host the Premier Heating and Air show, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, right here on Altitude, 7:30, Saturday mornings with Reed and Tom. They are the heating and air experts. You should give them a call at 720-547-8009. They've got some great deals, and we have a hell of a week this week in terms of weather, but we know Colorado weather, and we know what it does. And trust me, like Jon Snow, winter is coming. And now is the time to get your furnace tuned up with the Premier Special. That's a $49 furnace tune-up. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit and 0% financing for 60 months. Hey, how about this? You can even get a gift card up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. So check out our show Saturday mornings and on social media and digital stuff at altitudesportsradio.com and friendly outlets like that. Or call 720-547-8009, 720-547-8009, PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. No Dumb Questions coming up in 7 minutes. 303-504-0925. That's the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. How stupid can you be today? Broncos have changed their schedule, so we'll be, we're going to miss Slim Shawnee today. But I'm going to go out there in person. I haven't been out to the Broncos facility in a while. I think they got dump trucks out there and earth movers, and they're doing all sorts of crazy construction. I got park at the jail. I saw that today. Go park at the jail and walk over.
We'll just park in a little side thing.
By the jail. That's in the jail parking lot.
Side thing right up by the front.
Well, that's not where you're supposed to park. They're telling you to park at the jail.
You're DMAC.
Wow. That's a good point.
Ask your boy where.
I'm sorry, who?
Your boy.
Who's my boy?
That's your boy.
Who's my boy?
Say Rob.
Rob.
Hello.
Yeah, Rob's my boy.
Hey, Rob, can I get a
Rob's my
can I get a
boy.
plaque in front of my
Can I
parking
get
spot?
a key card to get in here right now?
They did put a bike rack out by the front of the facility for training camp. Did you notice that? No. Oh yeah.
Why don't you just
And
ride
it
your
was
bike over there?
I don't have time. I'm not that fast. I would if I could. I tried to figure it out today, just could not figure it out. I was gonna leave my car here, and then I was just gonna, maybe I can just zip. I don't know. Not on the bike today. Got a workout in though. Your boy's taking care of himself. Don't worry about it. I know you're concerned.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Lonzo Ball. This is interesting. Chris McFarland was on at halftime, between periods of the game. Can you believe that game was actually on TV last night? Avs lose 6-1. That game was actually televised. There were trucks and people were paid to broadcast that game.
TNT, they're losing the NBA. They got to make sure and keep hold of the NHL.
I mean, it's okay if we just give Connor McGahey something to do, but really, seriously, there were like real TV people doing that game.
Well, Connor did radio.
Well, yeah, but like we don't care. Does anything to keep Connor busy is good, but like,
I mean, of all the preseasons,
Mojo
hockey
went on
had the dumbest
vacation.
preseason of them all.
Is Moj on vacation?
Oh yeah, he went last night. Yeah.
Moj is on vacation.
He's out for a week.
Yeah,
You gotta be kidding me.
Right before our show started.
Oh yeah. Doing a
Wait a second.
Doing a like West Coast
family thing.
Family trip.
We're
Driving,
in
flying.
So we're in week 5 of the NFL season, and the Avs are about to start, and
Right.
Moj is taking a vacation?
Right. Because naturally when the Avalanche start, that's time to take vacation.
I guess there is nothing to learn about the Avalanche if Mosier's getting on vacation, but Chris McFarland was on, and here's what his conversation was about Gabe Landeskog.
The update is unfortunately very, very similar. We're still in the wait and see pattern. I would say though the last few months have been good with no significant hiccups and that sort of thing. We got we follow Lonzo Ball right too with the Chicago Bulls, and it sounds like he's trending in the right direction to give it a shot on opening night. And Gabe's procedure was about 2 months behind that. So we've got a lot invested in this player, Eddie, as you know. Yeah. So there's no sort of it's uncharted territory to a degree. So, but Gabe's working hard. He's in the gym. He's skating. But there's still a little bit of a ways to go. But we're going to give him obviously all the time to get it right.
It's great to hear.
All right, so we really should be tracking Lonzo Ball, I guess.
Yeah, the timeline is interesting. 2 months, not a huge amount of time in the big picture, right? So we are seeing Lonzo out there. Looks like he's doing pretty good, right? He looks like he's on pace to play in Game 1, I think, according to what the reports are out there. What's the age difference between the two guys? Anybody know?
I think Lonzo's probably 27, 28, something like that.
How's Lonzo tracking? What's going on there?
Well, and Tyler and I talked about it yesterday. I thought it was like a month, 6 weeks, 2 months. But that's who I would have thought, because they went to the same doctor and they had the same procedure.
Isn't that crazy?
Done.
It's wild. So I can't think of other athletes that have had this procedure. Can you?
No, and that's probably why they all went to the same guy that's the king of this, I guess.
So we're in some real uncharted territory here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this, I think in the past, this type of injury has been career-ending, period.
Why does Gabe feel so much older than he is? He's only 31 years old.
Because he's been
Gabe Landeskog is 31 years old.
He was a captain
and
at
I
19.
think of him like he's like 43.
Yeah, well, you start young. He's been here a long
Alonso's
time.
26, will be 27 this month.
Okay, well, and then you just talk about mileage, right? Not just age, but mileage on the body.
Yeah, but we don't know, though. That's the point here with all this stuff. We really don't know because there's no precedent.
No, but it would appear, unlike Lonzo, who is on a path to immediate playing time, he's 2 months ahead. So I don't know in 2 months whether the conversation looks any different. You listen to Chris, and it's like status quo. We nothing new to see here.
Well, let's hope. How optimistic do you guys feel?
Well, let me throw this out at you. How similar does this seem to you? Do you know the last time he only played 35 games? And it'd be, Dan, if you could look it up real fast. The last time Lonzo was on a basketball court was in 21-22 season.
Wow.
Wasn't that the last time that Gabe was on
Stanley Cup?
The ice was 21-22 season.
Well, they were winning the Stanley Cup.
And they said he was hurt then, but he just kind of gutted it out to the Stanley Cup.
Upon reflection, it's one of the more heroic, you got to be kidding me moments in NHL history when you really look at it.
So both guys have basically not stepped on their respective floors in 2 full seasons.
Right.
Yeah. Well, if
eerily similar.
Well, I think then we would be smart to just keep a side eye on Lonzo Ball. And if he's really going to get going, and the NBA season starts in like 3 weeks, something like that, close to it.
Yeah, the Nuggets' last preseason game is like October 16th, 17th.
So if they both stayed on the same timeline, Lonzo came back and took about, if he is indeed ready on day one, took about a month to kind of get into game shape, right? Throughout preseason, October 22nd, opening day, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he'll have about a month of getting ready. Okay, add 2 months to Gabe Landeskog's timeline in theory if they were going to be on the perfect same path.
After that.
Correct.
Right.
Right. So now we're in December.
End of December.
End of December. Add another month of game prep, getting ready to get back on the ice. And in a perfect world, if everything stayed on the exact same timeline, which is unlikely, you're looking at about January of when Gabe might have a chance.
Well, and there's
Nuggets' first game of the 24th.
24th. Okay. There's another quirky thing happening, too. This Four Nations Cup thing is going to be a 2-week break. They're not having an all-star game. It's going to be Finland, Sweden, U.S., and Canada battling in a tournament this year. So they're taking a 2-week break for this thing.
Wait, when's that?
February. So,
okay.
In all honesty, for Gabe, guys, the reality.
Maybe Target after that.
Yeah, because what are we doing? You know, why would you get him up to speed just to stop? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Just started October, November, December, maybe January. You start ramping something up, and then February you look at coming out of that break to be on the safe side.
Well, I remember when Forsberg came back here, if you remember, and it sucked, man. He was back with the team. He really wasn't ready, and he played like 9 days, something like that, and it sucked. And then he just kind of hung it up with the Avs at that point. I remember the press conference. It was weird. It was in the building. It was him and his fiance. Nobody from the Avs was even there. It was really weird. And it just was over for Forsberg at that. That's what we don't want for Gabe. You don't want to come back too early just to be embarrassed or to really not be effective. He may need some time to play with like the Eagles and just see if he can play hockey.
Yeah, and you also got to think about the different sports, right? Obviously, basketball, there's running, jumping, there's cutting, there are all of the above. But number one, hockey's physical. Number two, just think about the angles that your knees are at every single moment when you're on the ice. You know, they're constantly on an angle at a degree, pushing off, going somewhere else. Yeah, basketball's got some of that too. But it seems to me getting back on the ice would be way more difficult than getting back on a court.
And I think just the opposite of him. I think it'd be harder for Lonzo because you're you're on the surface. To hear you with the breaks, and you're pushing. The angle is going to be tough.
It appears to be really difficult. Period. The end.
Well, whatever the surgery
and
was.
If you have the GM of the Avalanche saying, "Look at Ball," and Gabe is 2 months behind that, then the reality of this situation is that you're going to be lucky, frankly, to have Gabe back, if at all.
January, February.
I'd say March because you're going to go on this weird 2-week break in the NHL season anyway. And to me, it's like this is insanity to bring him back way too early.
Watch also Ball if he is able to play to start the season. Is it once every 3 games?
Yes.
Is it
yes.
every other
we
game?
We really got to watch that, man. And is he coming back too early? I mean, we really do got to keep track of Lonzo Ball to figure out what's going on with Gabe. It's kind of a weird sort of comparison.
Well, I think they both had the same thing. Okay, let's do a surgery and fix something, and then this ain't working.
Setback.
Then you went to this complete cartilage, replacement, I believe it is, which is unique. And now they're both on this.
All right, let's get to no dumb questions, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Old Chicago?
Oldchicago.com. They're awesome. I love Old Chicago. Thank you, Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
I've been more of a new Chicago kind of guy. But anyway, we saw pictures. Dan put them up for a brief second a while ago of the Nuggets in Abu Dhabi riding a camel.
Yeah.
Riding a camel.
Yeah.
Does that not sound a little boring, by the way?
I don't know. My no dumb question is, what animal that you had never ridden would you kind of like to ride?
I think that would be pretty freaking awesome because it would mean I'm in a part of the world that, in general, I'm sure you can ride a camel here in the United States.
Yeah, you can go to the zoo.
You can't ride a camel at the Denver Zoo.
You used to be able to.
Are you being
I've got
serious?
photos of me as a kid.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Maybe you can. Maybe you can.
And
maybe you can.
right beside him riding that camel at the zoo, Tanner running with Ralphie. It was right there in the same pen.
No, you absolutely could ride a camel at the zoo.
I hear you're a Colorado native, so you would know better. But in general, when you're riding a camel, you'd be maybe over with the Sphinx or something.
Authentic, yeah. Like is a zoo camel authentic?
We got Strother and what, Peyton? Is that right? And they're
tough to see.
You can't tell. It looks probably like Peyton.
I think so. That looks fun.
Although Strother's got his rubber
riding
flip-flops.
the camel looks overrated. It looks really, really overrated.
Wait,
it looks boring. What's going on with the camel? What are we doing on a camel? Going like half mile per hour?
How fast do you want to go, Tyler?
I want to ride a buffalo. That's what I want to ride.
Oh, wait, what was your question?
Yeah, what animal have you not ridden that you'd like to ride?
Tame me a buffalo.
I'll tell you something I wish I would have done back in the day, or I wish as a parent I would have forced my kids to do. Mutton busting.
I thought you did do that.
Looking at my size.
I thought your kids did do that.
One kid did it, the other kid was too scared. So.
Now, equate that to 20 years later.
But I would have been like a mutton button expert. What's that?
Bump up 20 years, does their personality still fit?
Oh, yeah.
One wants to ride, one doesn't?
Yeah, but the one that didn't just ran a marathon this weekend. So his degree of mental toughness has kind of gone through the roof, So the other one's just kind of a crazy one. You know what it was? The younger one was run through a wall, doesn't think about anything.
Right.
The older one was like, what am I doing? What exactly am I doing here?
Hey, there is at the end of this season, if the Nuggets win a championship, there's going to be some cool Abu Dhabi photos showing in that timeline.
I'll tell you this. It looks like from what we're seeing and hearing, they're having a great time together. I don't know if that's the case, but I saw that clinic they put on. Katie Winge did a video where they were doing like a kid basketball clinic. And it just looks like a cool sort of team. This looks like good team bonding.
Yeah.
This looks like something. We're all in this
You're
together.
not worried about rain right there.
We're not worried about rain.
What?
We're having a good time. Everything's fun.
Why are they all riding in the back seat? Nobody's riding in the front seat.
Well, that's kind of like when you ride in a helicopter. The pilot himself sits on the one side.
Oh,
So
they're
maybe
not allowed to drive the camel?
Or maybe, it's a 2-person camel, but when you only ride one, you put one there.
Look at AG. I got to admire AG too. He has traveled to Serbia multiple times just to hang out and say, hey, what's going on? The dude continues to be the most interesting person in the world. What's your no dumb question there, Dan?
No dumb question. If Nikola Jokic rides a camel in Abu Dhabi, is he cheating on his horses?
Well, first of all, notice we didn't see any pictures with Joker on the camel.
There's no way he's getting on a camel.
Why?
It ain't his thing, man.
Why? I would actually think he's accustomed to that. That is his thing.
No, it's not. You realize he doesn't ride his horses. You realize that, right? Those
Are
aren't
you
the same.
sure?
Yeah.
I realize he doesn't race them. I realize he sits in a chariot.
Yeah.
But you're no chance
You
he
ever
doesn't
seen?
ride horses.
You ever seen him ride a horse?
No, I've never been
ever
with him
seen
around
Yo-
a horse.
I've seen him pulled by a horse.
But
Correct.
I would bet him whatever money you want that the dude rides horses.
I would say no. I'm not saying he's never ridden on a horse. He loves horses, but I have never seen any video or photos of him on a horse.
Hey, go back to that first picture and look at the bottom left corner of that. And what is that?
What?
Where?
Bottom left.
Bottom left? Where? Right
Yeah.
there? You're ridiculous, man. I'm not gonna say what that is.
Grow up.
You are. I mean, you're funny.
It's the camel's toe.
Thank you, Tyler. Way to just go right in the gutter with Scott. When we come
What do
back,
you mean? That is the camel's toe.
did you want to say it one more time?
The camel's toe is right there in the photo.
Yeah, he's got a toe.
Okay. When we come back, something is failing in a sport that we love, and it needs to be corrected ASAP.
Rookie starting at quarterback?
Details next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, stop wasting your time, stop wasting your money. Go to my friends at Phil Long Ford, a dealership that I've had a great relationship with for, almost 2 decades now. Seriously, I've been going to Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL because I always have a great experience, and you will too, I promise you. Guys, you're going to build a relationship with Phil Long Ford, and you will keep going back there because you'll realize they're going to take care of you. Number one, they're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out. Number two, you're going to get the best price. And number three, you will find the car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford because the inventory is incredible, strong as it has ever been. This is one-stop shopping, and you're going to get the best price at Phil Long Ford. So stop wasting your time driving all over state of Colorado. Go to one dealership, Phil Long Ford. Find that new car of your dreams. And if you haven't driven one of those electric vehicles, give a test drive to the Ford Mach-E Mustang, that F-150 Lightning. Amazing vehicles. You're going to fall in love with them. They've got an award-winning service department, so keep your car serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you'll have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at phillongford.com, and feel free to shop in the comfort of your own home.
Oh, little Stevie Ray, man. Little Stevie Ray, man. It's like on a nice day, just roll down your windows a little bit, man. Just turn it up a little bit louder, and you're like, pride and joy.
Oh, yeah. She's my sweet little thing.
You know what she is?
She's my pride and joy.
Sweet little
Hey, did you see that
baby.
video I sent you today on Instagram?
Which one? Help me.
It was like a old dad's band, like old dad's garage band.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's on
I'm
Instagram.
sorry.
I
I'll
sent-
look it up.
And I'm like, I sent to you and Andy.
Oh, okay.
Because these two guys, there's like 5 guys.
Yeah.
And they freaking jammed, dog.
Oh, yeah. There's really much more talented musicians out there than me and Andy. Actually, we've got a pretty stunning amount of talent here at this radio station. It'd be pretty fun to put it together. Put
Do
a
it.
little radio
Lead
station
the charge.
band together. Yeah, I'm happy to do it.
Trying to find a trombone for you.
Muggles of 92.5.
Muggles.
The Muggles.
Oh, just the Muggles.
It's pretty good.
And we do cover of Bengals stuff.
Muggles is a pretty solid band name, actually.
Muggles is a freaking awesome band name. The Muggles. Now, would it be the Muggles or just Muggles?
I think you start off with Muggles.
No, just Muggles. Muggles is better.
Yeah, and we cover Bengals music.
You know, Josh Grismer is pretty enough to sing this song. I mean,
Yep.
we'd have that covered. So when we do this, take it, Grizz. Can you see just like 35-year-old Mills just fainting? Josh Grismer up there. He's kind of the perfect, like, front man. He's short. That seems to
Right.
be important. Kind of cute in a cuddly sort of way.
No dumb question. Bengals or Bananarama?
Bengals. Because Susanna Haas would just,
Well,
I mean,
I follow her on Instagram.
Yeah, it's, and there's a couple of others. There's a couple of other good Bengals. The Bananarama ones, I don't know. They look like they had a disease or something. I didn't know what was going on with
Cool
them.
Summer, though. Was when that,
Cruel Summer was good, but that summer might have been a little too cruel to them. I'm just saying. There's Skinny, and then there Are You Okay, Skinny? And then Bananarama was kind of like, Are you okay, Skinny? Plus, they're English. I'm gonna go with the American girls. America.
Was there another one? There a third one? There was Bengals, Bananarama.
If you go to Boy George, we're into different territory.
No.
It's all around the
That
same
was
time.
Culture Club.
It was okay. Well, we really know what that band was. You want me to get this back on track? I can try.
I don't know what Bananarama is.
I was
so
waiting
I'm
for
just,
Dan to
yeah.
put the Bananarama Cruel Summers.
You know what banana bread is, but not
What
Bananarama.
was-
I certainly do.
What was the great movie?
Never heard of Bananarama.
What was the great movie that Cruel Summer was part of?
Do not know. Must have been in the 80s.
Wasn't it The Karate Kid?
Wasn't there
I
isn't
do
there a
not
movie
know.
called Cruel Summer?
Oh, I'm sure there
I don't
is.
know.
That's not that original of a
I
name.
think it was in Cruel Summer.
You could be right.
I mean, Karate Kid.
You could be right. There were a lot of good 80s music in that. I don't know. I'm not that smart.
Dan got it?
Dan doesn't know. He's not working on
He's
that.
not listening.
What are you doing?
Well, Dan and I, we tune out when you
No,
guys
I
do
don't.
this.
I don't even blame you. Let
'Cause
me,
I have no clue.
let me tell you what the NFL's about to
You
do.
got it?
We're gonna have Jeff Blake.
Bananarama Cruel Summer.
Oh Lord.
Bless it.
No, we
I mean,
gotta
we're
do it
gonna
now. No,
nail.
well, we got whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, you guys, can you do this on Cool 105?
Well, we could.
Well,
This would be unbelievable on Cool 105. This would
Instead
be
of that
incredible.
infomercial you do, why don't we do Saturdays over there?
I want you guys to have this because it's fun.
Oh.
For you. It's
it'd be
fun.
amazing.
I
Yeah.
don't want to take it away. I realize this is a blast for you
The
guys.
Scott and D-Mac show on Cool 105.
Yeah, but I just think it would be
You know.
it would be best for all parties if you just did it over there.
Somebody tell us 303-504-0925. Wasn't this in Karate Kid?
I mean, there were like 6 Karate Kids.
Well, I think the original.
And then there was the TV show, Cobra Kai. But we're
Which
just
is
talking,
pretty good.
It was all right until they had the...
Well, the first year was
they,
good.
They jumped the shark when the entire school had a karate fight.
And a dude fell off a
And he got
balcony.
crippled.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then he's kind of okay to do more karate.
Yeah.
Like, people just go to jail for that. The end. You don't... No, you keep the song going, Dan. It all makes sense. But I was into Cobra Kai so much. And listen,
Cobra Kai sucks.
let me tell you, I did love the school karate fight. But you didn't have to cripple the kid. It was such a bummer. And then I got to tune in.
And then they're all
For
friends.
the next season.
You
Yes.
know, we cripple a dude for life.
And
We all come back
yes.
to school, by the way.
Right, and nobody goes to jail.
I mean, the whole school got in a fight.
But
Everybody
in a
got in a fight.
In a karate
Threw
fight.
somebody off a top floor, off
Yeah.
the top floor.
Yeah, he's crippled.
Nobody's going to jail.
Nobody goes to jail, and we still have more karate fights.
Oh, why don't we get in a fight in an arcade? Like,
It
let's
ju-
have a 50-person fight in an arcade.
It jumped the shark.
Allen Iverson did that once.
You know what? I think I stopped watching
now
short
it's
after
enough.
that.
Oh,
Now it's enough.
Now we hit
How
the
many
end.
minutes is enough?
Apparently 3.
For you, quality radio is 1.
Hey,
All right, thank you.
I stay consistent in my life, Scott.
There you go. By the way, since we're random thoughts in the last segment of the break, you know, I stayed up and watched again last night.
All right, I feel like I want to guess. You stayed up
Hallmark.
to watch
A big franchise. It's a major franchise movie.
a major franchise movie. Okay, good.
Lots of
what? Go ahead.
killing and shooting.
Killing and shooting? That narrows it down.
Young Guns.
I'm going to say the John Wick show. Look at me.
Wow.
John Wick 4.
Hey.
John
Wick
Wick 4.
That, you got to admit, that's pretty good right there.
I
huh?
did spend a weekend one time, and I watched all of them
Boom,
like
boom,
back
boom,
to
boom,
back to back. Like didn't go to sleep till about 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
That was a hell of a day.
Right.
I'd do it again.
So I watched John Wick 4 last night. Then I get in a rabbit hole. They're talking about a 5.
Oh, they will make John Wick 100.
Yeah, but like
that is the most repeatable movie of all
Well,
time.
no, they kind of the hotel doesn't exist anymore.
But
so how you doing it?
Build a new hotel.
Yeah, they're building.
All
They're
right.
rebuilding it because John Wick won that duel. But
All right.
here's where 5 may be though.
They're rebuilding.
Do you remember in 3 with Halle Berry and her 2 dogs?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be a spinoff with Halle Berry kind of being one of the characters. And if you remember 4,
the whole movie.
they had
the
the they had the blind guy and the daughter and the black dude with the dog too.
Yeah.
They've got now characters they develop that could go out and be, assassination movies.
Don't kill a man's dog.
Listen,
Hold on. Stop hating it. They could repeat this 100
We'll
more
do
times.
whatever. It's
and
Fast
you,
and
and you will
Furious.
watch
It's-
100 of them.
I mean, how many?
There's 10 of
Well,
those.
first
aren't
off,
there?
I've
How many
watched
James
all of
Bond
the Fast
movies
and
are there?
Furiouses, and I've enjoyed every last one of them.
Go for it.
And I will watch
There's-
it to 100 as well.
Ian Fleming, though. Ian Fleming wrote a lot of James Bond books.
You ain't gonna go broke just betting that dumb people watch your stupid crap. I mean,
Are you
you
hating on
didn't like
John
John
Wick right
Wick?
now?
I like John
John
Wick.
Wick is one of the greatest movie
1,
franchises
2,
of all
and
time.
3 were fine. I watched 4, and I'm like, okay.
Stop.
I
Stop.
watched it. I'm not watching 5, 6, and 7. What can I tell you? Do you know how I watch
Okay,
Fast and,
Ebert.
You know how I watch Fast and Furious movies? I do like the stunts. I do. It's kind of like I watch Drumline, that movie too. Ooh, car crash.
The best thing Fast and Furious
I
ever
don't even
did.
watch the story. I have no idea what the stories are.
You just went to the stunts.
The best thing they ever did was embrace the fact that it's unrealistic.
Dude,
you
they
know?
went to space.
No, they jumped off. They drove a car off a cliff,
Right.
and it got caught by a car or by a plane with a magnet.
Right. Listen, man, it was enough for me to understand Point Break when they jump out of when Keanu, who I love, jumps out of the plane
Who
without a
needs a parachute?
chute, and he gets one, it barely opens, and he twists his ankle instead of having his head smattered all over the desert floor. Or he chases, Brody, right?
Yeah.
To the ends of the earth just to say, go catch a wave.
That was the perfect ending for the movie, though.
It was all right. I don't know, man. It was fine, I guess. I love the movie. And I hate the remake. But I love the original. Are
So
you
I thought
kidding me?
now the remake, watched like you do that stunt.
Yeah, the stunts in the remake were unbelievable. But the story in the original was...
The story in the original was great.
Yes.
So watch the second one and do the stunt.
I could go through John Wick and do that too. And not just get caught up in the story because it's stupid at that point. By the way, I heard Mosier and Vic do the whole, like, what was that lady thinking, throwing the jewel into the ocean? Titanic. It was really awesome hearing them do 30-year-old takes.
You do that take 5 times a year. That exact take.
Jeff Legwell joins us from Common Spirit Park, Dove Valley Central next. All right, C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction. And with more of us affected as you get into your 60s and beyond, listen, ED can affect younger men too. So you're having some issues if you've, not performed in the bedroom like you think you should have, and you've laughed it off and you put it off. You're like a lot of guys. But there's no reason to stay like that. You can build back up your self-esteem and get your love life going in the right direction with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When the pills or herbals fail, their success rates are well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. You go in for an initial visit. It's $99. You get that consult. You get the T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. Hey, if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Call them today at 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we're going to have Leggy on here in just a couple of minutes. I'm looking at the Shot Mazda text line. That was the worst segment you've ever done. Wow. Well, now who's dumber, though? Us for doing it or you for listening
That's my
to it?
bad for texting that in. That's my fault.
Oh, okay. How about Mission Impossible? All right.
John Wick. Good stats, too.
John Wick 1, 2, and 3 are great. D-Mac is right. 4 jumps the shark. Kevin Littleton.
Yeah, the falling down the steps about 8 times was a little much.
Bodie, not Brody. I always get
Bodie.
that slightly wrong, but I do love Point Break. It's just one of them movies. We're going to have Jeff Legg.
O'Connell.
It's close enough. Seriously. Yes, Scott, it was playing during date night. Bananarama Cruel Summer was in Karate Kid during his date.
Come on now.
My guy Chad Brown texted me about Karate Kid too. So stick that in your dumb conversation text. Just listen to the show. We'll take care of it, okay? Don't worry about it. Jeff Legwell's coming up here in a second to tell us about the Broncos.
We'll wait for him. But did I impress you with my Chad Smith best friend video?
Scott showed me a YouTube video. First of all, the drums during a national anthem. Okay, I've never seen that one before.
Right.
And then you're high-fiving Chad Smith. Jeff Legwald to take us out of our misery and tell us about the Broncos. Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, we'd be remiss if we just didn't bring up the interaction you had with Sean Payton at the end of the game about the injury stuff. What is there a backstory there? That felt kind of weird, just top to bottom.
No, I mean, you do this long enough, you're going to have an exchange with the head coach or two. So that's just the way it goes sometimes.
All right. Well, I don't think you were asking anything that crazy. You were asking if Tyler.
Well, you gave him an opportunity.
You did say that. That was pretty funny.
You did give Sean Payton an opportunity, Jeff.
You did use opportunity, Jeff. That was pretty funny.
That's right. I got an opportunity.
Why do you think he was so? Because we talked about it yesterday. It felt like he was grumpy. He just got a monster win. I don't care what the score was in that. Going into New York and winning that game against the Jets, a team that a lot of people predicted in the postseason, that's still a big win. Why do you think he was so grumpy?
Well, I mean, a couple of things, Scotty. I mean, the part of the whole operation he has the most stake in, which is his rookie quarterback in the offense, is, the young guy is playing like a rookie. He's near the bottom of almost every metric of starting quarterbacks in the league, and that's, frankly, to be expected. Caleb Williams is right there with him on most of it. So I think there's some of that. I just think that they have one touchdown pass in 4 games. They've tried a lot of things in the passing game, and none of them seem to be particularly working. I mean, minus 7 yards passing in the half of an NFL game is
that's good, right?
For somebody with multiple completions, I don't think it's happened since the 60s. So we're talking about a lot of frustration for him, and I think and he really doesn't want to talk about injuries, and he gets frustrated that he keeps being asked, despite saying he doesn't like talking about them. But it's all just part of it, and that's. But I think that's the genesis of his mood, and it might have been that it had rained for 6 straight days in 2 states. So I don't think anybody was in that great a mood by the time it was time to leave MetLife Stadium.
Did you get an opportunity to go out to dinner with Bo Nix and assess his confidence yet? Because Sean did offer to send him out to dinner with all of you guys.
I haven't seen the sign-up sheet yet, but I guess when it comes around, I'll be ready.
Hey, Jeff, I do want to ask you, though. Miami is in a pickle here. They got to make a decision. Are they going to fold on the season, or are they going to try to salvage this thing? A lot of speculation about them making a trade for a quarterback. Obviously, we got a guy right here in Zach Wilson that is a tradable commodity. Have you heard anything about conversations between the Broncos and the Dolphins and a potential trade?
No, I have not, Tyler. I mean, I traditionally poke around at the beginning of every week with some GMs to see what the what the scuttlebutt is around the league, and I have not heard much in the way of the Dolphins. I mean, right now a lot of the chatter is about where Davante Adams will end up and how much that would cost. But, you know, Miami is like a lot of teams that, you know, your available cap space is really limited for especially the teams that think they're competitive because they're taking it right to the edge to put the roster together. So there aren't a lot of teams with a lot of flexibility to do a lot of things right now. But, you know, it is intriguing, you know, just when you start maybe, you know, overemphasizing strategy and scheme and all of these things, we often discover each and every week in the NFL the players are the majority of the go-go juice in an offense. And, you know, Miami's proof of that. I mean, last year at this time, we were talking about how Mike McDaniel is going to have the Dolphins break the scoring record.
You know, speaking on that, and you talk about that salary cap a while ago, and you look at what they're paying Zach Wilson for this year, does that make him a little shinier for people that might be in the situation like a Miami?
Yeah, I mean, Scotty, again, it's even, you know, we're not talking about just limited space. I mean, teams have to be ready for, you know, guys on IR count against the salary cap. So if one of your top 10 paid guys suffers a season-ending injury or even a 4-weeker, you've got to have room to put him on IR and, you know, sign a replacement. I think that's the limitation. I don't know how many teams have sort of kicked the tires on the to gauge the Broncos' interest. I don't think there's been any to a legitimate extent so far, but you know, it is only week 5 and they do have a surplus of what most teams do not have a surplus of.
Sean Payton snickered at Parker Gabriel's article about the $2 million Bruce Springsteen tour. We're just put 2 trips together. That's what he said. He also said it was one of maybe 30 factors that went into winning the game against the Jets. So I'll throw it out to you as you were in the middle of the rain, Jeff. How big of a deal was it? If there's 30, you know, reasons that went into that game, how much did it matter that they did what they did, and what did that do for the team, in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm not sure the players, or at least the ones I've spoken to a little bit, got the remember the Titans kumbaya moment, you know, or anything like that. You know, the fact they got 2 wins, you know, we all know that always matters in the NFL. If you did something and you won, you stay in that hotel again, or you take the flight at the same time. I mean, that's a common thing, but I think there were a lot more than 30 things that went into winning the game. Than I guess I'll say it this way. When they have a choice, I doubt very highly he will practice on tennis courts this Friday.
Yeah, well, or maybe they do because you started some. Hey, I got to ask you this, and one of the reasons you got to win this game, you got to look at what Vance Joseph and the defense has done. And I pointed out yesterday, just look what the Jets' offense did the week before they played Denver, and look what Tampa Bay's offense did the week after they played Denver. To me, that's a sign, and you can talk about weather or whatever. Vance Joseph has these guys kind of clicking right now and are bothering other teams' offenses, aren't they?
They are, Scotty. A lot of different looks. I see a lot of Wade Phillips' influence in what BJ's doing now, and you know we know Vance still talks to Wade a great deal and considers him a mentor. And they, you know, Jim Leonard's had a little bit of an influence with his addition and some of the coverage looks. But you know, the big thing is John Franklin Myers was a really good addition because you can play everybody else in the defensive front where they belong now, instead of forcing people into jobs because you're trying to cover for injuries or whatever. And, you know, Pat Surtain's pretty damn good. That helps. And Riley Moss has been up to the challenge to be the other guy, you know, at corner. And they're getting enough pass rush from enough people that, you know, that the test will be, can they keep doing it with this big a variety in the rush, you know, without sort of that alpha edge guy? You know, that's really the only thing they're they're missing overall, but collectively, there aren't many defenses playing very, much better right now. What are they at 13.8 points allowed per game? That should be better than 2-2, but they're not.
Hey, Jeff, it looked like there was a change in the rotation at the running back before Tyler Bidet got hurt. I'm not sure what exactly that was all going to unfold and look like when it was all said and done, but Tyler did get hurt. Javonte goes back in there, and he looked great. He looked young. He looked fresh. He looked like he was a man on a mission to me. Do you think what Javonte was able to do in that game was enough to renew the faith of the coaches in him as a full-time starting running back?
Yeah, I don't think they, I think they were definitely looking at getting Bidet more snaps somehow. And he has complimented sort of Jaleel McLaughlin more than he has Javonte in the early going here. But, I think they were just a little bit smarter about the run game, in the second half especially. I thought they, after a first half of more dropbacks again for Bo Nix in the rain, the second half I thought they were a lot more concerted effort, for some of the old school, some duo run scheme. There's some straight ahead gap scheme in there, a zone play tossed in. I just thought they were more, just more variety and more things that they're good at that had the running back go to quick hit to the hole instead of, so much of the pitter patter in the backfield. But, Meinertz had a good second half, I thought, up front. And they found a little room behind him. And now, the test will be, will he commit to the run as much when it's sunny, or, where's his patience level going to be with the run game? Because we still see it. They'll live with 10 incompletions in a row, but one bad run, they sort of check out of it for a while.
All right, Jeff, we appreciate it, brother. We'll see you later. It's Raiders week, and we'll do what, Scott? You want to throw something quickly?
No, I'm just going to say I thought Strnad, Barton, and Welch and that trio were fantastic in New York.
No, they're getting quality reps from, and I just like the Strnad story just on a human level. The guy waited 3 years. Hadn't played a defensive snap in 3 years.
Yep.
Crazy.
And you sack Aaron Rodgers on your first
play. Yeah, that was
snap
awesome.
of your start. I thought that was cool.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll talk to you soon. It's ESPN's Jeff Legwald, who makes great friends with Sean Payton.
They go to dinner.
He gives them the opportunity.
Yeah.
Hey, you think I care? It's Let's Football Go coming up next. You know what's amazing? Repping AAA Home Improvements because of the quality work they do, and the reviews are so good, and they've earned them. Here's my man Mike in Denver. AAA did a fantastic job renovating our basement. It was a big job from gut to demo to full finish, and we are thrilled with the results. Yeah, man, because if you're thinking about what is this room going to be, what is this project going to be, sometimes it gets overwhelming and just, forget it. Not with AAA Home Improvements. You can check them out, aahomeimprovements.com. The before and afters are stunning. And this is a design and build service completely turnkey. From design, engineering, permitting, project management, final inspections, it's upfront pricing with no surprises, an incredible team of skilled tradesmen and project managers. My guy, Toby Hurdle, has put together this amazing company. So check them out. Their schedule does fill up quickly because their work is so good. But again, check them out today for a free, no obligation estimate on your dream renovation at aahomeimprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
Hey, you just fell into a great one right there on accident.
That was an accident.
Good old Bo Locke. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, I cannot wait to hear what's footballing right now.
All right, just really quick, fellas. Schefter is reporting that Dolphins standout pass rusher Jalen Phillips announced he suffered a season-ending knee injury on Monday Night Football. He will undergo surgery with the hopes of returning in 2025.
Oh,
what a rough start to the season for the Miami Dolphins.
He's a super talented guy.
Just another reason why Miami would be a fool to trade anything of significance for a quarterback this year. They ain't salvaging jack squat.
It's tricky to go in the tank this early, though, man. There's a lot of season left. You think they're just going to give up?
That's what I would do. I would
Wow.
punt on the season. I would say I've got a beautiful core. I got the wide receivers. I got playmakers. I got one of the best corners in the NFL. All I need is a quarterback. So what's my best path to getting a quarterback? Well, let's just tank out the season. Let's go get Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders.
3 months of folding the tent, Scott. I don't know. That sounds tough.
And it's, I don't know what they got guys wise as far as rooks or first year. So I would go in full development stage. You know, I'd get guys some experience somewhere.
I mean, listen.
I'd probably wait another 2-3 weeks.
You would try for the next 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
if they're
what
going
does try
to
mean?
but
What
if
does
they're going
try
to
mean? Try
they're-
with what you got?
No,
or-
if they were going to try, they'd have to make a trade. That would be trying. They'd have to get another quarterback.
And we didn't think about this the other day when we were talking about it. You know, Russ would give you a chance to win right now, but then you got to throw the salary cap involved. Although I don't think the cap goes with him from here, right? It just goes with the Steelers are playing.
Correct.
So
He's got a brand new contract, and it's at league minimum.
Yeah, so it actually might be affordable for them too.
100% affordable. Did you guys see the tweet from Tyreek Hill this morning?
No.
He put it out there this morning. Woke up to trade news. Exciting.
Not him, like quarterback trade news.
He just wrote, woke up to trade news. Exciting.
I'm going to guess he likes playing for McDaniel in Miami, though. He's got to be talking about a quarterback.
Well, he's definitely Devontae Adams at this very moment. That dude is frustrated. He is vocal about it.
You think
He's
he wants out of Miami?
I don't know, but it wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me
Really?
one iota.
Okay.
He did just get his new deal, so I don't know what else the guy could possibly want.
Yeah,
He's
because
upset because he's only got like 10 catches on the season.
It feels like Miami is just a lot of bad luck, not a bad organization, not a bad coach.
I agree, but if you were asking me what I think that tweet implied, I would guess it implied a quarterback trade.
Yeah, that's what it would seem to me, too.
Yeah.
I think he wants to be in Miami.
Because
I think it's
no
a good spot
chance
for him.
Miami wants to get rid of Tyreek Hill. Zero chance.
Of course not. That makes no. Why would they want to get rid of?
Does it break your heart a little bit that both Jeff Legwold and James Palmer have put it out there now that they've heard nothing about a conversation with Zach?
No, it doesn't break my heart. It doesn't surprise me. I do think Russell Wilson is probably the best part-time fit. I think the Steelers would be fools not to commit to Justin Fields at this point. And even if Fields isn't going to work out for them, the future isn't going to be Russell Wilson.
No.
Russell Wilson is actually a pretty perfect, hey, let's not give up on the season. We probably wouldn't have to give up too much for him solution, and probably clears the path for them to get focused in Pittsburgh. I think it makes sense for everybody.
Yeah, going to Russell Wilson at this point in the season for the Steelers, why would you want that drama?
They won't. They won't. They're listen, Fields, if you don't like Fields, you don't like Fields. But they're 3-1 with him, and he's not the reason they lost that game against the Colts. So I have no idea why they would go to Russell Wilson. I bet you before the end of next week, Russell Wilson is Miami Dolphin. I bet you that's the case.
And the only reason that would happen is because they honestly think they're a playoff, hurt you in the playoff type team.
Well, let's just get right to it, Dan, with the next story.
Yeah, so here is Mike Tomlin. He was asked yesterday if Justin Fields has played well enough that really doesn't matter what the status of Russell Wilson's calf is.
Justin getting to a point where his play is such that Russ's health is sort of immaterial. You're just staying with the guy where the team's producing with.
There's a potential for that, but we're not there as I stand here today.
Is there anything Justin can do to prove it right now while Russ is injured?
play well, win. That's our business.
Well, he's doing that. He is doing that. And maybe it's not perfect, but he's giving them a better chance to win than Russell Wilson.
You don't know that.
I'm watching it week after week. I am watching it week after week.
What was the score last week?
27-24. Because
Jay,
the center
I'll give you
because
this.
the center didn't know what the snap count was supposed to be. That's why.
Justin threw some of the best footballs I've seen him ever throw this weekend.
He threw for over 300 yards.
Yeah,
he rushed for 2 touchdowns.
He threw some dimes.
Well, he should be the guy. I mean, yeah, and whatever, man. To think of going to Russ at this point is ridiculous. They're in the same boat.
Then they got to be calling Miami. And
Correct.
All right.
Correct. As the Broncos should be doing for Zach Wilson. I mean, this is it.
Problem is you can't call. The second you call,
what?
You give up all the leverage, all of it.
I don't know, man. Miami's
How do you call somebody and be like, "We love Zach Wilson"?
No, because it makes sense for all parties. Like the Dolphins would understand, hey, things are working out with Bo Nix. We don't need Zach Wilson. They would get it. Plus, the Broncos aren't desperate.
Of course they would get it, but the point is if you're trying to get any value out of it.
You know what? They're going to go after Russell Wilson if they go after anybody. I'm going to back off my conversation. I think it would make sense for the Broncos, but it makes way more sense because they haven't given up on Tua. And I don't think they're giving up on the season. They need Joe Flacco. I'll give you this, man. If Joe Flacco was in Miami right now, they'd be winning games.
Yeah.
The dude is the ultimate backup quarterback. You know, you could win. He could be Nick Foles. You could win a Super Bowl with him playing quarterback for you if you're in the right circumstance. How crazy is that?
Well, it's crazy when you look at Tua's history. Now, he stayed pretty relatively healthy last season. It was 2 seasons ago when he had all the issues. Now he's back in that issue area again. But I think you said it the other day, and I agree. Why wouldn't you, if you're in Miami, not go after a Flacco or what's our cat now that's in Carolina? Why wouldn't you go with a veteran guy that you know in a pinch can now start you 3 or 4 games, and you're not going to go 0-4?
Well, the only
because at your best, you're looking at becoming about a 500 team this year if you're super duper lucky, insanely lucky.
Not if you get a Joe Flacco. If they just sign Flacco, you lose.
They're 1-3 right now.
I know, but if you lose 2 of 4 games, maybe now you're 2-2 or 3-2, and you know this. One game at the end of the season could be the difference of making the playoffs or not.
It could. It's very, very unlikely that new guys can come in and do that.
Dude, Vic Fangio had the Broncos at 6-6, and the world was your oyster. You can make the playoffs. Are you telling me it's impossible for the Dolphins to go 5-3?
Am I telling you it's impossible? No, I won 7 games straight one time when I had to make the playoffs, and we had a losing record. Is it impossible? No. Is it likely? Hell no.
Well, listen, we'll see what they do, but I think the Broncos should be proactive with Zach Wilson. If not them, who? But I think it makes more sense with Russell Wilson.
Why not Stidham?
Because Stidham's upside is low.
But why is he the second quarterback then?
Because he's probably a little bit more reliable and dependable, and I think it's a nebulous position anyways. I think both guys are on the roster. They could flip them. It doesn't really matter.
If the Broncos really wanted to create value for Zach Wilson, they would make him the number 2 quarterback. It's not a great selling point when he's number 3 on your team.
Yeah, but like, what's the difference if the guy's 2 or 3 when
huge difference.
Both guys are on the roster? And
There's
both
a
guys,
huge
both
difference.
guys could play in any given game.
No, there's a huge difference. You have publicly anointed one guy is better than the other. So you were saying he's the 3rd best quarterback on your roster.
All right. I don't know. Who knows? But you're not going to have a lot of other opportunities to deal either of those guys. This may be it. What other team is going to come knocking, looking for a quarterback trade by the trade deadline? Who else is going to be? We're fixing to find out. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Antonio Pierce. Did he like an Instagram post saying that Davante Adams has played his last game with the Las Vegas Raiders? Here's Pierce meeting with Vegas media earlier today.
Obviously, some developments over the last 24 hours. I'm curious where things stand with the organization and Davante Adams. And there was also a report about a social media post involving Davante's status with the team that you'd liked. I was wondering if you could address that.
Yeah, Davante's dealing with a hamstring. He's rehabbing, and the rest of us are focused on Denver.
Is he here in the building today? Or?
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
So yesterday, Davante went on the Up and Adams show and discussed, there's a social media post earlier this week. Is that something that was accidental on your part in terms of liking the post? Or?
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
This is my favorite part about all the drama going out there with the Raiders right now. Devontae Adams wants a trade. Okay, that's cool. That's drama of its own right. But my favorite part from the Broncos' perspective, you've got a head coach for the Las Vegas Raiders right now that's playing childish games on Twitter. You've got a head coach liking tweets about players on his own team. And now we know it wasn't a fat thumb. If it was a fat thumb, he damn sure would have told us it was a fat thumb. He didn't say that, did he? No, he said, we're on to the Broncos. We're talking about the Denver Broncos here. You've got a head coach involved in drama, a part of actually causing the drama. I'm here for it, brother. Let's go. This is the time to get the monkey off your back and beat the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I cannot imagine a better scenario for the Broncos to get past this particular hump. Can't imagine it. It's kind of, you get into the cliche of the must-win game. But seriously, if you can't beat the Raiders in this circumstance, I don't know.
They might. By the way, they might
I
not.
don't
We've got the drama going on. On top of all of that, they might very well make a quarterback change this week as well.
Okay. Yeah, they're a wreck right now, man. It's awesome. I love dysfunctional Raiders. I hate the Raiders. I know the rivalry ain't the same, but it is for me.
Will it ever be the same again?
It will never change for me, but no, probably not for the regular fan base. And I'm going to guess newer Broncos fans that became big Broncos fans in 2015, and I'm sure there's tons of them, rightfully so. They don't hate the Raiders. But I do.
Yeah, no, I think for the fans that have been around more than 2 decades, 3 decades, Chiefs and Raiders will always be.
I don't hate the Chiefs.
I don't hate them, but I want to beat them every time. Bad.
Me too,
That
but
would
I don't.
save the
I don't hate
season.
them.
I hate the Chiefs way more than I hate the Raiders
Yeah,
at this point.
that makes sense.
Way more.
Yeah, but like, what did the Chiefs ever like?
Look, I grew up here, and I would say I was a part of the original Raiders stuff, just in my childhood, right? Like that's a part of my life. Even for me, the Raiders rivalry is dead. It's gone. It's just over. There is no such thing anymore.
I guess I just go back a little bit further on it, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, I know what it was for me. I know what it was because I was a huge Lyle Alzado fan.
Yeah, and it was win-win for Mike. The Raiders wronged Mike Shanahan.
I
this
didn't
is
care
our
about
guy.
that.
I think a lot of people. I think the team did.
Well,
there
okay,
was an
cool.
arrogance of Al Davis that he basically thumbed his nose at the league all the time. That you always wanted to kind of put it to that guy.
But I didn't understand the business of football when I was first a fan, when I was like a kid. So I loved a player. It was Lyle Alzado, but I was just a player. So as a kid or a young fan, or maybe just a fan that just doesn't pay attention to how the sausage is made, it is really hard to wrap your head around somebody you love who goes to the enemy and plays for them and plays well. I mean, when Roger Clemens went to the Yankees, and I don't like booing, it is one of the only times in my life I actually went to a Rockies-Yankees game just to boo a player. I just sat there and booed Clemens. Like, that really pissed me off.
Had nothing to do with the Rockies trying to get them to win. You just hated the turncoat.
Like, Wade Boggs, my childhood hero. Like, Catcher in the Rye, I was writing things on my baseball glove about me being Wade Boggs. Like, this, he goes and is on a police horse with the Yankees winning a world championship?
Dead to you. Dead to you. Just say it.
Dude, dead to me.
And never the best third baseman during his era, though. Think about that.
He was a Hall of Famer. You can't
he's
rag
still
on
not the
him.
best
He went to
third
the
baseman.
Yankees to win a World Series. It makes me sick.
Unlike George Brett, stayed with one team and won a championship.
All right, you can say with one team like Charlie Blackmon. We had 2 winning
George
seasons.
Brett won a World Series.
I know he did. Good for your
Played in
Royals,
two.
too, by the way. I'm watching them.
They're in.
I know.
Coming up.
I got you. But there's something about the Raiders, man. I get it. I do get it. You hate the Chiefs more. See, to me, I still feel it fresh like when the Broncos beat the crap out of the Chiefs year in and year out. Like, that does not seem like that far away to me.
I feel like I can barely remember that.
Oh, man.
Like that's actually shocking to me that you feel like that's not that far away.
Oh, I remember the Romeo Crennel days like it was yesterday.
The only thing I can taste is suck. That's the only thing I can taste when it comes to the Chiefs.
All right. It's a confusion.
Yeah,
Where are you at?
I'm more Raiders than Chiefs. Because it seems like the Chiefs always do it a little classier the way they got to run it. I'm not sure they necessarily do.
I think they're
the
not,
irony of that is, according to the players, it's the worst run organization in the NFL.
They're definitely not a classy organization.
They don't spend any money and do anything.
I like Patrick Mahomes.
And you know what part of
I can't help it.
You know what part of the Raiders' whole deal was just Al Davis. It was just
That was a big thing.
It was
Sure.
Al Davis. He was Vince McMahon of
Sure.
the NFL.
I'm with you.
He was just a character that you hated. Nobody hates Mark Davis. They just laugh at him. They just laugh at
He
his
seems
haircut.
like a dummy.
You know, there's no hatred for that guy.
You want me to tell you my funny Al Davis story?
Sure.
So I'm playing with the Pistons. We're in the Marina Del Rey. We're staying at the hotel there, and Dennis Rodman and I are walking down the street to go find some food somewhere. Walking down the street, and here's a little dude walking up to us in a white jumpsuit or sweatsuit.
Okay.
And all of a sudden he goes, "Dennis."
Oh.
And we look, and it's Al Davis. And we're right in front. Turns out he had a condo right there in Marina Del Rey.
Yeah.
These round, Suge Knight lived in the same condo building, by
Was
the
there
way.
somebody hanging over a balcony?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
But also, Al Davis recognized Dennis and starts talking hoops with us for like 5 or 6 minutes in front of his condominium,
nothing wrong with
right in
that.
the middle of Marina Del Rey.
That's cool.
Hey,
I know. After that, I was like,
No, of course. That's
Speaking
cool.
of Vince McMahon, have you guys watched that documentary?
Not
I want
yet.
to, yes.
Oh my gosh!
Don't tell me anything. I want
It
to.
started the other
this
day,
guy-
got about a minute
Okay,
in.
don't say anything. It's great.
All I'm saying
It's
is
great.
that was a billionaire living the what you would picture you would do if you had $1 billion.
Okay. It's definitely on my list. I definitely want to watch it. 100%. Hey, there's a conversation that's a little awkward and uncomfortable that needs to be had, and one of our good pals is part of it. Details, and you'll hear it coming up next. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Auto Group. Hey, they're cooking up something you won't want to miss. They're rolling out the Great Percent event, and this is exciting. Okay, hang on. Mike Maroney is offering 0% financing. Zero. Zip. Nada. Nothing. And remember, Maroney means more. But don't fall asleep on this one. It's a limited time offer with limited funds. These rates are low. And get this, they'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado free of charge. So whether you're in Denver or Durango, Boulder or Breckenridge, they'll bring your new car right to your doorstep. Plus, they always have a 3-day money-back guarantee. You can get that test drive for a whole weekend and then figure it out. If you're curious, just cruise over to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Get to Mike Maroney Auto Group's Great Percent event and drive home happy with 0%. And don't forget to tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
All right, it's time for a kind of a tough conversation. And for that, we will go to our pal, Ed McCaffrey. So Ed was on recently, and I'm kind of glad he just had this conversation somewhere else. I don't know if I'd be comfortable talking to Ed about it, to be honest with you. But Ed was on somewhere else. I don't know where it was, Dan.
The Ross Tucker podcast.
Ross Tucker podcast, okay. And Ross just flat out asked him about Christian and what's going on. And when the news came out that Christian was going to Germany to see a doctor, I was like, oh boy. Like, man, like, that's something. When you're getting on a plane
that's
to
where
Europe.
you can do the different procedures than you can do in the United States.
Okay.
Peyton Manning went there supposedly.
Okay, well, here's what Ed said to Ross Tucker.
But also, he's such a perfectionist. Like, he wants everybody's opinion. Is there anyone on the planet that can help me get back on the field quicker? And so when the prescription was you just have to rest and not do anything, he sought out other opinions. Yeah, he went and said, look, who else has anything going on anywhere in the world that can help me get back on the field quicker? And one of the problems is you have a million. Ross, my phone blew up. Hey, here's stuff you can eat to help with your tendonitis. Here's treatments you can get. Here's a place you can go. And if my phone blew up, I know his phone was blown up. So he has to decipher between all the information he's getting, which is what he did, right? He trusts his 49ers training staff, but when the prescription is to rest, he's going to go out and get other professional opinions from people around the world. And then most of it he doesn't follow up on. He's like, I got to pick between all this stuff I'm being told.
Tough deal, man.
Tough deal.
I was concerned when I heard he had Achilles tendonitis. I was almost devastated for him when I heard it was in both. I don't know. This is a situation that, in theory, will bother him the rest of his career. Tendonitis, generally speaking, doesn't just go away, especially when you stay active. Like you got to take a long time off to make that sucker go away. Chris Harris Jr. Tweeted out a couple days ago that he was dealing with it with his last couple of years in the career, and it took him about 4 years to get back to where he was no longer having pain there. So if I'm the 49ers, boy, are they in a tough situation because they are built to win, baby. They are built to win. They've had injuries. I don't know what this season's going to end up like for the 49ers with all the problems that they've had, but of course they're going to want him back out there. Of course, they're going to want to put him out there as soon as they possibly can. And what they really should be doing is saying, hey, dude, take the year off. Take the year off. Let's circle back in a year from now. That's what it feels like to me.
Right here, from Achilles tendonitis on doctor page. Typically, people recognize when this type of injury occurs, whether it's due to a fall over exertion, which you talked about earlier in the show,
overtraining,
or moving the wrong way. It's usually accompanied by an intense pain in the moment that continues to persist over time.
Yeah, that was my first thought with Christian, just knowing him as well as I know him. Man, to be in the NFL, you got to train your ass off. But he takes it to the next level. And I do think there are times the guys can train too much.
How old is Christian?
He's young. I looked it up the other day because it felt like he's been in the NFL forever.
How old is he?
Take a guess. I mean, now I've already told you he's
27?
young.
29.
Is he 28? I got, but
28. Oh, that's not that young. No. I mean, that's
that feels a whole lot younger than I'd expect. I mean, he played a whole career in Carolina.
Running backs though, man. I mean, what's the oldest you can expect a running back to go to?
Well, Frank Gore made it into his 40s, which of course is an anomaly.
Well, what's more of a reasonable 32? Like, hey, you made it to 32. That's pretty good as a running back.
I think that's great. Yeah, I think that's great, but I think that's pretty much true about every position outside of offensive line and quarterback. Like we were talking about Devontae Adams the other day. I consider him old at 31. He's about to turn 32. You're like, 31? That's not old. To me, that's old.
Okay.
That's old.
You may be right. We'll see what the value of Devontae Adams here real quick.
And him and Ed's talking right there, and they told him to rest. He's going to look for different help. And looking at this and one of the explanation, repetitive overload, which is probably what he's got over the training and running and everything else. If you don't rest and if you don't treat it, and even if, once you do it, it gets back, then you've got to really doctor it or baby it. Otherwise, it'll come back if it's through repetitive motion. If it's just a quick turn and you hurt it, then chances are it might not ever come back. But through repetitive overload.
Yeah.
Which I think is what his probably is.
Well, and the reason why my initial thought was overtraining is just think about the timing of this deal.
Think of the videos we've seen of him in the offseason.
Well, yeah, well, that's my whole point. This
Yeah.
was not a midseason injury.
No.
This was coming into training camp, right? So he's working his butt off in the offseason, doing his deal, and you're certainly not going to judge the guy for working his ass off.
And probably ached and ached, but kept pushing through
Exactly.
it. Which is
And
the
he,
worst
and
thing
he
you can
didn't
do
take
for
the time off in the offseason that he probably should have done.
You know, that plantar fasciitis, that's another one that, like, it just doesn't go. There's nothing you can do to rehab it. You just got to, like, not do anything. And I would assume for an athlete, a world-class athlete as Christian is, the concept of not doing anything has got to be
It's impossible.
abhorrent.
There's always a fix, and the fix is doing something.
Something. I got to do something.
That in our mind, that is the fix. I got to go do something.
The answer is to do nothing?
That's tough to hear.
How do you do that?
Well, and listen, I was past my prime of being any sort of athlete, but when I tore my Achilles, it was even hard for me. By the way, 2 months you can't put any weight on at all.
Crazy.
So 2 months you're just sitting around, laying around for 2 months. It's tough.
All right. Well, we wish him the best. We love Christian and the McCaffrey family, and it just you know, it's a tough one.
But you know what? If they and they got other injuries too, it's tough. But what you got to do and you got to hope is you're able to sustain some sort of 500 level, get to the point where maybe it's all of a sudden week 12 and Christian can come back.
You want to talk about pushing you over with a feather? Who would have thought at the beginning of the year the McCaffrey on the best team 4 weeks into the season would be Luke? How about that?
He's on the team?
He's on Washington.
Oh, well, yeah.
They're 3-1. It's ridiculous. I don't know how he's doing, but he's on the team. I haven't looked up Luke's stats, but, you know, he's there.
Look him up.
Yeah, look him up. Hopefully he's doing all right. No dumb question. We got some.
Yeah, he's got 7 catches.
Okay, well, hey, he's in the NFL, and he's on a winning team. 7 catches. That's more than Brock Bowers had in the past 2 games.
Brock Bowers also.
Has
You're
more
so stupid.
catches.
You're so stupid. You're just so stupid.
You know, Brock Bowers has more catches than Tyreek Hill.
Why do you have to be stupid?
I'll kill you with truth. I'm not lying.
You're just, you know what? I
told
think
you I'm
you're
an idiot, right?
You're protective.
Oh, is he?
You're a little overprotective.
Don't you dare talk about Justin Fields.
Yeah, I just point out what's happening, what's real, and I have a memory on some things.
You and Shedeur.
Yeah, how about that, Shedeur?
Oh my gosh, I love it. The
That's
Cam
too
Newton
funny.
stuff is so funny to me. Did you guys? I don't know if you watched closely. There was another angle of the interaction with Cam Newton and Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
And Cam comes to the camera at the end and he whispers into it. He said I was on some weird stuff.
Yeah.
He said I was on some weird stuff. Well, you are weird, Cam. Newsflash.
Dude.
You're a pretty weird human being.
He's an
I'm
odd
telling you.
fellow.
Yeah.
Super Bowl 50, the Broncos stole his mojo, and he's never gotten it back.
It feels like that. He's got a lot of hats, though.
Yeah, with holes in the top.
What the dude thinks he's the main character everywhere he goes. He thinks he's the main attraction. What are you doing? The one with Shedeur. Shedeur was in like the pregame warm-ups at least.
Yeah, by the way, what is up with security allowing people? Go ahead. I'm sorry, but yes.
Well, no, I was going to say like the one with Shedeur, that's like pregame warm-ups where guys go out there on their own. They do their own thing. And I guess in theory, that's an appropriate time to say hello. But the one with Travis Hunter is geared up. He's got his helmet on.
He's in the DB drills.
Middle of DB drills. And Cam Newton's just walking in the middle of a Colorado pregame warm-up trying to dap this dude up.
The sidelines of college football is, I guess it's an anything goes sort of territory, man. Like, it is wild.
I don't think that's college football.
You think it's like that in the NFL?
No, I think that's CU sideline.
Oh.
Hey, that was UCF, Scott.
Hey, man, you can't. What are you, Paul Feinbaum? I mean.
No, I just, listen, have you seen some of the celebrities that have been on the sideline?
I'm saying whatever works is working.
Yeah.
No, it's ridiculous. But it's working. And Prime gets a weekend off to go, and the kids have a chance to actually go to school for a week.
They'll go do an NIL commercial.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course. Nate and Andy will be out at Joe Willie's on Broadway on Friday. So hopefully you see us there at Joe Willie's
We
on
will.
Friday.
You said Nate and Andy.
Well, they're coming up next, but I'm just talking about us first.
They're coming up next, but we'll be at Joe Willie's
I'm just
on
trying
Friday.
to see. And don't forget
Joe Willie's on
Arapahoe's.
Broadway.
He's
Arapahoe's,
using his whiteboard.
At Grandview coming up on, and we have Nuggets basketball at 10 a.m. on
Cos
Friday.
Cos and myself will be calling them.
My goodness. Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Was that something that was accidental on your part in terms of liking the post? Or?
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Here's where I don't want to give you the traditional question for the traditional conversation you and I have had. Should the Broncos trade draft picks for Davante Adams? The easy answer is no, because still right now, from the evidence we've had to this point, the Broncos may be better than we thought, but you're probably looking at a top 10, top 15 pick, right? That's not going anywhere. And so that means that you'll be picking about that high in the second round. Okay?
Need those picks.
And the last reporting I saw, and I don't even remember which insider because they all blew up with the reporting on Davante once out and what the Raiders are asking. I saw one that said a second round pick and some other stuff. Okay?
If Les Snead once said, bleep them picks, I want to marry these picks. I want to spoon these picks. I want to couple up with these picks.
You want to raise these picks.
I want to cuddle
settle
them.
Down.
I want to hold hands with them, Andy.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
We can go apple picking.
Wow. See, I feel like,
we can rent a paddle boat.
I feel like you want to
I'll take a carriage
paddle
ride.
Boat. Wow, we're gonna go that route. Now you're dating these picks. See, at first I thought you were raising the picks like children.
Oh, I'm coupled with
now
them.
This is like a dating deal.
I'm gonna carriage ride. I've got an Afghan on my lap, and I'm sipping hot cocoa, going down the 16th Street Mall in mid-December with twinkling lights hanging over my head. That's how I feel about the Bronco draft picks right now.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Yeah, you're going to do the picnic.
No Kramer Beefarino situation, hopefully, but
little bed and breakfast.
Oh, I would
go leaf peeping.
I'll go to a B&B. Yeah. Oh, without a doubt.
Sure.
Yeah, wear a
these
sweater.
Picks, these draft picks. Yeah.
Sure.
Wear a sweater. What are the itchy sweaters?
If you're staying at a bed and breakfast, you have to wake up in the morning and put a sweater on. I think that's the rule.
God, I hate that he became such a creep. Are we talking like the Cosby sweater? Are
No,
we talking about
no.
the
This
Mr.
is
Rogers, you get home, you're walking around sweater?
I'm
or
talking.
what?
I'm talking the latest. You're talking about a cardigan.
Yeah. Well, remember, wouldn't Mr. Rogers come in? He put on a little sweater.
He had numerous cardigans. The thing that always threw me off on Mr. Rogers was that he changed his shoes when he got home.
Yeah. He had his slippers, his house slippers.
They weren't slippers, though. They were like a pair of lace-up shoes that he wore around the house.
Well, who the hell's doing that?
Mr. Rogers was.
Did he not have carpet? He had the really creepy puppets.
I guess not.
Yeah, see,
I have no idea.
This show's just a Rorschach test sometimes because then you say cardigans and all I can think of is that love me, say that you love me. See, you be singing that to the pics.
Me.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be our song, me and the Pics. The Cardigans.
And it's all come around again.
Wasn't
like
that
we walked the lake.
Wasn't that the Romeo and Juliet, the Claire Danes version, late 90s?
Yeah, see, a lot of those late 90s, early to mid 90s, they're all attached to
some sort
relationship
of
for me. Short, long.
Decent enough rom-com.
Yeah, I didn't watch the Romeo and Juliet. I can remember the girl that I was interested in or seeing or whatever you want to call it. This was a short one.
Oh, I remember Claire Danes. Yeah.
No, see, I remember the video of the Cardigans.
Oh, okay.
They were not. They were.
You know, it's funny
too.
when we talk about cardigans, I automatically think of our friend Nick Groke.
Is he wear Cardi G.
Cardi G. He was nicknamed so because when he went to a Metallica concert with Paul Klee, he wore a cardigan.
What?
Do you not remember this story? This is how he became Cardi G. They were covering the Bronx.
I just simply thought you called him. You never told me. I thought he was Cardi G because of Cardi B, and you like to play the song.
Well, yes, there is that like pop culture reference to it all. But when Nick Groke was covering the Broncos for the Post back in the day, our buddy Paul Klee was also covering the Broncos at the time for the Gazette. Klee's still over there. And they were in Santa Clara to cover the Broncos-Panthers Super Bowl 50.
Yeah, I remember it well.
There was a Metallica show that week.
Don't remember that.
They went to it.
Okay.
Groke wear a cardigan.
All right.
To a Metallica show.
More rock and roll. Now that you tell me the time frame, probably a little easier to get away with in 2016 than it would have been when I went in the early 90s.
As he said, it was chilly.
Okay, but cardigan at Metallica, you know, that's a hoodie crowd because I've been there. That's one of two things.
Isn't it more of a leather jacket crowd?
Black as your soul hoodie, or like, yeah, maybe a leather jacket, but I also saw plenty of the flannel, like the flannel shirt coat you got going on.
Yes.
Right? Or they don't care. They just, the sleeves are cut off, the hair is long, and they've had enough to drink. They don't know what temperature it is.
I can tell you what, Nick Groke don't care because he wore a cardigan.
I know. Is that rock and roll, though?
Very much.
Mike Ness one time said, the lead singer of Social Distortion, everybody's got tattoos. It's become more punk not to have a tattoo. So I'm just saying, is Groke going the other way? He's so punk rock, he's showing up like, and a shout out to the text line, a Newhart sweater at a Metallica show. Oh, you think you're tough? I ain't scared. I'm all up in here. I'm all up in here in a good, good magazine reading. I'm reading my Time magazine with my cardigan at your Metallica concert.
Groke
at
his
pipe.
At his
and not
five.
that pipe.
What do you think Groke is? 5'10", $140?
Yeah.
Dripping wet?
I wanted to know if he survived. Dude, the Metallica show that I always tell you about at Mile High, the things I saw in that pit, I was like, good God. I was so happy to have a lineman with me. I had a football lineman with me. Shout out Kyle Kowalski.
Killer Kowalski?
Dude. He was, a couple times. He had to, like Doc lifted me over the bouncer's arm. Kyle had to grab me. I was like, goodness, you guys are really aggressive. You really are hacked off.
I got the offshore betting odds. You ready on this
what?
one?
On what?
Devontae Adams' next team.
Oh, we are done with the cardigans?
Here we go.
Yeah, come on. Is it the top two that everyone's guessing?
So
Surprise me, Kreckman.
Adams wants either the Jets or the Saints.
Yeah.
That's what the sources are saying.
Real
That's what
easy, right?
Schefter's reporting. Again, it's his two quarterbacks. Jets at 1-1, heavy favorite. If you're Devontae Adams, you just watched that team score 9 points against the Broncos. Garrett Wilson's miserable. Rodgers is screaming at everybody. Hackett's clueless. Do you really want anything to do with that mess? That organization's terrible.
Rodgers is his kind of crazy, though.
Commanders at 3-1.
See, that is extremely intriguing.
Yeah.
If you're the Raiders, why do you send him to the AFC? That's my only thing with the Jets.
Okay, so along those lines, and you bring me to the next two teams on the list. Kansas City at 5-1.
In division, even.
Steelers at 6-1. Okay, that's your next two. So let me go back to the Chiefs here for a minute. You are Mark Davis, and I'm going to pretend in a world you're Mark Davis and you have self-awareness. Judging by his haircut, he has none. But I'm going to pretend for a moment that he does. Okay? And Mark Davis knows where his team is, knows he has to draft a quarterback, knows how far away he is. None of their fans come to their games. They're terrible. The Raiders are bad. Now, they're 7-10 bad.
Sure.
But they have no trajectory going anywhere.
Yeah.
The Chiefs are desperate, all right? Right now, their best receiver is a rookie who's finding his way. Travis Kelce is 35 years old, and you're depending on him as your number one weapon. Carson Steele is your top back. You're a mess right now for the Chiefs in terms of their offensive weapons. What if Kansas City is desperate enough to call up and say, we'll give you a 1? Now, it's going to be a late one. We know that.
That's the point I want to talk about, but go ahead.
But it's a 1 nonetheless, all right? And if everyone else is only topping out at a second, and apparently that's where their asking price is, or even if it's like, we'll give you a 2 and a 3 and everyone else is saying 2 and a 5 or whatever it is, okay? Why wouldn't you do it? You don't live in the same – I know you're in the division, but you don't live in the same zip code as those guys. And, oh, by the way, Devontae Adams is 32. He's basically a rental for this year because you don't owe him anything guaranteed beyond this season. The Raiders aren't competing with the Chiefs anyway. If that's the best package, why wouldn't you do it? Pride is the answer, but that's dumb.
Yeah, because you got to play him twice. And I don't know how bitter it is amongst all parties, right? Maybe not. Like for me, you send him to the Steelers because you're like, oh, good luck with those quarterbacks,
DJ Moore had 1,300 yards last year with Justin Fields. You can still put up numbers playing with Justin Fields.
Well, he's got George Pickens too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just But see, to me, if you send Davante Adams to the Raiders, chances are that they only
To the
it's a
Chiefs, you mean.
first, meaning you get the 5th-year option. But that's the only definition that makes it a first.
Yes.
Because you're probably picking one of the last 3 picks of the round.
But you can still get a
But
good.
if you wanted
get
to
a good
use
player.
it to parlay to move up, and maybe it's
Exactly.
extra
It's good
firepower.
ammunition. You should
Sure.
you should be thinking in that way. They won't because of the Raiders, but they should be
Well,
thinking
they
in
might,
that way.
Nate. I mean, look, to your point, I mean, what do they got to lose? Because they're already losing. I don't know. I just, if I'm the Raiders, more than anything, I am tired of the Chiefs' dominance, and I don't want you.
You're not going to stop it though.
Oh no, nobody's stopping.
You're
That's
not
what's
stopping.
making me angry about all of this.
Like
I don't
maybe
want to
the
hear about
Ravens can
Davante
stop
Adams
it. Maybe
to
the
Raiders.
Bills can stop it. Maybe the Texans can stop it.
Why
You're
aren't the
not
Bengals
stopping it.
Well, I guess the Bengals already hit it. They need
They got
linemen, not receivers.
1,000 receivers. Receivers aren't their
D-Mac
problem.
was
Their
saying-
offense is still really good too.
It was either D-Mac. I don't know. They were saying I didn't see this one, but apparently the Jets.
One of those guys.
There's reports that the Jets may have something done sending Hassan Reddick. Might have been Tyler sending Hassan Reddick back. It was Tyler. It's a report in the Athletic that Hassan Reddick would come back this way. You'd probably get the draft pick. Hell, maybe Garrett Wilson enters the chat. I don't know.
Why would the Raiders take the Hassan Reddick headache on for themselves?
Because Hassan Reddick and Max Crosby.
It's
To
good.
borrow your term.
No, their defense is good.
Antonio Pierce, defensive guy. You better make dang sure, just like taking back Sunday, you better make damn sure that you got that contract work out, though.
Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal is going to join us coming up in a few minutes. He was just in the Raiders locker room an hour ago. So he's going to have all the latest of what's going on, the reaction from them. Antonio Pierce liking posts on Instagram. It's all.
You know what scares me
It's
about this
all
game if you're a
wild.
Bronco fan? Remember you and I were doing the show and Rich Bisaccia all of a sudden is the coach?
I
and
remember that guy.
John Gruden's stuff is all over the place. Emails are flying. It's
Yeah.
about Wednesday. Oh, what a mess for the Raiders. And they rolled on in here and got a victory.
Sure did.
Got the dub.
Sure did.
So nobody needs to be taking this lightly.
No, I don't think they should be right now. Headed to the 9th. Our Tigers are up 5-2 right now on the Astros. Game 2 of that series. Tigers trying to finish up the sweep. Kansas City 1-0 lead on Baltimore in the bottom half of the second. Royals trying to finish off the Orioles today as well. Mets and Brewers, Braves and Padres. The late games. What a great day of baseball. Essentially, you have 4 Game 7s today in baseball. Or at least elimination games. I guess they're technically not Game 7s, but at least elimination games all getting played across Major League Baseball. Tigers could finish off the Astros coming up today, but we got to go to Las Vegas. Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal is going to give us the latest on the Davante Adams thing and where the Raiders are at before they head into Empower Field at Mile High coming up here on Sunday. Adam, good friend of the program, always entertaining. You won't want to miss what he has to say next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. So if you need truck or 4x4 accessories, I've told you for 5 years now, this is the place to go. But I saw a new vehicle today. I feel like I'm starting to see a lot of new vehicle registrations. I know the interest rates are dropping, maybe becoming a little bit easier. I know the car companies themselves have decided they're going to take matters in their own hands and buy down some rates. If you're looking to get that truck or 4x4 that fits your budget and you need stuff after the sale is done, because I know for me, when I did the thing with my daughter's car, it's all about the monthly payment. If you need mats, floor mats, bed covers, step rails, automatic starters, something to tow, whatever it is that you got going on, it's all at Colorado Off-Road. Jerry Jones, Wendy Jones, they own the business. These are great Colorado people. They'll point you in the right direction if you're not quite sure the exact product that you're looking for. Jerry may even suggest some things to you that you don't think about. For me, it was mud flaps. Got mud flaps on the vehicle, and it helps keep your vehicle a little bit cleaner when you're driving around in the muck and all that stuff of winter. Find the showroom at Colorado Off-Road. It's 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call if you want at 303-761-1264. But you can always just remember this. This is their catchphrase. It's Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
obviously some developments over the last 24 hours. I'm curious where things stand with the organization and Davante Adams. And there was also a report about a social media post involving Davante's status with the team that you'd liked. I was wondering if you could address that.
Yeah, Devontae's dealing with a hamstring. He's rehabbing, and the rest of us are focused on Denver.
Gonna be here in the building today, or
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
So yesterday, Devontae went on the Up and Adams show and discussed, there was a social media post earlier this week. Was that something that was accidental on your part in terms of liking the post? Or?
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
I didn't try to go fat fingers. No, instead he tried to on to Cincinnati that thing. I'm just focused on Denver.
Tried to Belichick you.
What a mess going on right now with the Raiders and this Davante Adams thing right now. Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal. He doesn't have anything better to do today. He's going to join us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Adam joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Adam, you've covered a lot of weird things in sports over the years there in Las Vegas. What was today like over at the Raiders facility?
Strange, but for me, it's kind of joyous. My Tigers are playing right now, so I'm kind of happy. We have a chance to move on. Everything's good in my world, so I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, obviously it's a weird week. It's a interesting week. I was actually talking to one of the rookies, just kind of off the record in the locker room today, and he said, it feels like this has been a 12-week season already. And I said, welcome to the Raiders, because this is every year. I mean, there's always something. I've been covering the team, since 2018. I can't think of a normal season that they've had, so this is just par for the course.
It's funny, Adam, because what you're describing and what this reminds me a little bit is when Brandon Marshall, the receiver, was here in Denver, because this is what it felt like, to the point where even Jay Cutler goes, it's always something with this guy. But how did we get to this something with Davante? I think – look, I think nationally, none of us are surprised that maybe it got here. It felt like he was maybe not loving everything in the offseason. How much, I guess I'll ask you this because you know him better than any of us. It felt to me like when we played back the Kay Adams audio, the way she laid it out for him about not hearing from Antonio Pierce, do you think that stirred anything in him? Do you think he hadn't thought about it till she kept pushing the issue on the show and maybe that kind of got him grumpy, or do you think he was grumpy prior?
I think he was grumpy prior. I don't think, I do admire the way she does interviews and just kind of puts players so at ease that they're just willing to kind of say things, which is interesting. I actually thought the most, interesting part of that interview to me was at the end. And she said, basically, have a good day. I hope you hear from your coach. And he said, I do too. I mean, it was just such a weird dynamic to the conversation, but you're kind of seeing it play out. I think the relationship has been fractured for a while. But I think, honestly, there's been some missteps by Antonio Pierce along the way, and there's no question about that. I think last week, calling out players for quote-unquote business decisions, I think rubbed some people the wrong way. Antonio Pierce kind of apologized for that this week and said, some of this, quote-unquote drama, whatever was going on this week is my fault. So, he mentioned that, and I think he's kind of set this situation up where, things kind of started to spiral a little bit. And obviously liking the Instagram post was not the end, but it was certainly one of the big steps along the way.
We're talking to Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Also, Adam, this is the first time that I remember a coach being the one that put the notable Instagram like out there. So that's another thing that makes this a unique situation with Davante Adams right now. And first off, the exact wording from Antonio Pierce, and I made sure to note this, he's supposed to be rehabbing.
Yes.
That's what
believe me.
Yeah. Supposed to
Believe
be.
me,
Yeah.
That phrasing stood out as we're kind of sitting here looking around the room like, wait, did he just say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say this. Not that we always see the rehabbing players, but often we do. I did not see Davante, so I don't know that he was in the building, and I'd be surprised if he was, to be fully honest with you. Yeah, the relationship is clearly strained, and I think those words were I think chosen carefully and on purpose, and I think he said that on purpose. But to your point about the coach being the one that is creating Instagram drama, welcome to the new era. I think we're finally getting to the point where the new generation of coaches are taking over, and social media is a thing. And I love, opinions and stories that are formed around social media things, and guys deleting photos of their team or taking logos off and that sort of thing. I love that. and I think that's part of the new world that we're in. As coaches get younger, we're going to see more and more of that. Let's also, I'll credit my colleague, and I noticed this as well, but Paul Gutierrez from ESPN, I think, put up the post, when Derek Carr was having an issue with the Raiders, and he was, clearly on his way out, but he was having a press conference talking about it, he wore a Fresno State sweatshirt. And what did Davante Adams wear on the Cadam show yesterday? A Fresno State sweatshirt.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Who, by the way, just got annihilated by UNLV
Yeah, they did.
and their other quarterback. We got to get into that, by the way, the Sluka thing, before we even wrap up this conversation.
Dude, that feels 4 years ago.
It is.
You are living the Broncos. Josh McDaniels' life,
it
and
was Saturday.
McDaniels is gone.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Actually, and I was just jotting it down. Like you said, every year is bizarre. You can't think of a normal season and this is just like off the top of my head. You had Gruden and the emails. And him getting fired over that whole thing. Henry Ruggs was a first-round draft pick, number 12 overall. He killed somebody when he was driving, 200 miles an hour.
Those were like 2 weeks apart.
Yeah. Derek Carr versus Darren Waller, that all went down. The Max Crosby, Darren Waller wedding thing with Josh McDaniels, and those were on the same day. That was all bizarre. Now you're about to have a divorce with Davante Adams, one of the best wide receivers of his entire generation. I mean, really, Adam, it's great for content, and I bet you get a ton of readership out of all of this. Sure. But at what point are the Raiders ever going to operate with any semblance of professionalism or normalcy?
Dude, I would honestly trade all the content, all the readership for one nap. Like one nap would be awesome. But you're right, and you didn't even go back far enough to my first year on the beat. Antonio Brown freezing his feet.
Yep. Oh, how did I leave that out?
And air ballooning into training camp. Like
trying to fight the
cow,
GM?
That's right. Hard knocks.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Hey, well,
It's
guess what?
crazy
You want to
every
know what's
year.
depressing, Adam? All your interim coaches roll into Denver and beat them that week. Bisaccia's done it. Pierce has done it. Broncos still can't get a damn dub.
Well, don't forget, I on your list of things you came up with, you forgot Jeff Saturday taking over from ESPN to the Colts and beating the Raiders in Allegiant Stadium.
This is his only win. That did happen.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's just putrid. What is going on out there
Well,
right now?
hey, you guys haven't had a coach get a coach. We had coach here.
Yeah.
You haven't had coach yet.
You had to have a coach a coach. So
That's true.
to help run the clock down.
Give it time.
Hey, Adam, I do have a question. Who were the guys making business decisions? Who else was it? I know Davante took it as maybe it was suggested at him, but it sounded like he was suggesting a few people made business decisions. Who was he talking about?
The main one was Jack Jones, the cornerback who I think you can explain it in a couple of different ways. I mean, he clearly got out of the way of a couple tackles. There's no question about it. It was very, very obvious. But he also had been banged up like 4 times earlier in the game by just throwing his body around. So I think that there's part of it where you say, hey, you can't do that. If you're hurt, get off the field, I guess. But in a blowout game, I probably understand, like, I would probably make the same decision, but I'm also not an NFL player. Jack Jones was suspended for the first quarter last week. Antonio Pierce did not say that's why, but that's why. He didn't play because there were some business decisions made the week before. There's no question. But that was, I think, the main guy. And that's a guy that the relationship is interesting with Pierce and Jack Jones. Like, he coached him in high school and in college before he came to the Raiders. So, I mean, their relationship goes back a long way.
Wow, there is just layers to this mess. And yet, Adam, this team beat the Ravens. They beat the Ravens in Baltimore. And now, Baltimore at the end of the year is going to look back on that and go, how the hell did we blow that game? By the way, congratulations. Your Tigers just advanced to the ALDS with a 5-2 victory this afternoon in Houston. How about that? Going into Minute Maid and winning both of those games. Nice job by the Tigers right there.
But the Guardians.
Look out. AL Central is going to be dangerous. Yankees got to be shaking in their boots right now. So let's talk about this Raider team. They are 2-2, and they are less than a field goal underdog on the road at Denver this week. And the Broncos have a very good defense and virtually no offense whatsoever. Nobody is chalking this up as a W for the Broncos. There have been plenty of weeks where the Raiders have been an absolute mess, and they've come in and they have beaten the Broncos. Where is this team at, and what does Denver need to concern itself in this game on Sunday?
Yeah, I don't know. This is the same team that within 7 days of each other, I watched win on the road against Baltimore and get blown out at home by Carolina. I mean, that's what this team is. I mean, they're capable of good performances. They've got a ton of talent on the team. There's no question about that. Now, obviously, Devontae won't be out there, I'm assuming, and Max Crosby is limited, although I think he's going to try to play on Sunday. Like, they do still have a ton of guys, and we saw on Sunday that there's a bunch of speed guys on the outside. You've got Trey Tucker and DJ Turner and Jacoby Myers and guys that are dangerous with the ball in their hand. And I think the absence of Davante Adams allows them to kind of spread it out a little bit, get more guys involved. Tyreek McAllister, guy barely anybody knows who he is, but he's really, really dangerous with the ball in his hand. Like, there's a lot of guys that can do damage. So I wouldn't say it's an easy game for the Broncos. And also the Raiders are one of the weirdest, most surprising, strange teams you've ever seen. When you think they have no chance, they win. When you think they can't lose, they somehow do. I don't even know anymore. I wish I could make a prediction for you. I have no idea. I assume they're going to be on the field. I think that's safe to say. But other than that, I don't know what's going to happen.
They're contractually obligated to show up.
Yeah, I think so.
What is the Minshew situation? Are they getting frustrated with him? I've heard a couple of things, but it felt like Aiden O'Connell just did not have a great preseason. I think you were even saying that when we saw you out in Vegas when we were at Circa. Is going to O'Connell even an option or a thought right now?
I don't know, man. Shucks, I'm just out there playing ball. Like he's so unbothered by anything. It's hilarious. He's just going out there doing his thing, and we've seen him. He's by far not their biggest problem. I think he's been, he's really starting to find a rhythm a little bit more. Making the plays that they need him to play. He's not going to go out there and throw for 300 yards, but he can make plays with his legs and get out, escape the pocket. I think one of the concerns they'd have with Aiden O'Connell, not only did he really, really struggle in the preseason, but he just can't move and he can't get out of the pocket. And so much of what the Raiders have been able to do is Gardner Minshew creating with his legs and being a second option after the pocket collapses. So I think it'd be tough to make that switch, but I also think the leash is pretty short right now. I think that they could use the kind of jolt of energy, even if O'Connell's not better. I think that, usually a quarterback switch kind of fires you up a little bit and they need something to kind of spark it. It's just been going such a weird direction with, people not being here and Instagrams and comments and all this other stuff. Like, at some point, maybe they do make a switch just to try to spark something.
2-2 Raiders, 2-2 Broncos, Sunday afternoon here in Denver. All right, Adam, let's
can you feel the excitement.
You can feel it, man.
By the way, just saw an update on Twitter. Sean Payton also only worried about his own house.
Okay.
So we have both coaches not worried about the other team. Just so we're all clear, they're only worried about themselves.
Their house. Yes.
The Raiders are worried about Denver. They're only worried about Denver.
Only worried about
So
Denver.
Everybody is only concerned with Denver. Nobody's concerned about what's going on with the Raiders.
And yet we've been able to fill this with a lot of content. I got to ask you about Brock Bowers and 20 catches. 216. He has yet to find the end zone so far. At a jet sweep for 12 yards last week as well. He's probably looking around going, what the hell did I get myself into? But at the same time, this guy has been absolutely...
I honestly don't think he knows. Listen, I don't think he has any idea what's happening except for what's on the football field. That dude, I've never seen somebody that is more all football than him.
Oh, that's great.
I love it.
Yeah.
No, dude's been an absolute monster.
If you asked him what his favorite restaurant in Vegas was, I think he would say, like, the cafeteria at the team facility. I don't know that he leaves. I assume he sleeps in the locker room. Like, that dude is all ball all the time.
Hell of a player, man. He's just, it's the guy Andy wanted here. Andy was dying to
I
have
told
him
him. I told Adam that.
Yeah.
But then his first answer was, well, we don't have a quarterback for him, and I don't know. Although Minshew, they had a nice hookup. Wasn't it the Baltimore game where he went off for 99 yards or whatever?
Yeah, nine catches. He caught all 9 targets for 9. Yeah, it was impressive.
Everybody was psyched, and now
20 catches on 24 targets so far this year.
Yeah.
Adam, let's change gears quickly. UNLV, of all frickin' places, UNLV was the center of the college football world last week. They were the darling of 2 different conferences that were fighting over their presence, and their quarterback was walking away claiming that he was promised $100,000 by the offensive coordinator. Our buddy Derek Stevens from Circa, he said that he would pony up. UNLV said, no, thank you. We're good on that. They go out and they blow out Fresno State, who's a good team, by the way. Beat them 59-14 on Saturday. They're 4-0, and they're in the top 25. Adam, you're a UNLV alum yourself. Did you ever think you would see a world where the college football world couldn't stop talking about UNLV?
No, but I knew if it did ever happen, then it would be, there'd be negative with the positive, right? I mean, they couldn't just be 4-0. They have to be 4-0 and involved in this ridiculous scandal. It's bizarre, it's silly, but yeah, everybody's talking about UNLV, and I think as long as Barry Odom is here, they're going to continue talking about UNLV. Like, that dude is awesome. I am more than certain he's going to get any job he wants this offseason that's open. But I think UNLV fans should enjoy it while he's here because the dude knows how to coach football. There's no question, and he is really creating excitement. Being out there. I know obviously fans wanted to support them coming off the Sluka situation and the guys that actually stayed around, but that crowd was into it. They were fired up. They got another home game against a major conference team this week. They're already 2-0 against the Big 12. Now they get Syracuse coming out here. It's going to be rowdy out of the Legion on Friday.
Oh, it's absolutely wild what's happening right now with that program. Adam Hill, everybody, Las Vegas Review-Journal. Read his stuff, lvrj.com. Take advantage of your 5 free articles a month like I do. Adam, good work as always, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, and subscribe. Also, I have to go check Taylor Pierce's Instagram, see what he's done in the last hour, so I'll talk to you.
There he goes. That's Adam Hill, everybody.
What a time to be alive.
Didn't deny it one bit, by the way.
No,
Pierce was just like, I'm worried about Denver.
Yeah, I'm worried about Denver. I'll worry about Instagram when I'm done with this presser, but
seriously, this is both hilarious and also just a kick directly to the Sternads. Is when you look at it and you're just like, the Raiders are the biggest mess in the NFL. Like, we're just ripping off the resume. And they beat the Broncos 8 times in a row.
Yeah, like half those, that's what's so frustrating about it. Half those scandals or whatever you want to call it that you're talking
They've
about.
always revolved around Bronco games too.
And then they roll in here and circle the wagons, as Chris Berman would say, and get a damn win.
The first Bisaccia game was a Bronco game.
Yes, I remember it very well.
Unreal.
I remember sitting there going, there's no way we're going to lose to the special teams coach. I mean, people don't understand. Yes, coaches get fired all the time, and you feel it coming. When Bisaccia had to take over the Raiders, Gruden's emails got leaked. They were in the middle of a good run. They were talking about possible coach of the year. Yeah. Oh, Derek and Gruden look great. Bam,
out of nowhere.
Gone. What?
Out of nowhere. You have to beat this team this week. You have to beat this team.
Yeah, you better. You better.
And yet, this thing's going to be a fourth quarter squeaker all the way.
Yeah, because the Broncos are as wild. Again, yep. I don't know. These next 4 games should be the games where the Broncos offense flexes its muscle. But the way this team has been the last 8 years, I never would know what to expect week to week.
Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman. We call it Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer producing this show. Quick break when we come back. An owner said something out loud in professional sports that absolutely blew my mind. You need to hear this, and hopefully Dick Monfort hears this coming up next. Hey, I know that we're super smart in everything that we say on the show. You in your car or at your office or wherever you are, you wholeheartedly agree with, and you think we're nothing but absolutely brilliant, and we entertain you. We're like the Siegfried and Roy of Denver
What's
sports
the
radio.
question?
People they can't sit still.
What's the point?
But in the event ever that we were to say something that perhaps you quibbled with or thought an additional thought needed to be contributed, well, then you can send us a text message via the Champ Mazda text line at 303-504-0925. That's 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. In the event you think that there's anything that you have to add, which I can't imagine there's a situation, generally our conversations are all-encompassing, thorough, and on point.
All right. If you want to send a text about this, you can too.
What do you got?
I'm sorry, I had to click on this. This is trending.
Okay.
And it says, Jerry Jones lands helicopter at practice today. And so I click on it, and sure enough, with his Super Bond yacht has a Super Bond villain copter, Jerry Jones flew his copter and landed it on the practice field.
He
what
did it?
kind of no, I don't.
Or he was in the back.
He was. He was. Come on now, get your damn act together.
Okay.
But what is this? How we're starting this day already?
To me, that story is notable.
No,
if
you're
Jerry
right.
Jones is flying the
It
helicopter.
does cut from the copter landing to him walking around, but he doesn't have headphone hair, so I don't think he's the one that actually landed it. But what's the power move? What's the message behind owner landing the copter on the field? Is there some? Because the guys, they're showing the video, man. The guys are all standing on the sideline. They were practicing. This wasn't just I landed at the complex. No. I'm not walking down the damn stairs. You're going to let me out right here.
And he dropped the damn thing right on the
It's
field?
on the practice. Here, I'll send it to you guys. It's on the practice field. Spring can maybe put it up on the board behind us.
They won last week. What's he so grumpy about?
I don't know. What is Sean Payton all hacked off about? I mean, I know why you're mad at your offense, but still.
Maybe he's
you
not.
won. You're 2-2.
Maybe it is just I'm 1,000. My knees are made of sawdust. I don't feel like walking more than 100 feet at a time.
Who's most on edge about the Cowboy thing? Dak, Micah Parsons with the injury, or McCarthy?
Dak is doing wonderful.
He does not care.
No.
He's so rich.
He's so rich. He's doing just great. I would think it has to be Jerry at the moment.
You think Jerry's the most? No, I think Mike McCarthy should be the one that's not. I mean, come on, dude. He does not want you to be his coach. The only reason why you're still coach is he doesn't want to fire you and pay you to do nothing.
But that's just it. If you're McCarthy, you get fired. What do you care? You had no chance to succeed anyway. Jerry and his marionette game that he's playing with you never stood a prayer. So you get fired, you get paid whatever is left on that deal, and that would be like you talk about lifting a piano off of somebody's back. I bet Mike McCarthy, honestly, that's kind of what Doug Peterson seems like right now.
Oh, he's begging.
Doug Peterson has just let me not have to come to work anymore. Please, Shad Khan, fire me immediately. Hire Bill Belichick. We all know you want to. Just let me go away from all of this. I'm done.
But how does hiring Bill Belichick get your quarterback better? By the way, man, this copter is sweet.
I bet it is.
Look at it. I sent you the message. Oh, it's got a cowboy logo on the tail. Are you kidding me? And then Jerry's just walking around like, damn right, I just landed my copter here. Now what?
He can land that on the boat, right? Like I'm sure the boat's
there's
got
a helipad.
the helipad.
It might be a small aircraft carrier. Who knows?
Speaking of owners, I got a piece of audio that I need to play for you.
Yeah. Let's get into this.
Okay, so we were talking about this on Monday. Because the Mets and the Braves split in the weird 161-162 doubleheader, because they split, they both finished with the tiebreak ahead of Arizona. The Diamondbacks, who were in the World Series last year, were eliminated from the postseason. So the Diamondbacks didn't even get back into the playoffs this year. Their owner, Ken Kendrick,
sounds like a race NASCAR driver.
He does. Got that.
Ken Kendrick.
Ken Kendrick in the Bud Light number 67. Ken Kendrick is the owner of the Diamondbacks. He's a 85-year-old billionaire. And he goes on Arizona Sports Burns and Gambo show on Monday. All right? Burns and Gambo. And they're not going to the postseason. And there were some moves that they made after last year's World Series appearance that didn't necessarily pan out. One in particular was giving Jordan Montgomery a 1-year, $25 million deal. Now, Montgomery was a World Series hero for the Texas Rangers when they beat Arizona. Apparently, Ken Kendrick, owner of the Diamondbacks, was all hot to trot to get Jordan Montgomery on his club. But remember, Montgomery signed super late. Like, he was one of those dudes along with, like, Cody Bellinger. There was a bunch of star free agents that were available, like, deep into the offseason last year. Diamondbacks got Montgomery late in the year, and he had an extremely mediocre to below average season. It was a bad signing. Listen to what the owner of the Diamondbacks said about a bad signing and his input on the decision to sign Jordan Montgomery. And as you listen to this audio, I just want you to keep in mind that I believe that Dick Monfort should listen to this and take note. Roll it, Spring.
Signing Jordan Montgomery and Erod. I'll stick with Montgomery because Erod was hurt for a lot of the year, and we didn't get to see him in a full season. But Jordan Montgomery was $25 million, and he pitched to an ERA well over 6 and got demoted to the bullpen. How disappointed are you in that signing?
Let me say it the best way I can say it. If anyone wants to blame anyone for Jordan Montgomery being a Diamondback, you're talking to the guy that should be blamed. Because I brought it to their attention. I pushed for it. They agreed to it. It wasn't in our game plan. You know, when he was signed right at the end of spring training. And looking back in hindsight, a horrible decision, you know, to have invested that money in a guy that performed as poorly as he did. It's our biggest mistake this season from a talent standpoint. And I'm the perpetrator of that.
Dude, that was on a podcast.
Wow.
So I watched it.
Wow.
And that radio host, that one, you and I have been there.
Yeah.
Well, that one, the answer I thought I was getting.
Right. 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 That you see the hosts. As he's saying it, they're like, I can't believe he's saying this right now. If anyone wants to blame anyone for Jordan Montgomery being a Diamondback, you're talking to the guy that should be blamed because I brought it to their attention. I pushed for it. They agreed to it. How could they disagree? You're their boss. This happens in pro sports all the time. We know that the Chris Bryant signing in Colorado was a Dick Monfort operation through and through.
And from the reporting, the Nolan trade was pushed through by Dick Monfort
By
as
Dick
well.
Monfort, who largely did the negotiating above or over the head, or I suppose around Jeff Bridich when he made the deal with St. Louis.
And told him, sign the paperwork.
All I could think as I listened to that audio was, could you imagine a world where an owner, a meddlesome owner, and that's clearly what Kendrick is admitting is, I meddled. He's saying,
He was out there late. I pushed, let's do it. We didn't talk about this. You're signing him.
And he was terrible for their team. And he's up there saying it was a disaster. He's not defending the decision one bit. He's saying, this is on me. Because I promise you, when he pushed for it, I guarantee you his front office was just like, nah, let's no.
Our data says probably not.
Yeah, this is not sustainable, okay? And yet he pushed for it, and he's going on this show and saying, blame me.
I'm the guy.
Yeah, I'm the fault. I pushed for it.
But isn't that where, I mean, it doesn't change your frustration that a free agent didn't work out. We all know the feeling of that no matter what the sport is. But at least, you know, it makes you feel like, all right, thank you. At least you just admitted it.
It's
You know what I
accountability.
mean? There it is.
It's accountability, okay? Chris Bryant just, I don't even think he's gotten to 162 yet as a player for the Rockies.
Right.
He has 17 home runs in a Rockies uniform in 3 years in which he's earned, roughly $80, $90 million?
A lot of money.
Also, Saunders wrote about it in the Post today. It was a mailbag thing, and one of the readers asked him, do you think there's any chance that Bryant retires? And Saunders said he talked to KB right at the end of the year. He said there doesn't sound like there's any chance.
Because he's going to get paid. Why would he retire?
Yeah. Just sit back and earn. That's all that he needs to do. But in the very least, accountability and transparency of, okay, the organization made a bad decision. let me tell you who this is on.
And it was my decision.
Right. I would love it if more owners in sports had that kind of accountability. Could admit when they're meddlesome, because there's meddlesome owners all over the place. It's not always necessarily the worst thing in the world. You mostly only hear about it when it's terrible. The Dave Teppers of the world taking Bryce Young at number 1 overall. But that stuff, right? Again, if I'm a Diamondbacks fan, I listen to that and I go, okay. Now, is he going to learn anything from it? I have no idea. But at least there's some ownership going on right there. Meanwhile, it's radio silence from 20th and Blake. Everything's perfect. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. Yes, Rad Power Bikes, guys. Stop in and test ride a Rad Power Bike today. You can do it at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. That's at Rad Power Bikes Showroom and Service Center. They'll let you test ride anything. They have an unbelievable lineup of customizable, super low maintenance e-bikes. They'll get you 50 to 60 miles per charge. Guys, you can take a Rad Power Bike and you can replace your car with this thing. You can get a Rad Wagon cargo and utility bike. You put the kids on the back, groceries, cargo, whatever you need. We're talking about a whopping 375-pound payload capacity on the back of a Rad Wagon bike. It's also an e-bike. It's just super fun. And by the way, right now, we want to hook you up. You can win a Radster Trail e-bike right now at altitudesportsradio.com/Radster. Go to the site right now. You can check our social media, click on it, go and enter to win a Radster Trail e-bike right now. This is top of the line, their newest bike. Fat tires. You can take it anywhere. One of the best on the market. Plus, guys, Rad Power Bikes, super affordable. When you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you're eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Go to radpowerbikes.com, check the lineup. You'll be amazed at what you can afford and what they can do. They're so much fun. That's Rad Power Bikes. Sean Payton has chatted. We have the audio. We'll get to that coming up here momentarily. But first, Andy can point out for you, this is when social media does good things, not just Antonio Pierce telling the world that he hates his star receiver.
Yeah.
Social media can sometimes remind us of good things. For example, Andy, today is it's a sports anniversary of sorts.
It is, and it's wild because what's today, Wednesday?
Wednesday.
We had like a leap year. I'm
the
trying to remember what day of the week it
October.
happened. But on this date,
2
October years
2nd.
ago,
Okay.
Carl Durrell was relieved of his coaching duties, and our buddy Mike Sanford took over as interim coach.
First off, we were all relieved when Carl Durrell went away.
I think even Carl was.
I believe so. He wasn't having a very good time. And Sandman took over. This is after they got blown out at Arizona, so this would have been the next day, Sunday, October 2nd. They lost 43-20 to fall to 0-5. They had not played a one-score game all year since that time. They had a bye week going into the bye.
There you go.
Durrell was shown the door. Mike Sanford is promoted. Game number 1. You got to love that interim coach bump. They go out and they beat Cal in OT 20-13. However, Andy, if I'm not mistaken, that is not the the only win that the Buffs had that year. They lost to Arizona State and Herm Edwards 42-34. However, didn't Arizona State have to vacate?
That's right.
Everything from that year?
But it didn't happen for a year later.
Right.
I didn't know what you were talking about. I'm like, pretty sure, Nate, I didn't watch another win.
I mean, that gives the Buffs another one, right?
Yeah, he got 2. Mike's got 2 now.
So they were
Because of a
1-11
vacated win.
that year. Outside of the Cal game, ironically, Beavers pounded the Buffs 42-9. That was a one-score loss against Arizona State. Destroyed by Oregon, destroyed at SC, destroyed at Washington, destroyed against Utah. Oof. Get to the offseason. Rick George hires Dion. He's bringing his luggage, and it's Louis, blah, blah, blah. Here we are 2 years later, and they're the Buffs, a 4-1 team right now. Winning cures all, huh?
Yeah. I'm trying to find the video. I will show you the absolute definition of the quickest possession in college, what was ruled possession by a receiver.
Okay.
In order for the Buffs, and I believe it was, I want to say it was Montana Lamonius Craig, corner of the end zone.
Deep pull.
Makes a catch. And I'm telling you, we all thought it was incomplete. It goes to challenge. And of course, I'm on the sideline. And so I'm watching my video back to be like, what are they challenging? And I mean, look, did he catch it? Yeah, he did. But I'm telling you, I can show you the video right there. He has it for about a second. It gets barely a foot down, and they ruled it a touchdown.
That's a pity possession right there. That's possession determined fully on, we just feel sorry for all of you people.
So, yeah, it was quite the day. I got the still picture somewhere, but I mean, by definition, ball is in both hands. I'm not sure I believe he even squeezed the football yet when the foot was down. But the foot did just kind of like what Cortland did the other day to get the second one down.
Yeah.
That's what Montana did. And I mean, again, ball is touching the gloves. I'm not sure there was a true grasp just yet, but they said, touchdown, baby. And that's how they got their win.
Did you see this today in The Athletic? They had their entire college football writing staff, and it's The Athletic, so it's a massive amount of writers here. Took place in a kind of an ESPN NBA style Heisman Trophy straw poll.
Okay.
As it stands right now, receiving 19 first place votes, 3 times as many as Jalen Milroe of Alabama, was Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter, 19 first place votes, 4 second place votes, 2 third place votes. Milroe got 6 first place votes, so that was the entire 25 that were in the poll. Ashton Genty of Boise, who's unreal, got 11 second place votes, but Travis Hunter and Jalen Milroe were the only players to have garnered first place votes, and Travis Hunter got the most by a ton. Andy, I'm telling you, okay? I know people, anytime we discuss this topic, people love to tell us the rules for how you win a Heisman Trophy. I don't think they apply here. I'm telling you they don't. He is the best wide receiver in the country. He is the best cornerback in the country. His team is 4-1. Their games are on national television. They're doing huge television ratings. Basically, their viewership is like right up there with Georgia's, with how many people are watching the Buffs week in and week out. And I'm telling you, the biggest reason why people want to watch this team, it's not Deion Sanders. It's Travis Hunter.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun.
That's why people want to watch this team right now. And I think the Buffs can go 8-4. I think they can go 7-5. And he can win a Heisman Trophy as the best player in the country because he is the best player in the country. Oh, on top of that, first off, the days of, well, I didn't see that game, it was too late, I'm East Coast media, everything's on Twitter now. Everything's on social media now. You can see the highlights no matter what, and you know what he's doing. You're reading the notes that say he's playing 120 snaps a game. So, like, the days of, like, Christian McCaffrey not getting enough love because he's playing Pac-12 after dark, I mean, that's the Stone Ages compared to where we're at today. People know what Travis is doing week in and week out. Oh, and by the way, the NFL establishment is in love with this guy too. Mel Kiper has him as the number one prospect going into the NFL draft. All the college football people read this same stuff. Travis Hunter right now is, again, you look at this, he's the overwhelming pick to win the Heisman. It's at the quarter pole. You could still get hurt. Something could happen to Shedeur. I'm not going to discount that, but right now, he's by far the best player in the country, and he has more juice to win the Heisman than anyone.
And don't you think his number of plays, I think, is what's really jumping out at people.
It's incredible.
People cannot get over how many plays he's playing a game.
He's two players.
They had talked about it. I can't remember if I saw it on one of those talk shows or actually on the game broadcast. Help me remember when they mentioned that, Deion did it before, Champ Bailey did it before. Guys have done this before, but never to the amount of plays that Travis.
He's not a gadget
literally
guy.
Playing the entire game.
Right. He's not a gadget guy. He's not. He's the best player on both sides of the ball. And that's something to say that you're the best player on offense because Shedeur's pretty damn good. But this guy, he has to win the Heisman Trophy with the season that he's putting up right now. He is the best player in the country doing something we've almost never seen before.
Yeah, if you were to give it away today, you'd have a tough argument for anybody else because a lot of the quarterbacks they all wanted to hype aren't really living up to it.
Cam Ward's been okay. Milrow's been okay.
Beck has been fine. Beck led a nice comeback, but fell short.
Arch Manning ain't going to win it. They want Ewers to come back and play the Oklahoma game now. So he's not going to win it all. And Genty's unreal. By the way, I heard some of the betting numbers on Ashton Genty for their upcoming game. This being Boise State. They play, I think, Utah State this weekend. And Ashton Genty, an anytime touchdown for Ashton Genty. The odds on it, minus 3,500. Minus 3,500 anytime touchdown. I think 2 touchdowns is like minus 450. That's the kind of numbers this guy is putting up. He's unbelievable, but he's also he's a running back at a non-Power 5 school. And they've already basically played all their big games. Like they beat Wazoo. They lost a heartbreaker to Oregon. Maybe if they beat Oregon, he's got a little bit more juice. But again, like we've kind of seen what Genty has done before. We've never seen what Travis is doing.
Is there any chance that Genty and Hunter, when the draft rolls around, finally pushes some QBs out of those top couple spots?
Okay, so
are they going to overdraft? Because remember, this is not supposed to be. That's all we heard last year.
Right.
That's why people were saying, hey, you got to go get these guys this year because next year's class isn't very good.
We're at a point right now. We are absolutely getting the renaissance of the run game. Passing yardage is still way down in the NFL so far this season. The run game is way up. Right now, Derrick Henry, who the Ravens paid, Saquon Barkley, who the Eagles paid, that's 2 of the top 3 rushers in the entire NFL right now. Number 2 is Jordan Mason, who's filling in for Christian McCaffrey right now in San Francisco. But we are living in a time where the answer by offenses to the constant too high safety umbrella coverage thing is we'll keep the ball on the ground. And right now, teams that have the best backs, and again, they're running backs, it's always tough to keep these guys healthy. But These guys look like some of the savviest investments of the entire offseason. If you're Tennessee, you got to be kicking yourself right now, right? Why would you let Derrick Henry walk? Rebuild or not, he's your best player.
Yeah.
Look what he's doing in Baltimore right now. Their run game is unbelievable.
Yes, I agree. And look, Bill Callahan went there with, Ryan Callahan, his son.
Mm-hmm.
It probably could have been that good. I don't know though. I know it's easy. I get your sentiment. At the same time, to have Derrick Henry, almost went Travis Henry, the whole family, to have Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson in the same backfield, man, that's just a different thing to try to cover.
It's pretty great.
You know what I mean?
It's pretty special. Mm-hmm.
I think Will Levis causes that same fear. What do you do, by the way? Did you see, didn't Mason Rudolph come in and lead him down the field right away? If you're Tennessee, aren't you starting to go, hey man, why don't you have some mayonnaise and coffee?
What are we doing here right now? What's going on? Speaking of Sanford, by the way, did you happen to read his column in the Gazette this week?
I didn't, but I meant to
because
it looks like a good one.
Man, it was just he talked about Sean's decision to see through the darkness with Vance Joseph after 70-20, to stick with him, and the job that VJ is now doing. And Sanford he put a real human touch to it about the difficulty in the coaching profession. As an assistant, it's very easy to get the finger pointed at you. Sanford's a guy that as an OC, PJ Fleck canned him up in Minnesota. Like
you're running the ball too much.
Exactly. Like these things happen over the course of these guys' careers, and yet oftentimes these coaches, they've got something, they've got some juice, they're actually building something, and there's momentum going in the right direction. And the coaches, the head coaches are under unbelievable pressure, and they make moves in order to be able to shift the blame on somebody else. And it would have been really easy for Sean Payton to do that to Vance Joseph last year over to 70-20, and he didn't. And now look at the Broncos, top 5 defense in all the NFL. The only reason they're 2-2 right now is because of the job that VJ's doing with this, let's be honest, kind of no-name defense. It's incredible.
It is. And it's incredible, the turnaround and the buy-in.
Yeah.
The buy-in on top, which is, again, why I don't understand. I understand why Sean's frustrated with the offense. Who wouldn't be?
Of course.
But you're winning, and you brought VJ aboard. You get kudos for the staff you put together. All right to be a little bit happy over a defensive win.
You can enjoy yourself
happier than that.
A little bit. The Broncos haven't beaten the Raiders in a really, really, really
I'd take a 10-9 win over the Raiders right now.
We'll all take it. Sean Payton will take it. Hear what he had to say about the losing streak next.
Well, I think the last 2 weeks, we've defended the run better and we've run the ball better. That's one thing that I think is noticeable, and that's encouraging.
Sean Payton Day down there at the, what do they call it now? I was going to say UC Health, but didn't it
Spirit Health
change?
or something powered by, I don't know, at the facility.
At the Dove Valley.
Yeah.
Remember when we used to just call it that?
It's like Common Health Wealth, or I don't know. Whatever. It's a long name, man.
Common Health Wealth.
Yeah. I knew it during camp
Uh-huh.
because we could literally sit there and look at it. I don't know anymore.
Isn't that where Shaka Smart used to coach there, right? At Virginia Common Health Wealth?
I think so.
Okay.
They were the Spider Shockers.
Thank you, Serbian guy. Good to hear from you.
Again,
I hate him.
I feel like
I've come to hate him.
I know.
I really
because
have.
it feels like when Spring plays him,
He's taunting
he
us.
hated the joke.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. The initial cut from Serbian guy was fun, but now he's just the a-hole that's like lurking on our show
because
he's like the two
forget-
old Muppets of our show
Yes,
right now.
exactly.
Yeah,
Which means he never needs to go away.
He's
but you
heckling
forget
us.
that laugh was born out of just pure insanity at what he was watching Jokic do.
he was happy that Jokic made a Sombor shuffle, baby.
Yes.
God,
Sombor
shuffle, baby. Nuggets Celtics in Abu Dhabi. That is coming up on Friday. I believe that's a 10 a.m. tip. Very much looking forward to the start of the
Still
Nuggets
hot?
season. We got to get into some of this Westbrook stuff.
They're
do-
liking them some Westbrook.
We'll do it at 4:45.
Is this the most popular he's been on a team in a while?
I don't think there's any doubt.
We'll jump into the stories, but yeah.
I think I'm falling in
He
love.
might be the most liked. This might be the most liked he's been in a locker room
It's
in a
heart
while.
eye emojis over there for Russell Westbrook. We gotta get into this. Sean Payton is getting ready now for a Raiders offense with Gardner Minshew under center. Brock Bowers has been pretty damn good so far this season. Their top back is Zamir White, who's only averaging 3 yards a carry. Our old buddy Alexander Madison, formerly of the Vikings, formerly of Boise State, averaging 5 yards per carry. And then there's Devontae Adams, who's a multiple-time All-Pro, one of the best receivers of his generation, and he has requested a trade because his coach is liking posts on Instagram about the Raiders and Adams being done. He's miserable there. They got to get rid of him. Sean Payton today talked about what it's like to prepare for a Raider offense where you don't really know what's going on with Devontae Adams.
Learned a lesson in 2013. I probably told you, DeMarcus Ware didn't practice Wednesday, didn't practice Thursday. We did our third down plan. There wasn't, we were 13-0 at this time, and there wasn't the proper attention given to if he would play. And then here it is Saturday night. He's running through the tunnel. Sack, fumble, 3 other sacks. And that same year then in the Super Bowl, Freeney was questionable. And so we're preparing for both those. We're preparing for the starters. And it was just a tough coaching lesson learned back in 13.
Okay. So Sean Payton is doing the we prepare for anything. We've heard the DeMarcus Ware anecdote before, but whatever, it's applicable.
It's a good anecdote. Hey, look,
Not bad.
Prepare for something. Ben Roethlisberger tried to ole him like that one
kill you.
time, right?
Yeah. If you're not ready for it, it can kill you. Okay. Adams isn't playing on Sunday. This was Antonio Pierce getting
Real
asked.
quick to add that to you, Adam Schefter literally just tweeted.
Literally just.
Adams is not expected to play Sunday against the Broncos.
Okay.
There it is.
He can't be because listen to what his
Due
head
to his hamstring.
Listen, yeah. Yes.
I'm just giving you the rest of the Schefter tweet.
His hamstring.
I just think it's funny is literally you're saying this. Schefter just tweets out the same thought.
Antonio Pierce earlier today was getting asked about it. Listen to how Antonio Pierce addressed it, okay? When he got asked about what's going on with Devontae Adams, and this is the same head coach who liked a Sports Illustrated post on Instagram about how the Raiders can't wait to be done with Devontae Adams. liked by the head coach. It's wild that this is the world that we live in now. But Adam Hill made a good point when he joined us in hour number 1. He pointed out coaches are getting younger. Coaches are on social media now. This is how it goes. But this is the way that Antonio Pierce answered the question about where Davante is right now.
Obviously, some developments over the last 24 hours. I'm curious where things stand with the organization and Davante Adams. And there was also a report about a social media post involving Davante's status with the team that you'd liked. I was wondering if you could address that.
Yeah, Davante's dealing with a hamstring. He's rehabbing, and the rest of us are focused on Denver.
You're going to be here in the building today? Or?
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
So yesterday, Davante went on the Up and Adams show and discussed, there was a social media post earlier this week. Was that something that was accidental on your part in terms of liking the post? Or?
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
In other words, yes, I meant to like that post.
Yeah.
In fact, I loved that post.
I liked it. I don't even know if he's in the dang building. I just told you.
Wait, where is he right now exactly?
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
But I haven't checked. What does that say? But I haven't looked. Look, he's supposed to be rehabbing. I don't know.
Supposed to be here.
It's like asking your wife or your wife asking you, is your teenage son home? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. He's in his room last.
He's
I don't
supposed
know.
to be.
He might have moved. Might have left. I don't know.
He's supposed to be here. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Supposed to be
Maybe.
rehabbing.
Yeah, it's a big facility. Is it a big facility?
He's not playing. Like,
no, he's not playing. They
not
can't risk
playing.
the trade.
They've got to.
How long before this trade happens?
It'll be so dumb if they wait all the way until the deadline.
Well, dude, that's the Raiders.
Also, too, just because that could affect your compensation. Whoever's going to get him is going to.
They want him now.
They want him now.
The longer you wait, more
Yeah.
teams fall out of this. The pick may not be worth it or the whatever.
Because guess what? His hamstring's fine.
Yeah.
His hamstring is right now. The issue with his hamstring is, you know what? F you, Antonio Pierce.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with his hamstring.
You know what hurt the most about when he got hurt with the hamstring is that the hamstring were in Raider stretch pants. Once those stretch pants go to a different team, the hamstring seems much better.
It was interesting listening to Adam Hill talk about it before. Jacoby Myers is kind of a Bronco killer. Always sorts of puts up numbers against those dudes. Brock Bowers is good. Like, their other receivers don't stink. Not really.
No, they had like a pretty good little offense. And like he said, you know, for all the hand-wringing about Minshew. Look, Minshew's beat the Broncos with the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Minshew beat the Broncos with the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
Minshew likes to have a little bit of a game against Denver.
Yeah.
They got the better of him last year. He said Minshew's not their biggest problem. The biggest problem is this constant ongoing drama. And look, it hurts that Max Crosby's not playing. Dude's probably the best pass rusher in the NFL.
Adam did
TJ Watt
say
wants a word, but
he will try to play. That was Adam's reporting on our show, was that Crosby will try to play.
I could see him find. See now there's your DeMarcus Ware.
He's a
comp,
psycho,
right?
Yeah, that guy.
Because Max knows he always goes off against Denver.
Yep, pretty much. Always has huge games against this team. Sean Payton got asked about the weather. So I don't know if anybody remembers, but Bo Nix, -7 passing yards in the first half, 60 for the game. Broncos managed 10 points, but hey, they got to win because their defense is awesome. Sean Payton on how much the weather contributed to Bo Nix's poor game against the Jets on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it was a lot to do with the weather, and I think it impacted both quarterbacks. I'm not making an excuse, but it was different. It was difficult, and yeah, I mean there's certain things, certainly even as a play caller, of recognizing it, but you know, it slowly cleared up a little bit, and you know, I think both teams were able to get into a little bit more of what they wanted to do offensively.
Not going to use it as an excuse, but I'm going to say that it was the problem.
Man, here's my problem with that is, yes, the weather affected Bo Nix, and I think the obvious example to me was the little swing route to the back out of the backfield that he just airmailed to the sideline.
Yep.
Okay, and he wouldn't quit looking at his hands. I think it's unfair to your defense. I'm sure Rodgers had a couple throws he wanted back because he did the same look at my hands thing too.
Yeah.
Rodgers' big problem was he was getting pummeled by the Broncos defense and he wasn't recognizing where the blitz was actually coming from.
Right.
He got hit a lot, and he got confused. And when he didn't get confused, they covered his guys the whole time. So I think it's unfair to just say Rodgers had a bad game because he missed a couple throws, but look at his passing numbers. He still racked up some yardage.
Bo had 2 good throws. And that's sort of just right now in the week-to-week progress of where he is at as a young quarterback is, I was hoping we'd start to see some of this begin to multiply, and it hasn't. There's no doubt the conditions were terrible. I think
the first half. Now, Leggy talked about it. He said the second half they were better.
It eased up a little bit.
Here's the thing. Last game's, it is what it is. We can all feel how we want to feel. These next 4 games are it. Okay, the defensive scene. If Max Crosby doesn't play Sunday, you get a break on some of the defenses you're seeing a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to completely dismiss the Chargers, but things have been interesting for them too, and they've got injury already. Joey Bosa's already in the injury phase of his season, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should be surprised it took 4 games to get there. But you don't have the same kind of defense as these next 4. You had the first 4, so let's go ahead and see if we see some improvement. Fair enough? You have the same pass rushers if Max doesn't play and Bosa's out. Makes life easier for you.
Next 2 division matchups are massive.
Yeah, they're both your home games.
They are absolutely massive. If this team is going to hang around and be interesting this year and overachieve. And they've got a chance to be able to do it.
I like that, but what's overachieving? Are we going by
Playoffs.
Vegas overachieving or playoffs?
No,
okay.
Playoffs is an overachieving.
No, I like that. I'm with you.
I had this team when they traded, when they released Russell Wilson, when they released Russell Wilson, I said they would win 7 games this year. It was
Vegas.
I was mostly just overjoyed to have Russell Wilson go away, but also I looked at it and said, all right, Sean's going to do some coaching now. Turns out VJ's done all the coaching.
Yeah, Sean, it's been wild. Don't love all the play calling either.
Nope.
Help your young guy out.
Yep.
You know what? Because here's what I thought. For people that want to know what we're talking about with the play calling, okay? Bo Nix clearly we can all agree, no matter whether you love him or you don't want to in, out, all that crap, whatever. Bo Nix is struggling a bit to throw the football compared to what we saw in the preseason. Let's just keep it with what we've seen inside the Bronco portion of the chapter of his book. Okay? What was Jared Goff's big number the other day? What was the big stat we celebrated?
He was 18 of 18.
18 of 18. I'll tell you what, Nate. I kind of like those 18 passes. What the Broncos, how many times they have both throw in the rain? So you understand that your rookie's bothered by the rain. Now, I don't love that part because you can probably play some playoff games in some rough weather, but that's for another time, okay? We got to get there first. You notice, he said as a play caller, you notice the guy is uncomfortable, yet you kept throwing the ball. He's looking at his hands. He can't seem to get them dry, and you keep telling him to throw the ball. How is that helping your young guy?
First half, you were 15 throws. You were 10 runs. You were 5.3 yards per carry on the ground. The ground game was okay. Passing game, you were in the negative.
Right.
You were in the red in the passing game. You had 7 completions that averaged -1 yard per completion. That should have been your first indicator of like, dude, get away from the passing game. It's not working. And it was also like, even just, you can look at the success rate and say it's not working.
Right.
But you could also have just, used your eyes and said, hey, right now, Bo Nix looked like, do you remember when you were a kid and, you played with whatever, like the mini, like the little, like mini rubber Broncos ball that you used at recess with your buddies, or a Nerf ball or whatever it was, just like a kid's football, whatever it may be. And then the first time that you ever held like an actual NFL ball,
yes,
and with your tiny 7-year-old hands, you tried to throw the thing, and it just immediately slipped out of your hands because the thing is massive, and you were like, how in the world did these guys do this? That's what Bo Nix looked like trying to throw the ball in the rain in the first half. That was immediately the thing that came into my mind, because I remember my brother got like an official like NCAA college football for like his like Christmas when he was like 9. And it was like, let's go out in the backyard and play with this thing. And I was useless.
You're having to turn it.
Yeah.
You're having to
Exactly.
all of a sudden like
I'm just shot putting
yeah,
the
you're
thing.
not throwing it anymore.
Just so I can get it to him with my little 6-year-old hands. That's what Bo Nix looked like. Bo Nix played quarterback like I did when I was 6 in the first half.
I am curious too. You got me stuck on the stat thing up here. What did they do in the second half? You said they were 15 passes in the first half.
15
attempts.
and 10.
What was the second half? What was the total attempts for the game?
I don't have the box score in front of me. I don't have the quick math.
I
know it got better. Mostly because that game-winning field goal drive was almost all runs.
Okay. Look again.
10 attempts in the second half, 21 runs.
So 25. Living there around 25.
They got much better in the second half.
All right. Let's try to keep it there. Chargers beat the Panthers. You like you some Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
Yeah, they won 26-3. Herbert threw the ball 20 times. Again, Jared Goff 18 times.
Yeah.
Lean on your dang run game,
Look at
man.
Lamar Jackson's
It's all
passing
right.
stats. He's
Yeah.
at like 15 attempts a week.
Just, Bo, first couple games, you're up there in the 30s. I realize when you fall deep behind, you got to do different things, but
If
that
this
never happened.
is the version of Javonte Williams that you now have, please lean into it.
Lean into it and let them get some runs.
Yeah.
Let them get a feel. Both he and McLaughlin looked a lot better getting a few more touches.
We got to talk about the Russell Westbrook vibes. Some great stuff in The Athletic that we got to share for you. People are in love right now. People are in love with a guy named Russ in Denver for a change. We'll talk about that coming up next. Oh, that's right. Andy and Sandman on the Friday Night Lights coming up on Friday night. Check it out, everybody. Also, do yourself a favor. Check out Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com and download the Sport Trade app on your iPhone. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet. Again, that code is NATE. If you forget it, just think, what is the best first name ever? It's Nate. Put that in. Earn 10% cash back on every bet. Guys, Sport Trade has best prices in the industry. Your book, your app right now, it's giving you minus $1.10 lines. Sport Trade offers minus 106. That is more money for you to win. Normal sports books, they give you the spinny wheel. They delay your in-play bets. They change the odds on you. I was dealing with that the other day, betting the Broncos in the second half. Not the issue with Sport Trade. They accept them instantly. That's right. Instant in-play wagering. Normal sports books, tough to get in touch with. Sport Trade, no such issue. You can text the CEO at Sport Trade, Alex. You can text him anytime and just ask him for better prices. They'll take care of you over there. It's customer service. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com or download the app today. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
I mean, of course, we didn't have a good relationship on the court. We were fighting a lot and talking back and forth, but I know who he is a little bit outside of the court. So great teammate, vocal leadership, the guy who want to listen, the guy who want to follow in the gym. So I think he's a great player for us, and I think he's going to bring us all the good stuff.
At least so far, the early returns are, and it's training camp, so grain of salt, everybody. But Russell Westbrook has given the Nuggets exactly what they wanted. Tony Jones had a great piece in The Athletic today about the Nuggets-Westbrook experiment that he's calling it, which, okay, fine, fair enough. But I got a couple of anecdotes that he wrote in this story right at the top here, okay? Here you go, Andy. Michael Malone walked into the Nuggets practice facility first day at camp, 8 in the morning. He's still clearing the cobwebs, but Malone was excited for the start of a new season. He knew getting into the building before anyone else would give him a few minutes before the daily madness of practice, weights, and sprints began. Only Malone was not the first person in the building. Russell Westbrook, his new point guard, was in the weight room already grinding. Yeah, first in the building.
All right.
This got Russell Wilson vibes to it.
Dude, text line, Twitch, everyone's pointing it out. I'm like, stop it. But then you're reading this, and I'm like, okay.
All right, let's see if this one's a little better. A few days prior, Michael Porter Jr. walked into the facility.
Yeah.
Some of the roster, mostly young players and end-of-the-roster guys who by next month could end up in the G League, were scrimmaging. Those are hungry athletes, the ones who have yet to find their footing in the NBA, so this particular run was full of energy and plenty competitive. There was Westbrook, the 2017 NBA MVP, pushing the ball at every opportunity, vocal as ever, hooping as if his NBA livelihood depended on it. Porter saying, quote, he was playing almost at a different speed, close quote.
All right. I like that story, but help me out here, okay? Now we can, that's the old palate cleanser. A little water in between.
That's better, right?
But here's my question to you. What kind of leadership does this team need? That, to me, vocal leadership. Like, at times, I feel like Jamal's been vocal, but remember last year, I remember after the great Laker playoff game in particular, where he made the shot, what we were calling the shot of 52-80. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Jamal was the one saying everybody on the bench kept telling him, keep shooting. We believe in you. Don't worry about it, right? Joker, I do think, is very, very vocal, but I feel like, do you get this vibe? Joker can be a very intense competitor. I don't feel like, for all the goofiness and the fun and the this and the that, when the game's going on and we see him on the bench and he's got the whiteboard, it doesn't look like he's telling any jokes in a huddle to calm anybody down.
God, no.
So what kind of leadership do they need? Do they need more of that? Do they need a second voice adding to that? Because that sounds a little of what Westbrook's adding from that anecdote.
The word is that on the practice floor, he is
all business.
110%. He is pushing tempo. He is getting the ball up the floor, which honestly is one of the things I love. Like the basketball part of it is this guy plays at a high speed. This guy will go to the rim, which is something that the second unit very desperately needs. I think the basketball thing is this Nuggets team has to play faster. They've got to play faster. And Russell Westbrook is a dude that plays pedal to the metal all the time. It's one of the things that I've always loved about him. Now, look, he's got a great attitude. They're embracing the hell out of him. So far, this is certainly better than the Lakers thing, because that's now you're walking in, you're on LeBron's team, and no matter what, LeBron is going to control all. You go into the Clippers building, and you're loaded
James Harden shows up, and you're kind of weird all of a sudden.
Right, exactly. you got that whole mess going on. Plus, that's Paul George's team. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
we know what's going on there. Yeah, it was exactly. Good point. The mess in Houston, that wasn't his locker room or anything else like that. He walks into this situation with the endorsement of the best player on the planet, who also has never been a guy that has any issue with anyone else setting the tone inside his own locker room, as long as it's done well. I mean, Joker loved the Jeff Green, DJ, Ish Smith thing as much as anybody. He was fighting to get those guys a ring. He wanted those kind of veteran voices right there. With Westbrook, it comes from a guy that has an MVP award. That's one of the best players of his generation. He's a future Hall of Famer. I mean, Westbrook, he's an all-timer. Now, all the good vibes in the world, Andy. And I think Nuggets fans are going to like him too. How much is everyone going to enjoy it when he starts clanking jumpers?
Right. And you maybe take a shot that you shouldn't have at the end of a game or whatever it could be.
Right. It's so then it's like, okay, is this just another honeymoon with a guy named Russ?
Yeah. Can't. People have kind of joked about it.
Right.
I guess I've not thought much of it, but
Yeah.
You're right that we need a Russ redemption feel in this thing.
All right. Let me give you
But the stories are the same. The veteran guy, and I'm going to come in here and I'm going to help these guys.
Here's a key difference. Very key difference is Westbrook's not getting paid right now.
Right. Well, I got another key difference. Keep going.
He desperately needs this to work.
Yeah.
Right? Like
to extend his NBA life.
Several of the last stops haven't gone well. And I don't know if anyone was paying attention to the free agency market or the trade market. I don't think a bunch of teams were banging down the Clippers' door for Russell Westbrook. The Nuggets slow played that thing. There was no urgency whatsoever. So, yes, the Nuggets need Westbrook, but also Westbrook needs the Nuggets. And at least so far, he's kind of carried himself like somebody that's the situation. Now, it's easy for everybody to feel good in September and October. You know, they haven't lost anything yet. He hasn't, to your point, he hasn't missed a key late shot, had a bad turnover late, got a tech or something silly like that.
Got a tech is a good call.
Had fans getting frustrated with him. We haven't had any of that going down so far. Right now, it's just vibes are good. Vibes are great, in fact. Now, there's also the part where I think he's going to have to be used properly. First off, I love that Malone didn't even mention his name when he was talking about who's going to start at two guard, who's replacing KCP. It was just Christian Brown and Julian Strawther. Good. Keep it in that spot. Westbrook and Jamal Murray, I don't know what lineups like that are going to work like. But, like, I think he can be really good on this team. Put him in good shooting lineups. You know, put him on the floor with Strawther, with Porter, with Saric. Put him out there with those guys, especially in the non-Jokic minutes. He'll attack the rim, which last year, on the Nuggets second unit, did anybody attack the rim last year?
No.
My God, no.
No, they were all too busy shooting threes, even when they weren't going down. Stop it.
Watching Jamal dribble was
well,
what it felt like they were doing most of the time.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Way
so,
too often.
Yeah. So somebody attack the rim. Get the drive and kick game going a little bit, or, you know, Russell Westbrook at 35 he's still going to throw down.
Okay, the other reason why I don't have a problem with this, and we said this before, he's not the center of this thing.
Nope.
That's where the comparisons to Russ Wilson go away.
Good call.
Russell Wilson was brought in here to be the center of the rebuild and everything. He was the foundation you plop the house on.
Get that man in office.
If Westbrook, and let Sierra run all over the building, if Westbrook doesn't work out, just bury him on the bench. He can ask to go, he can go, and you're pretty much back to fighting with the crew you had a year ago. Okay.
Yeah,
that crew is still pretty good.
If it's a disaster, release him.
Yeah.
You didn't pay anything for it.
No, you didn't. And again, to your point, he's got to mind his P's and Q's, because if this is a disaster, then I don't know who's going to want him next.
I don't know if he'll play again in the NBA. He'll be playing over in China. He'll be in Europe or something like that if this doesn't work out. I mean, he's been sort of cycled through. It also, like, there is a late career humbling of these great players. We watched Carmelo go through it, and Melo had several stops where it didn't work, and it's like, dude, you can't have the ball all the time. You don't have it anymore. But if you can accept another role, this could work out quite well. Melo was pretty effective for a while in Portland.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Almost to the point where I kind of wish you'd have brought him back here.
Exactly.
Could have used a little of that scoring off the bench.
There were plenty of stops before that were very, very bad. Like, we've seen this happen with a lot of great players. And some guys can never accept it. Allen Iverson never accepted it, you know? And the end of his career was a complete and total mess. Westbrook right now is saying all the right things. He is here on the endorsement of Nikola Jokic.
Malone seems to like him.
Malone
might be embracing him more than any of the last three coaches he's had.
I mean, you're giving Captain Red Ass coach the biggest Captain Red Ass player in the NBA.
They'll get along.
They're going to love each
They
other.
ought to go bowling.
Exactly. So this could really, really work. But we all need to know that it's got to work with the understanding there's going to be a couple of nights where everyone's going to kind of hate him. It's going to happen, okay? He didn't stop being Russell Westbrook amidst all the good vibes that are happening right now. This guy, he can still miss the rim on a wide open 16-foot jumper like few others in the NBA.
So just go to it, bro. Just go to it and we'll be fine.
But yeah, right now, vibes are fun. We've got NFL news coming up here on the other side. We got to find out what is going on with the Raiders. Plus, Doug Peterson says he has not lost the locker room, which is totally what somebody that has lost the locker room would say. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And you know what? It's time to talk a little bit about erectile dysfunction, something that maybe is affecting you. But just know this, if it's affecting you, you're not alone. Half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction, with even more of us affected as we get into our 60s and beyond. ED can also impact younger men, even in their 30s, which makes it one of the most pervasive conditions in medicine. ED causes an emotional toll on your relationship and impacts a man's confidence and self-esteem. If you're dealing with this, I don't have to tell you that. Also, if you're dealing with this, no need to pull away from your loved one. No need to live with, let's be honest about it, a so-so sex life. You can have everything better and back, maybe even the way that it was when you were younger, if you stop by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Talk to them about their treatments because they have a lot of options for you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, some that can have you last an hour or more. But the key here is finding the right treatment for you. That's what they strive to do over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That's the difference between an all right experience and a great one. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. It's real easy to schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can do it right online. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado license, medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, you leave without having to pay for the visit. They have an expert staff, and they've helped a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you. To get a hold of these folks, call them 720-440-7900 or real easy, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz, the Crackman and Lindahl Show. Hour number 3 starts with football news. Sean Payton standing at the podium yakking today. What did he say, Spring?
We'll tell you right now in the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Broncos have lost 8 straight games to the Raiders, although for the Sean Payton Broncos, it's only a 2-game losing streak. 6 of those losses
Not his hump.
are not his hump. D-Mac asked Sean Payton about that today.
Yeah.
It's been a rough run for the Broncos against the Raiders. I know it's before your time.
No, but fair question. Look, it's a division opponent. This is our first chance to play a division opponent. Last year, we finished 3-3 in the division. I can't recall a team that has accomplished anything worthwhile, finishing 500 in your division. And then you take a team like Las Vegas. There's a long storied history, and certainly I appreciate that, especially with our fans. And so, it's our job to play our best football this Sunday and get ready to play.
We talked about this in the early part of the show. This losing streak, this is embarrassing.
Yeah.
Okay. I know the Broncos, they snapped the losing streak against the Chiefs last year. As absurd as it was, I get that one. Okay?
Yeah, the Chiefs are good and you're not,
Yes.
unfortunately.
And not good. They're a dynasty.
They're great. They're the standard.
Exactly. They're the best player in football. They got probably the best coach in football, best defensive coordinator, one of the best D-line. They're great. Okay, we get all of that. This one, we were going through it earlier today in the show. Okay, this team, let's see, they fired John Gruden because of the emails. Henry Ruggs killed a guy, Max Crosby. They draft him. He turned out good, actually. Derek Carr versus Darren Waller. That whole thing went down. Carr ends up getting the boot. Waller's gone not much longer after that. You can't think of a normal season with these guys.
Nate, not only that, I said it earlier in the show, they've lost to two Raiders interim coaches.
Yes.
2.
Bisaccia
and Pierce.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Right. They keep doing this. Like, this one makes no sense whatsoever. And so, even though I think the Raiders are a mess at the moment and the Broncos actually have a little bit of momentum going into this game, this is an absolute coin flip to me coming up on Sunday.
Hey, you gave us 2 great weeks of surprises. Don't. And this is like the trend of the Broncos.
Yeah.
And it may not be your hump or whatever, but for whatever reason, it's a trend that's existed for 8 years, where you finally get a little footing on the ground to climb the mountain, then you slip on a game like this.
Uh-huh.
You should not slip this game. You should win this game, especially if Max Crosby doesn't play. Come on.
However,
Max
Crosby is of the opinion he is going to play. Why don't we skip ahead to that one, Spring, before we circle back to Devontae?
High five. Yeah, let's talk about Max Crosby here. He went on the Let's Go podcast. This was following the Raiders' win over the Cleveland Browns.
Is that the laziest podcast name ever, by the way? Or is it hosted by a guy named Let and a guy named Go or something like that, and I'm not giving it credit for? Who hosts the Let's Go
Jim
podcast?
Gray. It's the Jim Gray podcast.
The most non-Let's Go person that has ever existed. Jim Gray hosts the Let's Go podcast. Didn't Brady used to be on this thing?
Probably.
Yeah. Remember Jim Gray did it with
Well, then
with Brady?
there you go. Wasn't that Brady's catchphrase?
Let's go.
So I don't think it was lazy.
Brady
I
can't
think he got
claim-
bullied into it.
Brady can't claim
But didn't
Let's
he always
Go.
run out and yell the Let's Go.
Everybody
or
yells
whatever?
Let's Go.
All I'm trying to say is if you're if Brady says, "Hey, we're going to call it Let's Go," what are you going to do?
You know what my catchphrase is? Come on. It's mine. I'm the only one that says that. Come on.
Should I start a We'll See podcast?
You should. You're the only person that says we'll see. You can't claim Let's Go as yours. All right, go ahead. Frank.
Max Crosby did play 2 Sundays ago against the Panthers on the high ankle sprain, which made him realize that he needed to take a week off. He said on the Let's Go podcast, the plan is to play against the Broncos.
Last week versus Carolina, I went out there. I tried to, give it my all, but on a high ankle sprain, it's the first time I've had it to this degree, and I wasn't able to be myself. I couldn't plant my foot in the ground the right way. It was tough, and I had to wear a full blown boot on my ankle I had to find out for myself. I wasn't going to let anybody tell me I wasn't playing versus Carolina. The plan is to play versus Denver, but I'm just taking it one day at a time, and we're taking big strides every day. So
is that realistic?
100%. 100%.
100% realistic.
I get Jason Kosmiski to tell me the name of that podcast.
Let's go.
Yeah, how about another way to say it? Let's go.
There
Yeah,
it
he's
is.
got like 900 of them.
It's Kaz's catchphrase.
Yeah.
See? It's
There
Kaz's.
it is. Yeah. See, that's how I feel like Tom Brady told Jim Gray that's what the name of the podcast would be. So anyway, look, the guy probably plays, right? He knows what his stats are against the Bronco O-line. He feasts on them. So if he can even go out there taped up and numb, he's going to do it.
Also, like this is one spot where I will give Crosby credit. Is first off, he was one of the big endorsers of Antonio Pierce getting that job, and so that he wants to be there for his guy. Devontae's crapping out on him this week, so Crosby, he is the Raiders through and through. He is the face of that organization, and I think he takes all of that really, really seriously. He's not just he gets a good paycheck, but he's not just a paycheck guy. To Crosby's credit, he seems to genuinely love being a Raider. I don't know why, but he does. So
he's their modern Howie Long.
Yeah, great call. Perfect comp right there. That guy is going to do everything he can to be out there.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, that team's a mess right now, and they so desperately need him.
And I think, you know what? We'll talk to Bertrand Berry tomorrow. He had a great game against the Raiders. I do want to try to find a couple guys this week to try to remind us of what this rivalry was, and it doesn't feel like much of a rivalry. I do feel like Max Crosby's one of those Raiders that does enjoy letting the Broncos know we've got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I
we
would
need
agree.
somebody to kind of fire back in here.
It'd be nice if there was some juice on the other side for a change. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, the Davante Adams stuff with the Raiders. Adam Schefter reporting that the Jets and Saints are atop Adams' wish list to be traded to play with Rodgers and Carr, respectively. Antonio Pierce, his head coach, who liked an Instagram post suggesting that Adams is no longer going to play for the Raiders, talked to the media today. He was asked about it.
Antonio, obviously some developments over the last 24 hours. I'm curious where things stand with the organization and Davante Adams. And there was also a report about a social media post involving Davante's status with the team that you'd liked. I was wondering if you could address that.
Yeah, Davante's dealing with a hamstring. He's rehabbing, and the rest of us are focused on Denver.
Is he going to be here in the building today? Or?
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
So yesterday, Devontae went on the Up and Adams show and discussed, there was a social media post earlier this week. Is that something that was accidental on your part in terms of liking the post? Or?
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
He's only focused on Denver. He's supposed to be rehabbing.
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
He was not in that building.
No,
he was not in that building. It seems
he's Cortland Sutton rehabbing in Florida.
It seems unlikely that Davante Adams and Antonio Pierce will be conversing again anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't want those two crossing paths in the building, so we can just get this trade done and move on.
Yeah, you got Adams sitting there yesterday going, I haven't heard from my coach. I don't know.
Yeah, in his Taco Bell house.
Yeah, Pierce wants him gone. Pierce is over it. And he wants Davante Adams out the building. He wants his people inside the place. He already threw his team completely under the bus this year. This Antonio Pierce thing.
Yeah, it's not going the way he kind of wanted.
This is like, it's funny because people always killed the Raiders for not sticking with Bisaccia and going with McDaniels. But the way the Antonio Pierce thing is going so far is like, that's why you don't stick with the interim.
Well,
just because the vibes are good, that doesn't mean that continues on once it's that guy's actual shop.
There's a reason the Colts did not stay with Jeff Saturday after the nice story of him getting to coach his old team.
Right. Well, he was also. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Pierce had been coaching. He'd been working his way up the ranks, to be fair about it, but this is a former player bringing a Raider attitude, and that's all fine.
Mark Davis loved it.
But I don't understand how. Wasn't Davante one of the guys that allegedly? I thought all the big stars said, yeah, hire the guy.
I thought
or
so.
all will be mad. That changed quickly.
Yeah, sure did, didn't it? Yeah, the old mercurial Davante Adams suddenly not enjoying himself so much anymore. Yeah, and it really is wild. Like Davante
Maybe
Adams
Davante said yes because he thought he'd be gone.
A multiple-time first-team All-Pro. who's had a wonderful career, but also, Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo, Gardner Minshew. He's probably a little bit frustrated with okay, you're going to get rid of my buddy, but you haven't fixed the quarterback situation. Aiden O'Connell, what are you guys giving me right now? So he's probably frustrated as hell over there. That's why I think he wants to go play for the Jets. He's like, well, I know this guy will get me the ball.
Again, I keep asking, how does anybody have the money? But I guess we'll see. Whatever.
So
they'll figure it out.
None of the money is guaranteed beyond this year.
The Raiders are going to have to eat a pretty decent hit, though, to make this happen.
Raiders already paid him for 4 games. It'll
but
be
they get
upwards
that
of 5.
salary cap acceleration, whatever the signing bonus acceleration, right?
Yeah, it's a prorated salary. It's not that bad this year. There are teams that have the space. You don't have to take on the whole other deal. Now, maybe Devontae will say, I want a new deal. But at which point you got to look at him and go, okay, well, then it's not going to look like the one you – because I think he's due like $35 million next
it's
year.
35 next year. That's why it's like, can the Chiefs really even consider this?
The other part of this, too, Andy, is like he's 32. So, he is a pure rental.
Right.
The track record of guys putting up 1,000-yard seasons age 32 or older, it's not particularly deep. It's like Adam Thielen last year with Carolina was one of them. God, I can't even think of who the other one was off the top of my head, and I feel like I heard it earlier today. But it's receivers fall off cliffs.
They do
when they get to this age, and so if Devontae's in a situation with a good receiver on the other side, maybe like Garrett Wilson in New York, maybe like McLaurin with the Manders.
But they may trade Wilson to get him after Wilson's comments yesterday.
I can't imagine
Wilson.
they
It
would.
feels like Wilson's like, yeah, I'll get out of here.
I can't imagine they would do that. He's so good. I mean, in that one, you got to look at them and go, you got to figure this out.
But if you're telling
too good
Aaron
for this.
Rodgers I'm running mid routes or whatever, and I'm tired of running your go routes, Rodgers
cannot believe they still employ Nathaniel Hackett. I cannot believe in this window with what you're spending on that, you're going to let Nathaniel Hackett run that thing.
He's not
Yeah,
running.
you know what I mean?
I know.
You could have hired a good coach to actually be inside the building. They weren't able to do that.
But Rodgers doesn't want that. He wants to run his offense. That's why Manning agreed to come here.
He thinks he's the good coach. It's so weird. It's Crackman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a Wednesday afternoon. Yes, a little Bronco Raider history that we got to dive into here. Plus, The Athletic put out an anonymous player poll from the NFL. Find out who the anonymous players think will win the MVP award this year. Interesting stuff. That's next. The Athletic performed an anonymous NFL player poll here, Andy. Had all their beat writers talk to various different NFL players. Over 100 players contributed to this anonymous NFL player poll. We've read through these things when they do them on the NFL. This is their second NFL player poll. Here we go. Who will be the next active NFL player to win his first MVP award? 102 responses. Who will be the next active NFL player to win his first MVP award? So a guy that hasn't won it yet. So Mahomes isn't eligible. Lamar isn't eligible. Who do you think got the highest percentage of the votes, Andy?
Joe Burrow
Was number 2.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen was number 1.
Josh Allen.
17.6% of the vote for Allen, 15.7% for Burrow. McCaffrey at 11%. Running backs don't win MVPs. And he's not going to win it this year. C.J. Stroud, 8%. Jordan Love, 6%. Jared Goff, 5%. There you go. Dak got 5% of the vote. Maxx Crosby got 4% of the vote. Again, defensive players aren't going to win MVPs. The NFL, it's truly just a quarterback award.
It really is. That's why I wonder if Jaden Daniels keeps having a magical year like this.
You're going to kick the door down on it?
Well,
completing 82% of his throws.
He's a fun story. He's in a big market. Everybody likes the comeback of the franchise because, there's new ownership and all that there. Yep. Could Jaden Daniels, he's got to keep playing like he is, but if he continues to be fun, could he be both Rookie of the Year and MVP?
He could do it.
I
won't kick it out of bed. I mean, right now, I think Mahomes is the betting. Mahomes and Allen, I think, are the two betting favorites at the moment. The thing Mahomes has going for him is like the offense is destroyed and they just keep winning.
Right.
And he's playing really well, let's be honest. So he's got that going for himself.
Allen's already sore, so I'm already concerned before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're going to have to shut him down for a couple games. He just took too many hits the other night.
Trick play was so dumb. Yeah. What was that call? If you were to start an NFL team from scratch, who is the first non-quarterback that you would draft?
Wow.
Fun
offensive
question.
Player?
Yeah, it can be anybody.
I know, but did the answer dominate offensive player?
Top 2 are offense. Next 4 are all on defense.
Who's the Vikings receiver?
Justin Jefferson.
Where'd he rank?
Number 2.
Number 2?
Yeah, number 2.
Hey, you got
it's a number 2.
Tyreek Hill.
Really?
Yeah, the fastest guy in football. Tyreek
Hill.
No,
I get that, but, I feel like one's on the way up and the one's that's starting to head on the other side of the hill.
This was done before the start of the season. You remember
Fair enough.
what Hill did last year?
Oh, yeah. Got paid again.
He was insane. Jefferson at number 2. Jefferson has been incredible. Also, O'Connell is just a good coach. And he's helping Sam Darnold out, and he's getting Jefferson in one-on-ones. He's scheming the hell out of that offense. The next 4 are all on defense. Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Maxx Crosby, and T.J. Watt are the next 4 on that list. Trent Williams got 6% of the vote. I have no problem with that, except he's 1,000 years old. He's still so good. McCaffrey and Fred Warner at the bottom of the players that got multiple votes.
Yeah, and before the year.
Mm-hmm. This was all done before the start of the season.
Before the Achilles tendonitis.
The Dolphins are going to blow the Tyreek Hill window. Incredible. Didn't get a backup quarterback. Favorite NFL road trip?
Okay.
Who do you think got number 1?
See, this is an interesting question. I don't know where it would fall. My guess would be we've heard about the hockey players enjoying this one. I would go Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
But I think these guys, I think the coaches, 2.
Number 2 is Vegas. Yep.
Look, I'll tell you this, the NLL guys, the National Lacrosse League guys are worried about Vegas.
Oh, I think everybody enjoys Vegas.
Yeah. Okay, what would number 1 be? Okay, after this, I want to know the criteria. I
think
know.
It can be anything.
Green Bay?
No.
Nobody cares about the history there?
No.
SoFi?
In fact, Green Bay, spoiler alert, literally number 1 on the least favorite NFL road
shock
trip.
Me, especially if you go there in winter.
Yeah.
All right, what about LA, SoFi?
Number 1.
It's a sweet stadium.
Yeah, and it's
LA.
Believe it or not, young rich dudes like LA.
Right.
Yeah. So LA 1, Las Vegas 2, Seattle 3. I was a little surprised by that one. Seattle's fun. Miami 4, New York 5.
See, Miami's fun. Hey,
Denver not mentioned, by the way. Didn't get a single vote.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
Altitude and
mixed bag of weather when you get here. Look, I can remember when we went.
And believe it or not, rich NFL players don't like going to breweries for IPAs.
Yeah, they're not worried about that. I just gave you the Sean Payton look. I remember when, and I'm about to give you a Sean Payton story.
What's that?
I remember in 2011 when we went to Miami for the big Tim Tebow game that he won. I've told you before, man. It was insane how quickly some of those guys got out of the work trip uniform and into the going out on South Beach uniform. I told you Brandon Marshall was waiting for No Sean Moreno. No Sean Moreno looked like he came out of a Cherry Poppin' Daddy's video or something with this suit he had on. It was like as bright as could be with a big old hat.
Zoot
Jumps
suit
in.
riot.
Yeah, yes, exactly. But I mean, guys, look, South Beach is South Beach. I think the coaches just know. Matter of fact, I think Fox liked to go in 2 days early for that one. Fox always liked the 2-day road trip if we went east. But I think he picked that one because you just know guys are going to go hit it. So here's Friday. Just get it out of your system Friday. Please be back for bed check Saturday.
So again, the top 5 favorite NFL road trip from the Athletics Anonymous Player Poll: LA, Vegas, Seattle, Miami, and New York. What's so funny about that is 3 of those 5 towns are NBA cities, and each of them have a specific kind of flu named after them.
Sure.
The NBA is well known for the LA flu, the Miami flu, and the New York flu.
Exactly.
Those are all very common.
There a little bit of an Atlanta flu, too?
Oh, there sure is.
Yeah.
Lou Williams gives it to
Multiple
everybody.
flus.
They just call that James Harden syndrome,
Right.
is what they call that.
Magic City, baby.
Least favorite NFL road trip: Green Bay, Buffalo, New York, Washington, Cleveland. Your top 5.
All cold cities, and I get every single one of them.
Yeah, Green Bay and Buffalo, weather's miserable, nothing to do, blah, blah, blah. New York, it's all turf. Everybody hates playing in that stadium.
Man, when we went to Cleveland in 2015, we were in a hotel room that I swear smelled like the first bar I went into in 1991. Just smoke everywhere. It's just like someone's died in this room. What is going on? Why are we here?
It's the funny thing about the nice hotels, Andy. They've probably died in there too.
I don't want to think about that one. But I don't need the smoke. It smelled like a
clean better.
casino hotel. Okay?
Which stadium has the best field surface in the NFL? Actually, Levi's in Santa Clara was number 1 on that list. Yep.
That's surprising with how bad it can rain out there. Where'd the Broncos rank? They put a lot of money into replacing turf. Really? Didn't replace the turf soon enough.
They got 2 votes. 2 votes total out of the 100.
Give me top 3.
Levi's, Arrowhead, and SoFi.
Arrowhead?
Apparently.
Are you kidding me?
Apparently, guys like the turf.
The thing's like a bog when it gets wet. I've been down there.
Seems as though players are their fans.
All right.
Has Taylor Swift's presence at Chiefs games been a positive for the NFL, a negative, or neither? Getting right to the crux of the important issues. What do you think, Andy?
I would say most probably are neither. How does it affect most of them?
Overwhelmingly positive.
Really?
72.5%. And more people paying attention. Most famous person likes the NFL. Hey, it's only good for us. 4.9% said negative, neither from 22.5%. That's an interesting question. Oh, this is a fun one. Who is the most annoying player in the NFL?
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Based on, does it give criteria?
Whatever you want to go with.
Most annoying.
Who is the most annoying player in the NFL?
And that's everybody.
Uh-huh. Yep.
See, now I'm curious. Are we talking personality? Are we talking or just trying to deal with the guy on the field, right? Like I could find Lamar Jackson to be terribly annoying or Patrick Mahomes terribly annoying because the dang play's never over.
Right, right.
So I don't know. You're going to have to tell me.
Everything that I've heard about this guy, I'm not terribly surprised by it. Number 1 was Eagles safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, okay.
People can't stand that dude.
Just a little too much talk and not enough. Hey, I'll borrow one from a while back. All hat, no cattle.
There you go. 2 Raiders are next up on the list. Christian Wilkins and Max 66 Crosby.
Really?
Are the next on the list. Crosby, he doesn't stop.
He's just a bully.
Do you remember from the first season at quarterback?
Oh, yeah. But do you remember what he did to Minshew last year?
He'd go by Mahomes and stick an elbow in his chest after a play. Mahomes would get all mad about it.
He called Minshew little boy.
Uh-huh.
Added something else in there about 15 times.
Right.
And Minshew went to the sideline and had him mic'd up. He won't quit calling me. Now they're teammates.
Brandon Graham is on this list. Did you realize Brandon Graham is in his 15th year with the Eagles?
No.
He is currently the longest tenured player with any single team in the NFL. I know that because I was looking this all up on the Charlie Blackmon retirement.
He's seen a lot of coaches.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when you spend 15 years in Philadelphia, you become Philadelphia. Brandon Graham, Jamal Adams, Travis Kelce were the top vote getters on that, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson got 21% of the vote. Overwhelmingly, the most annoying player in the NFL.
Well, what makes you Philadelphia? Gold chains, big medallions, lots of chest hair, unbuttoned shirt buttons.
You want to fight anybody at the drop of a hat?
Thick Italian accent.
Big Dom.
Big Dom.
If you know Big Dom, you're Philly.
Chicky and Pete's. You're just at Chicky and Pete's all the time.
That's it. Top 3 players you take on your flag football team.
Ew. Tyreek Hill's got to be one.
Number 1.
Lamar Jackson.
Number 3.
Who else is super shifty? I don't know.
Justin Jefferson was number 2.
I thought about guessing
Yeah.
that, but I didn't think he'd get named twice. Really? Okay.
Lamar and Mahomes, and then there's a huge drop-off after that. Some of the other names, Jamar Chase.
I was about to say, Chase
Pretty
didn't
good.
get any of that. Chase is really good at the stop and go.
McCaffrey, Devontae Adams, Sauce Gardner, Jalen Ramsey, Josh Allen. Pat Surtain
Josh
II,
Allen.
Zay Flowers, Travis Kelce, George Kittle, Jesse Bates, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jabril Peppers, Bijan Robinson, just some of the guys getting votes.
So we got a Bronco in the chat.
There you go. Patrick Surtain got a little bit of love right there. He's probably very good at flag football. I laughed at this one. Is the NFL doing enough to educate players and prevent gambling from impacting NFL games? 83% said yes. And it's probably dudes that probably just had to do another online course about the gambling policy.
Yeah, you know they're
so
like, no,
sick of it.
No more videos. We got it. We got it.
Don't bet. I understand. There you go. That's your Athletic Anonymous NFL Player Survey. So it's interesting, though. Wasn't there another anonymous NFL player survey that called Josh Allen the most overrated in the NFL?
Yeah,
like he was number 1 on that list.
Yeah. But that was somebody, I don't think it was the Athletic.
And then he's also number 1 to win an NFL or win an MVP. You do have to be you have to be rated highly if you're going to win an MVP.
Well, all these surveys seem to take 100 players, so clearly they're not taking the same 100 players.
I would say so, yes.
You know, that is
right.
interesting. And then we get the owner's survey at the end of the year, right? So
yeah, the Players Association. I like the NFLPA one where they can all complain.
Yeah.
Which is what they did.
That's right. That's what it is.
Didn't the Chiefs get an F-?
Yes. No family rooms. The
Yeah.
accommodations weren't great. All that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
everyone was like, "This place is a dump."
And the Hunts were like, "We really don't care. You
Yeah.
want to win a Super Bowl? We
Yeah.
got to check."
We win all the time. Our quarterback rules.
I want to have a little fun with you. We need some help. I told you, we got a great text earlier in the show because we keep calling. A lot of people have referred to names you don't know, the no-name defense for the Broncos. Matter of fact, I think Adam Archuleta said a little bit about that. Charles Davis not only said it to us in a great interview last
One
week,
first rounder on
but
the
then
entire
said
defense.
it on the air during
Yeah.
the broadcast.
Like, who is Cody Barton?
Was it the Dolphins that had the no-name defense, right? I'm thinking it was the Dolphins that had the no-name defense in like the 70s.
Okay.
So I do like it, but we can't keep that one. So Nate Kreckman, master of the alternative name, master of rewording the obvious there. What can we go with that's like the no names? You know, that's because what I love is no names rolls off the tongue. By the time we get to a sentence, they ain't saying that in a broadcast.
You ever been to No Name, Colorado?
I haven't. Is there a no name Colorado?
There sure is.
I didn't know that.
It's right by Glenwood Springs. I think they have a rest area there I've used. Well, if I can't go with no name, nameless? How's that?
Nameless? The nameless defense?
Anonymous?
He who shall not be said, or something like that.
Unidentified?
Group of dudes. The group of dudes defense.
Mysterious? They are. They are a group of dudes right now.
Should we try to push that through for Kreckman and Lindahl? The group of dudes defense.
The group of dudes?
It's a group of dudes.
But we've turned it into a single word. It's GROUPADUDES.
Yeah.
Group of dudes.
Group of dudes.
Yeah. Dude, I don't want to hear anybody pronounce the F
No.
in of. Okay?
Yeah.
Group of dudes. Mm-hmm.
Group of dudes. But see, but then do we get confused when it comes to the who is our guy, Steve
Adazio?
Adazio with his dudes.
Dudes being dudes?
Guys being dudes.
I don't know, man. You know what? Coaching's coaching.
Should it just be group of guys defense? Do we have to go to group of guys?
Group of guys?
Because a dude is
Group
like
of guys, group of dudes.
Mahomes is a dude. Allen is a dude.
We can rebrand it for our own purposes. We're allowed to change these things. If Tom Brady can claim the words "Let's go" as his own,
we can redo dudes.
We can rebrand dudes.
Group of dudes.
Group of dudes.
So they become Gad.
Look at these dudes. Group
Goad?
of dudes over here.
Is it GOAD? Is that the acronym?
GAD. I think it's GAD. It's Groupa.
Dan says the protected witness defense. Some guys' defense. I don't know, some guys.
These are some guys. These are seriously some guys, man. There's some guys that are turning into good players. Justin Sternad hadn't played a defensive snap in 3 years. He has a 2-sack game.
Boom.
That's a group of dude performance right there. Brandon Jones, I don't even think he was a starter in Miami.
No, he wasn't. That's why they signed him. That's why he came here.
Riley Moss, he's a white cornerback, and he's good. How does that happen?
I like Anonymous Assassins. What do you think about that? Huh?
That feels a little generous.
Wow.
They're
number 2 in the league.
They need to do it for more than 4 games to get assassins thrown in there.
I like that, though. Did you see that Ryan Clark got caught? Mia Kimes called out Ryan Clark on NFL Live. I can't remember the name of the other guy, but Ryan Clark said, whoever you thought this guy was, that's who Riley Moss is. And Mia Kimes starts laughing. She goes, why'd you compare those two? So I'm assuming they were both white because even Ryan had to start laughing.
By the way, Riley Moss is
That's a dude.
He's getting spicy out there. Everyone's hyping Justin Jefferson on the Athletics anonymous survey. Riley Moss apparently not all that impressed.
He wants a little.
Yeah, we'll play that audio for you next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. Guys, have you ridden an e-bike yet? Have you gotten on one of these things? They are so fun. You don't need medium spandex to get onto a Rad Power Bike. You just hop on, you hit that throttle, you pedal, you go. You're not sweating, you're not dying out there. It is just an enjoyable experience. But the best thing about Rad Power Bikes is the utility of these things. If you are looking for a replacement for your expensive car, something you don't have to pay insurance on, get a super fun e-bike from Rad Power Bikes. They're built for everyday use, and they're great year-round. You can use these things in any kind of weather conditions. You can haul groceries. You can haul the kids. You can put some cargo on the back, whatever you like. radpowerbikes.com. Check out the full line that they have of amazing e-bikes. In fact, some of these Rad Power Bikes have folding frames. If you need to store it for the season, you can fit your bike in a closet. No problem whatsoever. You take it out in the spring and you go rip. And right now, we are giving away a Radster Trail e-bike at altitudesportsradio.com/Radster. Go and check it out. Plus, if you want to buy a Rad Power Bike, stop by their service center and showroom at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Ask them about Colorado's e-bike tax credit. That can save you $450 per e-bike, making it more affordable when you purchase at Rad Power Bikes. radpowerbikes.com.
I think Riley's accelerating. Certainly Riley's aware of that, but I just finished telling Greg, George, and we were just sitting there talking, and I said, man, if you're watching the film of this guy play right now, he is he's playing at a high level. He's long, he's smart, super competitive. One of the traits you have to have at that position is, at some point you're going to fail, and you have to dare to fail and get right back. And I'm really pleased with his progress.
Sean Payton talking about the development of Riley Moss across from Surtain in year number 2. He's having a great start to the season. Andy, we talked about it on Monday. He's getting flags. He's going to. He's going to get targeted a lot because nobody wants to throw at Surtain. You get targeted too much, you're going to get penalties. And you know what? I'm okay with it. Play aggressively. Don't give up catches. It's all right.
Well, hey, he got flagged in the end zone. They didn't punch that in.
Yep.
You remember?
Yep.
Thing was on the 1.
Can't believe they didn't score. Could you imagine being a Jets fan?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, but they have the longer playoff drought than the Broncos, and they don't even have a Super Bowl that at least was there to commemorate the fact that there were once good times.
Sure. Yeah.
There were once.
I don't seem to care right now. We're all
Good
living in the same
times.
pile of pew.
All right, what is this podcast? What podcast did Riley Moss go on? Spring, do we know?
I tried to find it. I don't know.
All right.
Riley Moss's Instagram was
it's a group of dudes podcast.
labeled at the bottom of it, so maybe it's Riley's own.
Some group of dudes.
Sorry, guys.
They're on here talking. I don't know. The guy on the left looks like Vladimir Zelensky. Anyway, I don't think he's hosting a podcast that would have Riley Moss on there. So let's go, Spring. Riley Moss on the possibility of going up against Justin Jefferson someday.
I remember talking with, it might have been a DB coach at Minnesota, and one of his first questions was like, well, are you going to be able to guard Jefferson every day in practice? And I'm like, dude, yeah, he's good, but I kind of answered it like, he gets a scratch on his arm. Is his blood red? My blood is red too. This dude is it's a human being. Yes, he's really freaking good at football. At the same time, it's like, do you think I'm going to be scared because, he's got this name and all this stuff? It's like, no, it's you be an athlete, you go out there, you compete, and that's why we play the game. You know what I mean? So, this whole thing about, well, are you going to be able to, you can bite me because, really it's, go out there and compete and see what happens. So
awesome.
Well, that's what you got to tell him. What are you going to tell him? I'm afraid of covering a receiver.
Couldn't do it.
That's the only answer you can really give him. Now, he really dug in. I don't need to hear about, does he bleed red
Does
too?
he bleed red?
That seemed a little extreme, but I like most of the answer.
Hey, you can't be afraid. Life of an NFL corner. At some point, you're going to have to cover an all-pro.
Yeah, I'd like to be in this league, whether it's for you or someone else. I'm going to be, whether it's Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or Jerry Jeudy or
whomever.
Really, nothing for the Jerry Jeudy? That's not getting one reaction out of you?
My brain.
That's what it felt like, Spring. His silence felt like that.
Would Cleveland call about Devontae?
Yeah. They got no choice but to make this thing work, man. They got no choice but to try to give.
If you put Devontae in with Amari and Jeudy and Njoku,
yeah.
Obviously,
but Amari probably comes the other way. Although, has Amari already been a Raider? He was, right?
Yeah.
Got traded to the Cowboys.
No, I think the Raiders just want picks. They said second rounder. My
and
guess
other
is,
things.
well, a 2 and a 4 probably gets this done. We'll see what the bidding war looks like. They don't need to be in a gigantic hurry, but you don't want to wait forever. You want to get on with your football life. And whoever's acquiring him is going to want him. Final, by the way, in Baltimore, Royals come in and sweep the O's 2-1. Man, yesterday was 1-0. Today is 2-1. So just nothing but squeakers in that series. But the Royals move on. So it'll be Royals, Yankees, Guardians, Tigers, your 2 ALDS matchups. How about that, Andy? 3 teams from the American League Central are in the division series. One of them clearly is not the White Sox.
Well, and the Royals. Remember the Royals were supposed to be the Rockies' natural rival? Remember when they did that from the American League?
Natural rival. You know, the Royals, they rebuilt and now they're good. So, Royals, Yankees.
What? Say that again?
Guardians, Tigers.
They've done that, what, 3 times?
You can rebuild and you can become good.
The Royals are kind of like the Mariners were once upon a time, where they know they've got a group, they've got about 2-3 years, and they're too expensive, but then we're going to build them up again.
Yep.
So we'll stink for 2-3, then we'll be back for 2-3.
They get Bobby.
Can we try that? Can we give that a go? I'd
No,
take that.
You don't get to have that. I'm sorry. No, that's not how it works. Mets take a 1-0 lead as they go to the bottom of the first. Right now, they're in Milwaukee. Mets trying to finish off that sweep. Padres and the Braves will be the late game this evening. Did you see the ball that Tatis hit last night?
I didn't.
Good God.
Still waiting to
Still
come
going.
down?
Still going.
You still don't know where it is?
Woo. Yeah.
Here's something I'm curious about. I've been meaning to ask you since Monday.
Ask away.
Now the NFL's gone to featuring, what is it, the last Monday night of the year, right? Or even the last Sunday. They put all the important playoff implication games. Monday night has been, for the last spot in the playoffs. They put that game if they can get a team in there. You know, it's sometimes, remember Raiders, Chargers, whoever won went on, and we were all laughing about a possible tie, then it almost happened. Should baseball basically wait and have the meaningful, like they did? It was lucky for them, not lucky for anybody else, but because of the hurricane, they had to move some games, doubleheaders Monday.
Yeah.
Should they go to, we will make a couple teams play Monday to decide playoff fates? They're their last games of the year. It's not a wild card game.
Sure.
But you got to play Monday.
Well, it can happen in game 163 scenarios.
Right, it can. And so that's the one you
happen.
move to Monday. But how many people got it? It feels like a lot of people found a way to watch we're not in a traditional times. Not everybody's doing 9 to 5. It seemed like a lot of people got a kick out of watching those games Monday.
In all seriousness, like yesterday and today, there have been 4 games that have been going all day long. This is sort of like baseball's version of the NCAA tournament in this round. And they'll do some of this in the DS as well. There'll be the same amount of series, and there will be day baseball. I love it. Now, granted, I have a non-traditional job, so while I, prep for my radio show, I sat on my couch today and I watched the Tigers, in Houston. I can sit around and watch baseball all day, but if you run a sports bar, this is a great thing to have going on in the middle of the day. Our friends up at Hofbrau, our friends at number 38, they probably love having this day baseball. No, it's all, and the games are actually meaningful, especially these best-of-3 series. They happen so quickly.
And you rarely, what I do like about it, because I don't want you to change ultimately what baseball does, the 7-game series is very part of the tradition. And with the way
we'll get there,
you play too many games to not have a 7-game series. The 3-game series are even starting to prove that.
I love them.
But I do think it's fun. I loved it when the Rockies and the Padres had to do it back in 2007. I do love a winner-takes-all baseball game.
Yeah.
So you throw one on middle of the day, you know what I mean?
I love how quick these series, they just 4 elimination games today. By the way, Milwaukee's already tied this game up at 1. You want to do a quick Rockhead of the day before we're out?
Hurry.
Rockhead of the day presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. They are your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. You better believe I'm going to click on a story that has this kind of headline. This from the Denver Post. Man kills mountain lion with shovel in Colorado campground. Wildlife officers investigating.
What kind of shovel?
Spade? Not sure. Man sitting outside his RV in a Colorado campground killed a mountain lion with a shovel last week, prompting an investigation by wildlife officials. The man told Colorado Parks and Wildlife officers the mountain lion approached while he was parked Thursday night at a campground west of Canyon City, according to a CPW news release issued Wednesday. He told officers he'd been sitting outside the RV with his husky, which attacked the lion when it walked within 10 feet. The man then grabbed a shovel, struck the mountain lion in the head, killing it. The man reported the incident to CPW the following day. The officer who responded found the mountain lion carcass on the hood of the man's Jeep. CPW biologists will complete a necropsy on the animal. It is illegal in Colorado to kill a mountain lion outside of regulated hunting or to protect humans or livestock from death or injury. The officer's preliminary finding was that the man was in fear of his life and acted in self-defense when confronted by a lion acting unusual and extremely aggressive, according to the news release, but CPW will continue to investigate the incident. The mountain lion was a female that weighed about 95 pounds. It had an injury to its right front paw and scratches on its back. CPW does not consider the incident a mountain lion attack because the man was never touched by the mountain lion. He's rumbling with his dog. Guy's trying to, he's got his dog's back.
Yeah, man.
With a shovel.
Mountain lions are freaky to me. Dude, I'd have done the
Oh,
same
they
thing.
come within 10